What? Reborn just before being caught in an affair? How splendid! But what of the aftermath of losing one's virtue? Lin Zhaozhao was at a loss, tears brimming in her eyes. As the legitimate daughter of the Pingyang Marquis, she had been ensnared by her scheming second mother, forced to marry her nephew Wang Su, and compelled to annul her engagement with the heir of the Jingguo Marquis, Zhao Lingfeng. After enduring torment from the Wang family, she was ultimately offered to high-ranking officials for their pleasure in exchange for wealth and status. In her final moments, when delivered to the bed of the young Marquis Zhao Lingfeng, she chose to end her own life. In her rebirth, Lin Zhaozhao decisively kicked away the nauseating gentleman of her past life, declaring that he could seek companionship elsewhere. Instead, she threw herself into the embrace of the rough-and-tumble young Marquis she had once scorned. Too tall and strong? No worries, his stamina provided an overwhelming sense of security. Too fierce and rugged? It mattered not. Hardened steel could turn into something tender. What's that? Zhao Lingfeng has also been reborn? The towering Marquis wrapped his powerful arms around Lin Zhaozhao's slender waist, softly murmuring, "Do not fear, I am here." Chapter 1. Caught in Infidelity? In the Pude Temple of the Kingdom of Qingyuan, a throbbing pain enveloped her head. Every inch of her body ached as if it had been battered, exuding pain that seeped from her bones. With every movement, it felt as though she were being torn apart, a visceral agony coursing through her. Lin Zhaozhao let out a groan and slowly opened her eyes. Where was this place? Her large, clear, bewildered apricot eyes scanned the room. A high wooden ceiling, a simple wooden table, a wooden fish on the table, faded green bedding, and a sturdy arm draped across her chest. Ah! A scream nearly escaped her lips when a large hand swiftly covered her mouth. Almost immediately, she was wrapped in a bedsheet and lifted, leaping through the back window and into the neighboring room. "Qing Feng, hurry!" a low male voice ordered. "Yes, young master." Her mind spun, a painful memory flashing through her consciousness. Didn't I die? She was Lin Zhaozhao, the legitimate daughter of the Pingyang Marquis. After giving birth to her and her brother, her mother had been bedridden for years, arranging her engagement to Zhao Lingfeng, the heir of the Jingguo Marquis, when she was just 14. Zhao Lingfeng's mother was a close friend of Lin Zhaozhao's mother. However, Zhao Lingfeng spent most of his time guarding the borders with his parents, leading to their rare encounters, and Lin Zhaozhao found him unappealing, too tall, too strong, too rough. After her mother fell ill, the second branch of the Pingyang Marquis, led by the second wife, Wang Ping, took over household affairs. Her father, Lin Kongnian, was a devoted man, never taking a concubine, spending his days after court with her mother or studying in his study. Earlier this year, Wang Ping's nephew, Wang Su, came to the capital to take the imperial examination and fell for 15-year-old Lin Zhaozhao at first sight. Wang Ping and Wang Su conspired, ensnaring Lin Zhaozhao during her visit to Pude Temple to pray for her mother, violating her, and ultimately forcing her to annul her engagement with the Zhao family and marry Wang Su. Her mother died from heartbreak upon learning this. A year later, while returning home, her father and brother were ambushed by bandits and killed. After their marriage, Wang Su and his mother subjected Lin Zhaozhao to relentless abuse. In their family's decline, they even offered her to wealthy officials for amusement in order to secure advancement. Ultimately, when she was mistakenly delivered to Zhao Lingfeng, Lin Zhaozhao, unable to bear the humiliation, took her own life. "Is this a rebirth? Reborn just before being caught in an affair?" she murmured. In the courtyard, a throng of ladies arrived, led by a woman adorned in a luxurious golden-threaded garment, the current head of the Pingyang Marquis, Wang Ping. "My Zhaozhao said she would stroll around back, yet she hasn't returned. I am quite concerned. Someone might have seen her here. I happened to come by to search," she declared. "Oh, how thoughtful of you. Indeed, who in the capital doesn't say that you treat the two children of the main house as your own?" Several accompanying ladies praised her. "Your Zhaozhao is such a good girl. Perhaps she has simply lost her way," remarked a lady with an oval face and clear eyes.
Exactly.
Suddenly, from a nearby room, a series of ambiguous moans accompanied by heavy breathing erupted. The ladies' faces flushed crimson as they turned to leave. "Oh dear, let's go. Zhaozhao is a good child and wouldn't engage in such behavior. Indeed, let's search elsewhere." At that moment, a small maid dashed from the crowd, tears streaming down her face as she knelt. "Madam, please find the young miss. I just saw her enter this room. Which maid is this, so lacking in decorum?" the oval-faced lady scolded. Wang Ping awkwardly interjected, "This is my Zhaozhao's personal maid."
What?
Then we must quickly check inside. Yes, yes, let's go. The others echoed. Some ladies observed with cold indifference. Such crude theatrics were commonplace in any grand household. Let's see inside. If it's not my Zhaozhao, then you go. Wang Ping pointed to the kneeling maid. The maid hurried forward, forcefully flinging open the door, only to let out a piercing scream, immediately filled with shame as she closed the door. Everyone seized the opportunity to glance inside, where a potent scent of aphrodisiac wafted out, revealing two entwined bodies on the bed, fleetingly visible. Wang Ping cried out, "Zhaozhao, my child." The surrounding ladies widened their curious, gossiping eyes, while some unmarried girls shyly covered their faces. Just then, a clear voice rang from the back of the crowd. "Aunt, are you looking for me?" Turning around, they beheld a petite girl clad in a sky-blue embroidered dress, her hair loosely styled into a bun adorned with a pearl hairpin, standing gracefully like a morning lily. "Why are you here? If you are here, then who is inside?" Wang Ping instinctively inquired. "Aunt, I have been in this back courtyard. There is a bamboo grove behind. After consulting with the abbot, I went to gather bamboo shoots," Lin Zhaozhao replied, raising her small bamboo basket filled with spring bamboo shoots and a tiny spade. "Then if Zhaozhao is here, who is inside?" The oval-faced lady pressed again. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd as the entangled figures inside continued their passionate entanglement. "I too wish to know who is in there," Lin Zhaozhao mused. Suddenly, a control panel the size of a computer screen appeared in her mind, accompanied by a robotic voice. "Please look at the big screen and make a selection." "What is happening? Who are you?" Lin Zhaozhao questioned in fear. "Master, this is your premium upgrade system. When encountering challenges, you may seek answers within the system. Depending on the difficulty of the question, a fee applies, starting at 5 taels of silver for each inquiry. Each consultation costs 5 taels, yielding a drop of spirit spring water, capable of curing ailments, detoxifying, and enhancing beauty. However, you have only one opportunity each day. Master, I am Zaiwaxiao. Do you wish to invest?" Lin Zhaozhao glanced at the screen. A. I wish to know who is inside. B. I do not wish to know. Without hesitation, she selected A. Zaiwaxiao responded, "Please make the payment." 5 taels of silver. Lin Zhaozhao stealthily retrieved 5 taels from her purse, discreetly placing it in her palm before swiftly making it vanish. A line of text appeared on the panel. Male, Wang Su. Female, Lin Yuding. Today, the master invested 5 taels of silver and received a drop of spirit spring water. A small porcelain vial materialized in Lin Zhaozhao's hand. Then, the computer screen flickered and vanished. In the blink of an eye, the 2 individuals on the bed, having been stirred by the cool breeze from the doorway, were now fully awake. Suddenly, a woman's piercing scream echoed. Following that was the frantic cry, "Cousin, what should we do?" A delicate, slightly husky voice emanated from outside the room. Wang Ping's vision darkened, and she stumbled back a couple of steps. "Mother, if that voice belongs to my sister Yuding." Instantly, those around her erupted into chaos. Chapter 2, Methods. Lin Yuding was the legitimate daughter of the second house of the Pingyang Marquis and also Wang Ping's daughter, cherished like a precious gem. At merely 14, she had blossomed into a stunning beauty, hailed as the most beautiful woman in the capital. Wang Ping was even contemplating entering her into the palace election in the future. Could it be? Lin Yuding? Surely, you are not referring to the most beautiful woman in the capital. The nearby young ladies whispered amongst themselves, while several matronly figures engaged in gossip. "Never mind, it probably isn't my Zhaozhao, nor could it be Yuding. She is likely still listening to the abbot's teachings. It must be the young people unable to control their emotions. Let's move on." Wang Ping forced a smile. At that moment, a charming maid rushed over. Madam, the second young lady is missing." "Who is that?" inquired a round-faced matron. "This is my younger sister's personal maid," Lin Zhaozhao replied. Does the boomerang please you?" The crowd murmured again, and Wang Ping's expression turned as dark as liver. She found herself trapped, unable to advance nor retreat. Perhaps I truly misheard. Otherwise, why would I think the voice belonged to our cousin residing in our manor? My apologies, ladies. Perhaps Zhaozhao merely misheard. Let's search for Sister Yuding elsewhere. Lin Zhaozhao, sensible and adept in her manners, quickly earned the admiration of many matronly figures. After speaking, she moved to support Wang Ping and began walking forward. The ladies behind exchanged glances, indulging in their gossip. Surely, by tomorrow, new rumors would circulate throughout the capital. The most beautiful woman in the capital and her cousin caught in a secret affair at the temple. What a delightful thought. Let your precious daughter embark on this path. Lin Zhaozhao felt a surge of satisfaction, a breath of pent-up frustration escaping her chest. But who was the man that would save her? The little one had not emerged. He mentioned only one opportunity each day. Lin Zhaozhao discreetly touched the small porcelain vial in her purse and lowered her head. Shortly after the crowd dispersed, someone spotted the abbot, lecturing Lin Yuding privately. However, that was of little consequence now. The fear of public opinion was the only truth. Upon returning to the manor, it was nearly dinner time. Lin Zhaozhao first visited her mother, who remained reclined on the bed, while her twin brother Lin Zhaozhao read aloud to her. Upon seeing Lin Zhaozhao return, Lin Zhaozhao set down the book, bid farewell to their mother, and departed without exchanging a word with Lin Zhaozhao, or even sparing her a glance. Lin Zhaozhao sighed internally. It was her own folly to think that by ingratiating herself with the second house, she could secure a good marriage. She had frequented the second house, paying more attention to her aunt and the Lin Yuding and Lin Yuhua siblings than to her own mother and brother. Eventually, seeing her daughter straying further down the wrong path, her mother hastily arranged a marriage for her, though Lin Zhaozhao was unwilling. She fancied a refined scholar, not a rugged warrior. Yet, in this era, whose family was not bound by parental arrangements. Thus, she grew increasingly distant from her mother and brother. Conversely, her brother Lin Zhaozhao harbored various grievances against the sister, growing closer to Lin Yuhua of the second house. Reflecting on it now, Lin Zhaozhao wondered if she had been foolish. Ashamed, she lowered her head, sat beside her mother, grasped her hand gently, and whispered, "Mother, it was my fault in the past. I have realized my mistakes. Please grant me the opportunity to amend my ways." With that, she leaned against her mother's legs, silently shedding tears. After enduring such painful experiences in her past life, she vowed to cherish this life. Wanqing sighed softly and gently patted her daughter's back, hoping she had truly awakened to her senses. After a while, having assisted her mother with dinner, Lin Zhaozhao returned to her own quarters. Upon her departure, Wanqing turned to Wang Mama beside her and said, "Go and find out what transpired at Pude Temple." Wang Mama nodded and exited the door. When Lin Zhaozhao returned to her courtyard, her personal maid, Chun Yi, was kneeling there. Chun Yi was the maid who had identified her entrance into the room at the temple. Upon seeing Lin Zhaozhao approach from behind, she realized that her role as a pawn for the second house was doomed. Lin Zhaozhao halted before her, gazing at her familiar features, and finally could not restrain herself, delivering a sharp slap across her face. Chun Yi let out a cry of distress. Lin Zhaozhao raised a finger to her lips, signaling her to silence, and Chun Yi immediately understood, hastily closing her mouth. Upon entering the main room, the senior maid, Xiaohe, promptly brought over a cup of tea and then quietly stood behind Lin Zhaozhao. It happened the same in her previous life. Chun Yi was skilled, Xiaohe was bold and meticulous, Qiuyu was an exceptional cook, and Dong Shui was adept in embroidery. These four were all trained by her mother from a young age to serve her. Eventually, Chun Yu was discovered to have stolen 100 taels of silver from the manor, punished by her aunt, and sent off to the estate, with a new maid, Chun Yi, brought in. Chun Yi, being articulate and sweet-tongued, quickly ascended to the position of Lin Zhaozhao's primary maid. Lin Zhaozhao beckoned with her finger, and Xiaohe quickly stepped before her, effectively blocking Chun Yi's view from the courtyard. "Xiaohe, I need you to do something for me. Miss, is this true?" Xiaohe's tears began to fall. Her miss, her childhood companion, had finally awakened. "Go and discreetly inform Qiuyu and Dong Shui, but do not let Chun Yi know to avoid alarming her. Rest assured, miss." Then, Xiaohe knelt down with a thud, pleading, "Miss, please forgive Chun Yi. We have already lost Chun Yu. We cannot afford to lose Chun Yi as well."
"Miss."
Lin Zhaozhao seized the teacup and forcefully slammed it down in front of Xiaohe. "This traitor who would betray me deserves to die. Chun Yi was cast away for stealing 100 taels. Chun Yi's actions are unforgivable." Hearing the prospect of death, Chun Yi hastily crawled over, repeatedly bowing her head. "Miss, I will do anything you ask. Just please don't kill me," she sobbed, glancing furtively at Lin Zhaozhao. "Kneel here. You infuriate me." With that, she retreated to her chamber. Chun Yi clutched Xiaohe's hand. "Sister Xiaohe, please help me. What must I do for the miss not to kill me?" Xiaohe stood, smoothing the wrinkles on her skirts, sighed. "Chun Yi, I cannot help you." Chun Yi clung tightly to her hem. "Sister Xiaohe, please help me." With that, she produced a purse from her bosom and placed it in Xiaohe's hands. Xiaohe glanced around, swiftly stowing the purse away, and whispered, "The night before last, I was on night watch. The miss dreamt of Chunyu." With that, she took her tools and began to clean up the shards of the teacup that the miss had shattered. "Make her leave," Lin Zhaozhao called from her chamber. Chunyi struggled to her feet, dejectedly departing. Xiaohe leaned toward the door, whispering, "Miss, we have her hooked. Do not worry. That is good. Have someone keep a close watch on her. Also, I wish to bathe tonight. Have them prepare the water." "Understood, miss." Chapter 3. The man who climbed through the window. He stepped out of her room and made her way to the small kitchen. Qiuyu was busy preparing the spring bamboo shoots that miss had brought back, while Dong Shui tended to the fire. Upon seeing Xiaohe enter, Dong Shui smiled and asked, "Sister Xiaohe, what brings you joy?" To their shock, tears began to flow from Xiaohe's eyes. "What happened? Did that little troublemaker Chun Yi cause more mischief? I'll go teach her a lesson." Qiuyu, with her fiery temper, rolled up her sleeves, ready to rush out. Xiaohe quickly held her back, smiling as she replied, "It's not her, it's the Mississippi." She had an epiphany. "Really?" The two women stared at her, eyes wide in disbelief. "Yes." Xiaohe nodded vigorously, and both Qiuyu and Dong Shui covered their eyes, tears streaming down their faces. After dinner, they moved the bathing tub into the washroom of the bedroom, and the 4 maidservants carried bucket after bucket of hot water to fill it. Lin Zhaozhao prepared to bathe. "You all go out. No need to attend to me." "Yes, miss." Xiaohe hung the clothes for the miss to change into after her bath on a rack and closed the door behind her as she left. Xiaohe pondered for a moment and, taking advantage of Chun Yi's absence, whispered a few words in Dong Shui's ear. Lin Zhaozhao undressed and stepped into the water, quietly closing her eyes. Her fair skin bore numerous marks, both light and heavy. From her past experiences, she recognized them as love bites. On either side of her slender waist were 2 prominent handprints, suggestive and tantalizing. The lower half of her body was swollen and bore faint traces of blood, a stark reminder that she was no longer pure. Most distressingly, her marker had vanished. Panic gripped Lin Zhaozhao's heart. In her state of alarm today, she had barely caught a glimpse of the man's face, only remembering his deep, cold voice. After bathing, she cleaned her intimate garments and, to avoid raising suspicions among the maidservants, she pulled the wooden plug from the tub, allowing the water to drain. Returning to her room, Xiaohe was already waiting with a soft white cloth to dry her hair. Once her hair was dry, Xiaohe gently said, "I sent Dong Shui to the second house to gather information. Unfortunately, the door was tightly shut, but we could hear crying from within, mixed with the sound of things being smashed. A small maid sweeping the floor mentioned that the second young lady was crying. Furthermore, there seemed to be the shadow of a young man kneeling inside, somewhat resembling Master Wang Su, who resides here." Lin Zhaozhao applied ointment to her face, letting out a cold laugh. "Who else could it be? I'll tell you all about it tomorrow when I have time. For now, let it be known that from today onwards, there is no need for anyone to keep watch at night." "Understood, Mississippi. Please rest early." Xiaohe closed the door as she left. This was Xiaohe's admirable quality. She followed the Miss' orders without question, never asking for reasons, simply complying. After extinguishing the candles, Lin Zhaozhao lay on her bed, lost in thought under the moonlight filtering through the window. In a half-asleep state, she suddenly heard a gentle tapping at the window. Startled, Lin Zhaozhao sat up in bed, clutching her blanket, her voice trembling. "Who is it?" "It's me." The man's deep, cold voice rang out clearly in the stillness of the night. Recognizing it as the voice of the man from the Pude Temple today, Lin Zhaozhao felt a surge of anxiety. "What do you want?" "It's so late. Let us talk tomorrow. If you don't open the window, I'll just come in through the door." The man's tone was teasing. With no other choice, Lin Zhaozhao carefully got out of bed and opened the window. In an instant, a tall man clad in a black cloak leaped inside. He stood nearly 6 feet tall, with a strong and robust physique. His eyes, shaped like phoenixes, shimmered with a gentle light. His square face, with prominent cheekbones and slightly tanned skin, presented an appealing yet rugged appearance. Upon meeting his gaze, Lin Zhaozhao couldn't help but burst into tears. "Why are you crying? I know you dislike me. I'll say what I need to and leave. But please stop crying." After saying this, he awkwardly pulled out a handkerchief, now faded in color, to wipe her tears. "Zhao Lingfeng, was that you yesterday? Why were you there?" Lin Zhaozhao's face flushed crimson as she tightly entwined her hands, her thumbs pressing into one another, the veins on her delicate hands prominent. Zhao Lingfeng seated her firmly in a chair, producing a small wooden box and a bamboo water flask from his sleeve. He spoke softly. "Next time we meet, I'll tell you everything. Now, drink this medicine." Lin Zhaozhao's tender face felt sore from the rough handkerchief, and she gently touched her face. Her eyes clear yet bewildered. "What medicine?" Zhao Lingfeng's gaze flickered as a hint of red tinged his rough, brownish complexion. Leaning into Lin Zhaozhao's ear, he whispered 3 words: "Contraceptive soup." Lin Zhaozhao's face turned beet red, akin to a startled rabbit, as she grabbed the bamboo flask and gulped down the medicine in one go. So bitter. Suddenly, a sweet piece of candy was placed in her mouth, instantly alleviating the bitterness. She discreetly glanced at the rugged man, realizing he wasn't as unappealing as she had thought. He rolled up his sleeves, exposing his arms, and Lin Zhaozhao's face flushed again, wishing she could disappear into the ground. "What are you doing?" she asked softly. "You'll know soon enough. Quickly roll up your sleeves." Zhao Lingfeng opened the small wooden box and pulled out a fine brush from his chest. After dipping it into the special paint, he began to draw on her smooth, delicate arms. When he finished, Lin Zhaozhao was utterly astonished. "Is that the marker?" "Yes. I didn't come this afternoon because I was looking for someone to prepare this special pigment. It won't wash off in the bath. It looks just like the real thing. Rest assured, sleep well tonight and take care of yourself. Wait for me to come and marry you." Watching the vibrant red marker, the fears that had haunted Lin Zhaozhao throughout the afternoon dissipated, and she covered her face, crying silently. Zhao Lingfeng bent down, lifting her into the bedding, wiping her tears with his sleeve, and gently patting her head. "Sleep now, I will take care of everything." In the dark of night, Zhao Lingfeng's eyes appeared calm and reassuring. Lin Zhaozhao gazed at him with her tear-filled apricot eyes, nodding in response. The window opened silently and closed just as quietly. Lin Zhaozhao glanced at the bedside table, noticing he seemed to have left something behind. A green jade box, when opened, revealed a light green ointment emitting a faint fragrance. Next to it was a note. By the moonlight, Lin Zhaozhao read the words on the note, her face flushing with embarrassment. The note stated that the ointment was for application to private areas to reduce swelling and alleviate pain. Lying back under the covers, she applied the ointment, feeling the fiery sensation subside significantly. Safely storing the ointment, she recalled her past life. After breaking her engagement to Wang Su, she had not heard of Zhao Lingfeng's marriage until her death. Perhaps during that time, she was too preoccupied to pay attention to his affairs. In this lifetime, the most challenging hurdle had been overcome, and the lingering consequences had been nipped in the bud. Now, she could look forward to a life filled with love and laughter. As the faint scent of the medicinal ointment enveloped her, Lin Zhaozhao peacefully closed her eyes. Chapter 4: The beating. The following morning, Lin Zhaozhao unexpectedly overslept. Upon waking, she realized she had missed the time to pay her respects to the old lady. Hearing a commotion, several maidservants entered the room. Chun Yi prepared the washing water, Xia He was in charge of her hair, Chiu Yu tidied the bed, and Dong Shui searched for the missus' clothes, shoes, and jewelry. In her room, Chun Yi managed the silver, Dong Shui took care of clothing and jewelry, Xia He oversaw her small treasury, and Chiu Yu tended to her little kitchen. After some thought, Lin Zhaozhao slowly said, "Chun Yi, please bring me the silver box." "Yes," Mississippi Chun Yi responded obediently. A small box contained all her silver. "Open it." Chun Yi took out the key and unlocked the box. Lin Zhaozhao counted the contents. Her meager savings from red envelopes received over the years and her mother's allowances had dwindled to less than 300 taels of silver. In her previous life, she was easily influenced, spending her money on jewelry and clothing, and by mid-month, her monthly allowance was completely exhausted. Consequently, she had little savings to speak of. After marrying Wang Su, her situation worsened. She often went hungry, leaving no room for any financial reserves. Reflecting on her past self, she realized how foolish she had been. She rubbed her forehead and extended her hand towards Chun Yi, requesting the keys. Upon seeing this, Chun Yi fell to her knees. "Miss, I acknowledge my mistakes. Please grant me a chance to redeem myself." "Rise," she replied. "I require not only your key, but all the keys to my courtyard." The other 3 quickly placed the keys before her on the dressing table, while Chun Yi had no choice but to comply. Lin Zhaozhao collected all the keys into her purse before proceeding to wash up. Xia He softly remarked, "The old lady has excused everyone from their morning greetings today. which is why I did not call for you. Lin Zhaozhao accepted the towel, giving a barely perceptible nod in response. According to Xiao Dezi, who fetched hot water from the large kitchen, the old lady had been upset by the second house the previous night and had only consumed a couple of spoonfuls of porridge for breakfast. When the time is right, I shall send for 10 taels of silver to hire some help. Gathering information is essential. We must focus on cultivating our own personnel within the courtyard, ensuring that every area of this estate has our eyes and ears. After putting away the Mrs. Toothbrush, Xiaohe added, "Rest assured, Mississippi. By the way, before bed last night, Chun Yi went out, claiming she needed a pattern from the sewing room to make you a spring dress." Lin Zhaozhao scoffed. She likely went to inform her master. Indeed, I instructed the guard at the back door to follow her. She went to the sewing room and exchanged a few words with the gatekeeper before returning with the pattern. Where did the gatekeeper go afterward? Xiaohe, feeling embarrassed, replied, "Miss, I failed to give prior instructions, so the guard returned with Chun Yi. No matter, we shall start afresh." Lin Zhaozhao exited the inner room to find breakfast already laid out: fragrant red date and lily porridge, 2 small meat rolls, a dish of stir-fried bok choy, a plate of cucumber pickles, and a boiled egg, a sumptuous and nutritious morning meal. "Xiaoyu, stay with me. You all may go and eat," Lin Zhaozhao instructed, casting an appreciative glance at Xiaoyu before lifting her bowl to begin her meal. After breakfast, Lin Zhaozhao and Xiaohe visited her mother. Her parents were having their meal, and Lin Zhaozhao hurriedly approached. "Greetings, father and mother." Lin Kongnian glanced at his somewhat confused daughter, frowning without a word. Her mother, Wanqing, unusually wore a smile, her demeanor gentle. "Zhaozhao, have you had your breakfast?" "Yes, mother, I have eaten. I merely came to check on you." Lin Zhaozhao stood beside her mother, observing her frail body and the emerging strands of white hair, feeling a pang of sorrow. "Please, sit over there and have some tea to settle your stomach," Wanqing said, unable to resist reaching out to pat her daughter's hand. Yesterday, Wang Mama had inquired, and she was now aware of the situation at Pude Temple. Wang Ping, that venomous woman, likely aimed at Zhaozhao yesterday. She just did not know what complications had arisen. Listening to her mother's occasional cough, Lin Zhaozhao suddenly had an epiphany. Could it be that mother's ailment, which has resisted treatment, is due to poisoning? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. If her mother remained unwell, the authority of the housekeeper would forever remain in the hands of the second house. If her mother were to pass, and her father and brother were to be killed by robbers, and she married Wang Su, moving far from the capital, then the Pingyang Marquis would entirely fall into the hands of the second house. As this thought crossed her mind, Lin Zhaozhao broke into a cold sweat. If this were true, it would be utterly terrifying. "Zhaozhao, Zhaozhao," a voice called, pulling Lin Zhaozhao from her reverie. She jolted upright. "Zhaozhao, you're sweating profusely. Are you unwell?" Wanqing took out a handkerchief to wipe her daughter's forehead. "Mother, I may not have rested well yesterday." "It's nothing. I'll return to rest shortly." "Very well. I shall lie down for a bit. The estate doctor said I need more bed rest." Wang Mama helped Wanqing back to bed. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhaozhao thought the estate doctor's advice was misguided. She stepped forward to support her mother. "Mother, a walk after meals promotes longevity. Let me accompany you outside." Wang Mama glanced at the lady. "Miss." The estate doctor advised that the lady should avoid the wind and rest indoors. Lin Zhaozhao's eyes brimmed with tears. How could her mother improve if she never ventured outside or moved? That wretched estate doctor. "If I catch you, I shall have your skin." Seeing her daughter's reddened eyes, Wanqing's heart softened. "Then let us take a stroll in the small garden at the entrance, shall we?" "All right." Lin Zhaozhao nodded. Glancing back at Xiaohe, supporting her mother, they stepped outside, where the rising sun lazily cast its gentle glow upon the earth. The courtyard was filled with flowers, all of her mother's favorites, with the best of the forsythia blooming, alongside a few trees adorned with blossoms of pink and white, their leaves of vibrant green. The air was refreshingly crisp. A breeze swept by, prompting her mother to cough a few times. Just then, Lin Zhaozhao strode in from the courtyard gate, his expression displeased and demeanor hostile. He stepped forward, roughly pulling Lin Zhaozhao's hand away and shoving her aside while scolding Wang Mama. "Wang Mama, the estate doctor said mother cannot be exposed to the wind. Why have you allowed her outside?" Wang Mama's face turned instantly red. Wanqing soothingly patted her son's hand. "Zhaozhao means well. She wishes for me to take a walk to lighten my mood. What good intentions could she possibly have?" Her good intentions are likely for outsiders. Lin Zhaozhao fumed, guiding their mother back toward the room. Inside, Xiaohe was opening the windows for ventilation. Upon seeing this, Lin Zhaozhao took 2 steps forward and slapped Xiaohe across the face. Wretched maid. Who permitted you to touch anything in my mother's room? Chapter 5. The dispute. Lin Zhaozhao entered just after, witnessing the scene and feeling a surge of anger rise within her. She advanced 2 steps and struck Lin Zhaozhao's close servant, a Jiang, with all her might. Her fierce gaze met a Jiang's evasive eyes. And she demanded, Mother has only stepped out for a brief moment, yet you hastily arrive with your young master? Speak, have you been keeping watch over Mother day and night? A Jiang immediately knelt, stammering, I would not dare. Lin Zhaozhao's gaze shifted to her furious brother, Lin Zhaozhao. Let me be clear, if you wish to strike someone, strike me. You dare to lay a hand on me? Enough. Siblings should not provide fodder for outsiders' amusement. Wan Qing admonished sharply. Zhaozhao, you were indeed in the wrong today. Apologize to your sister. Seeing her mother display such anger for the first time in years, Lin Zhaozhao felt a twinge of regret. I'm sorry I was wrong. Mother, I shall return to my studies now. Reluctantly, Lin Zhaozhao performed a half-hearted bow to Lin Zhaozhao and stormed off. His close servant, a Jiang, pretended to be sincere as he passed by Lin Zhaozhao,
performing a mock bow.
A chill ran down Lin Zhaozhao's spine. In her previous life, when her brother faced misfortune, she had not heard news of his 4 trusted servants, Jiang, He, Hu, and Hai. Those 4 servants had been given to him by their father. And there should still be 4 maids, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Ju, in his courtyard. In her past life, her brother had taken a concubine at 13, becoming the subject of ridicule in the capital. Many noble young ladies looked down on him, and by the time of his death, he had not even married. Rubbing her aching head, Lin Zhaozhao contemplated the intricate web of relationships, feeling overwhelmed and unsure where to begin.
No.
She must gather her strength. In this life, even if her brother fails to understand or resents her, she must ensure he has a good reputation among scholars and that the sordid machinations of the inner quarters do not ruin his prospects. Lin Zhaozhao gracefully approached her mother, kneeling quietly before her. Get up.
What are you doing, Zhaozhao?
Wan Qing's heart was filled with sorrow. Her 2 children had reached an irreconcilable conflict. As a mother, she felt her daughter was immature, failing to fulfill her responsibilities as an elder sister. However, she believed that her younger brother had grown into a fine young man, and for the sake of his studies and future reputation, there should only be a servant to attend to him, perhaps an additional wet nurse at most. She urged her mother to reconsider. Sitting on the couch, Wan Qing turned the empty bracelet on her wrist, lost in thought. You may return now. I need some time to reflect. Yes, daughter, I shall take my leave. Lin Zhaozhao left the courtyard of Qing He with a slapped Xiaohe. After a moment of contemplation, Wan Qing coughed a few times. Wang Momo, from today onwards, assign your son Zhou Deong to keep an eye on Xiao Linyuan, but avoid attracting attention. I have very few people I can trust now. Understood, madam. Zhou Deong, Wang Momo's son, had trained in martial arts at Shaolin Temple and was currently managing one of Wan Qing's dowry estates. Xiao Linyuan belonged to Lin Zhaozhao. Lin Zhaozhao returned to her own courtyard, Zhao Huayuan, her face grim and simmering with suppressed anger, retreating to her inner chamber. Inside, Xiaohe knelt quietly before her. Miss, it is all the fault of the maidservants, causing you and the young master distress. It has nothing to do with you. Rise quickly. Lin Zhaozhao was quite furious. If only Chun Yu were here. Oh, this is infuriating. Just then, the sound of Chun Yi, all bones and spirit, echoed outside. Miss, Chun Yi has something to report. Lin Zhaozhao exchanged a glance with Xiaohe, signaling her to quickly rise and stand behind her.
Come in.
Taking a sip of tea to calm her temper, she saw Chun Yi enter with a nimble little maid. With her sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, it could only be Chun Yu. Lin Zhaozhao's heart surged, and she abruptly sat up, gazing at Chun Yu kneeling before her as if in a dream. In her past life, Wang Su had once said that Chun Yu had been beaten and violated by people from the estate, eventually losing her life, while the other 3 maidservants had been defiled in front of Wang Su and sold to brothels afterward. Although this life-s Chun Yu had dark yellow skin and rough fingers, she was alive, and Lin Zhaozhao believed she could change their fates. Xiaohe assisted Lin Zhaozhao as she slowly sat back down. Chun Yi cautiously lifted her head, glancing at Lin Zhaozhao, and said carefully, Miss, Chun Yu has been at the estate for quite some time now, and she understands her mistakes. Knowing the bond of having grown up together, I went to plead with the second madam to bring her back. Touching the jade bracelet on her wrist, Lin Zhaozhao calmed herself and spoke with an indifferent tone. Well done, Chun Yi. Reward her with 2 taels of silver. However, she has committed a mistake. Even if she returns, she cannot be a first-class maidservant. Let her start as a second-class maidservant, responsible for cleaning the courtyard. Chun Yu looked at her current mistress with great relief and respectfully bowed. Thank you, miss. Then she exited. Xiaohe stepped forward to help Chun Yi rise, giving her a pouch while raising an eyebrow. Chun Yi excitedly bowed. Thank you, miss. I shall go and work now. Leaning back in her chair with a smile, Lin Zhaozhao replied, Very well. Go and work. Oh, by the way, Chun Yi, I feel that the handkerchief I am currently using is lacking in vibrant patterns. Take a few little maidservants with you to make some for me, along with pouches. Certainly,
Miss.
you can rest assured. I will ensure they are well made. She scampered off. He firmly grasped Lin Zhaozhao's slightly trembling hand. How wonderful! Everything is progressing in a positive direction. He said softly. Lin Zhaozhao steadied her emotions, observing Chun Yu diligently pulling weeds in the corner of the courtyard. And a sudden idea struck her. Xiaohe, take Chun Yu to pick all the flowers from the rose bush in the courtyard. Gather both the fully bloomed and half-bloomed ones into a basket. When the sun is good at noon, wash them clean and dry them. Also, call for Qiu Yu and Dong Shui. I have matters to discuss with them. Yes, miss, I will go at once. Xiaohe exited eagerly to find Qiu Yu and Dong Shui, then returned to Chun Yu in the corner to begin their tasks.
Meanwhile,
Lin Zhaozhao had already written a note in her study. You two, go to the market, using the back entrance. The second house should be preoccupied with other matters these days. Go and secretly purchase the items I require, or at least hide them away and retrieve them after dark. Do you understand? Qiu Yu and Dong Shui nodded. Miss, rest assured, we both know a few characters, and we will manage it well. If we encounter anyone from the estate, we will simply say we are out to buy sewing supplies for you. The two took 20 taels of silver and headed out of the courtyard. Lin Zhaozhao watched their sincere smiles and felt the weight on her heart lift considerably. Unable to suppress a smile herself. One must eat a meal bite by bite and live day by day. Difficulties must be resolved one by one. Yes, it will be all right. Chapter 6. Temptation. Sitting in the middle of the main hall, after taking a sip of tea, Lin Zhaozhao sought to untangle the complex relationships within the household. And her mother's health, her mother's illness. Suddenly, she remembered her little helper. Lin Zhaozhao silently chanted in her heart, Little helper, come forth. I have matters to discuss. After a beep, little helper came online. Master, what is your request? Is my mother poisoned? Please make a payment to choose. 5 taels of silver per inquiry. Little helper's cold voice echoed. Got it, enough already. The large screen brightened, and the question appeared in the center. Is mother poisoned? A. Yes. B. No. Payment. Little helper was indeed a money lover. Lin Zhaozhao pulled out 5 taels of silver from her pouch, placing it in her palm, only for it to suddenly vanish. The screen then displayed the answer. A. What poison? How to resolve it? Lin Zhaozhao felt anxious, and in her mind echoed little helper's ethereal voice. Master, 1 question per day. Oh, by the way, today's spiritual spring water has been stored in yesterday's small porcelain bottle, almost making Lin Zhaozhao's nose twitch in irritation. Lin Zhaozhao grumbled in her heart. This creature is nothing but a gold guzzler, demanding silver daily. I must find a way to acquire more silver. Upon reaching her inner chamber, she opened her jewelry box, leaving behind only a few simple designs, packing the rest into the box to sell later. But where did the poison come from? Who administered it? Where was it placed? What harm does it bring to the body? She was still in the dark and had no one to consult. Unfortunately, the spiritual spring water was only 2 drops, far too little. She would need to gather more before sending it to her mother. Noon arrived, and everyone had finished lunch, yet Qiu Yu and Dong Shui, sent out to buy things, had not yet returned. Lin Zhaozhao felt a twinge of worry. After a while, she finally saw them rush back, both drenched in sweat, each carrying a bundle. But their faces were not favorable. What happened? Lin Zhaozhao stepped forward. Nothing, we just faced some mockery from the gatekeeper when entering. Yes, miss, it's nothing. Look, we have brought back everything you wanted. Lin Zhaozhao inspected the contents. The essential beeswax, almond oil, and a small stove had all been procured, bringing her great joy. You two go take a bath and have some food. Once you're rested, we shall undertake a significant task tonight. Understood, miss. The two maidservants looked at her with bright eyes, filled with pure trust and reliance. Lin Zhaozhao felt her eyes welling with emotion. Then she called for Chunyu, who had gone to sleep. Miss. Chunyu knelt on the ground, tearfully overwhelmed. Lin Zhaozhao's eyes brimmed with tears as well. Get up. It is my inadequacy that has failed to protect you. No, miss, I was framed. It was the second house's doing. Lin Zhaozhao immediately covered her mouth. Speaking word by word, I know everything. You four are all innocent. I also know whose side Chunyi is on. I will avenge this grievance. Indeed. Spring Rain gently wiped her dark red cheeks with her rough hands, while Lin Zhaozhao felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Assisting Spring Rain to her feet, Lin Zhaozhao gazed into her eyes and whispered, "Keep a close watch on the four maids in Lin Zhaozhao's courtyard for me." Then, casting her glance toward the door where a hint of pink fabric fluttered, she raised her voice. From this moment on, you are assigned to tidy up the garden in front of the courtyard. You may return only when it is thoroughly cleaned. Yes, miss. Spring Rain replied. With a soft tug on her rough hand, Lin Zhaozhao offered her a smile. She raised an eyebrow, subtly indicating that someone was eavesdropping at the door. Spring Rain returned her glance, then left with a downcast expression. At noon, under the scorching sun, Spring Rain took a small rake and a basket, heading to the garden to work. It was the end of April and the beginning of May, and the flowers in the garden bloomed vibrantly, while the trees flourished. Deep within the garden, Spring Rain placed her basket and rake down, selecting a lush willow tree to climb. From her vantage point, she could see the young master's study window, which was half open. The 13-year-old master was sipping tea, likely having just finished his lunch. A maid, dressed in a grass-green tunic, accentuated her youthful figure. Her fair neck, full bosom, and slender waist radiated the essence of girlhood. As the young master finished his tea, the maid approached to refill it, but slipped and fell directly into his embrace. Having grown up alongside the young master and mistress, Spring Rain felt a surge of indignation at seeing the young master so easily tempted. He should have moved to the front courtyard long ago. But due to his mother's long-term illness, he remained in the back courtyard to facilitate her care. The tutor visited the estate every other day, while the master typically oversaw the young master's education. Spring Rain clicked her tongue, quickly descending the tree and stealthily making her way to the mistress's door. Miss. Lin Zhaozhao had just lain down when she heard Spring Rain's anxious voice, causing her heart to race. Something must be wrong. She sprang up, hastily dressing and opening the door. Indeed, something was amiss. Spring Rain spoke softly, her face pale. Lin Zhaozhao's expression darkened. You three? Take the freshly made pastries and accompany me to Xiaolin courtyard. Springy took a glance at the bruise on Xiaohi's right cheek from the morning's reprimand and, clutching her stomach, said, Miss, I feel a bit unwell. I fear I cannot go. Then rest well. Dong Shui will accompany me. The four of them, carrying the food box, hurried towards Xiaolin courtyard. Upon reaching the garden, Spring Rain waved and followed along. The large door of Xiaolin courtyard was ajar, with two young servants sitting outside, enjoying tea and seeds. Seeing their mistress approach, they were about to announce her arrival when Spring Rain swiftly incapacitated them with a quick strike, rendering them silent and immobile. Lin Zhaozhao and her entourage marched straight toward her brother's study. Along the way, they encountered neither maid nor servant, likely all taking their afternoon nap. How leisurely the servants of Xiaolin courtyard were compared to their master. Upon reaching the study door, they could already hear the maid's coy voice. Young master, my heart aches terribly. Please help me, right here. Lin Zhaozhao exchanged a glance with Xiaohi, who hurriedly departed. Spring Rain stepped forward, kicking the door open. Inside, the maid Mei Xiang sat on Lin Zhaozhao's lap, her face flushed, her clothing disheveled, as she clung tightly to his neck, her ample bosom nearly exposed. A shocked scream reverberated through the room. Mei Xiang scrambled off Lin Zhaozhao's lap, desperately trying to fix her untidy attire, while Lin Zhaozhao stood, his face burning with embarrassment. Lin Zhaozhao's eyes glinted with a fierce light as she stepped forward and struck Mei Xiang across the face with great force. You have the audacity. Chapter 7. Bloodstains in Xiaolin courtyard. With a resounding shout, Wan Qing arrived at the door, accompanied by Wang Mama and several maids and servants. Upon witnessing the scene before her, the meaning dawned on her. blaming herself for being bedridden and neglecting household matters. Her son, so young, was nearly led astray by a vile maid. Wanqing glared at her son with disappointment, her body trembling slightly as she softly declared, "Drag this seductress out and beat her to death with sticks. Do it in the courtyard for all to see." Lin Zhaozhao, overwhelmed with shame, knelt on the ground, casting a resentful glance at Lin Zhaozhao. "Mother, I understand my mistake." Mei Xiang, frightened and pale, fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face. "Please, madam.
Spare me.
I will never do it again. I beg you, Miss Young Master, save me." She repeatedly bowed, soon leaving a trail of blood on the ground from her forehead. Lin Zhaozhao watched coldly. "Spring Rain, Qiuyu, take her outside and beat her to death with sticks." "Yes." The two girls dragged Mei Xiang out to the courtyard, forcing her onto a long bench. Wanqing pointed to 4 young servants, Jiang, Hu, Hai and Si, saying, "You go. Beat this vile maid to death." The 4 exchanged glances, glancing toward the study. But Lin Zhaozhao lacked the courage to intervene this time. Lin Zhaozhao stepped forward, addressing the 4 servants coldly. "What? Even my mother cannot command you?"
"We dare not," they replied.
2 of the young servants went behind the door to retrieve thick sticks and, steeling themselves, struck Mei Xiang, who lay across the bench. A heart-wrenching scream filled the courtyard, echoing for what felt like an eternity, until she could scream no more. The other 3 maids stood nearby, trembling in fear. Wang Mama brought a chair for Wanqing, who sat at the entrance. Lin Zhaozhao stood beside her, speaking softly, "Mother, I've caused you distress again." Wanqing grasped her daughter's hand gently, saying, "Fortunately, you discovered this. Otherwise, Zhaozhao's future would have been ruined. He will be grateful to you." As Lin Zhaozhao felt her eyes redden, she hoped her mother and brother would not blame her. Just then, the second madam hurried in with the group.
"Oh, stop."
"What is going on? Why resort to family punishment?" Wang Ping cast a knowing glance at Lin Zhaozhao and Wanqing. "Greetings, second madam." Lin Zhaozhao bowed respectfully. "Elder sister, why are you out and about? You should rest indoors. What has happened?" Lin Zhaozhao stepped forward, saying, "This is a private matter for our household. We would not wish to trouble Aunt." "It is not a trouble. As I now oversee the household, I must be concerned with all matters." Wang Ping replied with a hint of pride. Returning home, this Mei Xiang has been careless in serving her mistress, always preening herself before her, distracting the young master from his studies. Thus, she was punished as a warning to others. Is that so? A few lashes would suffice. There's no need for death. How heartless. Wanqing stood, proclaiming, "Without rules, there can be no order. Anyone who dares to jeopardize my son's future deserves death. However, since my sister-in-law has pleaded today, I shall spare Mei Xiang's life, but I demand all the maids and servants in this courtyard be sold off."
"Sister-in-law,
"Please take them away." With that, she began to cough violently. Lin Zhaozhao gently soothed her mother's back, offering comfort. Wang Ping's expression darkened. "Elder sister, is this my fault for not managing the household properly?" Gradually ceasing her cough, Wanqing replied, "This is not your fault. It is my son Zhaozhao's lack of diligence in his studies. You worry too much." A flash of ruthless determination crossed Wang Ping's eyes. "If that is the case, I shall take all the servants from Xiaolin Courtyard."
"You have worked hard, sister-in-law."
Wang Ping departed from Xiaolin Garden with a large entourage, leaving behind only a blood-stained long bench, 2 bloodied sticks, and a pool of crimson. Lin Zhaozhao staggered to her feet and rushed to the entrance, glaring at her coughing mother while fiercely pointing at Lin Zhaozhao. "It's all your fault. Now my courtyard is deserted. Are you satisfied?" With a resounding slap, Wanqing struck Lin Zhaozhao across the face, her eyes fluttering shut as she fainted. "Quickly fetch the doctor." Lin Zhaozhao carried her unconscious mother into her room and laid her on the bed. Holding her mother's frail body, regret washed over her. She slapped herself hard on the other side of her face, pondering the consequences of Lin Zhaozhao's delayed arrival. Would she have made a grave mistake had she come any later? The family physician, a middle-aged man in his 40s, had served the Lin family for many years, treating ailments of all kinds and earning their trust. He hurried in with his medical kit, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Where is the lady?" he inquired upon entering the courtyard. "Here. Please, physician, attend to my mother." Lin Zhaozhao lifted the curtain to reveal Lin Zhaozhao standing silently by the bed, offering a gentle bow. The physician placed a silk handkerchief beneath his mother's wrist to take her pulse, then advised, she must rest and recuperate. Today's distress caused her to faint, but there is no serious harm. She will awaken shortly. It is imperative to avoid further angering her. Lin Zhaozhao observed intently, her mind racing with suspicions. How could the physician remain oblivious to the poison afflicting her mother? Could he be affiliated with the second branch of the family, or even the one who administered the poison? A torrent of conjectures flooded her mind. The physician produced a small vial and wafted its contents beneath her mother's nose. Moments later, she stirred awake, and he took his leave. Gazing at her two children, a wave of emotion surged within her. Her eldest daughter had narrowly escaped a scandal at the temple, and now her youngest son faced perilous circumstances. It felt as though an insidious web ensnared their family, trapping them with no means of escape. Zhaozhao, you performed admirably today. You protected your brother and reminded me of my own frailty. Your father serves in the court, albeit in a nominal capacity, and thus must be diligent. Your brother is still young. You must assist your father and care for him. I am aware of your ordeal at Pude Temple. You have endured much, my dear child. Upon hearing these words, Lin Zhaozhao broke down in tears, collapsing into her mother's embrace. Lin Zhaozhao, as the legitimate son of the Chongping Marquis, you must shoulder the responsibility of safeguarding your elder sister and uphold the dignity of our household. Yet, look at your actions. Have you completed the assignments left by your teacher? Have you memorized the required texts? You succumbed to temptation, displaying a lack of self-restraint. Lin Zhaozhao wept beside his mother, declaring, Mother, I truly recognize my mistakes. I vow to study diligently and bring honor to our family. By evening, Chongping Marquis Lin Kongnian returned home and carried Wan Qing to their chamber. That night, Lin Kongnian engaged in a deep conversation with his son Lin Zhaozhao, deciding that in 3 days, Lin Zhaozhao would relocate to the front courtyard to occupy his own study. Accompanied only by 2 attendants, one for his daily needs and the other for academic companionship. Meanwhile, in Lin Zhaozhao's room, Chunyu, Xiaohe, Qiuyu, and Dong Shui busily prepared. Xiaohe and Chunyu were placing freshly washed and dried rose petals into a pot, heating them to extract a concentrated floral essence. Qiuyu tended to another stove, melting beeswax in a double boiler. Qiuyu, once the beeswax is melted, add twice the amount of almond oil and stir until combined. Lastly, pour in the rose essence, ensuring it is completely strained of any residue, Lin Zhaozhao instructed. Dong Shui, go find some empty rouge containers, clean them, and let them dry. They will be useful. Understood. Mississippi Dong Shui scampered off eagerly. Dong Shui, Xiaohe called out, be quiet so as not to wake her. Don't worry, I've given Chunyi enough sleeping powder to ensure she sleeps until dawn, Chunyu reassured. The 4 were engrossed in their tasks. Lin Zhaozhao sat in a chair, embroidering a nearly finished deep blue handkerchief, crafted from soft fabric with deep blue stitching along the edges, adorned with several upright bamboo shoots in one corner, alongside the letter Z. As she completed her handiwork, her companions also finished their tasks. Lin Zhaozhao instructed them to neatly place their creations into clean rouge boxes. When they ran out of boxes, she asked Xiaohe to dispose of her current rouge. Clean the box and repack the items. They then tidied up all the pots and stoves. Before leaving, Chunyu could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, Miss, what exactly are we making? With a smile, Lin Zhaozhao replied, you'll find out tomorrow morning. Just make sure to rise early. Miss, we need to find a way to get rid of Chunyi. Her presence makes it quite inconvenient for us. Qiuyu pouted. Rest assured, it won't be long now. Lin Zhaozhao said with a mysterious smile. In the coming days, observe the 2nd and 3rd tier maidservants and young servants in the courtyard. Retain the loyal ones and find a way to dismiss those with ulterior motives. Pay close attention. Understood, Mississippi. Now, let us return and rest.
I don't need anyone to keep watch tonight.
Quietly, they closed the door and tiptoed away. Inside, Chunyi was soundly asleep, snoring. Lin Zhaozhao held the embroidered handkerchief, sitting at the table, wondering if someone would visit her that night. As she sat beside the dim oil lamp, resting her head on her hand, she dozed off. Suddenly, she felt her face pressed against something warm, slightly rough. Blinking her sleepy eyes open, she looked up to find a tall man seated in the other half of the chair. Under the gentle candlelight, his rugged features appeared softened. When did you arrive? How did you get in? Lin Zhaozhao asked, surprised. In the future, if you feel tired, just sleep. I will wake you when I arrive. There is no need to wait for me, Zhao Lingfeng said, lowering his voice to avoid startling his delicate fiancé. Understood. Lin Zhaozhao, realizing how sweet her voice sounded, quickly covered her face, embarrassed. Why cover your face? I enjoy hearing you speak like that. Be good, he replied. I heard you had a dispute with your brother these past few days? Lin Zhaozhao poured him a cup of warm water, urging him to drink slowly, and recounted the events that had transpired in the household. As she spoke, she recalled a line from a poem. When shall we share the candlelight at the western window and discuss the night rains of Bashan? The two shared a sense of familiarity, akin to an old married couple. After hearing her story, Zhao Lingfeng pondered for a moment, then grasped her hand and quietly said, I will handle the matter concerning Lin Zhaozhao. I will ensure Wang Su marries your cousin, as he wishes. As for that old witch Wang Ping, let her enjoy her temporary freedom. Anyone who dares to scheme against me will face my wrath. A look of determination flickered across his face. Very well. At that moment, Lin Zhaozhao felt like a gentle fox stripped of its claws, endearing and charming. My dear, how imposing. What should I do if I find myself inexplicably fond of you? Is this for me? Zhao Lingfeng pointed to the deep blue handkerchief she held tightly in her grasp. Lin Zhaozhao's face flushed instantly. She shyly turned away and offered him the handkerchief. Did you embroider this specially for me? Lin Zhaozhao nodded. Yes. I adore the color and the bamboo. What does the letter signify? Zhao Lingfeng leaned closer and whispered softly. Lin Zhaozhao's cheeks flushed deeper. The letter represented both Zhao Lingfeng and Lin Zhaozhao. It conveyed the sentiment of mutual existence, didn't it? Embarrassed. Lin Zhaozhao nodded. I particularly like it. The previous one is no longer needed. With that, he tossed the old stiff piece onto the table and embraced the new creation Lin Zhaozhao had made, holding it close to his heart. Well, it's getting late. You should rest now. Zhao Lingfeng stood up, lifted Lin Zhaozhao gently, and placed her on the bed. He tucked her in and kissed her forehead, saying, I'm leaving. I'll visit again another day. Then, the room fell silent. Lin Zhaozhao clutched tightly the old handkerchief he had given her, feeling an immense sense of reassurance. After pondering for a moment, she got out of bed, closed the window, and lay back down to sleep, drifting into a night of sweet dreams. Before dawn, Lin Zhaozhao was awakened by the sound of several young girls chattering outside. Wrapping herself in a coat, she opened the door to find 4 of them excitedly circling around some small boxes. Miss, come quickly. What have we made? Lin Zhaozhao picked up one box and discovered a lustrous, pale pink cream exuding a delicate fragrance, mingled with the scent of roses, a delightful aroma indeed. Miss, how do we use this? Chunyu asked eagerly. Lin Zhaozhao chose a small box for herself, dabbed some cream onto her fingertip, and gently applied it to the back of her hand. After a few strokes, it vanished, leaving her skin smooth and fair. How miraculous! Miss, what is this? The others asked in astonishment. Lin Zhaozhao raised an eyebrow and smiled. What is it? Isn't this what you all created? I found the recipe in an ancient book. It can enhance one's skin, making it fairer and smoother. Let us call it beauty cream. Beauty cream, how lovely! They exclaimed. Come on, for our first attempt, everyone pick a box. There were 10 boxes in total, 4 large and 6 small. As Miss Lin had chosen a small one, the others followed suit, each grinning as they walked away with their selections. What are you all doing? A voice suddenly rang out from behind, startling them. They hastily concealed their treasures and wiped the smiles from their faces. What brings you here? The miss is just giving us a lesson. Xia, he tugged at her sleeve. Oh, it's nothing, Mississippi. I thought there was something important today. I'll be off now. Chunyu exclaimed as she attempted to flee. Wait. Lin Zhaozhao called after her. After breakfast, come see me. Yes, miss. Chunyu replied reluctantly as she departed. Just outside the door, a faint silhouette lingered under the rising sun. Xia, you have been by my side for quite some time. How can you be so careless? I asked you to tidy the study before bedtime, yet you left it in such disarray? Very well. Come back tonight to clean it up. You may return to bed only when it is done. The shadow at the door quietly faded away. Lin Zhaozhao raised an eyebrow and glanced toward the entrance. The girls, understanding the implications, replied obediently, Yes, miss. Then they all stifled their giggles like mischievous little foxes. Lin Zhaozhao whispered a few words to Chuyue before sending them off. She took 2 large boxes, leaving the remaining 3 large boxes and 4 small boxes of beauty cream. Accompanied by Xiaohe, she set off to pay her respects to her grandmother. Arriving a bit earlier than usual, she coincidentally encountered Granny Zhao, her grandmother's devoted maid, who was carrying a bowl of porridge. Granny Zhao, Lin Zhaozhao greeted. Granny Zhao, having been married off and returned home, was taken back by Lin Zhaozhao's grandmother to serve as the housekeeper. Lin Zhaozhao stepped forward and quietly asked, "Has Grandma had her breakfast yet?" At the same time, she discreetly offered a wooden box concealed within her voluminous sleeves. Granny Zhao quickly accepted it, whispering that the second wife had arrived. "Greetings, second aunt." Lin Zhaozhao performed a graceful curtsy.
Yes, rise.
"Zhaozhao, you look quite well today," the second aunt, Wang Ping, said with a smile. "Thank you for your kind words, second aunt. A good night's sleep naturally leads to a good complexion. By the way, where is Sister Yuding?" Wang Ping chuckled. "Sister Yuding caught a chill and is resting in her room." Lin Zhaozhao internally scoffed. "Indeed, fortune turns. This year it is our family's turn. How delightful. There are still more spectacles to come." Besides Wang Ping's legitimate son, the 10-year-old Lin Yuhua, 3 illegitimate daughters trailed behind her. 15-year-old Lin Yumei, 14-year-old Lin Yulan, and 11-year-old Lin Yuzhu. Wang Ping, being quite domineering, made her 3 illegitimate daughters behave like timid quails in her presence. Yet the occasional glimmers in their eyes hinted at their hidden defiance. They were likely not to be underestimated. As the group entered Grandma's chamber, he greeted them. As the room was warmed by a charcoal brazier due to her aversion to cold. "Pay your respects to Grandma," Lin Zhaozhao said cheerfully. "Zhao girl, you seem particularly joyous today. Is there good news to share?" Grandma inquired benevolently. "Finish your porridge first, then I shall tell you," Lin Zhaozhao playfully replied. "Very well. Then, enjoy your porridge. We cannot let your good fortune slip away." Laughter filled the room. After consuming only half a bowl of porridge, Grandma set it down. Lin Zhaozhao sighed internally and rose to approach her grandmother. "Grandma, yesterday I sent Qiuyue and the others to the market to buy some needles and threads. They encountered a foreign merchant selling a type of rouge called beauty cream, which was quite affordable, so we purchased some. I tried it this morning, and it works wonders. After applying it, my skin felt as smooth as a peeled egg. Is that so? Come here, let me see and feel it," Grandma urged eagerly. The desire for beauty is universal, transcending age. Lin Zhaozhao promptly presented her smooth, delicate face. Upon inspection, Grandma was delighted to find it exceptionally soft and tender. Unlike the heavy powders they typically used, which left a chalky residue upon touch. "Quickly, show it to Grandma." The elderly lady's smile widened at last. Qiuyue quickly fetched the bag, and Lin Zhaozhao proudly presented a large box to her grandmother and another to Wang Ping, ensuring to send a small box for Lin Yuding as well. She did not forget to offer a box to each of the 3 illegitimate daughters as well. Wang Ping's expression darkened immediately. Lin Yuding had always been treated like a precious gem within the household, and even after the recent incident, Wang Ping still believed she was the darling of her parents and family. She thought it best for Yuding to stay hidden for a few days until the commotion passed before allowing her to emerge. "Sister, it's fine that we received small boxes, but why did you give the second sister a small box too?"
What do you mean by that?
Lin Yumei's face contorted in anger. She was willing to speak up for Lin Yuding in front of Wang Ping to prove her worth. Wang Ping's countenance soured further. "Sister, my maid spent a considerable amount of silver to bring back only 3 large boxes and 5 small ones. The 3 large boxes are for Grandma, my mother, and second aunt. The 5 small boxes are for us sisters, 1 each. That is all. If the second sister truly desires one, she may seek it from second aunt. I'm sure she will be gracious. However, I have none left." Lin Zhaozhao's irritation flared, and her tone sharpened, prompting Lin Yumei to dig her nails into the rouge box in frustration. Wang Ping glanced at her mother-in-law's expression, noticing that she had not acknowledged her at all, causing her to feel anxious and seek an excuse to leave. What a petty family. Grandma sighed. At that moment, a young maid quietly approached, standing beside Granny Zhao without uttering a word. Lin Zhaozhao, recognizing the intent to report something privately, decided to take her leave, reminding her grandmother to use the beauty cream morning and evening. Granny Zhao glanced at her and nodded. Lin Zhaozhao left with her companions, inquiring about the urgency of the matter at hand. The elderly matriarch lifted her teacup and took a sip. The young maid took a step forward and softly replied, "Madam, it is Wang Er's family from the kitchen who has come to report." Zhao Momo gently squeezed her shoulder, whispering, "No matter the matter, do not show anger." The matriarch patted Zhao Momo's hand. Upon Wang Er's entrance, she knelt on the ground. "What is it?" "Madam, this morning while we were out buying vegetables, we overheard discussions in the streets of the capital. It is said that our second young lady and the cousin were secretly meeting at the Pude Temple and were spotted by several ladies. This news was rather significant, and the maid hurried back to inform you." The matriarch clenched her cup and smashed it to the ground. Wang Er remained kneeling, too frightened to breathe.
Come.
"Stand guard at the main gate. When the eldest and second young masters return from court, summon them to see me." Chapter 10. The Truth Revealed in the Morning. Lin Kongnian and Lin Mao returned to the residence after court and were informed by a servant that the matriarch requested their presence. They hastened to change their attire, their faces darkened by the ridicule they had endured from their peers. Lin Yuding, known as the capital's most beautiful maiden, had been groomed for selection into the palace. But now this scandal had become widely known. Upon entering the second courtyard, Lin Mao, filled with rage, heard the sound of shattered porcelain and his daughter's sobs from within. "I will not marry. I refuse to marry my cousin." Lin Yuding cried out in despair. "If you refuse to marry, then go die. Or become a nun." Lin Mao, consumed by anger, kicked open the door. Lin Yuding froze in shock, while Wang Ping rushed to him, saying, "Sir, it is truly a pity for our Yuding to marry Wang Su." Lin Mao gazed at his wife, as if he did not recognize her. He understood that her maneuver was directed towards the main house, but he was at a loss as to where it had gone awry, resulting in trouble for his daughter instead. In a fit of rage, he struck Wang Ping across the face. "Is it not your misguided scheming that has tarnished Yuding's purity?" Wang Ping, clutching her face, wept bitterly. "It was not me. How could it be me?" Lin Mao glared at her fiercely. "You had best pray it is not you, or I shall not spare you. I care not what your original intentions were. Either you make this right, or you tread carefully in your schemes. The city is in an uproar. The best course of action now is to prepare Yuding's dowry." Though Lin Mao had always resented his elder brother's position as a Marquis, he understood the importance of brotherly ties in significant matters. Moreover, he had his own plans. He was poised to take a bold gamble, one that, if successful, would yield great wealth and position, making the Pingyang Marquisate his to command. Narrowing his piercing eyes, Lin Mao rolled up his sleeves and exited, leaving behind the muffled cries of Wang Ping and their daughter. After changing his clothes, he hurried to his mother's chambers. The atmosphere in the main hall was tense, with shards of broken teacups and tea leaves scattered across the floor. Encountering his elder brother at the door, the two entered together, bowing to their mother. "Mother, why have you summoned us?" Lin Kongnian asked cautiously, fearing to provoke her ire. "Second son, go tell your wife to prepare Yuding's dowry promptly. She is to be married in 3 days. Eldest son, assist in the arrangements." Lin Mao's head snapped up, eyes wide with disbelief. "Mother, you are aware." The matriarch's face flushed crimson, her voice rising. "As soon as they returned from Pude Temple, I knew something was amiss. I instructed Wang Ping to discuss arrangements with her brother, securing Yuding's marriage to Wang Su. Your wife insisted the child was too young and could not bear to part with her, claiming no one had seen Yuding's face at the time." "Mother, please do not be agitated. Here, have some water," Zhao Momo interjected anxiously. "We do not know where the news is leaked, and Yuding surely has not told the truth. You should have someone check if her maidenhead remains intact. The city is in turmoil. Her chances of entering the palace are now gone. You must plan accordingly. I cannot afford to lose face." "Mother, please calm down. I will attend to it right away," Lin Mao quickly reassured her. Exiting the matriarch's courtyard, Lin Kongnian patted his brother's shoulder. "Second brother, should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." "Then I thank you in advance, elder brother." Lin Mao smiled, though Lin Kongnian found the smile disingenuous, a mere facade. Returning to the second courtyard, Lin Mao found Wang Ping pacing in the main room, her face still swollen, her teeth gritted in anger. Upon seeing Lin Mao return, she hurried to him. "What did mother say?" "Yuding is to be wed in 3 days. Please inform your elder brother." Wang Ping's eyes filled with despair, and she sank into a chair. "Sir, madam, the eldest son of the Wang family has arrived," a servant announced. "Quickly, let him in." Lin Mao adjusted his clothing, casting a glance at his wife. "I advise you to come to terms with this. Yuding has likely lost her virtue. If you wish her well, prepare her dowry generously. Yes, my lord. Wang Ping rose, exhaling deeply. After returning from Pude Temple, she had repeatedly questioned Yuding about her interactions with Wang Su, who insisted nothing untoward had occurred, merely that they had embraced. And no one had seen her face when the door opened. However, with Yuding's cries, Wang Ping had refrained from pushing further. Today, Lin Mao's words plunged her into despair. Wang Ping stormed into her daughter's quarters, flinging open the door, commanding the maids, "Leave at once." Yes. The maids exited quietly, closing the door behind them. Wang Ping fixed her gaze on Yuding, who turned her head away, uneasily. Wang Ping stepped forward, grasping her daughter's arm and tugging at her sleeve. Lin Yuding began to struggle violently, crying out, "Mother, what are you doing? You're trying to kill me." With a fierce grip on her sleeve, Wang Ping's heart ached at the sight of her daughter's smooth arm. She delivered a sharp slap across Yuding's face. "Why did you not tell me the truth?" Lin Yuding burst into tears. "I was afraid. I do not want to marry my cousin. I want to enter the palace." Wang Ping embraced her young daughter, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Silly child, that opportunity is lost." Lin Yuding collapsed into her mother's arms, weeping uncontrollably. Wang Ping gently patted her back, soothingly saying, "Yuding, marrying your cousin is what I trust most. He is the only heir in your uncle's family and is quite promising. Your uncle serves in the court, and your aunt is adept in business, one of the wealthiest in the area. Wang Su has known you since childhood and will treat you well." After a lengthy discussion, Lin Yuding began to accept reality, for she neither desired to become a nun nor to retreat from her fate. Hearing Wang Su's name brought forth memories of his visage from that day.
Yuding, how did Wang Su treat you that day?
Wang Ping inquired softly, observing her daughter's gradually softened demeanor. "Mother, why do you ask that? It is too embarrassing." Lin Yuding covered her flushed face, burying it in the bedding.
"Speak."
Wang Ping urged gently. In a hushed voice, Lin Yuding replied, "It was quite nice." "All right, mother, please do not ask any more." "Very well, I shall not inquire further. I will arrange for your father and uncle to discuss your marriage. Soon, I will have your cousin come to see you." Wang Ping patted her daughter's shoulder, letting out a quiet sigh as she departed. As she exited, she encountered Wang Su, who awaited her just outside the courtyard. At this moment, Wang Su exuded an air of elegance, clad in a white scholar's robe, adorned with a jade belt and a jade crown atop his head, complemented by his handsome and dashing demeanor, truly a figure of striking presence. If only Wang Ping had not glimpsed the filth residing within his heart. Upon encountering her aunt, Wang Su hastily paid his respects. "Aunt, regardless of any previous thoughts you may have entertained, from this day forth, you must temper your desires and treat Yu Ting with kindness. Otherwise, I shall not let you off easily." Wang Ping's voice was stern. "Rest assured, I shall treat my cousin Yu Ting well." Wang Su responded with a chuckle, having been unexpectedly rewarded with a sumptuous feast instead of the simple congee and pickles he anticipated. Chapter 11. Midnight Terror. Wang Ping nodded with a hint of bitterness.
"Aunt,
"May I go in to see my cousin?" Wang Su inquired cautiously, aware that Yu Ting had never been within his reach. By a twist of fate, she had become unexpectedly available to him. Perhaps it is best to wait until after the wedding, he decided. "Please, aunt, deliver this gift to Yu Ting." With that, Wang Su produced a wooden box from behind him. Upon receiving it, Wang Ping turned and re-entered the room. "Yu Ting, your cousin has sent you a gift." Upon hearing it was from her cousin, Lin Yu Ting's expression instantly shifted. As she opened the box, she found a delicate butterfly hairpin adorned with numerous small blue sapphires. The exquisite design and meticulous craftsmanship captivated Lin Yu Ting's heart. Observing her daughter's reaction, Wang Ping recognized her delight. After exchanging a word with Wang Su, the two departed the backyard, one after the other. Lin Yu Ting stood by the window, watching Wang Su's graceful figure retreat into the distance, her heart awash with conflicting emotions. Marrying her cousin felt like a step down, yet she had no alternative. Having lost her pristine value to her father, remaining in the capital offered no better options.
"So, be it,"
she thought bitterly, lamenting the misfortune that had befallen her. "I shall make them pay dearly when I find them." A glint of malice flashed in her eyes. Presently, Wang Ping dared not reveal to her that Wang Su's initial intent was to pursue Lin Zhaozhao. Otherwise, her daughter would be even more devastated. Lin Mao, her elder brother-in-law, and her future son-in-law Wang Su engaged in lengthy discussions in the study regarding the arrangements for the marriage. Meanwhile, Lin Zhaozhao received news at Zhaohua courtyard. Xiaohe stood beside her, quietly relaying the information just received from a third-rate maid responsible for tending the small garden. Xia He had also managed to bribe a servant from the second household, tasked with lighting the way for the master. The message was clear. In the days leading up to the second young lady's wedding, all in their courtyard must tread carefully. Any desire to show off could lead to trouble if the second mistress caught wind of it. Xia He would be unable to intervene. 3 days later, Lin Yuting departed for Wang Su's ancestral home in Huzhou, Zhejiang, carrying an impressive dowry of 120 bearers. Rumors circulated that the second household had provided Lin Yuting with 60,000 taels of silver, 3 shops, a farm, and even purchased a residence in Huzhou in her name, quickly becoming a tale of admiration in the capital, as the capital's most beautiful maiden embarked on a splendid marriage. During these 3 days, Lin Zhaozhao was either busy adorning Lin Yuting or visiting her mother. Xia stated that her mother had been afflicted by a venomous creature from the western regions, which, upon entering the body, induced persistent coughing, gradual emaciation, and weakness, yet did not lead to immediate death. Furthermore, the creature laid eggs and released numerous larvae that roamed within, until it eventually spread throughout the body, consuming the internal organs, resulting in a painfully prolonged demise. After 6 days of collecting spiritual spring water, Lin Zhaozhao mixed it into her mother's drinking water, watching her consume it. In the dead of night, the Qingtai courtyard suddenly erupted with light and commotion. Lin Zhaozhao bolted upright in bed, exclaiming, "Xia He, what is happening?" Xia He and Dong Shui rushed into the chamber, hastily draping garments over Lin Zhaozhao. "Miss, news from Qingtai courtyard. The mistress has suddenly begun coughing incessantly, and the fit is worsening. The house physician has been summoned, and the young master is on his way." "Understood, let us go." Clad in her garments and donning a cloak, Lin Zhaozhao hurriedly made her way towards Qiu Shui Pavilion with Xia He and Dong Shui in tow. As they reached the courtyard entrance, a servant barreled towards them, his swift pace resulting in an awkward collision with Lin Zhaozhao, who startled him into kneeling on the ground. Just as Xia He was about to speak, Lin Zhaozhao interjected, "I will spare you this time. Be more cautious next time." The servant quickly bowed his head. "Thank you, young lady." With determination, Lin Zhaozhao advanced into the courtyard, discreetly glancing at her palm. As she wiped away her tears, she discovered a small note nestled within her hand, which read ominously, "Beware of the house physician." Lin Zhaozhao's heart raced. She composed her expression, dashing into her mother's room. Outside, the sound of her mother's relentless coughing echoed, as if she were about to expel her very innards. Upon entering the room, she found her mother bent over the bed, coughing violently, with a spittoon placed on the floor beneath her. Nurse Wang knelt at the head of the bed, gently patting her mother's back. "Madam, take deep breaths, it will be all right. Just breathe slowly, no need to rush." "Mother!" Zhaozhao rushed forward, kneeling beside the bed, enveloping her mother's frail form in her embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Wan Qing raised her head, with great effort, extending her bony hand to wipe away her daughter's tears, her voice trembling as she reassured, "Zhaozhao, do not fear. I must witness your marriage, and the growth of your brother into a man, so that I may be your support. Mother, all I wish is for you to live well." Another violent cough erupted from Wan Qing, a series of harsh gasps escaping her lips. "Physician, is your prescription ready?" Lin Zhaozhao propped her mother against the headboard just as Lin Xiaoxiao hurried in. Instinctively, Lin Zhaozhao called out, "Xiaoxiao, fetch a cup of water." "Right away." Without hesitation, Lin Xiaoxiao complied and rushed to get the water. This is perhaps the bond shared between siblings, the ties of blood and kinship. As Lin Zhaozhao supported her mother against the headboard, waiting for her brother to return with the water, she inadvertently glanced at the spittoon, her eyes widening in shock. Lin Zhaozhao turned to Xia He. "Go fetch a clean spittoon." "Yes." Xia He understood immediately. Meanwhile, at the desk in the outer room, their father was inquiring with the house physician about their mother's condition and the cause of her recent illness. The physician, Zhao Zilin, was diligently drafting a prescription. "Master, the lady's health has always been fragile, and with the recent change of seasons leading to rising temperatures, it is easy to trigger some lingering ailments. Thus, I recommend a regimen of warmth and nourishment, minimizing her exposure outdoors. I will prescribe some cough-relieving medicine for her to take over the next 3 days." Upon finishing, Zhao Zilin handed the prescription to Lin Kongnian. "Father, let me see," Zhao Zhao exclaimed, rushing to her father's side. "Xiao, check on mother." Lin Zhaozhao grabbed the prescription, which consisted of various herbs for soothing coughs. After a quick examination, she returned it to the physician, Thank you, Dr. Zhao. Miss, you are too courteous. Please send someone to fetch the herbs and prepare the medicine, Zhao Zilin replied, discreetly glancing at Lin Zhaozhao. With her eyes closed, Lin Zhaozhao's mind immediately recalled the herbs and their quantities listed in the prescription. Ah, a photographic memory? Fortune truly favors me. I shall accompany you. Lin Zhaozhao bowed in gratitude, glancing back at her father, who nodded in approval. On the way, Lin Zhaozhao noted the time. It was already late into the night. Xiao, I have a question for you. Master, I am here. Is there an issue with the physician's prescription? Xiao Zhao's soft voice replied, You may change the question, Master. Lin Zhaozhao pondered. Change the question?
Why? To what?
Chapter 12. There are ghosts. Lin Zhaozhao closely followed Zhao Zilin, with Dong Shui trailing beside her. Though her steps were hurried, the hem of her skirt did not flutter. Gazing at Zhao Zilin's towering figure, Lin Zhaozhao suddenly experienced a moment of inspiration. Little do, what issues arose from the prescription the court physician provided? My lady, I am but a mere child, not yet matured, and my knowledge is rather limited. Might you simplify the question? The voice in Lin Zhaozhao's mind, tinged with a hint of helplessness, replied in a childlike tone. I apologize. Little do can the physician's medicine exacerbate my mother's condition? Payment is required. 5 taels of silver. Little do's voice became lively, once more. Shi retrieved the last 5 taels from her purse, placing them in her palm, only for them to vanish in an instant. The options on the screen flickered, momentarily causing Zhao Zhao's eyes discomfort. Accompanying the court physician to the apothecary, she gathered the necessary herbs per the prescription and returned to her mother's Qinghe courtyard with him. Zhao Zilin watched as Dong Shui placed the herbs into the medicine pot and began to brew, feeling reassured enough to depart, yet leaving his young apprentice behind. He provided a small stool for the apprentice, and the two chatted amiably while observing the concoction. Dong Shui was also boiling 2 eggs on another stove. Like an elder sister, she spoke gently and attentively, even sharing snacks from her pouch with a little apprentice named Li Feifei. They quickly formed a bond that transcended mere siblinghood. The medicine pot began to bubble and steam, causing the lid to rise. The eggs were also ready. Dong Shui stood up, took a bowl, and instructed Li Feifei, Feifei, go fetch Sister Xia He and tell her the medicine is ready, so she can take it to the madam. Li Feifei blinked his round, almond-shaped eyes. Sister, why don't you go deliver it? Because Sister Xia He is the most trustworthy person by the young lady's side. I aspire to become someone equally reliable for her in the future. You too must strive to be the most trustworthy person by your master's side. Do you understand? Li Feifei blinked slowly, nodding in confusion, for he was merely 7 years old. After fetching Xia He, Dong Shui hurriedly poured the medicine into a nearby waste bucket, covering it with a wooden board. She then opened the pot with the boiling eggs, retrieving another bowl that contained the same colored medicine, and placed the eggs into cold water to cool. Dong Shui took the medicine away, and just as Li Feifei intended to follow, she called out, Feifei, wait a moment. She pulled an egg from the cold water, dried it with a cloth, and placed it into a small hand, whispering, eat it before you leave. Thank you, sister. But master wants me to ensure the madam consumes the medicine, so I must first check, then I will eat. Dong Shui patted his forehead, praising, Feifei is right.
Now.
Be quick. Li Feifei dashed into the room, just in time to see the madam finish her medicine and set the bowl down. He returned to the kitchen, where he and Sister Dong Shui squatted by the stove, each enjoying an egg and rinsing their mouths. Upon returning to the front courtyard, Li Feifei sought out the court physician to report, is the medicine ready? Zhao Zilin lifted his head from his desk. It is ready. The madam has already consumed it. Li Feifei replied earnestly, glancing at his master. Did you witness her drink it? Yes. He explained that he had seen the medicine bowl taken in, and the madam drink it before setting it down, thus confirming his first-hand observation. Very well, Zhao Zilin acknowledged. Go to sleep now. I no longer require your service. Li Feifei bowed respectfully before returning to his room to rest. Having an elder sister is truly wonderful. Boiled eggs are delicious too. After washing up, Li Feifei drifted into slumber, savoring the joy. After he left, a young maid of 17 or 18 entered, promptly sitting on Zhao Zilin's lap and wrapping her arms around his neck. Her name was Kai Xia, one of the maids sent by the second madam, alongside Mingyu, to assist the physician in his daily affairs, and she did so exceedingly well, even to the extent of sharing his bed. There are matters to attend to. I shall return to accompany you later. First, I must deliver a letter to the second madam. Zhao Zilin affectionately stroked her face. In Qinghe courtyard, Lin Zhaozhao, Lin Zhaozhao, and their father, Lin Kongnian, gathered around Ruanqing's bedside. Oddly enough, after a bout of severe vomiting and the consumption of medicine, she felt a significant relief in her chest and a newfound lightness in her body. I feel much better. Zhao Zhao and Xiao Xiao, you may return. Mother is fine. So there is no need for concern. Ruanqing held one child in each hand, her breathing noticeably lighter. Mother, remember, you must wait for me to arrive before taking your daily medicine, or it must be brought by Sister Xiaohe. I will explain the reason later. But please do not forget my words. Having spent years in the inner courtyard, Ruanqing understood immediately. There are likely those in this household who do not wish for my well-being. Her eyes flickered, and she patted Zhao Zhao's hand. Glancing at Lin Kongnian with a smile, our daughter has grown up. Although Lin Kongnian did not concern himself with matters of the inner courtyard, witnessing his wife's long-lost smile brought him great comfort. You too may return now. Xiao Xiao, as the boy, you should escort your sister back first. Lin Zhaozhao glanced at his parents and then at his sister, nodding gently. Xiaohe led the way with a lantern, as Zhao Zhao and Xiao Xiao walked together, with Dong Shui and Lin Zhaozhao's new apprentice, Chang Yuan, trailing behind. The journey was silent. Lin Zhaozhao escorted his sister to the entrance of Zhaohua courtyard before turning back. Upon entering her courtyard, Lin Zhaozhao called for Chunyu to ensure Lin Zhaozhao returned safely to the front courtyard, particularly as they would pass through a small garden and a rockery. A childhood memory surfaced when Lin Yuting had once tricked him into hiding there, claiming there were ghosts, leaving him terrified and bedridden for days afterward. News from the main house reached the second house almost simultaneously. The second madam's steward was not one to speak lightly. Wang Ping read the note, her eyes gleaming with uncontainable delight. The message regarding an old ailment brought her heart back to its origin. She lit a lamp, placing the note over the flame until it turned to ash. That night, Lin Mao rested in the quarters of his newly-wed concubine, Qin Yutao, from 2 months prior. Wang Ping summoned a personal servant, issuing a few commands before returning to her bed. In the darkness, her smile shone like a blooming flower. Her own daughter's reputation tarnished. Married off to Huzhou, Wang Ping always suspected it was a scheme by the main house, and she vowed to exact her revenge. Chang Yuan carried the lantern, and Lin Zhaozhao hurriedly followed, their footsteps quickening as they made their way back to the front courtyard. As they passed the small garden, Lin Zhaozhao grew noticeably tense. His fists clenched, face pale, his pace faltered. Suddenly, a figure clad in white with long flowing hair flitted past him, nearly eliciting a scream. A ghost. Chapter 13. The white-clad female ghost. Upon seeing the white-clad ghost drift by, Lin Zhaozhao was struck with terror, nearly screaming. Chang Yuan, frightened, dropped the lantern and fled the garden. The light extinguished, plunging the garden into deeper darkness. Chun Yu also caught sight of the white figure and rushed over, quickly covering his mouth. Young master, do not fear. Someone is trying to frighten you. The young lady insists there are no such things as ghosts. Lin Zhaozhao's scream was stifled in his throat. He blinked in fear, patting Chun Yu's rough hand. Chun Yu, what are you doing here? The young lady was worried about you, so she sent me to ensure your safe return to the front courtyard. Suddenly, Chun Yu spotted the corner of a white garment again. She wrapped her arms around Lin Zhaozhao's waist, guiding him up onto the rockery. They peered down from their vantage point, witnessing the white-clad female ghost float above the garden, circling several times before noticing the fallen lantern, parting her long hair with both hands to reveal a smile. Later, the apparition clad in white entered the cave within the artificial mountain, and soon the air was filled with the scent of something burning. Subsequently, the sound of splashing water echoed through the cave, and shortly thereafter, a young attendant emerged, hands clasped in front of him, bowing slightly as he walked steadily out of the garden. This individual was undoubtedly skilled in his craft, and there was an inexplicable familiarity to his silhouette. Young master, do you comprehend the situation? Chunyu inquired, as he assisted Lin Zhaozhao down from the faux mountain. Lin Zhaozhao suddenly realized that his fear had somewhat dissipated. Chunyu, do you think he changed his attire within the mountain and burned that white garment? Chunyu nodded, indeed. Young master, your intellect grows sharper by the day. However, you ought to consider replacing that bookish servant of yours. In times of peril, he fled even more swiftly than you. Is that not ridiculous? As they left the small garden, Chunyu observed Lin Zhaozhao entering the front courtyard, where the gatekeeper respectfully allowed him to enter the residence. Upon returning to his chamber, he found Chang Yuan already kneeling on the floor, apologizing. Lin Zhaozhao stepped past him, coldly stating, "Return to your slumber. I require no one to attend to me." Without sparing him a glance, Lin Zhaozhao disrobed and climbed into bed. Reclining there, Lin Zhaozhao began to ponder deeply the recent occurrences. It felt as though an invisible hand was guiding him forward. Who was the individual intent on frightening him this night? Even a fool would recognize that within the estate, only members of his own family and the second branch were present. His own kin would never wish him harm. Not even his sister, who had always held disdain for him. Thus, it had to be the second branch's doing.
But why?
What had compelled them to target him? The most significant event within the estate of late had been the marriage of his second sister. But what had prompted her to wed? Although he was still young, he was no fool. He had overheard the servants whispering that his second sister was caught clandestinely meeting with her cousin at the temple, which led to their union. If it were a matter of mutual affection, they could have simply sought the consent of their uncle and aunt. After all, Wang Su, her cousin, was already a close relative of theirs. Why resort to secretive meetings at a temple? Lin Zhaozhao turned over, his mind racing. Thus, the clandestine meeting at the temple could either have involved someone other than his second sister or his cousin. Or perhaps his second sister had met with someone else entirely, and his cousin had done the same. Yet, his second sister had been raised with the expectation of entering the palace as a consort and would likely not engage in such indiscreet behavior, especially under the watchful eyes of others. If she were truly meeting with her cousin, there were far more private venues than the garden of the Marquis' estate. Moreover, his cousin had only recently arrived in the capital and had little opportunity to meet women of noble birth. Given the wealth of his family in Huzhou, he would hardly be interested in ordinary girls. So, who was he planning to meet? The only unmarried male who accompanied his aunt to the temple that day was his cousin, while the potential female candidates, aside from his second sister, included his legitimate sister, Lin Zhaozhao. Could it be that the person intended to meet his cousin was not his second sister, but rather his own sister? The thought startled Lin Zhaozhao. However, his sister was already promised to another. Even if she were unwilling, she would not stoop to such disgraceful conduct. Although he had little regard for her, he still understood her character. Thus, there was only one conclusion. Someone was attempting to frame her. They aimed to implicate her in a scandalous meeting with her cousin at the temple, leading to their discovery, which would force her to break off her engagement with the Duke of Zhenghua and marry her cousin, Wang Su. What had gone awry? Resulting in his sister being substituted for the second sister? With the situation having escalated, his second sister was now compelled to marry. The marriage of his second sister had disrupted their plans to enter the palace for the selection of consorts. Hence, the second branch harbored animosity toward the first branch. Furthermore, if his maid truly belonged to the second branch, then had his sister not intervened in his courtyard that day, his romantic escapades would have spread like wildfire throughout the capital, tarnishing his reputation and dragging down the only male heir of the first branch. However, the previous scheme had been thwarted by his sister, and now, with his mother falling ill, he found himself once again in the rear courtyard, leading the second branch to take action once more. His sister had likely sent Chunyu to protect him, having discerned the second branch's intentions. Lin Zhaozhao suddenly sat up in bed, drenched in cold sweat. He gazed out the window. The seemingly tranquil estate of the Marquis of Pingyang appeared as a monstrous beast, its gaping maw dark and immense, poised to devour its next victim. He recalled the day they returned from Pude Temple when his sister had seemed off. Later, he overheard a young servant mention that she had been crying in their mother's lap. Had she been bullied even then? Lin Zhaozhao found sleep elusive. He leapt out of bed, dressed swiftly, and resolved to seek out Lin Zhaozhao for clarity. He could not allow his sister to be victimized outside only to be mocked by her own brother upon returning home. Lin Zhaozhao slapped himself fiercely. "You useless wretch! Return to sleep. Rise early to visit your sister." He forced himself to calm down and lay back down, but the years of estrangement between the siblings could not be bridged so easily. Lost in thought, he eventually dozed off. In Zhaohua courtyard, Lin Zhaozhao was engrossed in a book at her bedside when suddenly, a figure leaped through the window. "You've returned?" Lin Zhaozhao arched an eyebrow, a smile dancing in her eyes. She had indeed guessed correctly. Chunyu stumbled a bit before regaining his balance. "You must not neglect your training. It is time to practice," Lin Zhaozhao remarked with a hint of disapproval, turning her gaze away. Chunyu stepped forward and began to massage her shoulders and back. Miss, had I not gone, the young master would surely have been terrified for days on end. This time, they truly meant business. Lin Zhaozhao's expression sharpened, her eyes flashing with intensity. What transpired? Is Xiaoxiao in trouble? Chunyu recounted the events, and Lin Zhaozhao clenched her fists in anger. The second branch was indeed overstepping their bounds. Targeting her was one thing, but now they sought to harm Xiaoxiao as well. It seemed some individuals had far too much time on their hands. Chapter 14. Here we go again. After sending Chunyu back to rest, Lin Zhaozhao extinguished the lamp and lay down, tossing and turning for what felt like an eternity. Unable to sleep, her mind troubled. Yet, this matter was not one she could divulge to anyone. Setting her book aside, she descended from her bed and retrieved a porcelain box from her locked bedside cabinet. By the light of the bright moon outside, she opened the box to reveal a long, blood-red worm writhing within. The creature even possessed tiny black eyes the size of rice grains, slowly surveying its surroundings. Lin Zhaozhao glanced at it and felt a chill run down her spine, a surge of terror washing over her. What are you so engrossed in? A sudden male voice startled her, almost causing Lin Zhaozhao to drop the box. Looking up, she found Zhao Lingfeng's rugged face looming before her. What brings you here? Lin Zhaozhao inquired, her cheeks flushing. Zhao Lingfeng bowed his head, a low chuckle escaping his lips. You always ask that, Zhaozhao. Shall we not come up with a different greeting next time? Lin Zhaozhao's face instantly turned crimson. Gently placing the box on the table, she covered her face, murmuring, Next time, I shall lock all the doors and windows. My Zhaozhao is indeed clever. Zhao Lingfeng's voice was laced with affection, reminiscent of a doting father praising his beloved daughter. Oh dear, you truly are incorrigible. Lin Zhaozhao thought her face might catch fire from embarrassment. Not wishing to tease her further, Zhao Lingfeng picked up the box from the table and glanced inside, asking, What is this? Where did you acquire it? At his question, Lin Zhaozhao finally removed her hands from her face, her large, watery eyes meeting his. Steadying herself, she leaned closer and fluttered her long eyelashes. Last night, my mother was coughing violently, and even coughed up blood. I stealthily slipped away, while no one was watching. Tell me, with such a large worm inside her body, could she possibly feel at ease? Yi Lingfeng raised his hand, intending to stroke her furry head. However, fearing that his roughness might frighten her, he awkwardly withdrew his hand. After expelling this worm, does your mother still cough? She remarked that she felt considerably lighter and her chest no longer ached or felt constricted. At this point, she furtively glanced at Zhao Lingfeng, only to find him staring intently at her, his somewhat fuzzy stubble becoming more distinct under the moonlight. Feeling uneasy, she averted her gaze, noticing that Zhao Lingfeng's face appeared even redder. Unable to suppress himself, he clenched his right hand into a fist and coughed awkwardly into it. Are you curious whether there are any more such worms inside your mother? How did you know? Lin Zhaozhao's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. I'll inquire about it. Do not worry. Just take good care of your mother at home. What about Lin Zhaozhao? Zhao Lingfeng could hardly bear to see her distressed, and he was unsure why it affected him so deeply, as if they had known each other in a past life. Lin Zhaozhao instinctively poured him a cup of tea, only to realize afterward that it had gone cold. Never mind, the tea is cold and cannot be drunk now. What does it matter? Zhao Lingfeng picked up the cup and drank it in one gulp, truly exemplifying what it means to drink like a cow. I wish to procure a reliable servant with some skills to act as a scholar for Xiaoxiao. The one currently by her side runs away faster than she does when danger approaches. Lin Zhaozhao, incensed, pulled a handkerchief from her sleeve and waved it in frustration. What happened? Earlier in the night, my mother coughed up blood while Xiaoxiao came to visit. On our way back to the front courtyard, I saw a ghost. A white-clad ghost that floated in midair, and that servant abandoned Xiaoxiao, fleeing first. Lin Zhaozhao spoke softly while Zhao Lingfeng listened attentively. It seems the second household is up to no good again. Have they still not learned to behave? Zhao Lingfeng smirked slightly, his eyes reflecting a cold and mocking demeanor. Tomorrow, have someone from the Great Fong Dental Office send over a few servants. Just say it's for Xiaoxiao to choose a scholar. Among them are 2 young men named Nanxing and Beichen. You may keep them, as they possess decent skills. Soon, I will also send someone to accompany you. Lin Zhaozhao's heart instantly calmed. She bit her lower lip and nodded in agreement. The two fell into silence, the atmosphere growing somewhat ambiguous, causing Lin Zhaozhao's heart to flutter. She fidgeted with the handkerchief in her grasp, feeling flustered. Then I shall take my leave. You should rest early, and I will take this box with me. Zhao Lingfeng stood up, pocketing the box. Noticing that Zhao Zhao remained silent and avoided looking at him, he assumed she was still upset with him. Last time, he had the audacity to carry her to bed. Couldn't he possibly be angry about that? Could she? His spirits sank. Perhaps Zhao Zhao still did not like him. He absent-mindedly stroked his prickly stubble and leaped out of the window. Although curfew had been imposed in the capital, it did not deter someone like him. With a few agile movements, he entered a familiar courtyard, akin to stepping into his own backyard. The hidden guards were about to spring into action, but with a mere thumbs up from Zhao Lingfeng, they retreated to their posts.
Ah.
An old acquaintance. No, he is the second male master of this household. Zhao Lingfeng, well acquainted with the place, pushed open a door and strode to the bedside, yanking the covers off the sleeping figure. Rise and shine. The occupant of the bed swatted his hand away. Do not bother me. I wish to sleep. Who do you think you are to disturb me?
Ah.
As he spoke, Zhao Lingfeng delivered a playful smack akin to an iron claw on someone's behind. Murder. Zhao Lingfeng is committing murder. The person in bed howled in agony, clutching their stinging backside. Suddenly, the lamp flickered to life. The fourth prince, Zhao Ziyu, rubbed his bleary eyes, climbed out of bed, and lazily seated himself at the table, draping his arms over it. What's wrong? Has our General Zhao been sneaking off for secret meetings at night? Zhao Lingfeng let out a heavy sigh, failing to refute the accusation. Zhao Ziyu immediately became alert. Brother, have you truly been courting a young lady? His gossiping demeanor was one that Zhao Lingfeng usually loathed, yet today, he merely sat there in silence, his gaze distant, refusing to speak. Brother, have you suffered a heartbreak? But wait, you're already betrothed, right? I have not heard of any broken engagement. Could it be that you have a secret lover outside? Get lost. At the age of 15 or 16, Zhao Ziyu had fair skin, a round face with sharp eyebrows, and alluring peach blossom eyes, complemented by a tall and graceful figure. Zhao Lingfeng scrutinized him under the lamplight, his tone laden with despair and loss. You're a scholar. A dashing scholar. It is no wonder Zhao Zhao is smitten. Upon hearing Zhao Zhao's name, Zhao Ziyu felt as though he had been stung by a scorpion and leaped onto his chair in a squat. Brother, spare me. I have nothing to do with your Lin Zhaozhao. Chapter 15. The fifth princess. When it comes to Lin Zhaozhao, Zhao Lingfeng transforms into a madman. Every fiber of Zhao Ziyu's being screamed that he did not wish to provoke him. He had no intention of angering a madman. For Lin Zhaozhao, he could be quite ferocious. Xiaoyu, do you have any wine? Almost as if on cue, a knock echoed at the door. Fourth master. The food and wine are ready. You may leave. Zhao Ziyu opened the door, received the food and drink, and gestured for the servants to retreat. He did not want anyone to witness his elder brother's despondent state. He poured wine for him and kept him company. After finishing a pot of wine, Zhao Lingfeng despondently inquired, Xiaoyu, why do you think she does not like me? Is it solely because I am a rough man, merely capable of fighting on the battlefield and ignorant of the romantic sentiments of scholars? This has been the case in my past life, and now in this one as well.
What?
Past life? This life? Brother has truly had too much to drink.
Ah.
Indeed, heroes struggle against the allure of beauty. Zhao Lingfeng, a figure feared on the battlefield, found himself in such turmoil in the presence of the woman he cherished, resorting to drink to drown his sorrows. Then, Zhao Lingfeng rested his head heavily on the table and fell into a deep slumber. Setting down his wine cup, Zhao Ziyu snapped his fingers. Someone, young master. Two figures clad in black descended from above, his father's hidden guards. Take Zhao Lingfeng to the guest room. Yes. Zhao Ziyu followed them to the guest room, where he had a maid prepare water. He personally washed Zhao Lingfeng's face and hands, then tucked him in. Observing the rough, suntanned face marred by years of exposure to the harsh winds of the border, the thick calluses on his hands, and the long scar that traversed the back of his hand, Zhao Ziyu felt a swell of emotion. That scar was a result of Zhao Lingfeng saving him from assassins when he was 7 years old, nearly severing his entire right hand. Had it not been for their father's nationwide search for a skilled physician to treat him, he might have ended up crippled. For many years, Zhao Ziyu had regarded Zhao Lingfeng as a true brother, even closer than his 3 royal siblings. Zhao Lingfeng had originally been stationed in the northwest, where, during a minor skirmish, he sustained injuries while saving others, remaining unconscious for 5 days and nights. Upon awakening, he insisted on returning to the capital. Their father, Duke Zhao Chongfeng, could not dissuade him and thus wrote a decree, allowing him to return to the capital. Only then did he have the opportunity to come back. And he had even heard rumors of visiting Pude Temple. Gazing at his haggard visage, Zhao Ziyu sighed, tucked him in tighter, extinguished the lamp, and exited. In the darkness, Zhao Lingfeng opened his eyes. Is it not said that wine does not intoxicate, but rather one intoxicates oneself? Why can I not become drunk? Turning over, Zhao Lingfeng pondered Lin Zhaozhao before gradually succumbing to sleep. In his past life, he had only known that Zhaozhao's mother, also his Aunt Wan, had passed away from a cough, and that Lin Shibua and Lin Zhaozhao had been murdered by bandits on their way back home, leaving only Zhaozhao. He believed that she had married the love she had longed for and had gained the scholar she had yearned for, thus ensuring her lifelong happiness. Consequently, he distanced himself from the sorrowful capital and stationed himself in the northwest, remaining unmarried for life. Yet, during a banquet, he was unexpectedly offered a beauty to warm his bed, who turned out to be Lin Zhaozhao, the very woman he had loved but could never possess throughout his life. Tragically, upon seeing him, Lin Zhaozhao took her own life, with his dagger in her chamber. After orchestrating the demise of all those in the second house of the Pingyang Marquis and brutally slaughtering Wang Ximon's entire family, Zhao Lingfeng, devoid of purpose, embraced Lin Zhaozhao's lifeless body and ended his own life, requesting Zhao Ziyu to bury them together in one coffin. Contemplating this, Zhao Lingfeng's heart ached unbearably, prompting his rebirth. In this new life, he vowed to protect the woman he had loved across 2 lifetimes, along with her family. At the entrance, Zhao Ziyu moved a chair, quietly sitting there to guard his elder brother's door. Rest well. Everything will be all right. The next day, when Zhao Ziyu awoke, he found himself still in his own bed. While washing his face, Xiao Detzi came to report. Fourth master, just as dawn broke, young master Zhao rose, carried you to bed, and then left. Understood. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from outside, causing Zhao Ziyu's head to throb painfully. Zhao Jingzhu, the 5th princess, daughter of a favored concubine in the palace, had been pampered and unruly since childhood. After being saved from drowning by Zhao Lingfeng, she had pursued him relentlessly, declaring her undying love and insisting on marrying him. However, Zhao Lingfeng vehemently refused, and even the king's reprimands bore no fruit. Later, when Zhao Lingfeng became engaged, she showed no signs of restraint. Fourth brother, I'm here, she exclaimed, having rushed to his side early in the morning. What brings you here? Zhao Ziyu replied, somewhat irritated. I heard that elder brother, Zhao, came last night. Where is he? A girl dressed in a pink butterfly-patterned palace gown burst in, lifting her skirt. With a delicate oval face, small eyes, and fair skin, she bore a sweet smile. Though only 14, she had already blossomed into a graceful young lady. If Zhao Ziyu had not inadvertently discovered that she had mercilessly killed one of her own maids, he would not have held such disdain for her. That day, Zhao Lingfeng had visited the residence and somehow she had learned of his arrival. While drinking, Zhao Lingfeng, in a foul mood, spilled wine on his robe, prompting the maid to offer to clean it, only to be rejected by him. 3 days later, Zhao Jingzhu returned to the residence under a pretext and brutally murdered the maid. In her final moments, Zhao Jingzhu whispered in the maid's ear, "Dare to compete with me for a man?"
Goody.
When the shadow guard reported this to him, it felt as though he had plunged into an ice cellar. From that moment on, he no longer perceived the sister as innocent and charming. Her vengeful nature and cruel methods sent chills down his spine. Fifth sister. I have warned you numerous times that elder brother Zhao is a betrothed man and you, a royal princess, must be mindful of your conduct. I don't care. I like him. If I can't have him, no one else shall. Zhao Jingzhu declared defiantly before storming into the guest room. Inside, the room was empty, and she dismissed the servants who were cleaning, diving into the unmade bed where Zhao Lingfeng had lain, relishing the scent that belonged solely to him, her eyes blissfully closing. Suddenly, she felt something in the corner of the bedding. Upon inspecting it, her nose crinkled in anger. Very well. Just wait. Keeping the item close, Zhao Jingzhu left the room with a throng of servants. Watching her depart, Zhao Ziyu narrowed his eyes, suddenly pondering a question. How did Zhao Jingzhu learn that Zhao Lingfeng had come to his residence? Moreover, every time Zhao Lingfeng visited, she seemed to receive word of it. Chapter 16. The cleanup having grown up in the palace, Zhao Ziyu tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze suddenly chilling. Go, summon butler Zhao. Yes. replied Xiao Detzi, bowing as he left. Soon after, a middle-aged man dressed in a purple long robe, exuding shrewdness and capability, arrived at the door. Fourth Master, the butler has arrived. Zhao Changyuan entered the study, kneeling quietly while mentally retracing any recent mistakes made either in the residence or the palace. The fourth master had previously stated that he would only summon him for substantial matters. Zhao Ziyu remained silent, sipping his tea slowly. Zhao Changyuan stole a glance at the fourth master, his brow furrowed. Was he displeased? What could be the reason? Last night, Zhao Lingfeng had come, and this morning, the princess had arrived. Their master and Zhao Lingfeng shared a bond akin to that of life and death friends. It was a testament to their deep camaraderie that the fourth master willingly kept watch over him while he was inebriated. The princess had hurried to see him early in the morning, but how had she received word so swiftly? Zhao Changyuan was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. Their residence, a royal estate, had never been so leaky. How had the news spread so quickly? It was his negligence, a failure in duty. The fourth master had recently earned the emperor's favor with a prominent task, supervising the repairs of the imperial tomb, which had led the entire household to become somewhat complacent. It is the fault of the subordinate. Please punish me, fourth master. Zhao Changyuan pressed his forehead to the ground, not daring to rise. Setting down his teacup, Zhao Ziyu turned the ring on his right thumb, raising his eyes with an icy demeanor. Have you come to a realization?
Yes.
You have been by my side since my birth. You should know my temperament and how significant Zhao Lingfeng is to me. He is a mentor, friend, brother, and elder to me. To have our whereabouts so easily uncovered is my royal residence a sieve? Rest assured, your highness, I will certainly resolve this matter. Otherwise, I will present my head to you. Then go, uncover the traitor, and ensure they meet their demise. If any traitor remains in this residence, you shall go to the outskirts and become fertilizer for the flowers. After finishing, Zhao Ziyu left with his hands clasped behind his back, heading to the Ministry of Works to report. Zhao Changyuan bowed his head, rising to leave the fourth master's study, only to lift his gaze to see a fierce glint in his eyes. How dare someone betray in the presence of the fourth master? Zhao Changyuan clenched his teeth and blew a whistle. Soon, all 320 servants of the estate gathered, not one missing. Surrounding them were the fourth master's guards. Forming a tight perimeter, Zhao Changyuan stood on a platform, his posture erect and his gaze stern. He coldly declared, I will not inquire about reasons or motives. If you step forward, your death will be upon you. If I uncover it, many shall die. Do you understand? The crowd responded in unison, understood. Listen well. Anyone can report another. Once verified, there will be a reward. For each successful report, 200 taels of silver. Butler, I wish to report. A round-faced young servant shouted.
Come.
The servant approached Zhao Changyuan and whispered a few words. With a wave of his hand, 5 armored guards escorted the young servant away. As the day progressed, more people reported, and guards continued to enter and exit, taking individuals away. The fourth prince's residence remained tightly sealed throughout the day. By evening, the gates opened, as fourth prince Zhao Ziyu returned home. After dinner, Zhao Changyuan knelt in the study, holding a list. Fourth master, upon investigation, it has been confirmed that the maid who provided information to the fifth princess was none other than our estate's bird caretaker, Xiao Wuzi. Xiao Wuzi has once again bribed the loyal attendant Xiaoli beside you, who is responsible for lighting your path. As soon as young Master Zhao arrives at the manor, Xiao Wuzi will be alerted and will send a message via the homing pigeon he is trained to inform Her Highness the Princess, who will undoubtedly hurry to come. According to his account, Mingzhu has used her beauty to ensnare him, gifting him 100 taels of silver each time. Zhao Changyuan felt immense shame. How could such a betrayal occur under his command? Fetch the bone picker, let everyone in the manor witness this, he declared. In the future, anyone contemplating treachery should consider the consequences. Can they bear the weight of their decisions? Yes, your highness, rest assured. Zhao Ziyu quietly picked up a book. From that day forth, the fourth prince's residence became as impenetrable as a fortress, with no one able to glean any information within its walls. As dawn broke over the Pingyang Marquis' residence, Qiuyu had prepared a sweet soup of tremella and lily bulbs, and Lin Zhaozhao made her way to her mother's Qingla courtyard. Her mother's cough had improved significantly, and she could hear Lin Zhaozhao's cheerful voice coming from within. Madam, the young lady has arrived, exclaimed the maid at the door, her face beaming with joy. Mother, With a tilt of her head, she bypassed the curtain and hurried towards her mother's bedside. I pay my respects to my elder sister. Lin Zhaozhao stood beside her mother, for the first time in over a decade addressing Lin Zhaozhao as elder sister and offering her a proper bow. Zhaozhao's eyes suddenly brimmed with warmth. Indeed, Zhaozhao is grown. I pay my respects to father and mother. Lin Zhaozhao's smile was genuine and fervent. After sharing a joyful breakfast, Lin Zhaozhao glanced at Lin Zhaozhao, bit her lower lip, and cautiously said, "Father, mother, I wish to replace Chang Yuan, the boy serving Zhaozhao, with a new scholar." Wan Qing and Lin Kongnian exchanged surprised glances. "You are too considerate, elder sister. I was just thinking of doing the same." Lin Zhaozhao quickly recounted the events of the previous evening in the back garden. Upon hearing her tale, Wan Qing's expression darkened slightly, and Lin Kongnian fell into contemplation. Lin Zhaozhao nestled closer to Zhaozhao, her clear eyes gazing up at her. "Elder sister, I was wrong in the past. Please forgive me." There was a sparkle in her eyes, hinting at a burgeoning affection. "We are siblings. There is nothing to worry about." Wan Qing felt a surge of relief. "Go. Send someone to the scholar's house to bring a new servant." You and Zhaozhao may choose carefully. After half an hour, the servants from the scholar's house arrived in a grand procession. Sitting on a chair at the entrance sipping tea, Lin Zhaozhao remained silent beside her elder sister. Lin Zhaozhao glanced at them and called out, "Everyone, please introduce your best talents." As a result, Lin Zhaozhao indeed found Nanxing and Bei Chen worthy of retention. Upon seeing them, Lin Zhaozhao suddenly recalled Zhao Lingfeng from the previous night. He had arrived with smiles but seemed rather displeased upon leaving. Could it be that he was upset? Lin Zhaozhao pondered, recalling every detail of his visit. Yet she could not discern where things had gone awry. In her past life, she had endured great suffering, and now, favored by fate, she cherished this second chance to live. She treasured her family and the connection with Zhao Lingfeng, whom she had neglected in her previous existence. Since her rebirth, it seemed that Zhao Lingfeng's influence was ever present. Now, comfortably seated at home, free from the clutches of the treacherous Wang family, she owed her fortune to Zhao Lingfeng's meticulous planning. While she could not understand why he was upset, she resolved to treat him with greater kindness. Nanxing and Bei Chen knelt quietly before Lin Zhaozhao, aware that she was their new mistress. Their master had declared that Lin Zhaozhao was his fiancée, the future lady of the house, and therefore, they must protect her in his absence. Bei Chen furtively glanced at his mistress, who appeared to be lost in thought. "Elder sister," Lin Zhaozhao interrupted, taking a sip of tea and setting her cup down. Lin Zhaozhao was jolted back to reality, a hint of embarrassment crossing her features. Sensing the moment, Lin Zhaozhao stepped forward. "I am sure elder sister's selections will be excellent. I shall take these two back with me." "Very well. Take good care of the young master." Upon returning to Zhao Hua courtyard, Xiaohe led them to gather the remaining roses in the garden. Several baskets of flowers had already been dried in the courtyard. "Miss, what are you doing with these flowers?" Chan Yi inquired, wanting to shirk her duties and indulge in gossip. "Oh, do you think I'm so easily manipulated?" Lin Zhaozhao smirked silently, murmuring, "I read that dried flowers steeped in water are excellent for beauty, so I thought I would try making some." "Is that so? Once you prepare it, do let us have a taste." "Of course, I wouldn't forget you." She urged them to hurry. Soon after, Bei Chen approached in a rush. Bowing to Xiaohe, "Miss Xiaohe, the master and mistress have sent me to convey a message. The young master of the Zhenghua Marquis has arrived, and the mistress requests that the young lady meet with him." Xiaohe quickly returned the greeting and, in passing, handed Bei Chen a sweet flower cake she had just received from Qiuyu before hastily departing. As Bei Chen was about to leave, he saw Qiuyu rushing with a food box. "Bei Chen or Nanxing?" "Wait a moment." Bei Chen promptly halted, responding with courtesy, "I am Bei Chen. What can I do for you, Sister Qiuyu? Do you recognize me?" Qiuyu playfully asked. Bei Chen lifted his gaze, eyeing her. "Your master has spoken of you. I noticed the flower on your sleeves. You must be the skilled cook assisting the young lady." Qiuyu laughed heartily. "Young master, you've struck gold. The young lady asked me to prepare some treats for you as you study diligently. And yes, there's enough for you and Nanxing." Bei Chen expressed gratitude on behalf of Nanxing and thanked the sisters before joyfully departing with a food box. In her chamber, Lin Zhaozhao, assisted by Xiaohe, was selecting an outfit. She had laid out all her garments on the bed and immediately gravitated towards a pale cherry blossom pink embroidered gown, perfectly suited for the season. This one will do. After changing, Xiaohe styled her hair into a simple bun, adorning it with a jade hairpin carved into the shape of a cherry blossom. Simple yet refreshing, this was the style Lin Zhaozhao adored. Draping herself in a light pink cloak trimmed with white, she stepped out. This entire ensemble had been crafted by Dong Shui herself, which Lin Zhaozhao cherished greatly. Xiaohe and Dong Shui followed closely, and the trio soon arrived at the main hall of the residence. Unexpectedly, besides her parents, a delicate girl in white was gracefully serving tea to everyone. Xiaohe hurried ahead, whispering to Lin Zhaozhao, "Miss, that is the third Miss Lin Yu Mei from the second branch." Dong Shui scoffed. "What business does she have serving our elder sister tea? Does she not have any shame?" "No matter," Lin Zhaozhao replied with a smile as she entered. "Father, mother." Wan Qing waved her hand, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Zhaozhao, come quickly. Your brother Zhao has returned from the northwest camp and has come to see you today." Lin Zhaozhao turned her gaze towards Zhao Lingfeng, a faint blush blooming on her cheeks, perfectly complementing her spring attire, as it struck a chord deep within his heart. Zhao pays her respects to brother Zhao. Lin Zhaozhao performed a graceful bow, causing Zhao Lingfeng to rise quickly in return. "I should have visited sooner. I hope Miss Zhao does not harbor any anger towards me." Having not seen him for a day, Lin Zhaozhao felt he seemed more weathered than before. "We are family. There is no need for formalities." "Zhao Lingfeng, please sit." Just as Lin Zhaozhao settled into the chair beside Zhao Lingfeng, Lin Yumei approached, swaying her slender waist, offering tea to both her elder sister and young master Zhao. Lin Zhaozhao was about to speak when Zhao Lingfeng casually remarked, "Aunt Lin, your health is delicate. The maidservants in the household lack decorum. You should teach Zhaozhao how to manage them. When the master speaks, it is unbecoming for a servant to interject. In our Marquis' residence, such behavior warrants 20 strokes of the military stick." Lin Zhaozhao lifted her sleeve to conceal her suppressed laughter, revealing only her warm, smiling eyes. "Brother Zhao, she is not a servant. She is the third young lady from my uncle's residence. Perhaps she came to deliver tea on behalf of my second aunt upon hearing of your arrival." Indeed. "I hope young Master Zhao frequents our home in the future." Lin Yumei's complexion oscillated between white and red, a sight both striking and enchanting. Zhao Lingfeng quickly rose, clasping his hands in apology. "I mistook you, my apologies. I will certainly come often." Afterward, Lin Yumei, blushing, hastily departed with her maidservant, while Zhao Lingfeng pushed his teacup further away. What audacity! Who dares serve tea to this young master? One should reflect upon their own status. Lin Zhaozhao stifled a laugh, glancing at Xiaohe and the teacup. Zhao Lingfeng and Lin Kongnian exchanged amusing tales from the battlefield, and Lin Zhaozhao became utterly engrossed. Xiaohe presented the teapot, and Lin Zhaozhao promptly accepted it, replacing Zhao Lingfeng's cup and pouring him a fresh cup of tea, softly saying, "Brother Zhao, enjoy your tea." Zhao Lingfeng lifted the cup, took a hearty sip, and praised, "Indeed, the tea brewed by my young sister is delightful." The room erupted in muffled laughter. "Youth, please stay for lunch," Lin Kongnian suggested. Zhao Lingfeng quickly stood. "Uncle, I have matters to attend to and cannot stay for lunch today. Kindly save a meal for me. And I shall dine with you next time." "Very well. We shall await your next visit." "Aunt Lin, uncle, young sister, I shall take my leave." Yi Lingfeng stole a glance at Zhaozhao, wishing to etch her splendid appearance into his memory for the long, solitary nights ahead on the frontier.
Next time.
"I shall return," Zhaozhao replied, her voice brightening Zhao Lingfeng's spirits. As Zhao Lingfeng walked ahead, Lin Zhaozhao followed closely behind, with Xiaohe and Dong Shui trailing at a distance. Zhao Lingfeng donned a deep blue robe, tied with a matching sash, simple and unadorned, reflecting his straightforward and earnest nature. Observing his broad back, a warmth enveloped Lin Zhaozhao's heart. This was the love and care she had sought in her past life, but had never attained. He stood tall, nearly 6 feet 3 inches, while she barely reached his shoulder, inexplicably feeling a sense of security. Lost in her thoughts, she failed to notice when he halted, and she stumbled directly into his warm embrace, a rush of masculine energy enveloping her. Her cheeks flushed instantly. "Oh, dear sister. Even if you are of age and eager for marriage, there is no need to be so impatient. It is rather unrefined to embrace a man at the entrance of the residence." A calm, yet acerbic voice rang out from the entrance. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhaozhao's face turned pale as she struggled to free herself from Zhao Lingfeng's embrace. However, He steadied her shoulder, adjusted her slightly disheveled cloak, securing it with care, and spoke aloud, "I am but a simple man, skilled only in wielding blades, and I am clumsy with my fingers. If I cannot secure a cloak properly, I hope my young sister will not take offense. I shall practice diligently." He then turned to the source of the cutting remark, a young woman with a sharp visage, and inquired, "May I ask who you are, fair lady?" "Lin Zhaozhao is my fiancé." "How is it that a man assisting his fiancée with her cloak is deemed improper in your eyes?" Xia he, ever astute, seized the opportunity and stepped forward to greet the young woman with a bow. "Greetings, fourth young lady." The crowd erupted in murmurs, casting disapproving glances at the so-called fourth young lady, Lin Yulan. Fourth young lady Lin Yulan, the illegitimate daughter of the second branch of the Pingyang Marquis residence. She is the younger half-sister of the capital's most beautiful woman, Lin Yuting. A nearby aunt, munching on seeds, quickly informed the crowd. An illegitimate daughter, daring to speak to a legitimate daughter in such a manner? A sharp-eyed maidservant exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed. How can one speak so caustically, lacking any respect for elders? Consider this. If even the legitimate daughter of the second branch can engage in such antics at the temple, how much better can an illegitimate daughter be? Quite right. Yet, was she not known for her taciturnity? How has she suddenly become so sharp-tongued? Lin Yulan's face shifted through a spectrum of colors, akin to a painter's palette, before she stormed away, covering her face in anger. Zhao Lingfeng chuckled, bowing to the crowd. "Today, it is I who was in the wrong, leading to my fiancé's misunderstanding. I shall practice diligently on how to tie her cloak." Laughter erupted among the onlookers. An elderly gentleman recognized him, smiling. "Indeed, you must practice well. Young General Zhao protects the nation. He must also safeguard his home." "Yes, indeed. When young General Zhao marries, do inform us. We shall all come to share in the joy." The cheerful laughter eased Lin Zhaozhao's heart. She stepped forward, earnestly bowing to the crowd. "Certainly." Zhao Lingfeng turned to her, captivated by her sweet smile, saying, "Farewell, I must take my leave." His gaze lingered in her eyes, silently assuring her, "Do not fear. I am here." Lin Zhaozhao's eyes brimmed with tears. "Take care on your journey," she instinctively cautioned him. Zhao Lingfeng nodded affirmatively, departed from the Pingyang Marquis residence, mounting the horse led by a servant, and rode away. The crowd gradually dispersed, and Lin Zhaozhao turned back, walking slowly towards the house. Having just been reborn, Lin Zhaozhao had been timid and anxious due to her previous life's harsh treatment by the Wang family. However, now she found herself free from their grip, yet they continued to provoke her. She could no longer endure in silence. "Do not be afraid." Yes, she must not be afraid. Moreover, she realized that Lin Yumei and Lin Yulan's subservience before their second aunt belied their true nature. They were indeed formidable adversaries. Today had opened her eyes. With her father neglecting family affairs, her mother poisoned, and her brother still a minor, she must stand firm. She would instill fear in the second branch, making them wary and reluctant to act against her so brazenly. With determination, she clenched her jaw, her gaze resolute. "Xia he, Dong Shui, accompany me to the second branch." "Yes, miss." Standing before the second branch's courtyard, Lin Zhaozhao tightened her cloak and found herself strangely admiring the chaotic knot Zhao Lingfeng had tied. "Is second at home?" Lin Zhaozhao asked sweetly. She had already spotted Lin Yumei and Lin Yulan inside Wang Ping's room.
"Ah, Zhaozhao, come in."
Wang Ping's voice was warm and affectionate. Lin Zhaozhao entered the room, casting a glance at the two-seated illegitimate daughters, and bowed to Wang Ping. "Zhaozhao greets aunt." Lin Yumei and Lin Yulan quickly rose, bowing to Zhaozhao. "Greetings, legitimate sister." "Zhaozhao, come sit."
"Mudan, sérvete."
"What brings you here today?" Lin Zhaozhao stood up promptly, feeling a mix of nervousness, shyness, and apprehension. Speaking softly, "I have come to apologize to sisters Yumei and Yulan." "I can play the role of a cunning fox too." Lin Zhaozhao mused internally. "May I ask what happened?" "It is as follows, aunt. Today, Brother Zhao visited our house to speak with my parents. Yumei, at your behest, specially brought tea for Brother Zhao, but he mistook her for a maidservant. At the entrance, just now, he failed to recognize the fourth sister, resulting in a minor misunderstanding, hence my visit to offer an apology." Lin Zhaozhao addressed the two women, bowing respectfully. "I hope you two sisters will not harbor any anger. Zhao elder brother is merely a rough man. Please do not take it to heart." Wang Ping shot a sharp glance at him, prompting both to rise and return the courtesy to Lin Zhaozhao. It is all our fault. Please do not be upset, esteemed elder sister. I assure you, both sisters need not be angry. Subsequently, Lin Zhaozhao turned her gaze towards the somewhat displeased Wang Ping, politely adding, now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, my aunt, I shall take my leave. Yes, do come and visit when you have the time. With your second sister married off, I find myself quite lonely. Lin Zhaozhao replied with a bright smile and exited Wang Ping's courtyard. Just before leaving the yard, Xiaohe glanced at the little maid crouched in the grass, pulling weeds. Upon their return to Zhaohua courtyard, they were met with news from the doorman, stating that numerous shopkeepers were outside delivering gifts for Lin Zhaozhao. What? I have not been out these past few days, nor have I made any purchases. Lin Zhaozhao exclaimed, bewildered. Miss, you should go out and see. There are many onlookers. Without a moment to change her attire, Lin Zhaozhao hurried to the gate. There stood 7 or 8 shopkeepers, each holding a tray filled with what appeared to be fabrics or garments. Dear shopkeepers, I have not visited your stores recently to make any purchases. Lin Zhaozhao inquired with confusion. Chapter 19. The Cloak Incident. A shopkeeper with graying hair chuckled warmly. May I inquire if you are Miss Lin Zhaozhao of the Pingyang Marquis residence? With a smile, Shi slightly bowed and replied, Indeed, it is I. But, esteemed shopkeeper, I have not been to your shop lately. The previous shopkeeper continued with a smile. Not at all. We are merely here on behalf of others. Your fiancé, General Zhao Lingfeng, has purchased all the latest cloaks from our shops, instructing us to present them to you. So you may wear them at your leisure while he practices tying the flowing ribbons. The crowd erupted into a chorus of good-natured laughter. Indeed, General Zhao is quite the character. How amusing. A man of responsibility. Is this support for his fiancée? Truly commendable. What does this mean? What happened? Please elaborate. A well-meaning individual recounted the earlier commotion, and thus, the cloak incident rapidly spread throughout the streets and alleys of the capital, becoming a beloved tale of marital affection. Lin Zhaozhao personally received each cloak, returning courtesy to every shopkeeper, her heart swelling with warmth. This was the unmistakable preference, shining brightly. A unique affection, solely belonging to her from Zhao Lingfeng. Xiaohe and Dong Shui, burdened with a heap of cloaks, returned to Zhaohua courtyard under the envious gazes of onlookers. To their surprise, upon entering the courtyard, they found Lin Zhaozhao waiting with Nanxing and Bei Chen. Elder sister, you're back. I heard Lin Yulan gave you a hard time. Were you bullied? Lin Zhaozhao's concern was strikingly evident and utterly sincere. Lin Zhaozhao smiled, stepping forward to grasp her brother's hand, which was attempting to withdraw. With tears welling in her eyes, she reassured, It is all right now. Zhao Gongzi stood up for me.
Do not worry.
Zhaozhao's concern for me is truly touching. For the first time, as Lin Zhaozhao felt her elder sister's grasp, her cheeks flushed. As long as you are fine, I shall take my leave. In the future, do not be so submissive. Be assertive. You are a sister with a brother. If anyone dares to bully you again, simply slap them. Lin Zhaozhao gazed at her sister, who was 2 years her senior, yet still barely reached her chin, and her heart softened. Realizing how close she had come to being bullied, her fists clenched with determination. Clearly, she must practice her martial skills. Lin Zhaozhao nodded, tears cascading like pearls. Very well, I will heed my brother's advice. If anyone dares to bully me again, I shall seek you out for support. Lin Zhaozhao, flustered, retrieved a handkerchief to wipe Lin Zhaozhao's tears. Zhaozhao, let me hold you. Finally, like a 13-year-old young man, Lin Zhaozhao was embraced by her sister, yearning to grow up quickly to shield her from the storms of life. Yet unable to suppress her own tears, the siblings held each other, weeping together, but through this embrace and shared sorrow, they bridged the gap and dismantled the walls around their hearts. Xiaohe and the servants departed, while Bei Chen and Nanxing stood at a distance near Zhaohua courtyard, both feeling uneasy. Nanxing, do you think we should inform our master? If we tell him, he might get jealous, but if we don't, I won't be able to ease my conscience. What a dilemma. Nanxing sighed. We might as well be honest. However, it is good that the siblings have finally reconciled. Who goes there? Suddenly, Bei Chen barked, and both drew their swords, rushing towards the eavesdropper. It is I, your maid, Chunyi. Chunyi emerged, hands raised, her face pale, cautiously stepping out from the right side of Zhaohua courtyard. As the master's maid, what business do you have lurking about? I saw you here and was a bit frightened.
Chanyevi spirit.
You need not be afraid anymore. Bei Chen glanced at her, and Chanye's eyes immediately brightened. We will be visiting often, perhaps even daily. Nanxing laughed, and Chanye managed a sheepish smile as she entered the courtyard. With swords sheathed, the two exchanged glances and resumed their posts. Inside the courtyard, the siblings had stopped crying. After a brief chat, Lin Zhaozhao excused herself to continue her studies. Dong Shui, please take good care of these cloaks. I intend to wear a different one every day. Lin Zhaozhao felt as though the pent-up frustrations of her past life had dissipated like the wind. Gazing at the cloaks, she was reminded of Zhao Lingfeng's glaring affection, filling her heart with sweetness akin to honey. After lunch, Lin Zhaozhao, accompanied by her maids, continued to pick the last batch of roses blooming in the courtyard, washing and drying them as they were about to wither. Feeling a bit warm, Lin Zhaozhao returned indoors for a drink and discovered Chun Yi stealthily rummaging in her bedroom, seemingly tidying up but also sniffing around like a dog searching for a scent. Her heart sank. Zhao Lingfeng had visited 2 nights ago, although he left no trace. Could his unique masculine scent still linger in her room? No, even if it did, what of it? There is no evidence. Humph. It seems Chun Yi cannot be kept around any longer. I must act quickly to send her away. Watching her search diligently, Lin Zhaozhao coughed lightly. Oh, miss. You have returned? I was just tidying up a bit. You did well, very meticulous, Lin Zhaozhao replied, her smile radiant. Thank you for the compliment. I shall certainly do my best. Now take a break. Continue stitching that purse. I trust your craftsmanship the most. Lin Zhaozhao's appreciative gaze swept over Chanye's wrist, where a beautiful jade bracelet rested. This bracelet she had seen earlier that morning on Wang Ping's wrist. Yet, she should not have anticipated that Chun-Yi would be so incapable of concealing it, wearing a reward she received just hours prior. A slight smirk graced Lin Zhaozhao's lips, her eyes brimming with disdain. How naive. So petty. Had she been blind in her past life to trust her so completely, only to be betrayed and wronged? Bowing her head to mask the murderous intent in her gaze, Lin Zhaozhao lifted her teacup. Little doe, will something unfortunate happen tonight? Pay me in silver. Very well. Here you go. Lin Zhaozhao opened the box in her bedside cabinet, withdrawing 5 taels of silver, feeling a pang of heartache. A will. Be will not. Little doe took the silver, the option A shimmering on the screen, with a few lines below warning. Beware those around you. Master. The transaction has been successfully completed, and the spiritual spring water has been placed in your small vial. We shall meet again tomorrow. Lin Zhaozhao secured her money box, sighing at the dwindling silver within. This batch of beauty cream must not be given away. It must be sold to earn silver. But wait, there is still one important person to whom she is yet to gift. Chapter 20. The cloudy jade hairpin. Lin Zhaozhao could not help but feel frustrated at her own carelessness. Glancing at her favorite aquamarine cloak trimmed in white, an idea formed in her mind. In the afternoon, she gathered her unused, precious jewelry, bringing along her 300 taels of silver, and set out with Dong Shui and Xiaohe. Upon reaching the bustling streets, filled with vibrant market life and throngs of people, Lin Zhaozhao was suddenly overcome with a sense of nostalgia, as if she had been transported to another time. In her previous life, she had been confined at home by Wang Su and his mother, deprived of the freedom to roam the streets, while the sky beyond her courtyard was the very place she longed to be. Isn't that the fiancé of General Zhao? Someone remarked. Indeed, it appeared so. Just then, her fiancé bought all the cloaks crafted in the capital. How enviable! As she walked, many gazed at her, whispering amongst themselves. Though their intentions were not malicious, she still felt uneasy. At the finest fabric store in the capital, Jinxiufang, Lin Zhaozhao selected 2 exquisite bolts of fabric, both shades of blue, one deep blue, the other ink blue, and purchased several meters of white silk. True to its reputation, the quality was exceptional, albeit the prices were steep. With these purchases, she had nearly depleted her funds. After acquiring the fabric, only a few taels remained. With a sigh, Lin Zhaozhao wished she could slap some sense into her foolish self. After giving Xiaohe a simple disguise, she sent her off to sell the jewelry. She hesitated to go directly, fearing to bring shame to the estate or to Zhao Lingfeng. Yet necessity drove her. She needed money. Loading the fabric onto her family's carriage with Dong Shui, Lin Zhaozhao was about to board when her attention was caught by an elderly vendor on the street. The old man had an assortment of wares, quietly selling without any fanfare, responding only when approached. At that moment, Lin Zhaozhao was captivated by a pair of hairpins displayed on a stall. Crafted from translucent white jade, one pin was adorned with clouds, while the other depicted flowing water. The instant she laid eyes on them, a couplet of poetry flashed in her mind, once having crossed the vast sea. No other water can compare. Apart from the Wu Mountain, no other clouds can be found. Just as she was about to approach, a middle-aged man halted in front of the old man's stall. Old man, how much for these 2 hairpins? The old man, dressed in tattered clothes, with worn shoes, disheveled hair, and a dirty face, was dozing against the wall. He lazily lifted his eyelids and replied, "Each hairpin costs 10,000 taels, for both, 20,000. If you're in a bad mood, I won't sell them at all. If fate permits, I shall give them away for free." "You swindler. Asking for 20,000 taels just like that. Why don't you go rob someone?" The man scoffed, waving his sleeve as he departed. While Lin Zhaozhao observed the old man, he returned. "Miss, although the jewelry is nearly new, since they are second-hand, the 6 pieces sold for only 2,200 taels. Here is the silver note. Please keep it safe. And here are the freshly made pastries from Bai Weizhai. Do give them a try." With money in hand, smiles returned to everyone's faces. As they prepared to board the carriage, Lin Zhaozhao's heart ached with compassion. She placed the pastries in front of the old man and smiled before leaving. "Miss, are you interested in my jade hairpins?" The old man pushed aside the hair covering his face, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Sir, these hairpins are wonderful. Surely over 100 years old, but I do not have that much silver," Lin Zhaozhao replied with a smile, lowering her gaze. "Do you not have this amount?" The old man stretched out 2 fingers towards her. 20,000 taels, I truly do not have," she replied apologetically. "I understand you are in urgent need of silver, but I cannot assist you." Lin Zhaozhao felt a sense of melancholy. "Miss, do you not have 2,000 taels?" The old man leaned closer, winking at her. "If you buy them, you will never regret it." Lin Zhaozhao felt tempted. The hairpins had captured her heart at first sight. Yet, 2,000 taels was still quite a sum. "Perhaps it's best to let it go, sir. I must take my leave." As she turned to return to her carriage, the old man recited a line of poetry, once having crossed the vast sea, no other water can compare. Lin Zhaozhao's heart trembled. Pausing for a moment, she turned back. "All right, it's a deal." Thus, the 2,000 taels, still warm from her grasp, swiftly found their way into the old man's pouch. He carefully placed the 2 hairpins into an antique wooden box and handed it to Lin Zhaozhao, his eyes twinkling with joy. A person of destiny. With a smile, Lin Zhaozhao accepted the box and returned home. "Well, that leaves me with only 200 taels left. I shall not return to the estate just yet. Instead, I will visit Yu Yentang. Dong Shui, bring me the veil you made for me." After contemplating, she entered Yu Yentang with Dong Shui, meticulously examining the rouge on display, inquiring about prices, and gaining a clearer understanding. "Ladies, what kind of rouge would you like? Our Yu Yentang is the finest in the capital." A woman who appeared to be the shopkeeper approached them. "I'm just browsing," Lin Zhaozhao smiled. The shopkeeper rolled her eyes upon hearing this, sizing Lin Zhaozhao up from head to toe before muttering, "Pauper," and turning away, leaving Yu Yentang. The 2 ventured to a nearby rouge shop, only to find it closing down. A young assistant, no older than 15 or 16, stood guard. "Ladies, we have no rouge left to sell. We are in the process of closing down. Please visit other shops." The young man, round-faced and bright-eyed, smiled widely. "Quite suited for business. Why are you closing?" Lin Zhaozhao inquired. "Miss, our shop is directly across from Yu Yentang, known as the best rouge shop in the capital. Our establishment was also a long-standing name, but the master was poached by Yu Yentang, forcing us to close." Lin Zhaozhao pondered for a moment. "Are you renting out your shop? How much is the rent per month?" "Yes, it is available for rent. The owner has stated it's 10 taels a month, with a minimum 1-year lease." "I'll rent your shop." The young assistant dropped to his knees, his eyes misty with gratitude. "Miss, please don't dismiss me. My mother is ill and requires constant medication. I cannot be without work." "How much is your monthly salary?" "Miss, when business is good, 1 tael of silver. When it's bad, 800 won." Very well, I will keep you on. 1 tael per month. Go inform your employer. After signing the lease agreement and payment, they completed a contract with the young assistant. As the day was growing late, she instructed, I will send the renovation plans and signboard in a few days. For now, you can return home to care for your mother. You'll have a monthly salary. The young man, Zhou Mo, sincerely bowed his head to Lin Zhaozhao in gratitude. Upon returning home, she asked Xia He to inform her mother of her return. As night fell, Lin Zhaozhao sat in her room, gazing at the crescent moon outside the window, lost in thought. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the window, 3 long and 2 short. Chapter 21. Caught in the act, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Lin Zhaozhao's eyes as she hurried to the window, flinging it open. In her haste, she nearly stumbled over her skirt. Take your time. I'm not in a hurry. Zhao Lingfeng leaped through the window, carefully casting a glance at her. His brow and eyes relaxed, a light sparkling within them. It seems you're not angry. That's good. Lin Zhaozhao twisted the handkerchief in her grasp, her heart racing like a startled deer. Is this what it feels like to be smitten? Oh no. My heart races uncontrollably. Seated in the darkness, Zhao Lingfeng cleared his throat and quietly asked, do you like that cloak? Lin Zhaozhao bit her lower lip and nodded slightly, expressing her fondness. Be gentle. Don't break your fingers. Zhao Lingfeng averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight of her beautifully chaotic fingers.
Huh, what?
Lin Zhaozhao gazed at Zhao Lingfeng with her large apricot eyes, filled with innocent confusion.
Sure.
Zhao Lingfeng placed his index finger to his lips and gestured toward the window. Lin Zhaozhao waved her hand and beckoned him closer, prompting Zhao Lingfeng to obediently lean in. Brother Zhao, listen to me. The fragrance emanating from Lin Zhaozhao enveloped Zhao Lingfeng, leaving his heart in turmoil. Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered on before being extinguished again. A fleeting silhouette of a man and a woman embracing was visible through the clear window. The faint sound of footsteps echoed outside. After a brief moment, hurried footsteps shattered the tranquil night. 2 young servants with lanterns led the way as Wang Ping, the matriarch of the Pingyang Marquis household, arrived with several concubines and a host of servants, stealthily making their way to Zhaohua courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance, they extinguished the lanterns and rushed inside. The 2 young servants stationed at the door attempted to block them but were swiftly silenced by the 4 fierce matrons accompanying Wang Ping, who subdued them. Even in their incapacitated state, the servants clung desperately to Wang Ping's leg until they were knocked unconscious. The group successfully stormed into the inner courtyard of Zhaohua and secured all exits, including the back door and window. With a wave of her hand, Wang Ping commanded the lanterns to be lit again. Is Zhaozhao in the room? Wang Ping inquired aloud, caressing her fingernails. The 4 maidservants, Chen Xia, Qiuyu, Dong Shui, and Xia He, hurriedly donned their garments and opened the door, only to be met with a sea of faces. Their expressions turned pale as they exchanged glances. And upon spotting Chen Yi, who stood proudly beside Wang Ping, Xia He stepped forward. Greetings, madam.
Chen Yi.
Why have you brought the second madam here at such an hour? Chen Yi lifted her chin, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Don't feign innocence. I know you all whisper and exchange glances with the eldest miss. And on the day she returned from Pude Temple, she bathed alone, refusing our company. I refused to believe she was innocent. Tonight, I saw a man in her room with my own eyes. Chen Yi, regarding the eldest Miss's reputation, do not speak recklessly. Chen Yu clenched her fists in indignation. Kneel. Wang Ping shouted angrily. If these girls continue to chatter, matron, go and silence them. Yes, madam, just watch. Wang Ping took a few steps forward. Zhaozhao, I know you are awake. Someone has seen a man in your room, yet second aunt remains unconvinced. Open the door and let her take a look. Second madam, our miss is still an unmarried young lady. You come here in the dead of night with so many people, and just by exchanging a few words, you claim there is a man in her room. This is utterly outrageous. If even a whisper of this gets out, how will our miss live on? What will General Zhao think? Dong Shui reasoned firmly. Thus, second madam, you cannot enter this room tonight. Qiuyu's voice rang with conviction. The 4 maidservants joined hands, forming a protective barrier, prepared to face any consequence to shield their miss from humiliation. They sought assistance, but with the first Madame bedridden and the young master still too young to intervene. Calling upon the master for help was futile in the confines of the inner courtyard. Where are the guards? Wang Ping exclaimed in a fit of rage. Here. Pull these 4 girls apart. If they resist, beat them until they scatter. Before Wang Ping could issue further commands, her legitimate son, the 10-year-old Lin Yuhua, jumped forth, shouting fiercely, I dare anyone to try. Young master! Young master! The second madam insists there is a man in the Mrs. room. They're trying to break in. Xia, he exclaimed, tears streaming down her cheeks. This is preposterous. This is the esteemed Pingyang Marquis household. My father is the rightful Marquis. You, as guards of the household, eat from the Marquis's table, yet seek to destroy his honor. Where is your conscience? Lin Zhaozhao's anger escalated, recalling the humiliation her sister had endured. Trembling with rage, she realized her status was insufficient to confront Wang Ping, so she vented her frustration on the heartless guards to buy time for her mother. The guards appeared uneasy, some averting their gazes, while others turned their faces away. Bei Chun, Nanxing, stand guard here. Who dares to intrude upon my sister's chamber? I will not tolerate it. Yes, let anyone come who seeks death. Bei Chun and Nanxing had never imagined that the lady of the household could be so wronged within her own abode. I say, elder sister, the commotion outside is escalating. Are you afraid to come out? Will you be a turtle hiding in its shell? Lin Yulan sneered, delicately pinching her fingers. You are the turtle. Your entire family is composed of turtles. Lin Zhaozhao retorted, her frustration boiling over. Indeed, elder sister. Could it be that there truly is a man in your room? This could lead to significant trouble. If General Zhao finds out, what shall you do? Laughter erupted from the crowd. Shameless.
Bah.
Lin Yuhua muttered beside her. Lin Zhaozhao's eyes immediately filled with tears. For years, her elder sister had treated Lin Yuhua better than her own brother. Now, she was being insulted in such a manner. In a fit of rage, Lin Zhaozhao stepped forward and slapped Lin Yuhua across the face. You heartless wretch! I will not spare you.
What?
Mother, he hit me. Mother. Upon seeing her precious son struck, Wang Ping waved her hand and cried out, Revolt! Revolt! Someone, pull them apart and bring them inside. Soon, the two factions clashed violently. Stop. Sister-in-law, do you take me for a fool? How dare you bully my children like this? Wan Qing, supported by others, hurried over. Wang Ping raised her hand, and the guards retreated. Sister, I received word that Zhaozhao is not adhering to propriety and is meeting with a man. I merely wish to clarify the rumors and misunderstandings. Otherwise, which suitor would dare to marry our girls in the future? Wang Ping boasted, her authority as the head of the household bolstering her confidence. Very well. This is indeed outrageous. Wan Qing nearly fainted with fury. Lin Zhaozhao rushed over to support her mother. Seeing the injuries on her son's face and the dirt on his clothes, Wan Qing's anger turned to laughter. Excellent. Excellent. Matron Wang, go summon the master. Let him see how his children are being bullied in their own home. Just then, the door creaked open. Chapter 22, whose fate will prevail. All eyes turned towards the entrance. Lin Zhaozhao stood there, draped in a blue cloak, her hair slightly disheveled, hands tightly entwined. Her gaze evasive. Mother, second aunt, why are you all in my courtyard at this late hour? Lin Zhaozhao's voice trembled with evident anxiety, her thumbs pressing hard against each other. Chun Yi finally revealed a faint smile. Whenever Lin Zhaozhao felt nervous, her hands would knot together. A habit she had developed over the years. Moreover, a fleeting red mark, likely a kiss mark, was barely concealed beneath her disheveled hair on the left side of her neck. At this moment, there was no escape for Lin Zhaozhao. Chun Yi whispered to Wang Ping, indeed. Wang Ping's face brightened instantly. Zhaozhao, someone just claimed there is a man in your room. I feared for your safety, thinking it might be a robber or a lecher. For your own protection, let us search your room. Just as Lin Zhaozhao was about to speak, Lin Zhaozhao shot her a warning glance, causing Lin Zhaozhao to retract her leg. Lin Zhaozhao extended a hand, gripping the doorframe tightly. Second aunt, this is not appropriate. I am the legitimate daughter of the Marquis' main household. If you search my room tonight, how will I ever face anyone in this household again? Are you trying to drive me to despair? Second aunt. Her emotions were in turmoil, her eyes reddened, tears cascading down like pearls, while her hands clutched the doorframe tightly. Veins protruding, and her legs trembled as she instinctively glanced into the room. At that moment, Lin Kongnian and Lin Mao hurriedly arrived, yet they did not enter or speak. They merely stood outside the door, silently observing the unfolding scene. Wang Ping cast a glance at Chun Yi. Suddenly, Chun Yi rushed out from the crowd, kneeling before Zhaozhao, weeping profusely. "Miss, please let someone in to take a look. Do not struggle any longer. On the very night we returned from Pude Temple, you forbade us from attending to you, even denying us the right to keep vigil. You didn't even allow us to assist with bathing or washing your intimate garments. Miss, if you are being wronged, please tell us." Those in the courtyard exchanged furtive glances. Lin Zhaozhao clenched her fists tightly, while Wanqing lowered her head, tears brimming in her eyes. "My poor daughter." Lin Zhaozhao was in a state of panic. "I did not. Do not slander me with such baseless accusations.
Tanya,
I have treated you well. Why do you repay my kindness with such treachery? Miss, I act with the welfare of all unmarried ladies in the household in mind. If your disgrace were to be revealed, what would become of us? Tonight, around the hour of the night, I personally witnessed you tightly embraced by a tall man in your bedroom. I swear, I saw it with my own eyes." Chun Yi's sincerity was palpable, her conviction unwavering. "Chun Yi, you treacherous wretch. I will make you pay." Spring Rain, standing nearby, gritted her teeth in anger. Observing the bulging veins in her mistress's hand and the panic in her eyes, Chun Yi lowered her head and silently smiled. Receiving a glance from her elder sister, Lin Zhaozhao stepped forward. What if they find something concerning sister's reputation? What if they do not? Father, mother, uncle, aunt, there must be an explanation. Lin Kongnian and Lin Mao emerged from the outer door, joining the courtyard. Lin Mao swiftly exchanged glances with Wang Ping, a sense of certainty settling in his heart. The commotion tonight was unlikely to end quietly. Lin Kongnian's face had never been so grim. "Elder brother, what do you think?" Lin Mao raised an eyebrow. Lin Kongnian had a sinking feeling, perhaps there truly was a man in Zhaozhao's room. Yet, having watched for half the night, he felt as if he were plunged into a freezing abyss. This was his own brother. For the sake of authority over the Marquis's household, how much had the second branch sacrificed? His wife lay bedridden, his children bullied. He cursed himself for being powerless. He lamented his inability to shield his family from the storm, cursed his own weakness. Seeing his elder brother's faltering demeanor, Lin Mao mockingly smirked. "If something is found, the elder brother's family will depart from the Marquis, relinquishing the Marquis's position. If nothing is found, the second branch will cede control of the household and leave." Lin Kongnian was taken aback. He had not anticipated his brother's ambition to be so grand. Looking at his younger brother, his eyes were filled with fear, pain, and disbelief.
no, no.
"You cannot enter." Lin Zhaozhao suddenly erupted, bursting into tears, glancing anxiously towards the room. "Zhaozhao, allow the matron to enter, and take a look. It will be fine. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you, all entrances and exits to your courtyard, the back door and windows, even the roof, are guarded by skilled guards from the household, so not even a fly could escape," Wang Ping reminded with care. Zhaozhao's face turned ashen.
No.
"You cannot enter my sister's room." Lin Zhaozhao, like a small leopard, dashed to her sister's door, extending her arms to block her sister. Beichen and Nanqing also rushed over, their eyes fierce with determination. "The humiliation my lady suffers today shall be repaid tenfold." "General, is it you inside?" Beichen and Nanqing exchanged anxious glances. Lin Mao smirked coldly, observing his timid elder brother. "Elder brother, what do you think?" Lin Kongnian, witnessing his wife and children being cornered, felt despair wash over him. 3 days hence, the first branch will depart, and I will submit a petition to relinquish the Marquis's title to my younger brother. You may go." Wanqing glanced at Zhaozhao, whose lips moved. Her eyes brightened, and after some thought, she boldly declared, "Let them search. If they find nothing, the second branch will move out." "Madam, mother." The group exchanged astonished glances, fear etched across their faces. "I too wish to know what sort of person my daughter, Wanqing, truly is. Sister-in-law, enter and search." Wang Ping's eyes flashed with delight. "Sister-in-law, you said it." She glanced at Lin Mao, who subtly nodded. Wang Ping quickly selected several people. The matron Feng, matron Zhao. Matron Wang by my sister-in-law's side, the personal servant of the eldest and second masters, and the captain of the guards. All of you come with us. They all replied in unison, yes. Upon reaching the door, Lin Zhaozhao and Lin Zhaozhao stood in their way, unwilling to budge. The captain of the guards, Wang Dezuzu, a distant relative of Wang Ping, pushed Lin Zhaozhao aside, while the two matrons seized Lin Zhaozhao, forcing their way into the room. The courtyard fell into a deathly silence, with everyone holding their breath. This night would determine who would live or die in the Pingyang Marquis, who would triumph, and who would perish. After the passage of a cup of tea, and then another, at last, the group emerged from the room, silence enveloping them.
Speak.
Who was the man? Where is he hiding? Wang Ping stepped forward, her voice raised. Matron Feng, speak. Chapter 23. Dare to move against my people. Madam, we did not find a man inside, Matron Feng replied quietly.
What?
How could this be? Wang Ping's face drained of color, while Lin Mao shot her a fierce glare. His eyes filled with menace. To second, madam, truly, there is none. We searched every corner of the room, even the wardrobe, beneath the bed, and even the beams. The captain of the guards asserted. No, it cannot be. Chunyi, did you not say you saw it with your own eyes? Chunyi, terrified by the furious mistress, stammered. Madam, I truly saw the young lady tightly embraced by a man. I would never mistake it. Where is he? Where is he?
Tell me.
Where is he? Wang Ping screamed in a fit of hysteria. Matron Zhao, go, see if the young lady is still pure.
Go.
I refuse to believe that with such potent aphrodisiacs in the temple, you, a little maid, could have endured. Before Wang Ping's words could fully escape her lips, a large hand firmly covered her mouth. If you wish to live, keep your mouth shut. With a single glance from Lin Mao, Wang Ping instantly regained her composure. Wang Ping, you have gone too far. Wan Qing trembled with anger. Second brother, how can you allow Wang Ping to treat my daughter in such a manner? Your niece. Lin Mao released his grip on Wang Ping, speaking lightly. Elder brother, it is prudent to investigate. Losing one's virginity before marriage is no trivial matter. As they spoke, the two matrons beside Wang Ping charged forward, seizing Lin Zhaozhao's arms with a vice-like grip. Lin Zhaozhao, her eyes ablaze with fury, rushed forward with Beichun and Nanqing. Release my sister. To their dismay, the two matrons were strong and skilled, while engaged with Lin Zhaozhao. They had already rolled up Lin Zhaozhao's sleeve. A vivid red mark, the sign of purity, lay quietly on Lin Zhaozhao's arm. The courtyard fell into an oppressive silence. Beichun, Nanqing, break these two old hags' hands. Gently lower my sister's sleeve. Lin Zhaozhao gritted her teeth, speaking fiercely. Understood. With a swift movement, accompanied by two pained cries, the two matrons had their wrists broken by Beichun and Nanqing. Second aunt, second uncle, are you satisfied? Tears welled in Lin Zhaozhao's eyes, filled with humiliation. Humph, are you not going back? Such disgraceful beings. Lin Mao glared at Wang Ping and her group, the icy disdain causing Wang Ping to shudder involuntarily. The forces of the second branch, eyeing the two matrons, quietly bowed their heads and departed the courtyard, while Chunyi hurriedly got up, trailing behind in fear, because she knew that if she stayed, she would certainly meet her demise tonight.
Sister. Zhaozhao.
Miss. Everyone gathered around Lin Zhaozhao. Father, mother, I am fine. Zhaozhao has grown up and can protect her sister now. Observing his wife and children before him, Lin Kongnian's hands trembled. He had never anticipated that the courtyard he had taken so lightly was so drenched in blood, filled with unseen blades and shadows. Reflecting on it, how many women and children had perished in the strife of the inner residence. Indeed, one wife was already sufficient. Lin Kongnian stepped forward and patted Zhaozhao's hand, saying, Go rest early. Father will provide you with an explanation. Father, will the second household move out in 3 days? Lin Zhaozhao asked anxiously. Lin Kongnian exchanged glances with his wife and lowered his head, replying, Probably not. However, this time, even if they do not leave, I will make the second household pay dearly. Lin Kongnian gritted his teeth, his gaze fierce.
Why?
Do they not keep their word? Lin Zhaoxiao's eyes brimmed with tears. 3 feet of ice does not form in a single day. The second household has operated within the estate for many years. It is not something that can be toppled overnight, Lin Zhaozhao remarked coolly. It is getting late. Father, please take mother back. Beichun Nanjing. Escort the young master back to the front courtyard, allowing him to rest well. You have worked hard tonight. Miss, you are truly a burden to the little people. Young master, let us return. Yes, elder sister, rest well, and do not take their words to heart. All right, I will remember. Let us first send father and mother back. Understood. Chunyu, Xiaohua, quickly bring back Dasha and Dahu from the entrance, tend to their wounds, and at dawn, seek a doctor for them. Remember, go outside to find one. Lin Zhaozhao had just been standing at the dark window, having witnessed everything clearly. The two young servants at the entrance, Xia Dashan and Xia Dahu, were the estate's own children, twins. Their father was the stableman, Xia Laosan, and their mother worked in the kitchen. They were good children and could stay. Qiuyu, Dong Shui, tidy up Chunya's belongings and throw them outside Zhaohua courtyard, then lock the door and go to sleep. Lin Zhaozhao's tone carried a lightness. I have long awaited this day. Miss, you can rest assured. We will see her out. Dong Shui's bright voice echoed. With the doors locked, everyone returned to their respective quarters, as if all had settled into peace. Lin Zhaozhao returned to her room, where a shadow flickered behind her bed curtain in the flickering candlelight. She closed the door, walked over and extinguished the candle, only to be enveloped in a warm, broad embrace. His scent grew increasingly pleasant, and his voice more melodious. A strong hand wrapped around her waist, while a rough hand gently caressed the back of her head. She shyly attempted to struggle but heard a voice say, "Do not move. Let me hold you." Nestled in his warm embrace, Zhaozhao felt tears welling up. "I am sorry for the grievances you have suffered. It is my fault." Zhao Lingfeng's eyes glistened with moisture. This man, who had once endured 4 knife wounds on the battlefield without shedding a tear, now had red-rimmed eyes. Zhaozhao's tears could not be restrained. Soaking his chest, "I do not blame you. It was my setup. I wanted to get rid of that maid. With her here, I cannot do anything conveniently." Zhao Lingfeng stroked her long hair gently, his heart aching. "Did that guard push Zhaozhao as well when those old hags shoved you?" A fierce glint flashed in Zhao Lingfeng's eyes. Lin Zhaozhao's tears flowed more fiercely. "I usually do not cry." She pressed her fluffy head against Zhao Lingfeng's chest, her hands quietly encircling his lean, strong waist. Zhaozhao. Zhao Lingfeng listened to the soft sounds emanating from her, his heart breaking. He lifted Zhaozhao into his arms, placed her on the bed, removed her shoes, and gently covered her with a quilt. Upon seeing the tear stains at the corners of her eyes, he sought a handkerchief from his pocket but found none. Instead, he used his sleeve to wipe Zhaozhao's tears. Under the cool moonlight, the bruises on Lin Zhaozhao's wrist caught Zhao Lingfeng's attention. He lifted her sleeve, revealing a circle of startling bruises. "Who dares to touch my beloved?" Zhao Lingfeng was enraged. Chapter 24. The argument. After covering Zhaozhao with the quilt, Zhao Lingfeng leaped out of the window. Standing in the courtyard, he declared, "The guard captain who pushed the young master shall have his hands and legs broken. Those 2 old hags who shoved the lady shall have their legs broken and tongues cut out. Every guard who accompanied them tonight shall have their right hands broken." Zhao Lingfeng's voice was light, yet filled with ferocity. "Dare to harm Zhaozhao, push the little brother, and anger the father-in-law and mother-in-law. None shall escape unscathed." "Yes," came the response, and soon 2 dark figures swept through the air, vanishing into the night. "Lin Mao, is it?" Zhao Lingfeng squinted in the darkness. The night's commotion came to an end, and the sun rose as usual in the east. After Lin Zhaozhao got out of bed, tidied herself, and had breakfast, she took Qiuyu and Dong Shui to pay her respects to her grandmother. To her surprise, her grandmother's room was already crowded. In the courtyard stood numerous maids and young servants from both the main and secondary households, all eerily silent and afraid to breathe. Lin Zhaozhao left Qiuyu and Dong Shui at the door and entered the room. A maid named Chuier held the curtain, and as they passed each other, Chuier whispered, dividing the family. Lin Zhaozhao understood instantly. This was likely a ploy set by Xiaohua. She subtly nodded, shedding her cloak and placing it into Chuier's hands, beneath which was an ordinary rouge box that she slipped into Chuier's hands. Zhaozhao pays her respects to grandmother, to father and mother, to uncle and aunt. I pay my respects. Inside, grandmother sat in the center on a soft couch, with her parents and Xiaoxiao seated on her right, and uncle, aunt, and Lin Yuhua on her left. After completing her greetings, Zhaozhao was assisted by Xiaoxiao to a chair behind her mother, while she herself sat back a bit further. Now that everyone is gathered, let's discuss what to do. I am aware of last night's events. You need not conceal anything from me. Second daughter-in-law. Having managed the household for so many years, how could you be so easily deceived by a maid and bully your own niece? You are truly foolish. Wang Ping hurriedly stood from her chair and knelt before the matriarch. Mother, it was a moment's carelessness. I was deceived by that little wretch, Chun Yi. I feared if Zhaozhao truly committed such an unseemly act, it would tarnish our Pingyang Marquis house's reputation. What would happen to the unmarried young masters and young ladies of our household? I was impulsive. As she defended herself, Wang Ping wiped her tears with a handkerchief. Mother, you did not see the fierce spirit my sister displayed last night. Had I, my husband, and Xiao not arrived in time, Zhaozhao might have been driven to her death. Wan Qing spoke, tears streaming down her face. She was genuinely heartbroken. Over the years, during her prolonged illness, she had no idea how much these two children had suffered, nor to what extent they had been bullied. Sister-in-law, you must speak with a clear conscience. Your health has not been well for years, and the affairs of the household are myriad. I have tirelessly managed them day and night. Just because I was deceived by a wretched maid this time, you wish to erase all my efforts over the years. Wang Ping cried out in distress. Shut your mouth. Which head of a household cries and makes a scene like a shrew? The matriarch thumped the table, reprimanding her. Quickly cease your wailing and weeping, Wang Ping quietly sobbed, wiping her tears with a handkerchief. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Zhaozhao finally found his courage, realizing that his wife and children were being so mistreated in their own household. He stood up and knelt before his mother. Mother, I do not wish to speak of last night's events. I have witnessed the grievances Zhaozhao endured with my own eyes. I shall express but a single point, since my sister-in-law claims that my family, Zhaozhao, has tarnished the reputation of the Pingyang Marquis. I implore our mother to take charge and facilitate a separation between the first and second branches. This way, any misfortunes that befall the first branch shall not tarnish the good name of the second. I beseech you, mother, to take the lead. Lin Zhaozhao bowed thrice before his mother and knelt there in earnest. Lin Zhaozhao also rose to kneel beside her father, proclaiming, Grandmother, my second uncle explicitly stated last night that if there were no illicit men in my quarters, he would relocate the second branch from the Marquis. All the servants and guards who were present in my courtyard last night can attest to this. A sharp glare from grandmother fell upon them. Second, did you indeed utter such words? Lin Mao rose and knelt beside his mother. Mother, my elder brother, those were mere words exchanged in jest. Speaking of the servants and guards, I wish to inquire of my elder brother as well. This very morning, I received word that the guards who entered Zhaozhao's courtyard last night had all suffered broken right hands, and those two maids accompanying Wang Ping had their legs broken and tongues severed. The first branch has grown too audacious. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhaozhao was momentarily stunned. The guards who had invaded her quarters were indeed injured, and her own maids had suffered grievous harm. It must have been him. A warm surge filled Zhaozhao's heart. Furthermore, the captain of the household guards is now rendered utterly incapacitated. Mother, the cruelty of my elder brother's family knows no bounds. Lin Mao, you slanderous fiend. This is not the doing of Lin Zhaozhao. I am but a scholar, incapable of such deeds. I would rather possess martial skill, for then you would not dare to bully my child. Lin Mao suddenly advanced a few steps, prostrating himself at their mother's knees. Mother, you must take a stand for your son. The matriarch, trembling with fury, seized a teacup and hurled it to the ground. Silence. All of you. The entire room knelt in unison, each too fearful to utter a word. In marrying, one must choose wisely. I opposed your union with Wang Ping, yet you seemed bewitched, insistent upon the match. Now, with you and your brother at odds, and divisions growing ever wider, Wang Ping's meddling cannot be overlooked. I am too old to intervene. Should you consent to leave the household, I shall procure a residence for you and your family. If you refuse to depart, then let us erect a wall between the first and second branches, allowing each to exist in peace. Having spoken thus, the matriarch supported herself with Xiao Mama and withdrew to the inner chambers. Lin Zhaozhao assisted his wife, while Lin Zhaozhao rushed forward to help her sister. And the family of four made their way outside. Lin Mao stood, dusting himself off, and coldly remarked, Indeed, my elder brother is quite adept. Lin Zhaozhao gazed at his younger brother, once a shadow at his heels, now boldly questioning him. Are you not of scholarly lineage? Do you not honor your word? This inquiry ignited Lin Mao's ire, causing his hair to bristle. The wheel of fortune turns. Let us see how this unfolds. With a flourish of his sleeve, Lin Mao cast a fierce glance backward before striding out. Wang Ping, noticing this, hastily rose and followed him into her quarters. Upon entering the main room of the second branch, Lin Mao commanded, Everyone else, leave us. This single command filled Wang Ping with dread. Chapter 25. Partiality. Lin Zhaozhao helped his wife, while Lin Zhaozhao supported her sister, followed by servants as they proceeded to their family's courtyard.
On the way?
Lin Zhaozhao leaned closer to Zhao Zhao and whispered, "Sister, is it true that Wang Dezuzu has indeed been rendered incapacitated?" Lin Zhaozhao lowered her head and quietly responded, "I do not know. Once we return, send someone to inquire." Understood. After ensuring their parents were settled, the two sisters made their way to Zhaohua Garden. Beichen and Nanqing had been dispatched to gather intelligence. Zhao Zhao looked up at her younger brother, who towered over her, and asked, "Shall we dine here at noon? I shall prepare a feast for you." Lin Zhaozhao joyfully leaped onto her sister's soft couch, seized an apple from the table, and took a hearty bite. "Truly, you are the best sister. Little Xiaodu, I desire a recipe of bold flavors." Silver, stingy. Lin Zhaozhao produced 5 taels of silver, feeling a pang of regret. A spicy hot pot. B, spicy blood soup. I want spicy hot pot. Immediately, a recipe appeared on the screen. After a quick glance, she memorized it. Then, a large basin appeared before Zhao Zhao. "What is this?" "The seasoning for spicy hot pot. Some ingredients are unavailable here." "Then I am grateful to you, little Xiaodu." Zhao Zhao approached the kitchen and summoned several maidservants. "Qiyue, prepare some of your signature dishes for Xiao Xiao as lunch, and leave one stove for me. I shall create a new dish." "Very well, miss. You may rest assured." In less than half an hour, a table laden with 6 dishes was prepared. The other 5 were simple stir-fried vegetables and sliced meat. Only the central dish, a large plate of vibrant and fragrant food, emanated an irresistible aroma, spicy and savory. It made one salivate. "Sister, what is this dish? I have never seen it before." Lin Zhaozhao exclaimed, her mouth watering. "This dish is called spicy hot pot. I found the recipe in an ancient text, and today is the first time I am making it for you. Quickly, taste it." She served a piece of meat, and the spicy and savory flavor was exquisite. "I knew you would be the best sister." Lin Zhaozhao gazed at her younger brother, a sprightly youth just coming into his own, and her heart swelled with emotion. "In the past, I was foolish. Do not hold it against me. I shall change." Lin Zhaozhao offered him a piece of chicken leg. "Sister, it is also my fault. Seeing you treat Lin Yuhua well made me feel as though you were being taken from me. I grew envious. I know my brother is the finest in the world." "Eat up." Lin Zhaozhao felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted from her heart. "Sister, this is too delicious." Lin Zhaozhao exclaimed, her lips rosy and bright. "Sister, you cook wonderfully." After finishing the last bite of spicy hot pot, Lin Zhaozhao slumped onto Zhao Zhao's small couch, unable to rise.
"Qiyue,
"Hurry and brew some hawthorn tea. Your young master has overeaten." "It is already prepared, miss." Qiyue brought 2 bowls, and the siblings sipped slowly. "Young master." Beichen's voice echoed from outside the door. Lin Zhaozhao glanced at Zhao Zhao, who nodded in affirmation. "Come in." Lin Zhaozhao responded. "Young master, miss." Zhao Zhao nodded. "What news do you have?" Lin Zhaozhao inquired anxiously. "Young master, it is indeed as you say. That very night, all the guards who entered Zhaohua Garden suffered broken wrists, and Captain Wang Dezuzu had both legs and hands fractured, while the 2 maids are now incapacitated." Lin Zhaozhao sat up with excitement, her eyes sparkling and her lips curving into a smile. "Sister, who do you think has such chivalry to help us exact this revenge?" Beichen and Nanqing instinctively glanced at Lin Zhaozhao, who was also covertly observing them. Subsequently, the 3 simultaneously averted their gazes, falling into silence. However, the smile that danced upon Lin Zhaozhao's lips was impossible to suppress. What could be done? "So this is the feeling of being cherished? This is the sensation of having a protector? I find this feeling delightful." After letting Qiyue take Beichen and Nanqing for lunch, Zhao Zhao's spicy hot pot received an abundance of praise. Lin Zhaozhao lingered for quite some time before returning to the front courtyard to study. As she departed, Zhao Zhao exchanged a knowing glance with Beichen. Approaching the door, Beichen suddenly exclaimed, clutching his belly. "What is wrong?" Lin Zhaozhao asked anxiously. "Miss, I wish to use your restroom." "Young master, you should return to your studies. I will be there shortly." "Go ahead, Zhaozhao. Return and study diligently. You will be your sister's support in the future." "Sister, you need not worry." After Lin Zhaozhao left, Beichen appeared from around the corner. "I pay my respects to the lady. May I inquire what tasks you wish for me to undertake?" "Just call me miss." Lin Zhaozhao felt her cheeks flush. Beichen lowered his head and smiled. It is an order from the general. I dare not defy it. In the evening, I wish to prepare a spicy hot pot for him. Could you find the time to deliver it? Lin Zhaozhao's face was flushed with shyness. Bei Chen's expression radiated surprise. How thoughtful of you, madam. What time would be suitable for me to come by? Lin Zhaozhao twisted the handkerchief in her hands, biting her lip as she replied softly, I am unsure when he typically has dinner. Bei Chen pondered for a moment. If the general dines at home, it is usually around the hour of you. Very well, then come by at that hour under some pretext. Yes, madam. Is there anything else? No, you may return. It seemed prudent to prepare an ample amount of ingredients. Besides Zhao Lingfeng, she also wished to make a portion for her father. For the first time in many years, her father stood tall, embodying a manly presence, like a mountain shielding her from harm. Upon returning to her room and resting for a while, Lin Zhaozhao summoned Dong Shui, wishing to craft a long gown for Zhao Lingfeng. She sketched the design of the garment he currently wore, planning the intricate embroidery to be added. With Dong Shui's assistance, she swiftly cut the necessary fabric. She resolved that she would sew every stitch herself. Her skills in needlework were indeed commendable, for in her past life, Wang Su had sought out a master to teach her the art of embroidery for profit. Unexpectedly, that master turned out to be a renowned practitioner of double-sided embroidery, who, after losing his sight and falling gravely ill, had been cast aside. After imparting all his knowledge to Zhaozhao, he passed away. As the afternoon progressed, Lin Zhaozhao found it increasingly difficult to concentrate on her sewing. She longed to prepare the spicy hot pot. Gathering fresh vegetables from the market and her garden, she began her culinary endeavor. With Chun Yi no longer acting as her watchful eye, Zhaozhao felt free to pursue her tasks without concealment, enhancing her spirits. She and Chun Yu, along with Qiu Yu, prepared dinner, instructing Xia He and Dong Shui to brew rose petal syrup, as they were to make the final batch of rose beauty cream that evening. The following day, Zhaozhao planned to visit her mother's garden, where 2 jasmine bushes had begun to bloom. She wondered if her mother would allow her to pick some. As dusk fell, Zhaozhao delivered a small portion of the spicy hot pot to her father, while instructing Bei Chen to take the larger portion back to the Duke of Zhengguo's residence. Upon seeing Bei Chen, Zhao Lingfeng's face darkened with concern. Has something happened to the madam? Chapter 26. The Lost Handkerchief. The general's countenance grew severe, capable of unsettling even a camp of 20,000 soldiers. Bei Chen, trembling and pale, hastily raised the food container, whispering, The madam specially prepared these appetizers for you and asked me to bring them. Zhao Lingfeng, incredulous, responded, For me? Indeed, made just for you. It's still steaming. Zhao Lingfeng wiped his hands on his sides, laughing dismissively. For me? You may return now. He then ordered the kitchen to prepare several appetizers and instructed a trusted aide to summon the 4th prince, stating that there were matters of importance to discuss. In a short span of tea time, the 4th prince Zhao Ziyu arrived in a hurry. Brother, you summoned me in such haste. What is the matter? Zhao Ziyu rushed into the Duke of Zhengguo's residence, while Zhao Lingfeng, glancing at his brother's mis-buttoned attire, felt a warm surge of affection. 4th brother, come here. He poured a cup of tea and set the table, a gentle smile briefly illuminating Zhao Lingfeng's face. I have a dish that is said to be particularly delightful. I invite you to savor it with me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziyu eagerly replied, If you say so, I must try it. The bold flavors of the spicy hot pot quickly captivated both brothers. I must ask, which restaurant in the capital concocted this new dish? It is absolutely exquisite. Zhao Ziyu exclaimed, unable to stop himself after the first bite. Can you guess? You cannot? Oh, brother, slow down. Leave some for me. Zhao Ziyu hurriedly scooped several bites into his bowl. Seeing his brother indulge so fervently, Zhao Lingfeng chose to remain silent and joined in the feast, devouring the dish heartily. Otherwise, this heartfelt dinner would all end up in his brother's stomach. Gazing at the empty plate, Zhao Lingfeng covered his face, regretting inviting him. Brother, this is simply an extraordinary delicacy. Where did you acquire the recipe? Zhao Ziyu inquired, sipping his tea to aid digestion. Zhao Lingfeng smiled broadly, raising an eyebrow. It was prepared by your sister-in-law and sent over. Sister-in-law? Zhao Ziyu was momentarily taken aback, then stood up, his eyes widening in astonishment. The Lin family's young lady? Zhao Lingfeng nodded, a faint blush creeping onto his rugged face. When will you see her again? Ask her if she would sell the recipe, or perhaps consider a partnership. Do you not remember? I own an inn. The Dingxing Lu very well. I shall inquire.
Oh,
By the way, I have another question for you. Zhao Lingfeng suddenly remembered. What is it? Last time I got drunk and stayed overnight at your place. Did I leave anything behind? Zhao Ziyu, who had been resting his eyes, suddenly opened them wide. I lost a handkerchief. Zhao Lingfeng's expression darkened, berating himself for his carelessness. Did you lose it at my place? In the guest room? Zhao Ziyu felt a pang of anxiety, glancing nervously at Zhao Lingfeng. After years of friendship, with just a look, Zhao Lingfeng could sense that something was amiss. What has happened? Zhao Lingfeng's tone turned severe, his gaze fierce. Zhao Ziyu cautiously dragged his chair closer to Zhao Lingfeng, confessing with guilt. Zhao Jingshu bribed a servant in my household, learned of your presence there. And shortly after you left, she arrived. He timidly raised his gaze to meet Zhao Lingfeng's. Who is she? And then what happened? Rubbing his nose, Zhao Ziyu cautiously continued. Zhao Jingshu is the fifth princess. The servant mentioned she went to the guest room where you slept, crawled into your bed. And it seems she took something. With a resounding crash, the table beside Zhao Lingfeng shattered, the tea set scattering across the floor. Unbelievable. Zhao Ziyu, if you cannot even manage your own residence, how can the emperor trust you with greater responsibilities? Brother, do not be angry. I have recognized my mistakes. I have already identified the spy in the residence and meticulously reviewed everything. Such occurrences shall never happen again. Zhao Lingfeng's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The handkerchief I lost was embroidered by Zhaozhao. It was her first gift to me. I do not blame you. It is my own fault. With that, Zhao Lingfeng, his eyes reddened, retreated to the training grounds in the back courtyard. Zhao Ziyu, grinding his teeth in frustration, cursed Zhao Jingshu under his breath, then clenched his fists and followed him outside. It was disastrous. If he could not win today, he would surely face punishment. As night deepened, Lin Zhaozhao was still stitching diligently under the light. The living room table was already cluttered with numerous makeup boxes. The final batch of rose beauty cream had been completed, awaiting to cool and solidify for use. She wondered if he had tasted the spicy hot pot yet. Did he enjoy the bold and fragrant flavors? Indeed. Bathed in the gentle moonlight, a towering figure, Zhao Lingfeng, stood outside the window, holding a food container. The brightness of the moonlight hindered his entrance, primarily due to a sense of guilt. A faint blush crept across his sun-kissed face as he gazed at the woman he cherished, too timid to approach. With courage, he walked to the window, striving to temper his voice. This dish is exceptionally delicious. I particularly enjoyed it. One of my closest friends is also quite fond of it. He asked me to inquire whether you would sell the recipe or consider collaborating with a restaurant for profit-sharing. Lin Zhaozhao dared not meet his deeply affectionate gaze. Lowering her head and fidgeting with her thumb, unintentionally, she noticed that his right hand, which held the food container, bore wounds, each knuckle scraped and bleeding.
Komin.
Lin Zhaozhao reached out to take the food container from him, grasping his sleeve tightly. Tonight, I shall not enter. I have matters to attend to. Zhao Lingfeng gazed at her, clad in a white loungewear, her long hair cascading down to her waist, her eyes curved like crescent moons, and his heart fluttered. Will you come? Lin Zhaozhao raised an eyebrow, her tone fierce. Do not fret. I shall be there shortly. Zhao Lingfeng leaped through the window, placing the food box upon the table, only to be swiftly pressed into a chair by Zhaozhao. She then retrieved a medical box from a nearby cabinet, applied ointment to his injured fingers, and bandaged them with care. The tender attention from the beloved girl filled Zhao Lingfeng's heart with warmth. There is no need to be anxious. I frequently sustain injuries on the battlefield. In a few days, I shall be well again. It is nothing. The petite Lin Zhaozhao, with her soft, fair hands, gently caressed his rough, darkened, yet wounded hand, leaving the robust Zhao Lingfeng at a loss. Have you been in a fight?
Yes.
Does it hurt? Not at all. Are you troubled? No, not at all. Lin Zhaozhao tidied the medical box, settled herself at the vanity, arranged her writing supplies, and began to write with swift strokes. Once dry, she presented it to Zhao Lingfeng. What is this? A recipe. I do not comprehend it. But since it is from your dear friend, I shall leave it in your capable hands. Zhao Lingfeng looked into her clear eyes moved. Zhaozhao, you are truly wonderful. He felt tears welling up, a lump in his throat, unsure of how to contain them. Chapter 27. The candlelight at west window. I found this by chance in an ancient tome. I tried it at noon and succeeded. So, I prepared it for you this evening, Lin Zhaozhao said, her eyes sparkling with joy. Zhao Lingfeng, however, found her smile akin to a crescent moon in the night sky, gentle and soothing. I believe my friend has some connections in the capital. Thus, investing seems to be the most prudent choice at present. Zhaozhao sat across from him, observing his earnest demeanor, his relaxed posture, and his rough mannerisms that occasionally led him to speak in a raspy voice. She suddenly felt a fondness for this rugged man. Nodding, she whispered, "I shall heed your advice." This tender demeanor stirred something within Zhao Lingfeng. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the entrance, followed by the voice of Xia He, "Miss, cease your needlework and retire early." Startled, Lin Zhaozhao swiftly extinguished the candle. "Understood. I shall retire now. I shall blow out the lamp. You need not enter." She rose to check whether the person had departed. However, in the darkness, her skirt caught on something, causing her to stumble towards the corner of the table. Lin Zhaozhao lost her balance, unable to make a sound, and broke out in a cold sweat. Yet, in an instant, a strong arm embraced her around the waist, pulling her into a firm, broad chest, causing her nose to collide painfully, eliciting tears. In her fright, she instinctively clutched Zhao Lingfeng's shirt, as though she were offering herself to him. Pressed against his chest, she could hear the thunderous beat of his heart, her face flushed crimson. This was the first time Zhao Lingfeng held her so intimately, enveloping the girl he had cherished for 2 lifetimes, cautiously wrapping his rough hands around her slender waist. Meanwhile, Zhaozhao listened to his rapid heartbeat, extending her arms to embrace his broad back, slowly learning to reciprocate his affection. At that moment, Zhao Lingfeng's eyes glistened with tears. Unable to restrain them any longer, he bent down, holding his beloved girl tightly, murmuring her name, Zhaozhao. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Zhaozhao stirred, whispering, "Yi Lingfeng, I am weary. Call me Lingfeng, will you?" Lin Zhaozhao, abashed, nestled deeper into his embrace. "It is late. Let us retire. I shall take my leave." Zhao Lingfeng bent down, lifting her into his arms, placing her gently onto the bed, tucking her in, and bestowing a kiss upon her forehead, which startled Lin Zhaozhao into covering her face. With fluttering eyelashes, Zhaozhao cautiously opened her eyes, only to find Zhao Lingfeng had departed, and the window was closed. She placed her hand upon her chest, the sound of her heartbeat resounding in her ears. Suddenly, she discerned a shadow in the spot where Zhao Lingfeng had sat. Hastily, she rose, her bare feet padding softly on the floor. Indeed, it was a cloak, forgotten by Zhao Lingfeng. After a moment's hesitation, she picked it up, cradling it close, inhaling deeply, confirming it was imbued with his scent. Returning to her bed, she snuggled the cloak, enveloped in his alluring fragrance, and soon fell into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, Lin Zhaozhao awoke, astonished to find herself still clutching Zhao Lingfeng's garment. She quickly sprang up, wrapping his clothing within her own and hastily stowing it in her nightstand, locking it away. "Miss, are you awake? Come in," she called. Xia He and several others entered, carrying various items. Some brought water for washing, others towels, while others chose clothes and styled her hair. Dressed in a sky-blue gown, her hair loosely piled in a fluffy bun, adorned with a delicate pearl tassel, Lin Zhaozhao appeared charming and vivacious. As Xia He assisted her out, the other maids chattered animatedly. Zhaozhao cast a glance at them, raising an eyebrow, inquiring, "What is the matter?" Chunya squatted before her, holding a rouge box. "Miss, the beauty cream is ready." Zhaozhao smiled. "Bring them all here." The maids presented several boxes, and Zhaozhao selected 4 of the same size, distributing 1 to each maid, giving an extra to Chunyu. "Remember to apply it morning and night after washing your face. Do not skimp. Chunyu, the more you apply, the sooner you shall restore your skin." Due to matters concerning the main and secondary houses, their grandmother had dispensed with the morning greetings. After breakfast, Zhaozhao intended to visit her mother to see the 2 jasmine plants. She instructed Xia He and Xiaoyu, each carrying a cloth bag, as they made their way to her mother's Qinghe courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, a maid rushed forward. "The eldest young lady has arrived." Zhaozhao smiled and nodded. "Mother, I am here. Come help me decide what flower pattern would look best." Zhaozhao approached, examining the design her mother held, which appeared to be a handkerchief of sorts. "Mother, I would love to embroider a delicate vine flower in the corner. It would be lovely." Wanqing picked up the fabric, pondering, and said, "Then let it be the vine flower. We shall follow Zhaozhao's suggestion." "Mother, how is your health?" Zhaozhao observed the rosy hue on her mother's cheeks, feeling a wave of relief. "I feel much better. My chest is more comfortable, though I still cough occasionally at night. However, a sweet honey water remedy alleviates it greatly. Oh, by the way, I have yet to brew today's medicine. Wan Qing winked at Zhaozhao. Immediately, Zhaozhao stood up, addressing her two close maids, Xiaohe, Qiuyu. You must personally fetch the medicine and brew it without leaving my sight. Do you understand? The two maids straightened, responding eagerly. Rest assured, Miss. Mother. Zhaozhao glanced around, and Wan Qing immediately understood. You may all leave now. What is it? Wan Qing leaned against the couch, speaking softly. Zhaozhao took her mother's hand, noticing its newfound softness. May I pick some jasmine from your garden? Do you like them? To display indoors? Zhaozhao leaned closer, whispering, actually, the beauty cream is a formula I discovered in a book which I crafted. However, my garden's roses have withered. Without flowers, I cannot proceed. Upon hearing this, Wan Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it truly your creation? Zhaozhao nodded. Quickly go and gather them. You may take all the flowers from my garden. That beauty cream works wonders. Mother, what fragrance do you prefer? I shall make it for you. Zhaozhao perched on a small stool, resting her head on her mother's lap. I desire a peach blossom scent. Is that possible? Wan Qing's eyes sparkled with youthful yearning. Sure, I will help you with that. Here is the revised and translated content. All right, I shall seek out the location where peach blossoms can be picked. Wan Qing gently stroked her daughter's head, her heart swelling with tenderness. After accompanying her mother for breakfast and plucking jasmine from the garden, Zhaozhao returned to her own residence, Zhao Huayuan. Upon entering, a familiar voice rang out from the entrance. Miss. Chapter 28. The fright of the wild horse. Hearing the well-known voice of Beichen, Zhaozhao halted her steps.
Come.
Beichen rushed over, carrying a food box, his face alight with excitement. This morning, the young master went to purchase rice paper and discovered that the pastries from the shop are exceptionally delicious. He specifically bought some for you to savor. Upon hearing this, Zhaozhao's face brightened with a smile. Indeed, he is my dear brother, always thinking of me with delightful treats. Xiaohua stepped forward, intending to take the food box. But Beichen did not relinquish his hold. In that moment, Zhaozhao seemed to have an epiphany. She stepped forward to accept the box, and Beichen patted the bottom softly, whispering, Miss, hold it steadily. Do not spill it, for this gesture carries profound sentiment. Zhaozhao nodded with a smile, her ears reddening. I understand. Once inside her room, Zhaozhao instructed several maidservants to wash and air the jasmine she had collected. She then closed the door and opened the food box. Inside lay a piece of mung bean cake, resting quietly. Upon removing the cake, she discovered two envelopes beneath it. One envelope was labeled 1, while the other was marked 2. Opening the first envelope revealed a letter written by Zhao Lingfeng addressed to Zhaozhao. It began with the words to Zhaozhao, and she felt her cheeks flush at the sight of those characters. The letter stated that he would be leaving the capital for 3 to 5 days, and she need not worry about him. He advised her to ensure the doors and windows were secured at night, to alleviate her loneliness during his absence. He had prepared a gift for her, which was enclosed in the second envelope. Upon opening the second envelope, Zhaozhao found it filled with numerous papers. As she examined them, tears welled in her eyes. One was the deed to the ruse shop, and another was the deed to the Linglong Pavilion in the capital, both inscribed with the name Lin Zhaozhao. The remaining papers were silver notes, amounting to a total of 10,000 taels. There was also a letter explaining that the ruse shop had been purchased from a friend, while the Linglong Pavilion, a jewelry shop, was a wedding gift from her future mother-in-law. Zhaozhao's heart brimmed with gratitude. The genuine love, care, and regard emanating from her future family were sentiments she had never experienced in her previous life. Clutching the items, she hurried to her mother, throwing herself into her mother's embrace. What is wrong? You seemed perfectly fine when you left. Wan Qing's face turned pale with concern. Zhaozhao quickly revealed the contents, bashfully sharing the news about the Linglong Pavilion. She chose to withhold details about the ruse shop and the silver notes, planning to return the money to Zhao Lingfeng later. Wan Qing, upon hearing the news, felt genuine joy for her daughter. Your mother-in-law holds you in high regard and has gifted you this. Keep it safe and manage it well, then offer some needlework for your future in-laws and for Lingfeng. It is a small gesture of deep affection. Understood, mother? Zhaozhao replied, her heart lightened. Return now, and think of what to do. Remember, your mother-in-law's birthday is on the 8th of next month. Wan Qing smiled from the heart. Zhaozhao nodded, bashfully darting away. My daughter has finally come to terms with it. Wanqing felt a great weight lift from her heart. Mother. Zhaozhao suddenly poked her head back through the door. What is it? What flowers does Aunt Zhao like? Zhaozhao's face bloomed with a rosy hue. She adores the peach blossoms of spring and the red plums of winter. Got it. Thank you, Mother. Zhaozhao flitted away like a butterfly. Wanqing couldn't help but laugh, though soon a fit of deep coughing interrupted her. In the afternoon, Zhaozhao received an invitation delivered by a messenger from the palace, stating that in 3 days, a flower viewing event would be held at the royal villa on the outskirts of the capital, inviting Lin Zhaozhao to attend. After contemplating, Lin Zhaozhao decided that such an invitation was not one to decline, especially since the event would likely feature peach blossoms. She planned to seek the host's permission to gather some for her beauty cream. Thus, she resolved to attend the flower viewing event in 3 days. That evening, after Lin Mao returned from court, he hurriedly went to see his elderly mother without even having dinner. It was unclear what was discussed, but the following morning, Second Aunt Wang Ping delivered all the keys of the residence to Qinghe Courtyard and coordinated with her mother, announcing that they would move out within 10 days. As they had already purchased a new house and were in the process of tidying up. Upon receiving this news, Lin Zhaozhao gazed out at the blue sky, releasing a long sigh as if expelling all the negativity from her chest. Regardless of what the future held, the tragic experiences of her previous life had already been altered under Zhao Lingfeng's powerful intervention. Yet, she found herself lacking the ability to foresee this new path. As she caressed the thick stack of silver notes in her hand, she felt the weight of Zhao Lingfeng's heartfelt intentions. Suddenly, her right eyelid began to twitch violently, and her heart raced with an unusual urgency. Who among my father, mother, Xiaoxiao, and young master Zhao might be in peril? My right eyelid is twitching fiercely. 5 taels of silver. Came the emotionless voice of a robotic mechanism. Zhaozhao had already prepared the silver.
King Belang Xiao Se Zhao Lingfeng De.
Lin Kongnian seeing the shining bee, Lin Zhaozhao's eyes brimmed with tears. Chunyu, she cried out. Miss. Chunyu rushed in like the wind. Go quickly and see if Xiaoxiao is in the courtyard. If not, where has she gone? Hurry. Zhaozhao's eyes glistened with anxiety. With her father away, her mother ill, and Zhao Lingfeng absent from the capital, Zhaozhao felt a surge of panic. She climbed onto her bed, opened the wardrobe, retrieved Zhao Lingfeng's cloak, hugged it tightly, planted a kiss upon it, then returned it carefully before calling upon the other 3 and hastening towards Xiaolin Courtyard. It was as if she had regained indomitable courage. Miss. The young master is not in the residence. The servant guarding the courtyard said he went to participate in a poetry society event. Chunyu reported breathlessly. What event? Where? Zhaozhao inquired sharply. Outside the city, in the bamboo grove. A poetry gathering. Prepare the horses. Quickly. Lin Zhaozhao shouted. You 3 stay at home. Prepare hot water. Summon a doctor, secure the doors, and wait for my return. Do not inform my mother yet. As Lin Zhaozhao strode towards the main gate, she instructed anxiously. Chunyu led 2 horses and Lin Zhaozhao mounted swiftly, galloping towards the bamboo grove outside the city. It is amusing to recall that she learned to ride due to Wang Su's insistence in her previous life, for he had admired women who could gallop with grace. Racing furiously, Lin Zhaozhao and Chunyu dashed out of the city gate. After a brief sprint, they spotted a carriage speeding towards them, the horses galloping wildly, the carriage swaying dangerously. It was their own carriage, but the reins were unmanned. What is happening? Lin Zhaozhao. Lin Zhaozhao cried out, rushing towards the frenzied horse. Chapter 29. The Essence of a Daughter. Lin Zhaozhao. Sister. Save me. A desperate cry echoed through the wind. Chunyu, the horse's neck. Lin Zhaozhao and Chunyu rushed towards the carriage, each plunging a dagger into the wild horse's neck. Utilizing its forward momentum, they nearly severed its head. With a final burst of inertia, the frenzied horse stumbled forward and collapsed with a thunderous crash, the carriage breaking apart as a figure tumbled out. Lin Zhaozhao and Chunyu were pulled off balance by the force, despite their efforts to rein in the speed, and they fell from their horses. After regaining their footing, they scrambled towards the carriage. Lin Zhaozhao and Chunyu crawled and rolled until they reached the side of the figure who had emerged. Indeed, it was Lin Zhaozhao. Yet, it was not merely Lin Zhaozhao. He was tightly cradling a boy who appeared to be merely 8 or 9 years old. Xiaoxiao, Xiaoxiao, wake up. Young master, young master. The motionless Lin Zhaozhao finally began to slowly open his eyes. In his blurry vision, he saw his sister's face. Sister? Don't cry. It's all right. Move slowly and see where it hurts. I can't move. Right, what about that brother? Lin Zhaozhao pointed to the boy in his arms. Lin Zhaozhao shifted his blood-stained arm and suddenly felt a piercing pain. The child he was holding slowly opened his large, sorrowful eyes, gazing at Lin Zhaozhao, then pursed his lips and began to wail uncontrollably. Lin Zhaozhao cast a stern glare at Lin Zhaozhao. Zhaozhao, tell me, did you bully him? Lin Zhaozhao looked aggrieved. Sister, it's like this. I received an invitation to attend a poetry gathering. Just as it was about to conclude, a group clad in black and red armor rushed in, claiming their master was missing and forbidding anyone from leaving the garden where the gathering was held. After their inspection, a servant approached me, stating that the host had gifts and asked for Bei Chen and Nanxing to retrieve them, instructing me to wait in the carriage first. Lin Zhaozhao helped the crying child sit up, but to her surprise, he leaped into her embrace, ceasing his tears. Did you see that servant at the poetry gathering? Lin Zhaozhao asked cautiously, while soothing the boy. I think I have. He looks familiar. Lin Zhaozhao furrowed her brow. And then, when I reached the carriage, for some unknown reason, it suddenly bolted forward, and he tumbled out from under it, crying loudly. I could only hold him tightly until I saw you. All right. Let's return home first, and tend to your injuries. Lin Zhaozhao struggled to sit up, leaning against Chun Yu, and looked at the delicate boy, saying, Don't be afraid. My sister will protect us. Whose child are you? I will have someone notify your family to come and fetch you. Just as the child was about to speak, a sudden clattering of hooves echoed from afar. Bei Chen and Nanxing rode ahead, followed by several steeds in black and red armor, accompanied by a carriage. Young master! Young master! Bei Chen tumbled from his horse, rushing to Lin Zhaozhao's side, nearly in tears. The armored riders dismounted and knelt before Lin Zhaozhao in unison. Flustered, Lin Zhaozhao waved her hand. I don't know you. Their gazes, however, were fixed on the child in her arms. Master. They bowed in reverence. The child slowly stood up, choking back tears as he uttered, Let us go. He then turned to glance at Lin Zhaozhao and Lin Zhaozhao, expressing gratitude with a simple thank you. Afterward, he looked at the guards and then at the deceased horse before being assisted into the carriage, departing. 2 guards remained, gazing at the fallen steed. Bei Chen crouched before Lin Zhaozhao. Young master, I will carry you home. Nanxing assisted him onto Bei Chen's back. Young master. It is our fault. You have suffered. This has nothing to do with you. I have always felt someone was plotting against me. Lin Zhaozhao murmured softly. Chun Yu, you ride back to the estate first and fetch a carriage. Yes, miss. Bei Chen carried Lin Zhaozhao, with Nanxing and Lin Zhaozhao following closely, making their way back to the city. As they approached the city gates, Chun Yu hastily drove the estate's carriage towards them. And soon they were all on their way home. Upon arrival, everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Their mother awaited anxiously inside. Lin Kongnian had summoned the renowned physician Wang Deren from the capital's Jishirtang. Wang Deren, once a court physician, had voluntarily requested to retire to his home for rest as he aged, having served the emperor faithfully. His son had operated Jishirtang for many years, and occasionally, he would assist there. Today was fortunate as he happened to be in attendance. Thankfully, Lin Zhaozhao had not sustained critical injuries, only some superficial wounds. But his right arm, which had held the child, was severely injured and would require considerable time to heal. When Wang Deren took his leave, Lin Zhaozhao accompanied him. With a smile, she extended a small pouch with her left hand. Today, we owe much to Uncle Wang. I have prepared a small gift for your wife. Please convey my regards. Wang Deren's eyes lit up immediately. Lin Zhaozhao had heard of him in her previous life as a typical doting husband. I will certainly pass it along. Should you ever need anything, come to Jishirtang with this token. He then produced a wooden plaque with only the character Wang inscribed on it. Lin Zhaozhao solemnly bowed. Zhaozhao expresses gratitude on behalf of the entire Pingyang Marquis household. Here is a box of ointment for pain relief. Your right arm is injured, correct? Wang Deren smiled as he departed. Lin Zhaozhao once again bowed deeply in gratitude for the physician's benevolence. Following this, with the assistance of Bei Chen and Nanxing, Wang Deren climbed into his carriage and was escorted home. Back at their residence, Lin Zhaozhao had already fallen asleep after taking his medicine, leaving Bei Chen and Nanxing to care for him. Lin Zhaozhao joined her parents in the main hall. Father, mother, I have an unsettling feeling regarding Zhaozhao's recent ordeal, Lin Zhaozhao said, her expression grave. Zhaozhao, how did you know Zhaozhao was in danger? Wanqing looked at her daughter with pride. I suddenly felt a sense of unease. My right eyelid twitched uncontrollably, and no remedy could alleviate it. I thought perhaps our hearts were connected. Could it be that Zhaozhao was in trouble? That is why I inquired about his whereabouts, intending to fetch him. I never expected to encounter him on the way. Lin Kongnian gazed at his daughter, pride swelling in his heart. Truly, you are my daughter, a woman of strength. Lin Zhaozhao hesitated, her mouth opening and closing. Zhaozhao, do not hesitate to speak. Your father is not the man he once was. You may speak freely. We are your nearest kin, your unwavering support. Wanqing's eyes glistened with tears, as if she sensed the gravity of the situation. Father, mother, please support your daughter. Lin Zhaozhao suddenly broke into tears, kneeling on the ground. Chapter 30. Receiving gifts. Wanqing rose to assist her daughter, leading her to a nearby room. Speak your mind. We are all here. Fear not. Indeed. Father, mother, I believe someone is plotting against our family. I was the first victim. I nearly fell victim to a scheme at Pude Temple. Had I been ensnared that day, I would be marrying Wang Su now. As she spoke, Lin Zhaozhao's eyes brimmed with tears, recalling the tragedies of her past life.
What?
Lin Kongnian stood in shock and anger, disbelief etched across his face. He glanced at his wife and daughter, both nodding in affirmation.
Today.
Zhaozhao attended the poetry gathering. I suspect he was also a target of someone's malice, for that horse had red eyes, as if it had gone mad. Lin Kongnian instantly felt a cold sweat break out on his back. Thus, father and mother, you must be doubly cautious in the coming days. I fear some may act out of desperation. Wanqing and Lin Kongnian solemnly agreed. Indeed, this was a battlefield without smoke. Lin Kongnian's gaze unintentionally drifted into the distance. Outside, Lin Zhaozhao was already in tears. His own sister, his biological sister, nearly fell victim to a plot of humiliation. And yet, he had quarreled with her that day, and even struck her maid. I am truly despicable. Bei Chun and Nanxing, with tears in their eyes, quietly assisted Lin Zhaozhao away. As dusk fell, a group of guards clad in black and red armor approached the gates of the Pingyang Marquis household. They brought numerous items, handing a note to the gatekeeper, claiming to visit on behalf of their master to see the injured young Master Lin and his gentle, kind sister, Lin Zhaozhao. The second house was currently busy packing, just as Lin Yumei exited through the main gate. Today, Lin Yumei donned a delicate powder-pink garment, her head adorned with a lavish array of jewels, exuding an aura of splendor. Upon hearing her name, one might think of the gentle and kind-hearted sister Lin. Indeed, that gentle spirit is I, Lin Yumei. As she approached, seizing the invitation and gift list from the hands of the doorkeeper with an air of superiority, casting a cold glance at the guard laden with gifts, she inquired icily, "What brings you here?" The leading guard quickly met her gaze, maintaining a respectful demeanor. "Might I inquire if you are Miss Lin of the residence?" Lin Yumei nearly rolled her eyes, responding with a dismissive hum. "I understand your younger brother was injured this afternoon and has been brought back?" Their inquiry led her to surmise that the troublesome Lin Zhaozhao had indeed encountered misfortune, and a flicker of schadenfreude danced within her thoughts. "Yes, he is quite injured," she remarked, producing a handkerchief to dab at her non-existent tears. "Miss Lin, my young master has expressed his gratitude for your brother's assistance and gallantry. These gifts are for him," the guard conveyed, presenting a box for Lin Yumei's enjoyment. "Please accept them as a token of our master's goodwill." Lin Yumei perused the list of gifts, her eyes widening at the exquisite offerings. Rare treasures, high-quality ink and paper, fine fabrics, a dagger embedded with sapphires, and a grand assortment of jewelry. "In that case, I shall graciously accept. Thank you all, and please extend my gratitude to your master." With a subtle signal to her 4 personal maids, they gathered the gifts with the doorkeeper's help. Lin Yumei performed a courteous bow, bidding them farewell. "Let us return to the plum blossom garden," she commanded, cradling her bounty as she retraced her steps to her courtyard. Along the way, numerous servants and maids whispered among themselves, casting furtive glances at her. Lin Yumei held her head high, strutting back to her abode like a proud rooster. As she entered, she encountered her sisters, Lin Yulan and Lin Yuzhu, who approached eagerly. "Sister, we heard you've received many gifts. Let us see." Lin Yulan remarked with a hint of envy. Indeed, such treasures should not be hoarded. Do share some with us. Lin Yuzhu, appearing innocent, concealed a glint of greed in her eyes. What haste is this? Everything is displayed upon the table. You may each select one, Lin Yumei replied, feeling a pinch of reluctance. Sister, with so many, allowing us only one is rather stingy. Lin Yuzhu remarked, her fingers brushing over the dazzling jewels. Just one. Hurry and choose. I must also bring some to mother. And for our second sister and younger brother Yuhua. Lin Yumei felt a surge of irritation at their insatiable greed, inwardly cursing their covetousness. Wretched creatures. A bunch of wretched creatures. She chastised silently, casting a disdainful glance at her sisters as they picked through the treasures. At that moment, Lin Zhaozhao emerged from Lin Xiaoxiao's quarters, intending to visit the restroom. After refreshing herself and donning a lighter outfit, she, accompanied by Chunyu and Chuyue, ventured to the small kitchen to prepare some snacks before heading to Xiaolin Courtyard. She instructed Xiaohe and Dongxue to prepare the jasmine beauty cream, a task they had become quite adept at. As she traversed the corridor connecting the front and back courtyards, a young servant unexpectedly spotted Lin Zhaozhao. He approached, bowing respectfully, and intercepted her. Qingshan, what is it? Lin Zhaozhao queried, bemused, knowing Qingshan was not one to gossip. Indeed, I am currently on duty at the doorkeeper's post. Half an hour ago, a group of guards clad in black and red armor arrived, bearing an invitation and a multitude of gifts intended for our injured young Master Lin and his kind sister. The servant's expression turned indignant. However, the third miss appeared out of nowhere, claiming to be the Lin miss, and took all the gifts. Lin Zhaozhao stifled a smile, her eyes narrowing with intrigue. How audacious! Truly, they possess a remarkable audacity. She mused, admiring their brazen courage. I understand. Qingshan, you have done excellently. With a glance at Chuyue, she promptly handed a pouch to Qingshan, instructing, keep a vigilant eye on matters. Qingshan clenched his fist, nodding resolutely, his gaze brimming with determination. Upon returning to Xiaolin Courtyard, Lin Xiaoxiao was just waking up. Zhaozhao laid out snacks, tea, and fruits in her room. After lingering until dinner concluded, she entrusted Lin Xiaoxiao's care to Beichen and Nanqing before departing. Emerging from the front courtyard under the canopy of stars, Lin Zhaozhao made her way back to her quarters when a sudden clamor erupted at the main gates. She halted, noticing Qingshan rushing towards her. Slowing his pace, he whispered, the guards in black and red armor have returned. They delivered an invitation and wish to see the Marquis. There is also a sedan chair outside, which does not seem to belong to an ordinary family. Understood. See to your duties, Lin Zhaozhao replied, continuing on her way. Mere moments later, the Pingyong Marquis' residence was ablaze with light, the main doors flung open, as her grandmother, father, mother, and second uncle, all elegantly attired, hurried forward and knelt in reverence. Chapter 31. The mysterious visitor soon after. Lin Yuhua, Lin Zhaozhao, Lin Yumei, Lin Yulan, and Lin Yuzhu, summoned in haste, knelt quietly behind the assembly. Lin Yumei exchanged glances with Lin Yulan, silently questioning who might be concealed within the sedan. Lin Yumei subtly shook her head. Is everyone present? A youthful voice emerged from within the sedan. Lin Kongnian straightened, clasping his fists nervously. Aside from my brother Lin Xiaoxiao, who is recuperating indoors, all are here. Lin Zhaozhao discreetly raised her eyes, recognizing the guards standing by the sedan, a face she found vaguely familiar. Ah, that boy's guard. The child who sought solace in my embrace. A smile danced at the corners of her lips as she lowered her gaze, concealing her amusement.
Ah, un splendide spectacle, ouais.
Proceed with the inquiry. Came the command from within the sedan.
Yes.
The guard stepped forward, addressing the assembly. Might I ask who received the gift sent by my master this afternoon for young Master Lin and his sister? He bit his lip, recalling the reprimand he had just received for the earlier mishap. Silence enveloped the kneeling crowd. What? Do the people of the Pingyong Marquis' residence dare to act without accountability? The guard sneered. Third sister, did you not receive many items this afternoon? Lin Yulan suddenly directed her gaze at Lin Yumei. Lin Yumei trembled as she rose, stammering. Why yes, it was I. A mocking laughter echoed from the sedan. The guard's piercing gaze fixed on her. I distinctly recall asking if your brother was injured this afternoon and brought back. Lin Yumei felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down her brow. Igregajes. She stammered, her voice quivering. Indeed. The guard pressed on, and I stated that my young master expressed gratitude for your brother's assistance, and thus, these gifts were intended for him. This box is for Miss Lin to enjoy. You must accept it, as it is our master's intention. Is that not correct?
Yes.
Yes. Lin Yumei trembled, nearly breaking into tears. Master, the inquiry is complete. The guard reported, approaching the sedan with care. Very well. 20 strokes of the rod shall be noted. Should incompetence occur again, you shall face the consequences.
Yes.
The formidable line of black and red guards knelt in unison. The occupants of the carriage spoke again. Lin Yumei, the illegitimate daughter of the second branch of the Pingyang Marquis, audaciously dared to claim the reward, revealing a flaw in her character and an audacity beyond measure.
Wang Mama.
Zhao Mama, bestow upon her 20 slaps to engrave this lesson into her memory. Yes. Rest assured, my lord. Following this, 2 matrons emerged from behind the palanquin. Their expressions serene, yet their eyes glimmering with intent. One of them seized Lin Yumei by the hair with one hand while the other hand struck her face with force. Regardless of Lin Yumei's attempts to evade, each slap found its mark with unerring accuracy. In an instant, the once delicate beauty was left with a bruised visage, resembling a battered pig, with blood trickling from the corners of her mouth and eyes. At that moment, another matron cast a glance at Lin Yulan and Lin Yuzhu, returned to the palanquin and uttered a few words. Suddenly, a voice from within the carriage hissed with barely concealed malice. Foolish individuals are plentiful every year, but today, they seem particularly abundant. Go, teach them their place. Understood. The 2 matrons rolled up their sleeves and charged towards Lin Yulan and Lin Yuzhu. Instinctively, they sensed impending doom. One hurriedly reached for her hairpin, hoping to conceal herself, while the other clutched her sleeve tightly, attempting to hide the exquisite jade bracelet on her wrist. Alas, it was too late. The 2 matrons confiscated the hairpin and bracelet, delivering each girl 20 slaps before returning to the palanquin. One matron produced a special cloth and meticulously wiped the hairpin and bracelet 3 times. A hand emerged from the carriage, accepting the jewelry, and spoke. Call for someone.
Yes,
replied the guard. May I ask who is Miss Lin Zhaozhao of the residence? Lin Zhaozhao lifted her head, casting a gentle smile towards the guard. I am Lin Zhaozhao. Please enter the palanquin. My master requests your presence. Yes. Bring the items from the second branch. Wang Mama added, cleanse them thoroughly afterward. Yes. Lin Zhaozhao, supported by her maidservants, stood up and took small steps towards the palanquin, whispering, I am entering. A single word echoed from within. Lin Zhaozhao quickly lifted the curtain and slipped inside. Shortly thereafter, a voice from inside the carriage instructed, let Lin Zhaozhao's grandmother and parents rise. Thank you. Lin Zhaozhao exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing the occupants within. The person inside raised a finger to hush her. How is he? Only external injuries. There is no cause for concern. That's good. Bring the hairpin and jade bracelet to Lin Zhaozhao. The voice continued softly. Let him recuperate well. Wang Dirun is a competent physician. Once he recovers, ensure he studies diligently. I wish to see him achieve success in 3 years. Yes, I will supervise him strictly. Furthermore, his current tutor is mediocre. In a few days, a new tutor will arrive at the residence. Here is a box of books I am sending him. Let him study diligently. Lin Zhaozhao's eyes sparkled with joy as she nodded vigorously, her reddened eyelids betraying her tumultuous emotions. She produced a small pouch from her bosom. A small gift for you. I shall take my leave now. Lin Zhaozhao alighted from the carriage, standing quietly beside it. Wang Mama, carrying the retrieved gifts, handed them to Lin Zhaozhao's 4 maidservants. Return, came a command from within the carriage. The guard in dark crimson armor turned to the members of the Pingyang Marquis, enunciating each word with gravity. If even a whisper of my master's visit today escapes, calamity will befall the Pingyang Marquis. With that, he bowed to Lin Zhaozhao and silently followed behind the palanquin. The Lin family hurriedly assisted each other to stand, their legs nearly buckling under them. Lin Yuhua rubbed her possibly bruised knees and quietly asked Wang Ping, Mother, who is that? Suddenly, Lin Mao spun around and delivered a sharp slap across his face. Do you desire death? Do not drag us down with you. Move. He bowed to his mother and swiftly led the disheveled second branch away. Lin Kongnian supported the elderly matron, while Wang Mama assisted Wan Qing, and the family proceeded silently back to the residence. Although they journeyed in silence, a gentle smile lingered on their faces. Upon returning to the main hall, Lin Zhaozhao instructed that the gifts be delivered to her mother's storeroom, while she took her box of jewelry back to her chamber, also bringing along a box of books for Lin Zhaozhao to the Xiaolin garden. Upon arrival, she found Lin Zhaozhao asleep. The medicine administered that night contained a calming ingredient. Carefully placing the box of books on the bedside table, Lin Zhaozhao gazed at his slightly furrowed brow, tears shimmering in her eyes. Chapter 32. Past lives and present lives in this life. Everything shall be different. Lin Zhaozhao will also have a life filled with happiness. Quietly exiting the room, she entrusted his care to Beichen and Nanqing, then slowly made her way towards Zhaohua Garden with several maidservants. This extraordinary day stirred an unrest within Lin Zhaozhao's heart. The incident of claiming the reward would likely hasten the second branch's relocation. Lin Yumei, having received slaps from the noble, would find it impossible to marry within the capital, with no noble scion willing to take her as a bride. The best outcome for her would be to marry a newly awarded scholar this year, either to be sent away or to return to her hometown. In her previous life, although Lin Yumei was a daughter of the side branch, she had saved the child of Marquis Xianping, Zhou Baichuan, from drowning in the garden and was subsequently saved by the Marquis himself. Her uncle's family pressured Marquis Xianping into marrying Lin Yumei as his secondary wife, while the cousin he had long cherished was lost to him. Lin Zhaozhao vaguely recalled that the Marquis's cousin was a sweetly smiling woman named Wang Xiaoxiao. Eventually, she was married off by her parents to the local tycoon, Zhao Daba, for the sake of a dowry of 200,000 taels of silver. Upon learning of his cousin's marriage, Zhou Baichuan also wed under parental arrangement, but unfortunately, his wife was frail and perished during childbirth, leaving behind a newborn child. Zhou Baichuan chose not to take another wife, raising the child alone. Little did he know that his cousin's husband had peculiar tastes, indulging in risky pleasures and exhibiting domestic violence, nearly beating Wang Xiaoxiao to death several times. As a result, Zhou Baichuan meticulously plotted, purchasing 2 agile fighters at a high price from Jiangnan to confront Zhao Daba. The plan proceeded smoothly, and the now battered Wang Xiaoxiao was cast off. Just as Zhou Baichuan intended to marry his divorced cousin, the affair involving Lin Yumei unfolded. The Lin family pressured her into a marriage, and Lin Yumei, desperate, ultimately entered the Marquis' household. Thus, Zhou Baichuan's cousin could only be taken in as a concubine. Later, when Zhou Baichuan left the capital for official duties, Wang Xiaoxiao tragically drowned in her family's lotus pond, becoming a lifelong sorrow for him. Meanwhile, Lin Yumei took control of the Marquis's inner chambers, living a life of ease and freedom. In this life, each individual shall embark on a different journey. With a light-hearted step, Lin Zhaozhao returned to her room, where He recorded the noble's gifts meticulously, filing them away. As the night deepened, she thought, sleep now. A brand new day awaits upon waking. Zhao Lingfeng, where art thou at this moment? Lin Zhaozhao clutched his cloak, turned over, and fell into a deep slumber. At this moment, Zhao Lingfeng stood at the mouth of a valley, accompanied by the gentle breeze and bright moonlight. The silver notes and the peculiar insect had already been delivered. Under the heavy night sky, among countless stars, he awaited in silence. This was the Valley of the Medicine King, presided over by Ming Jing, the foremost divine physician of the age, known for his eccentric temperament and unpredictable moods. His healing hinged entirely on his disposition. Moreover, his services began at a minimum of 10,000 taels of silver, contingent upon his willingness. Zhao Lingfeng had stood at the valley's entrance for an entire day and night. When Lin Zhaozhao awakened, he discovered the box of books. Eagerly opening it, he was thrilled to find numerous rare editions and annotations from contemporary eminent scholars, nearly jumping with excitement. When Lin Zhaozhao entered, she beheld this scene. Lin Zhaozhao sat at the head of the bed, engrossed in a book with his left hand. As the nascent sun rose, its rays slanted through the window, illuminating his fair and youthful visage, with striking eyebrows and large, almond-shaped eyes reminiscent of his own, complemented by the slight upturn of his lips, all hinting at the countenance of a handsome young man. Elder sister, you have come. After the events of last night, Lin Zhaozhao seemed to have matured overnight. His gaze towards his sister brimmed with affection and a touch of concern. How are you? Feeling better? Lin Zhaozhao sat on the chair by his bed. Much improved, the pain has subsided significantly. Lin Zhaozhao smiled, reaching out to ruffle his hair, but hesitated midway. Recalling a previous incident when, after patting Lin Yuhua's head, she had attempted to do the same to Xiaoxiao. only to receive a sharp slap on her hand and a reprimand for having dirty hands. Just as she was lost in this fleeting memory, her wrist was suddenly seized. She turned to find Lin Zhaozhao grasping her hand, placing it atop his head. Lin Zhaozhao looked up to see her brother's face beaming with a smile, and she couldn't help but stroke his fluffy hair a few times. The siblings exchanged smiles, their laughter echoing in the room. "You both may leave now," Lin Zhaozhao announced as he set his book aside. With only the two of them remaining in the room, he pulled his sister into an embrace, declaring, "Elder sister, I will strive to grow up and protect you well in the future." Lin Zhaozhao nodded with a smile, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. This was the closest they had been in years. "By the way," Lin Zhaozhao said as she rose from her brother's embrace, wiping her tears, "this box of books was sent by the little boy you saved the other day as a token of gratitude." "Oh, I have a token of gratitude too." She then recounted the incidents concerning the second household, mentioning that the guards had returned to investigate, only to discover that the token had been deceived away by Lin Yume and subsequently reclaimed, resulting in significant embarrassment. The siblings laughed heartily at the absurdity of it all. Then Lin Zhaozhao turned serious, pointing at the box of books. "Zhaozhao, these books were obtained with considerable effort by that boy. Do not take his goodwill lightly. He hopes you'll excel in your studies in 3 years' time. Therefore, for these 3 years, you must study diligently, remain focused, and cultivate your character. Understood?" "Cultivate my character?" Lin Zhaoxiao's cheeks flushed. "To err is human, who is without fault." I understand," he exclaimed, bashfully hiding his face behind the books. "I shall take my leave now. Make sure to study hard." Lin Zhaozhao left him with a plate of fruit before departing. As she watched her sister's slender figure recede into the distance, Lin Zhaozhao reined in his smile, lowered his head in contemplation, and began to immerse himself in his studies. Lin Zhaozhao went to check on their mother, who was gradually regaining her vitality and smiling more often. Unspoken, they all chose to avoid discussing the events of the previous night. Their grandmother remained absent, possibly distressed from the antics of her 2 sons. Thus, Zhaozhao returned to her room to continue sewing garments for Zhao Lingfeng. The jasmine beauty cream had been successfully concocted, exuding a delightful fragrance. Lin Zhaozhao had Summer Lotus and Spring Rain locate a carpenter's shop and ordered 50 rouge boxes, inscribing beauty cream on them, with various floral designs representing different scents. To her surprise, Lin Zhaozhao proved to be exceptionally talented in painting, rendering lifelike flowers with great artistry. Lin Zhaozhao resolved that once the boxes were completed, she would have Zhaozhao assist in painting the flowers, promising him a share of the profits. Life flowed steadily until the day of the flower banquet arrived. Lin Zhaozhao donned a vibrant red dress, embroidered with pink and white peach blossoms at the hem and cuffs, fitting for the occasion. In her previous life, she had favored white for its purity and elegance, but in this life, she yearned to live passionately, freely, and without constraint. Love should be heartfelt and sincere, while parting should be without entanglement. Thus, red was the most fitting choice. Adjusting the set of ruby jewelry adorning her head, Lin Zhaozhao stepped out of the mansion and into the carriage. The spring banquet, here I come. Chapter 33. Saving a life this spring banquet. Lin Zhaozhao brought along Spring Rain and Summer Lotus. Spring Rain was agile, while Summer Lotus had a sharp mind. The carriage was driven by Nanxing, whom Zhaozhao insisted accompany them. The brisk spring day, still tinged with a chill, did not deter Lin Zhaozhao's eagerness to peer out the window. The green wheat fields by the roadside thrived with vigor, the spring breeze sweeping across them like a verdant ocean. Ah, the scent of spring is everywhere. The residence of the Grand Princess, known for her love of tranquility, was situated near the outskirts of the capital. The street bustled with carriages, many belonging to noble families and officials attending the spring banquet, causing a traffic jam ahead. Suddenly, a young man, covered in dirt from weeding, fell face first, crushing a patch of wheat seedlings. A child of 3 or 4 rushed over, collapsing atop the man and crying inconsolably. A dozen carriages were stuck in the traffic, with many elegantly dressed young ladies peering out from their windows. "Little Xiaodu, 5 taels of silver, quickly, what happened to this person?" one exclaimed, producing 5 taels of silver in her palm. "Do not panic, it is merely low blood sugar. A couple of pieces of sugar will remedy it.
Now,
I am off to sleep. My task is complete. I have sent you a bottle of spiritual spring water." "All right, thank you, little Xiaodu." While Lin Zhaozhao continued to inquire, she had already dismounted the carriage, and the 4 of them hurried toward the wheat field. "Nanxing, help him up quickly. We cannot let him suffocate. Understood. Despite his reluctance to show his skills in front of others, Nanqing hurried over and lifted the man, tilting his head back for him to breathe deeply. The dampness of the wheat field clung to the man's face, and though he appeared to be only 17 or 18, he was frail and pale. Lin Zhaozhao feigned checking his pulse and pulled out her pouch, retrieving 2 yellow rock candies, prying his mouth open to place them inside. Then wiping the mud from his face with a handkerchief. Meanwhile, Summer Lotus watched from the carriage, while Spring Rain cradled the crying child, gently patting his back. Do not cry, young man. Your father will be fine. Lin Zhaozhao quickly placed another piece of candy in the child's mouth, silencing his sobs. Brother, how are you feeling? Nanqing gently prodded the man. Gradually, the man opened his eyes. Thank you all. This is an old ailment of mine. I often faint, and I owe my thanks to you all this time. Bao, thank your uncles and aunties. The child, with candy in his mouth, mumbled, Thank you, uncles and aunties. Brother, I have read about your condition in books. It is called low blood sugar. Low blood sugar? The man gazed at Lin Zhaozhao with bright phoenix eyes. A flicker of surprise crossing his face. Is this not a terminal illness? Panic surged within him. Lin Zhaozhao laughed. Absolutely not. You are quite well. Do you tend to be picky with your food? Yes, my uncle seldom eats. The tearful child exclaimed loudly. If you do not eat, you will lack nutrition. Therefore, ensure you eat well, and always keep some candies in your pocket. If you feel dizzy, eat a couple of pieces and find somewhere to sit. You will feel better soon. So that is how it is. Why do you not like to eat? Nanqing helped him to his feet. It lacks flavor. The dishes are tasteless. Lin Zhaozhao suddenly had a brilliant idea. How about this? Save some money and ask at a restaurant in the city if they serve a dish called spicy hot pot. It is incredibly flavorful. And I am sure you will love it. Thank you, young lady. Thank you all. He replied, repeating spicy hot pot to himself many times in his mind. Back in the carriage, Lin Zhaozhao's clothes were now soiled. She changed into another set of aquamarine attire, discarding her ruby accessories for a green hairpin and tassels. As the carriage hastened towards the Grand Princess's residence. Upon arriving at the street where the princess's mansion is located, Lin Zhaozhao found it eerily quiet, with only carriages bearing invitations allowed to pass. The entrance of the princess's residence was bustling with vehicles, prompting Lin Zhaozhao to instruct Nanqing to wait behind, urging no haste, for they had already arrived. After a considerable wait, they were finally greeted by a young steward tasked with guiding the carriages, while Lin Zhaozhao and her maid entered the mansion. Inside, the ambience was both elegant and lively, with teams of young stewards clad in deep blue and maids in uniform light green dresses moving gracefully about the courtyard, offering courteous bows to arriving guests, creating a pleasant atmosphere indicative of the princess's adept management. Guided by a maid to the banquet hall, Lin Zhaozhao noticed that numerous daughters of noble families had already gathered, each adorned in vibrant red and green, vying for attention amidst the crowd. Anticipating the arrival of some prominent young gentleman. Beneath the willow trees by the lake, in the corridors and pavilions, clusters of young women congregated, some familiar with each other, while others were connected through familial ties, engaged in hushed conversations. In her previous life, Lin Zhaozhao often found herself accompanying her second aunt, Wang Ping, to such gatherings alongside Lin Yuting, yet she was merely a shadow, lacking genuine friendships. Although her family hailed from the Pingyang Marquis, their former glory had faded 3 generations ago, and her father, the current Marquis of Pingyang, had lost influence both at court and in the capital. Furthermore, having recently been reborn, and with her father merely a powerless editor at the Hanlin Academy, she found herself devoid of connections. Thus, she sat down on a stone bench by the lake, feeding the fish with her maid in tow. Just as Lin Zhaozhao settled in, a girl approached her. May I sit beside you? Lin Zhaozhao looked up, startled, her pupils involuntarily narrowing. Of course. Please do sit. I have just arrived. The girl possessed a round face adorned with 2 charming dimples, her words accompanied by a bright smile that easily endeared her to others. Her petite stature, sweet smile, and a hint of melancholy in her eyes made her quite captivating. By the way, what is your name, young lady? Lin Zhaozhao, entranced by her innocent demeanor, handed her a box of fish food. I am Lin Zhaozhao from the Pingyang Marquis. Inwardly, Lin Zhaozhao calculated that Wang Xiaoxiao had likely been discarded by Zhao Dabao by now, and Zhou Bai Chuan was negotiating with the Wang family to propose to her. Could it be that in her previous life, Lin Yumei had saved Zhou by Chuan's child at this very banquet, only to be saved by him in return? Was she truly about to witness such sensational revelations upon her arrival? Observing Wang Xiaozhao's complexion, which was not particularly fair under the sun, Lin Zhaozhao retrieved a box of beauty cream from her summer bag and offered it to her. I feel a kinship upon our first meeting. This beauty cream is a gift for you. Wang Xiaozhao promptly stood up to accept the box, inquiring softly, what is beauty cream? Chapter 34. The first confrontation. Lin Zhaozhao opened her own box, revealing a lovely, fragrant cream that glistened with a rosy hue. This beauty cream, when applied, will render your skin as smooth and fair as an egg over time. Try applying a bit on the back of your hand. As she spoke, she demonstrated by applying some to her own hand. Upon seeing this, Wang Xiaozhao opened her own box and dabbed a bit on her hand, exclaiming, indeed, it works. I am 17 this year.
How about you, Zhaozhao?
I am 15, so you shall be my elder sister, Xiaoxiao, and I shall be your younger sister,
Zhaozhao.
As Lin Zhaozhao admired Wang Xiaozhao's radiant smile, she instinctively asked, Sister Wang, can you swim? Wang Xiaozhao proudly lifted her chin and replied, of course. This declaration startled Lin Zhaozhao, as it contradicted her previous life, where Wang Xiaozhao had tragically drowned in the lotus pond. The thought sent a chill down her spine. Just as she was about to speak, the chatter of nearby girls suddenly fell silent. What happened? Lin Zhaozhao whispered. It seems the fifth princess has arrived. Wang Xiaozhao quickly handed the beauty cream to someone nearby and stood up. The fifth princess? Lin Zhaozhao struggled to recall any information about her. In her past life, she had been so engulfed in her own troubles that she had little regard for others. However, she vaguely remembered a princess who was quite fond of Xiaoling foam, causing quite a stir in the capital before being sent off for marriage in the frontier. Pay your respects to the princess.
Rise.
Thank you, your highness. Today, Zhao Jingshu, dressed in a striking red gown, exuded brilliance and flamboyance, adorned with a complete set of royal jewelry that radiated opulence. The slight upward tilt of her eyes conveyed both grace and sharpness. The young ladies in the garden bowed in unison to the fifth princess. Upon rising, Lin Zhaozhao was astonished to see Lin Yumei following closely behind the fifth princess. Though veiled, the resentment evident in her eyes was unmistakable. Had she climbed the social ladder? Lin Zhaozhao observed as the fifth princess gestured, prompting Lin Yumei to step forward and whisper something. Casting a glance in Lin Zhaozhao's direction, a wave of unease surged within Lin Zhaozhao. Which one among you is Miss Lin Zhaozhao of the Pingyang Marquis? The fifth princess suddenly inquired. The girls around immediately lowered their heads. Not fully understanding, Lin Zhaozhao cautiously stepped forward, bowing respectfully. This humble girl, Lin Zhaozhao, pays her respects to your highness. The fifth princess, Zhao Jingshu, regarded her with a discerning glance. Indeed, a delicate beauty, gentle and amiable. Lin Zhaozhao's face flushed instantly. The courtyard fell into a hushed silence, interrupted only by the occasional whisper of the wind. Delicate beauty implied that she was lacking in grace and dignity befitting a matriarch, while gentle and amiable signified her lack of exceptional qualities, suitable only for a concubine. Lin Zhaozhao, having endured 2 lifetimes and spent years navigating social gatherings, understood the underlying connotations of the fifth princess's words. Their paths had never crossed. Yet today's confrontation was evidently instigated by Xiaoling Feng. However, she was no longer the person she once was. Now, she could endure humiliation and suppress her grievances. Just as she was about to respond, Wang Xiaozhao tightly grasped her arm and whispered, "Endure it." Lin Zhaozhao patted Wang Xiaozhao's hand and nodded. "Thank you for the compliment, your highness," she replied politely. "Is that a compliment?" Came a low voice from nearby. Under the eaves, one must bow low. What were you thinking? Indeed, Zhao Jingshu had encountered a setback with Lin Zhaozhao, and her frustration was palpable. Had Lin Zhaozhao faltered, Zhao Jingshu would have had justification to retaliate. Unfortunately for her, Lin Zhaozhao remained composed. Zhao Jingshu raised her right hand, admiring her exquisite red lacquered nails, and sneered, which young lady spoke. So astute. An oppressive silence enveloped the garden. The girl who had just spoken stepped forward, collapsing to the ground, her face pale with terror. "I am Li Yena, the second daughter of the Vice Minister of Rights. I spoke thoughtlessly. Please forgive me, your highness." Zhao Jingshu, clutching a handkerchief with a blue floral trim, disdainfully remarked, "The Vice Minister Li? Is his daughter not the renowned talented girl, Li? Li Yen'er bowed her head and quietly replied, I am but a secondary daughter, born of concubinage. Is it now that anyone can attend the banquet at the princess's residence? No, my elder sister fell ill with a high fever yesterday, and I came with her invitation to attend. Come here, Zhao Jingshu commanded, walking toward the pavilion while saying, Nanny, give her 10 slaps to remind her that words must be chosen wisely. As Zhao Jingshu strode past Lin Zhaozhao, she cast a fleeting glance her way before smiling. Once she departed, the sound of slaps echoed behind her, mingled with the muffled cries of pain and despair. Lin Zhaozhao glanced at Lin Yumei's retreating figure, realizing that her leap into the water to save someone might very well occur today. She did not wish to marry an ordinary man, nor would she be desired by those of noble lineage. Thus, her best option lay in becoming a concubine. Among the prominent families in the capital, one in need of a concubine was Lord Zhou Baichuan, a young heir in his early 20s. The other was a man in his 50s. Comparatively, Zhou Baichuan was undoubtedly more appealing. Recalling the moment when Wang Xiaoxiao had grasped her hand, her heart softened. She leaned closer to Wang Xiaoxiao and casually inquired, Will Lord Zhou be coming today? Wang Xiaoxiao smiled wryly. The prince has sent an invitation to him. Will the child be coming? Wang Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment, glancing at Lin Zhaozhao. He should be. Sister Xiaoxiao, do you consider me a friend? Wang Xiaoxiao nodded without hesitation. Of course. From now on, we are sisters as long as you do not mind that I am a divorced woman. Lin Zhaozhao gazed into her sorrowful eyes and spoke deliberately, then remember my words. When the opportunity arises, seize it with all your might. Do not think of anything else, family, parents, societal expectations, or public opinion. Cast all those thoughts aside. Once you find happiness, these concerns will dissipate. For a fleeting moment, Wang Xiaoxiao appeared bewildered. Yet she firmly committed Lin Zhaozhao's words to memory. Yes, I will remember. Furthermore, when Lord Zhou arrives, you must ensure to meet him. Both of you should keep a vigilant watch over the child, never letting him out of your sight. And today, you must not act alone. Remember. Lin Zhaozhao grasped her hand, earnestly meeting her gaze. Stay away from the lakeside. Mrs., the banquet has commenced. Please take your seats. At that moment, a maid dressed in a green tunic and light green skirt approached. Very well, Lin Zhaozhao replied, following the maid forward. As another maid had come to summon Wang Xiaoxiao as well. The banquet was hosted in the garden of the princess of the Long family. Adorned with a rectangular, colorful canopy draped in vibrant silk, surrounded by a plethora of blooming flowers, truly exuding the essence of spring. The adjacent canopy accommodated the male guests. As the breeze swept through, the silk fluttered, allowing both genders to catch glimpses of one another. The second prince has arrived. The third prince has arrived. The fourth prince has arrived. The Marquis of Xianping has arrived. The male guests entered in succession. As they settled into their seats, whispers filled the air, accompanied by the youthful faces of the maidens, blooming with the freshness of spring. The second prince Zhao Zijuan was known for his charming demeanor, the third prince Zhao Zishuan for his aloofness, and the fourth prince Zhao Ziyu for his naive sweetness. This was the impression they left on the world. At the rear of the male guest section, Zhou Baichuan sat sipping wine, momentarily startled when his gaze fell upon Wang Xiaoxiao. Lowering his head, he took another drink, repeating within his mind, Xiaoxiao, do not rush. Everything will unfold in due time. Meanwhile, beneath the corridor in the courtyard, 2 elderly women were entertaining a little boy of just over 2 years old, Zhou Baichuan's son, Zhou Xiang. The princess of the Long family made an appearance, informing the guests that following the banquet, there would be activities such as throwing pots, painting, and poetry appreciation. And a vast expanse of peach blossoms awaited in the back garden for all to enjoy. Lin Zhaozhao quickly instructed Xia He to inquire with the princess's maid whether they could pick some peach blossoms to take with them, to which the princess gladly agreed. Exquisite dishes were served one after another, though Lin Zhaozhao only sampled a bite or two from nearly every dish. Wang Xiaoxiao was seated last among the women. At that moment, a new dish was presented, and as the maid set it down, she inadvertently spilled Lin Zhaozhao's tea. I am so sorry, miss. Let me clean that up. The maid, her face paling in fright, knelt down and pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the hem of Lin Zhaozhao's skirt, but then froze in place. Subsequently, she slipped a note into Lin Zhaozhao's hand. Shielded by her sleeve, Lin Zhaozhao glanced at the note, which read, Backyard. Come quickly to save me.
Phone.
Lin Zhaozhao's heart raced. She tucked the note into her pouch, took a sip of her tea, and stood up. Since the attendance of the young ladies and gentlemen attending the banquet remained outside in their carriages, Lin Zhaozhao realized she would need a maid from the princess's residence to guide her to the backyard. Upon exiting the canopy, a maid in a green skirt approached. "Miss Lin, how may I assist you?" Lin Zhaozhao's eyes flickered, steadying her heart. She pointed to her skirt and quietly said, "I wish to change my clothes. Additionally, please find my maid from the Pingyang Marquis carriage and have her bring me a change of attire." "Certainly, Miss Lin. Please follow me," the maid replied, summoning another maid to fetch the clothing. "How did you know my surname was Lin?" Lin Zhaozhao asked, intrigued. "We recognize all the guests who arrive," the maid softly replied. Indeed, the princess managed her household well. Exiting the canopy, the maid led Lin Zhaozhao to the back garden, where a vast peach orchard awaited. Each peach tree bloomed with delicate pink blossoms, appearing from a distance like a sea of rosy clouds. The spring breeze danced through, scattering petals like confetti, creating a breathtaking scene. In a secluded part of the orchard stood an ancient-style pavilion, its doors and windows tightly shut, surrounded by peach trees. Behind the pavilion, a pond lay still, with ducks gliding across its surface. It was an exquisite setting for enjoying flowers, poetry, and wine. "Miss Lin, please follow me." The maid guided her to the door of the changing room. "Thank you. I will wait inside for my maid to bring the clothes." "Very well, Miss Lin. You may enter," the maid replied. "Oh dear, my feet have gone numb. Could you assist me inside?" "Of course." After a brief moment, the maid in the green skirt emerged and promptly turned to the adjacent room. Just as the door closed, hurried footsteps approached, followed by another person entering the far right room. Soon after, sounds of entangled voices filled the air from next door. "Sister, you must come out more often. Look how beautiful the peach orchard is," exclaimed the fifth princess, Zhao Jingzhu. Many young ladies had arrived to admire the blossoms. At the forefront was a regal woman, surrounded by admirers. Her face adorned with a smile, it was the princess. "Sister, you even built such an elegant pavilion in the peach orchard. I adore it. I shall go and take a look." Zhao Jingzhu playfully tugged at the princess's sleeve. "You should stay with me. At your age, 15 or 16, you should learn to settle down. Oh, let us sit in that pavilion for a moment and rest." As they conversed, they gradually made their way toward the small house nestled in the peach grove. As they drew near, muffled sounds of a woman's moans and a man's suppressed shouts drifted from within. The expressions of the group turned sour, and the Princess Zhao Jingya sternly commanded the nearby maid, "Go see what is happening." The noble ladies accompanying her flushed with embarrassment, their ears burning. Being unmarried, they had never encountered such a scene.
Who just entered that room?
Zhao Jingzhu demanded of the household maid. One maid stepped forward. It was Miss Lin from the Pingyang Marquis residence. She mentioned she was going to change. Meanwhile, in the left room, the maid in the green skirt gathered her resolve. Using a hairpin to pry open the sealed back window, she climbed through, removed her shoes, and quietly jumped out, carefully closing the window behind her before stealthily slipping into the cold pond. Taking advantage of the distraction, she swam slowly toward the pond's edge. Finding a spot against the wall, the girl in the green skirt climbed onto the bank. Just then, she spotted a dog hole in the wall, intending to escape this perilous place through it. Who would have thought that a grand cloak would descend from the heavens, enveloping her in an instant? At this moment, a group of individuals stood at the entrance of the Peach Grove Pavilion, listening to the fervent voices emanating from within, unsure whether to advance or retreat. "Lemon, go knock on the door. Let us see if it's Miss Lin from the Pingyang Marquis residence. How outrageous that she has come here to consort with someone." The princess expressed her annoyance. A maid approached the pavilion and knocked on the door. "Is anyone there?" The intense voices inside continued, and the maid glanced at Zhao Jingxiu before forcefully kicking the door open. A thick scent of enchantment wafted out, and peering inside, she saw two figures entangled on the couch, only to be met with a piercing scream. "Elder sister, Lin Zhaozhao, is that you?" Veiled Lin Yumei rushed in, only to find a man and woman hastily dressing. "Isn't Lin Zhaozhao the fiancé of the heir of the Duke of Zhengguo?" A girl with an oval face exclaimed in surprise, glancing at Zhao Jingxiu. "It seems to be her. Goodness, how could she engage in such behavior? It's a shame that the heir of Zhao had recently gifted her the finest cloak from the embroidery house in the capital." Listening to the murmurs around her, Zhao Jingxiu remarked, "With such character, how can she be worthy of General Zhao?" The crowd exchanged disdainful whispers, their faces filled with contempt. Lin Yumei, having rushed into the room, was taken aback upon seeing the terrified expression of the unfamiliar woman. She dashed outside, shaking her head at Lin Yumei. Princess, princess. It's not what you think. Please, let us speak calmly. The princess commanded. Inside, it is not Lin Zhaozhao. What did you say? Chapter 36. A moment of terror. Lin Yumei dared not speak further, silently stepping aside. The princess ascended the steps, standing at the entrance, her eyes widening in shock at the sight of the disheveled woman kneeling within. A glance at the man beside her, followed by a look at Lemon, prompted the princess to descend the steps, glancing at the surrounding young ladies as she softly declared, "Let us go. This matter belongs to their household. They shall resolve it themselves." Indeed, the princess is wise. Zhao Jingxiu attempted to speak again, but was silenced by a fierce glare from Zhao Jingya. At this moment, no one felt inclined to admire the blossoms any longer. Thus, they made their way out of the peach grove. A gust of wind carried faint voices of a man and woman from the depths of the grove. "Let us go. It's getting a bit chilly. You've just recovered from your illness. Don't be reckless." The man's voice was patient and indulgent. "Just a few more blossoms. I asked the maid to inquire with the princess, and she said I could pick some peach blossoms to take home. The blossoms at the princess's residence are flourishing. How delightful." A young girl's playful voice floated by. "Let us hurry back. I have gifts for my trip for you." "Oh, then let us return. Don't forget the peach blossoms." Their voices drew nearer as they approached the exit of the peach grove.
Who did I think it was?
It turns out to be the young General Zhao of the Duke of Zhenghua. "What brings you here?" Zhao Jingya's eyes sparkled, her smile brightening her face. "The prince said this person is trustworthy," Zhao Lingfeng interjected, pulling the person beside him and quickly bowing. "Greetings, Your Highness the Princess. I just returned from an official trip and went to the Pingyang Marquis' residence to deliver gifts. Upon learning that my fiancé was at the princess's banquet, I came looking for her." With a smile, Zhao Lingfeng glanced at Lin Zhaozhao, who was wrapped in a deep blue cloak from head to toe, her hood obscuring all but her fair, delicate face and her innocent, clear eyes. "Such arrogance. You see the princess and yet refuse to remove your hood?" Zhao Jingxiu remarked, her heart racing at the sight of Zhao Lingfeng's strikingly handsome face and tall, imposing figure, his captivating phoenix eyes drawing her attention. Much to her dismay as Lin Zhaozhao stood beside him, capturing all of his focus. Hearing the comment, Lin Zhaozhao turned pale, quickly bowing in greeting. "I apologize. I recently recovered from an illness and feared falling ill again, hence I wore the hood. Results are all that matter. Who inquires about the reasons? To slight a royal princess warrants severe consequences." Zhao Jingxiu exclaimed angrily, stepping forward to strike Lin Zhaozhao. However, before her hand could reach Lin Zhaozhao's face, Zhao Lingfeng seized her wrist, gripping it firmly through his sleeve. Even a royal princess cannot freely strike the kin of frontier generals. With a flick of his wrist, he forcefully pushed Zhao Jingxiu away, then produced a handkerchief to wipe his hands, turning to Lin Zhaozhao. "This handkerchief has become soiled. Kindly embroider another for me." "Of course," Lin Zhaozhao replied, her eyes reddening. Zhao Lingfeng rubbed the handkerchief in his palm, which promptly disintegrated into tatters, carried away by the wind. Frustrated, Zhao Jingxiu stomped her foot and stormed off. "Your Highness, you witnessed the events just now. Everyone knows who is right and wrong. I shall personally address the emperor. And the princess need only speak truthfully," Zhao Jingya said, casting a fierce glare at the retreating Zhao Jingxiu. "It is the fifth princess's ignorance, General Zhao. Please do not hold it against her. Zhao is a well-mannered girl, as everyone knows. She has caught a chill, and I shall take her home now. Thank you for your gracious hospitality, Your Highness. We take our leave." Lin Zhaozhao also curtsied alongside Zhao Lingfeng. Subsequently, the tall Zhao Lingfeng supported the delicate Lin Zhaozhao as they slowly departed the peach grove. Once outside the princess's residence, Zhao Lingfeng lifted her into his arms, pressing her head against his chest as they entered his carriage, with Nanqing driving the carriage of the Pingyang Marquis following closely behind. "Faster. Hurry," Zhao Lingfeng urged, noticing Lin Zhaozhao's face turning purple from the cold and her rising fever. The journey continued without pause, eventually arriving at the entrance of a hot spring resort. Zhao Lingfeng carried Lin Zhaozhao inside, with Xia He and Chen Yu trailing behind, burdened with their belongings. Upon entering an indoor hot spring pool, Zhao Lingfeng swiftly closed the door. Xia He and Chun Yu stood frozen at the doorway. Unwrapping the deep blue cloak, Lin Zhaozhao was shivering uncontrollably, her lips turning purple. Zhao Lingfeng felt tears welling in his eyes as he hurriedly embraced her, easing her into the warm spring water. The comforting warmth gradually thawed Lin Zhaozhao, who was on the verge of freezing. The maid who spilled her tea had wiped her clothes with the very handkerchief she had embroidered for Zhao Lingfeng. She recognized the handwriting on the note she had received. In her moment of panic, she had wanted to ask for clarification but had exhausted her chances to save the young man today. Although she suspected it might be a trap, that handkerchief was unmistakably hers, the only one of its kind. As she approached the pavilion, she was enveloped by the familiar scent of enchantment wafting from the room. The maid had helped her inside, but upon attempting to escape and close the door, Lin Zhaozhao struck her with a candlestick in a moment of desperation. After swapping their clothing, she hastily covered her mouth and nose before retreating to the adjacent room. There was no escaping now, for someone was hastily approaching. Upon entering the next room, Lin Zhaozhao discovered the window was tightly shut. In a moment of urgency, she removed the ornamental hairpin from her head and pressed a button at its end, causing it to snap open, revealing a sharp dagger. With this dagger, she pried open the window and climbed out. Outside lay a pond, and as she attempted to navigate around its edge to enter the peach blossom grove, time was against her. The princess and her entourage were already arriving at the pavilion. In a panic, Lin Zhaozhao removed her shoes and quietly slipped into the icy water of the pond. The water is freezing. After a strenuous swim, Lin Zhaozhao finally reached the secluded edge of a pond, where she sought refuge behind 2 peach trees and climbed ashore. At that moment, she discovered a dog hole by the wall. Trembling from the cold, she was about to crawl through when Zhao Lingfeng appeared before her like a timely rain. His heart ached, tears welling up as he gazed upon the girl he had cherished for 2 lifetimes, now forced into such a predicament. Wrapping her tightly in his cloak, he pressed his lips against hers, attempting to warm her. Yet they could not leave. They had to face the crowd. The words of others were fearsome, akin to sharp blades. He needed his girl to walk confidently and gracefully before everyone. The grievances of today would surely be avenged in the future. After soaking in a hot spring, Lin Zhaozhao felt warmth return to her body, but it soon turned to feverish heat, exacerbated by fear and the shock of the icy water, leading her to a high fever. Once she was cleaned up and bundled in a large towel, Zhao Lingfeng carried her through a door into a bedroom where Xia He and Chun Yu awaited. He placed Lin Zhaozhao in bed and asked the maidservants to help her change clothes before stepping out. Once she was dressed, the doctor arrived, took her pulse, and prescribed medicine. Zhao Lingfeng, after reviewing the prescription, instructed Qing Feng to prepare the medicine. He had provided the prescription when he entered the villa. Lin Zhaozhao's face was flushed, her eyes dazed as she leaned against the headboard, clutching Zhao Lingfeng's sleeve tightly. He offered her the corner of his garment, freeing his sleeve as he prepared to feed her the medicine. "Young Master Zhao, let me do it," Xia He interjected, extending her hand. Chun Yu tugged at Xia He's sleeve, about to inquire, but was met with Zhao Lingfeng's piercing gaze, prompting them both to exit. Zhao, let us drink the medicine." "Open your mouth," he urged. "Bitter. So bitter. I want to drink it," she protested. "You must drink it to get better. Be good. I promise to take you out for fun later." No, I want to go out with you." Lin Zhaozhao, slightly delirious from the fever, responded. "Why won't you go out with me?" Zhao Lingfeng seized the opportunity to feed her another spoonful, only to have her spit it out. "I'm waiting for someone. I've waited for such a long time." "Who?" She chuckled, covering her face. "A particularly handsome person, who writes beautifully." Zhao Lingfeng's face paled instantly. Beautiful looks and beautiful writing. Was she infatuated with another pretty boy? "Who is he? Tell me his name." "Lin Zhaozhao, do you still prefer scholars?" Zhao Lingfeng set down the medicine bowl, his eyes growing red as he gripped her shoulders tightly. Lin Zhaozhao pushed his hands away, her flushed cheeks even more enchanting as she gazed at him with her big, misty apricot eyes, looking pitiful. Enough. You're unwell. Just take your medicine," he coaxed, though his hands trembled as he held the bowl. "Zhao Lingfeng. Yes, it's me. Drink your medicine." "That person is named Zhao Lingfeng, handsome and writes beautifully," she murmured. Zhao Lingfeng's eyes sparkled with surprise, glistening tears forming as he lifted the medicine bowl and drank it in one gulp. Then he pulled Lin Zhaozhao close, feeding her the medicine mouth to mouth. He lingered, tenderly kissing her lips, holding her tightly, murmuring, "Lin Zhaozhao, you are mine. In this lifetime, you shall not escape." Lin Zhaozhao nestled against him, drowsy and content. I won tea, run away, I won tea. After half an hour, she began to sweat, and her fever subsided. Zhao Lingfeng ensured she was dressed warmly and wrapped her in a large cloak before escorting her back to the Pingyang Marquis residence, bringing along the peach blossoms he had gathered for her. As they reached the gate, Lin Yumei, veiled, had just descended from her carriage. Upon seeing Zhao Lingfeng, she instinctively recoiled, for she had played a part in the scheme against Lin Zhaozhao that day. After delivering Lin Zhaozhao to the Zhaohua courtyard and presenting gifts to his mother-in-law, Zhao Lingfeng took his leave, withholding the details of Lin Zhaozhao's ordeal at the princess's residence, as her health was also precarious. Upon returning to the Zhaohua courtyard, Xia He hurriedly helped Lin Zhaozhao to bed, removing her shoes only to discover her feet were heavily bandaged. "Miss, how did you injure your feet?" "I'm not that delicate." "It's nothing," she replied, though the 4 maidservants knelt before her, tears brimming in their eyes. "Miss, it's our fault. Xia He and I couldn't get into the princess's residence to protect you. Please tell us what happened." Lin Zhaozhao recounted her experience in the princess's residence briefly. When the maidservants learned that she had crawled through a window, plunged into the icy pond, and squeezed through a dog hole to save herself, their eyes swelled with tears. Thankfully, their master had arrived just in time to save her life. They vowed to treat their master with more respect in the future. Outside the door, Lin Zhaozhao bit her lip, her eyes blazing with fury. He did not enter but instead left with Bei Chun and Nanxing, driving the carriage out of the residence. Upon arriving at the Duke of Zhenggua's residence, Bei Chun and Nanxing drove the carriage through the back door. Lin Zhaozhao was momentarily stunned. This was the prestigious Duke of Zhenggua's residence, rumored to be guarded by seasoned veterans from the battlefield. Yet, his 2 attendants entered without announcement. When they reached the gate, Zhao Lingfeng had already received word of their arrival and had anticipated it, permitting Bei Chun to enter directly. "Young master, he wishes to see you," Bei Chun announced at the study door. "Let him in. I wonder if Zhaozhao has improved. I shall visit her later." Zhao Lingfeng replied. Lin Zhaozhao followed Bei Chun to Zhao Lingfeng's study. At this point, he could no longer feign ignorance. He bowed deeply and then entered the study. Inside, Zhao Lingfeng sat at the desk, engrossed in writing. Lin Zhaozhao knelt quietly on the floor. After a moment, Zhao Lingfeng looked up, observing Lin Zhaozhao's kneeling figure, twirling the ring on his left thumb, raising an eyebrow, and asking, "What is it?" Lin Zhaozhao bowed his head deeply and declared, "Thank you, brother-in-law, for saving my elder sister today." Zhao Lingfeng smiled. "She is my future wife. Who else should I protect but her?" Lin Zhaozhao paused before continuing. "I just learned that Bei Chun and Nanxing are under your command. Is that so? Do you wish to withdraw?" Lin Zhaozhao hesitated before replying, "Of course not. They are skilled and loyal. I cannot do without them. I merely wish to thank you for your thoughtful consideration. Do not mention it. You are Zhao Zhao's brother, thus you are my brother as well. We are family. No thanks are necessary. Rise," he said, returning to his writing. Zhao Lingfeng had extended all his patience to Lin Zhaozhao, while others could barely manage to hold a conversation for 3 sentences without it faltering. Lin Zhaozhao had grown accustomed to his brother-in-law's manner of speaking and waited in silence. "Is there anything else?" Zhao Lingfeng inquired, noticing Lin Zhaozhao still present. "Brother-in-law, starting tomorrow, I wish to come to your residence during the day to study. I will study in the morning and practice martial arts in the afternoon to better protect my sister," Lin Zhaozhao stated resolutely. "Can you endure hardship?" "I can." Old Zhao. Yes. A man in his 40s, missing an arm, entered the study. "Are you busy lately?" Zhao Lingfeng asked, gesturing to a chair. Old Zhao shook his head, standing before the desk, glancing at Lin Zhaozhao with a grin. "Not busy at all. Us old soldiers can hardly find peace. The house could use a good cleaning every day. We've managed to nurture the flowers and plants in that courtyard you prepared. As we find ourselves with some leisure time, we old fellows are considering heading to the backyard to have a chat with the old horse." Zhao Lingfeng, gazing at his bright and cheerful face, chuckled in delight. Then he pointed at Lin Zhaozhao, who was standing nearby, and said, "Little brother-in-law, I entrust you with the task of balancing your studies with martial arts practice. Do not be concerned about me. Feel free to train as you wish." After casting a glance at Lin Zhaozhao, who suddenly seemed enlightened, he knelt and bowed, exclaiming, "I, Lin Zhaozhao, pay my respects to my master. I came in haste today, but I will return tomorrow to formally acknowledge you as my teacher." Old Zhao's face broke into a wide smile, almost stretching the wrinkles on his face. Excellent. My good disciple, rise quickly. Then, old Zhao leaned closer to Zhao Lingfeng with a grin and asked, Little General, where shall my young disciple reside? Zhao Lingfeng replied with a smile, playfully pointing at old Zhao. You just took on a disciple and already wish to calculate the allocation of my courtyard. Very well. Let us open the Yunshao Pavilion in the western courtyard for you two to reside in. By the way, tomorrow, a scholar will also be moving in. One will teach him to read, and the other will instruct him in martial arts. Sounds good. He then turned and playfully tapped Lin Zhaozhao on the head. Why aren't you thanking your brother-in-law yet? This Yunshao Pavilion is a place I occupied in my childhood. Apart from me, you'll be the second to reside there. Lin Zhaozhao's eyes widened in surprise as he knelt again, saying, Thank you, brother-in-law. Thank you. Zhao Lingfeng waved his hand, and old Zhao led the beaming Lin Zhaozhao out. As old Zhao and Lin Zhaozhao made their way to Yunshao Pavilion, they encountered old comrades in arms, and old Zhao proudly introduced, This is my disciple. Recently taken. Zhaozhao, come. Greet Uncle Wang. Hello, Uncle Wang. And you, Uncle Li.
Are you, Uncle Li?
Old Zhao continued to introduce, while Lin Zhaozhao paid his respects. Observing their companions, some missing arms, others legs, and some with a single eye, Lin Zhaozhao felt a surge of emotion, silently vowing to diligently practice martial arts and honor his master, ensuring his comfort in old age. As night fell, Lin Zhaozhao bid farewell to his master, agreeing to return the next day for the formal initiation, and then took a carriage home. On the carriage, he cautiously inquired, Beichen, Nanxing, were you sent by my brother-in-law specifically to protect me? They exchanged smiles, and Beichen replied, Indeed, ever since the last time the lady complained about the haunted rockery in front of the general, your little servant ran away faster than you did. And the general assigned us to accompany you. Lin Zhaozhao pondered this, surprised lady? My sister? Yes. Lin Zhaozhao's heart bubbled with joy. Upon returning home, Lin Zhaozhao dashed towards his mother's Qinghe courtyard, shouting, Father, Mother, I have something important to share. He burst through the door and saw his father, mother, and a familiar figure seated inside. He approached respectfully, addressing, Father, Mother, brother-in-law. Upon seeing Lin Zhaozhao's demeanor towards her son-in-law, Wan Qing couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Kongyan, his face reddening, declared, That esteemed son-in-law, this rascal is entrusted to you. You may handle him however you see fit. He will stay with you, and we shall provide for his living expenses. If he misbehaves, let Master Zhao give him a good thrashing. Zhao Lingfeng, delighted by Lin Kongyan's words of esteem, stood up and replied, Rest assured, my esteemed father-in-law. I will go check on Zhaozhao. He then turned and made his way to Zhaohua courtyard. Wan Qing and Lin Kongyan exchanged glances, their mouths opening and closing in silent acknowledgement. When Zhao Lingfeng arrived, Lin Zhaozhao was feeling unwell again. Upon seeing Zhao Lingfeng, she hurriedly nestled under the covers, feigning weakness. I'm fine. I just need to drink my medicine, and I will be better by morning. Zhao Lingfeng sat at her bedside and gently stroked her feverish forehead, his heart aching for her. Just then, Xiaohe brought over the medicine, and Zhao Lingfeng took it, saying, Come, drink your medicine. The pungent aroma hit Lin Zhaozhao's senses, and she pinched her nose, complaining, It's too bitter. Can I skip it?
No.
Sit up and drink it. Reluctantly, Lin Zhaozhao emerged from her cocoon, took the medicine bowl, and gulped it down, grimacing at the bitterness that contorted her delicate features. Zhao Lingfeng quickly offered her a candied fruit from the table, which she licked, causing his face to flush. After finishing the candied fruit, he reminded her, Remember to brush your teeth and get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow you will visit your in-laws. He lovingly ruffled her hair and covered her with the quilt before taking his leave. In-laws? My in-laws. The Duke of Zhenggua's residence. Lin Zhaozhao chuckled under the covers. You all should leave. I want to sleep. Xiaohe took the mouthwash away and closed the door behind her. Lin Zhaozhao quickly sat up, opening her palm to reveal a key resting quietly there. What could this mean? Never mind, I'll just sleep for now. The next morning, she indeed felt her fever break. Miss, you're awake. It's time to rise.
Today,
the young master has invited a scholar and a martial arts teacher for the little young master, and the ceremony will be held at the Duke of Zhenggua's residence. Therefore, the master, mistress, and miss must accompany the young master to pay their respects.
Oh.
Such an important matter. Why did I only just find out? Quickly, help me up. Lin Zhaozhao felt a sweet thrill in her heart. Love extends to all.
Does it not?
For the first time since her rebirth, she would be visiting the Duke of Zhenggua's residence. She must dress appropriately. As she stood before her wardrobe, Dong Shui entered with a smile. Miss, no need to choose. The Jin Shio workshop sent 3 sets of clothing. And the Suyu Pavilion sent 3 sets of jewelry, all to match your outfits. Lin Zhaozhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Do you not know how much money your young lady possesses at the finest tailor and jewelry shop in the capital? Dong Shui joyfully laid out the garments. You may be short on funds, but our young master is wealthy. He purchased all these and had them sent over. Come, take a look. Young master, she mused, the title resonating pleasantly. Lin Zhaozhao blushed, covering her face. The initiation ceremony. Suddenly, she recalled a pressing matter. What gift should she present for the initiation? Oh no. She hadn't prepared anything. Do not fret. The mistress hardly slept last night, accompanied by Wang Mama and the embroiderers, crafting 2 sets of outer garments, 2 sets of inner garments, and 2 pairs of shoes, all ready for you. You only need to go. Filled with joy, Lin Zhaozhao changed into a bright red dress adorned with ruby jewelry. Dong Shui helped her with the clothes while tightly clutching the key in her hand as they exited the estate. Chapter 39. The initiation ceremony, the family of 4, along with the initiation gifts, departed from Pingyang Marquis' residence in 3 carriages toward the Duke of Zhenggua's residence. Upon arrival, they found the gates wide open, with 2 rows of guards standing at attention, while Zhao Lingfeng awaited them eagerly. As the family disembarked, the guards saluted in unison. Salutations to the Marquis of Pingyang and the lady. Salutations to the young master. Salutations to the lady. Lin Zhaozhao's face flushed crimson. Zhao Lingfeng, his eyes twinkling with mirth, stepped forward. Esteemed father-in-law and mother-in-law, let us enter the residence. Lin Kongnian affectionately patted Zhao Lingfeng's hand, unable to contain his smile. Upon entering the main hall, 2 figures occupied the principal seats. One was Master Zhao Dasha, and the other an elderly man with a dignified countenance, his hair graying yet exuding vitality, especially with his sparkling eyes. Zhao Lingfeng, alongside Lin Kongnian, led Lin Zhaozhao into the hall. Esteemed father-in-law, this scholar is Mr. Wang Chongfeng, who will be responsible for teaching Zhaozhao to read. This is Master Zhao, who served as my father's deputy general and now, after an injury, has taken on the role of chief guard at the Duke of Zhenggua's residence and will instruct Zhaozhao in martial arts. Lin Kongnian, a gentleman of refined manners, promptly bowed to the 2 masters, expressing his gratitude for their willingness to accept him as a disciple despite his humble abilities. Thank you, esteemed teachers. Wang Chongfeng, stroking his beard, glanced at the elegantly composed Lin Kongnian with a smile. Isn't the Pingyang Marquis the flower winner from the 6th year of Jinghe? Lin Kongnian's face flushed, and he chuckled. Indeed, that is I. Wang Chongfeng scrutinized him for a few moments. After all these years, the Pingyang Marquis remains merely an editor? Lin Kongnian smiled sheepishly. The title of Pingyang Marquis is inherited from my ancestors. I am not adept at socializing and do not understand the nuances of officialdom. I am still just an editor. I beg your pardon. Wang Chongfeng chuckled, patting his own belly. Nay. The Pingyang Marquis is one of the rare individuals with a pure and innocent heart. Zhao, you should learn from your father. Yes, master. Zhao Lingfeng interjected. Thus, Wang Chongfeng and Zhao Dashan took their seats at the head of the table, while Lin Zhaozhao and Zhao Lingfeng stood behind, each presenting a token of respect for their masters. Following the age of the masters, Zhao Lingfeng instructed Lin Zhaozhao to bow first to Wang Chongfeng and then to Zhao Dashan. Lin Zhaozhao reverently knelt and earnestly prostrated herself before her 2 masters. After the ceremony, the masters wished to assess her foundational knowledge, prompting Lin Kongnian and Zhao Lingfeng to step outside. Zhaozhao, you and your mother go to Yunshao Pavilion to see what is still needed. I will have someone prepare it for Zhaozhao. I will accompany your father-in-law for a cup of tea in the study, Zhao Lingfeng instructed, his gaze fixed on the graceful and beautiful Lin Zhaozhao, who was both alluring and innocent. Red suits you well, Zhaozhao. Observing the exquisite ruby butterfly hairpin atop her head, he discerned her taste for delicate accessories. Understood. In his previous life, during a snowstorm, he had taken refuge in a plum garden, where he happened upon Lin Zhaozhao gathering plum blossoms. On that day, she wore a striking red fox fur cloak, dazzling amidst the wind and snow. Since then, she had occupied a cherished place in his heart, prompting him to ask his mother for her hand in marriage. Yet, fate had thwarted their union. This lifetime, however, would be different. Besides, he had matters to attend to. This evening, when Zhaozhao had finally come for a visit, Lin Zhaozhao supported her mother, accompanied by 4 maidservants, along with Beichen and Nanqing, to the Yunxiao pavilion. The place had been thoroughly cleaned, with 5 main rooms, 2 for the masters, 1 main room, and 4 auxiliary rooms, 1 for Lin Zhaozhao, 1 study, 1 kitchen, and a bathroom combined with a toilet. On the right side of the courtyard was a small training ground. Lin Zhaoxiao's room was furnished with a bed and a desk. Lin Zhaozhao and her mother meticulously arranged the 2 masters' rooms, adding softer bedding and placing plush cushions and backrests on the chairs, all of which Lin Zhaozhao had urgently commissioned. Each master received a box of clothing and shoes, which were placed in their rooms. They then opened the windows for ventilation and burned incense to dispel odors. Just as they were finishing up, Lin Kongnian and Zhao Lingfeng arrived. Upon seeing the comfortable cushions and the boxes of clothing, Zhao Lingfeng's eyes flickered with a hint of jealousy. What to do with this inexplicable envy? At noon, Lin Kongnian had ordered 2 tables of food from the defeated Victory Building to dine at the residence. Just as he was about to decline, he noticed Zhao Lingfeng's gaze intensely fixed on his daughter, Zhaozhao. He exchanged glances with his wife, and they both smiled, looking away. Lin Zhaozhao's face flushed with joy, and she nodded, saying, "All right." Zhao Lingfeng's eyes instantly lit up. "Father-in-law and mother-in-law, let Uncle Lu take you on a tour of the estate while I check if the food has arrived for Zhaozhao. Go, no need to mind us." Lin Kongnian smiled broadly. A middle-aged man with a round face and small eyes approached. "Father-in-law, shall we take a stroll?" Zhao Lingfeng and Lin Zhaozhao then stepped out. Upon reaching the courtyard, Zhao Lingfeng noticeably slowed his pace. When Zhaozhao caught up, he grasped her hand from beneath his sleeve. She attempted to pull away, but found his grip tightening. "All right then, let's keep it this way. Greetings, young mistress." Wherever Lin Zhaozhao went, the guards of the estate greeted her joyfully, for the young master had been in high spirits since yesterday. When the young master was happy, they could enjoy lighter duties. Otherwise, they would face grueling training. Being addressed as young mistress throughout their walk, Lin Zhaozhao soon shed her shyness. The 2 exited through the back gate of the Duke of State's residence, crossing a street to a closed courtyard marked by an elegant plaque that read 4 Seasons Garden. "Did you bring the key?" Zhao Lingfeng glanced at her, his face turning crimson. He was 187 centimeters tall, while she was 163 centimeters. Today, she wore a red cross-colored skirt with a white underskirt, accentuating her curves. Zhao Lingfeng blushed. Lin Zhaozhao retrieved the key from her pouch and unlocked the door. As she pushed the door open, tears streamed from her eyes. This was the place she had envisioned countless times in her dreams. The courtyard was filled with a riot of colorful flowers, arranged in neat, orderly beds according to species. The house comprised 7 substantial rooms. Spring and summer flowers bloomed in front, while autumn and winter blooms flourished behind. In the back courtyard, 2 pomegranate trees stood, with a swing nestled between them, alongside a pavilion, stone tables, and benches. Surrounding the entire garden was a long corridor adorned with blooming flowers, currently festooned with wisteria. Beside a clear pond where numerous small fish swam. "This is the place I have yearned for in my dreams. Thank you, Brother Lingfeng." Lin Zhaozhao looked up, her eyes shimmering with tears. Zhao Lingfeng bent down, his eyes bright, gazing at her profile. "Call me again, Lingfeng, brother." Before she could finish, Lin Zhaozhao found her lips captured by his kiss. Chapter 40. Entering the palace after leaving the 4 Seasons Garden, Zhao Lingfeng locked the courtyard door. "Why lock it?" Lin Zhaozhao inquired, puzzled. "This courtyard is now accessible only to those 4 who specialize in tending the flowers. No one else may enter. This is the courtyard I am gifting you. After our marriage, if I ever provoke your anger, you can retreat here. Do not leave, all right? I promise. If you do not allow me in, I will never enter." Zhao Lingfeng gazed at her with fervent intensity, and Lin Zhaozhao perceived a glimmer of fear and pleading in his eyes. In that instant, her heart ached. She could no longer care whether anyone might witness. Like a little swallow, she flung herself into his broad embrace, clinging to him with all her strength. "I won't leave, no matter how much we argue." As she spoke, tears cascaded down like pearls, drowning in his warm embrace. Zhao Lingfeng, his eyes reddened, held her frail body, his large hand tenderly stroking her long hair. "How could I bear to argue with you? After a moment of tenderness, Lin Zhaozhao suddenly remembered something. "Oh, I have a gift for you." Rising from Zhao Lingfeng's embrace, she retrieved a male hairpin adorned with auspicious clouds from her pouch. I chanced upon this and, seeing the old man's plight, spent quite a sum to acquire it. "Tell me, do you like it?" Lin Zhaozhao blushed as she presented the hairpin to him. "Is it a pair with yours?" Zhao Lingfeng recalled that she had worn a similar one of the same color and material. Lin Zhaozhao's eyes sparkled as she gazed at him. Zhao Lingfeng gently covered her sparkling eyes with his hand. "Why are you covering my eyes?" Lin Zhaozhao was unaware of how enchanting her voice had sounded moments ago. "It's just so beautiful and captivating. I fear I might lose control," Zhao Lingfeng whispered in her ear. Lin Zhaozhao giggled and reached for his hand, noticing the striking scar that traversed his palm. Fearing she might cry, Zhao Lingfeng quickly said, "Zhaozhao, help me put on the hairpin. From now on, I will wear this every day." Lin Zhaozhao indeed smiled. Zhao Lingfeng bent down, lowering his head, resting his large head in front of Lin Zhaozhao. She smiled as she replaced the old hairpin with a new one, placing the old one into her pouch. She touched his fluffy head, noting how coarse his hair was. "All right, get up." Zhao Zhao's sweet laughter echoed, for she had uncovered another secret. There was no need to stand on tiptoes. Those who love you will naturally bend down. After enjoying lunch at the Victory Tower, Lin Kong Nian's family returned home, leaving with a cart full of gifts. Among them, the spicy hot pot received unanimous praise, especially from Xiao Zhao's two masters, who were particularly fond of it. Lin Zhaozhao understood well how to please the elders. Zhao Lingfeng sat in his room, gazing at a box of clothes resting on a chair, his heart filled with joy. Zhao Zhao mentioned that all his garments were crafted by her own hands. Opening the box, he was greeted by a sea of blue. Pulling out each item, outer garments, shoes and socks, inner clothes, and even sleepwear and undergarments. At the very bottom lay a blue fox fur cloak, accompanied by a note that read, "The leather was too stiff, I couldn't make it myself. So this was made by your esteemed mother-in-law. Also, please keep this silver note. I will retrieve it when I need it. Is that agreeable?" Zhao Lingfeng's heart brimmed with the love bestowed upon him by Zhao Zhao. After bathing and donning his complete attire, including the new hairpin, he set off towards the palace, determined that Zhao Zhao's grievances would not be in vain. The current emperor, Zhao Rui, was just over 40, an age marked by vigor and ambition. He possessed grand aspirations, a generous spirit, and sufficient cunning, making him a commendable ruler. With his badge in hand, he entered the imperial study without hindrance, where the emperor was reviewing memorials. A glance from the emperor directed him to a nearby chair before he resumed his work. Zhao Lingfeng sat quietly. The chief eunuch Su Wenjing served him tea, which he sipped leisurely, his fingers idly rubbing against each other, lost in thought. After nearly half an hour, the emperor finished, stretching and beckoning Su Wenjing, who promptly took the memorials away. After a sip of tea, Zhao Rui stood up. "What brings you here today? During the day, no less. Is something amiss?" Zhao Lingfeng rose, lifting the hem of his robe, kneeling before him. "I am willing to take on 3 more cases. Please grant my fiancé a favorable decision." Zhao Rui squinted, clenching his jaw. "Has the 5th princess caused trouble again?" Zhao Lingfeng recounted how he had rescued her from a plot designed to frame Lin Zhaozhao, forcing her into icy waters and through a dog hole to preserve her innocence. Tears brimmed in his eyes as he spoke of Lin Zhaozhao's fever lasting several days. "Since I began serving the emperor at 13, I have given my utmost effort, never daring to slacken. Lin Zhaozhao is my one true love. I will not take concubines or secondary wives. I beseech the emperor to bless our union, granting Zhaozhao the honor she deserves." After bowing his head to the ground, he remained there unmoving. Zhao Rui pondered, what kind of woman could inspire such a promise from Zhao Lingfeng? His curiosity was piqued. "What if I were to grant you a marriage to another?" Zhao Rui's gaze was sharp and imposing. Zhao Lingfeng replied without hesitation, "I would willingly die. Let me consider it. You may return for now." "Yes." Additionally, I have uncovered evidence of Lu Yuanji, the Deputy Minister of Revenue, selling official positions with Lin Mao, the head of the Ministry of Revenue, implicated thrice. This ledger is what I secretly obtained. "Very well, you may leave." Zhao Lingfeng stood and exited the imperial study. Zhao Rui gazed at the spot where Zhao Lingfeng had knelt, the droplets of glistening water piercing his eyes and stirring his heart. Initially, the 5th princess had taken a liking to Zhao Lingfeng, and Depin frequently whispered in his ear, considering him a suitable prince consort. Though he had an engagement, he thought the woman could serve as a favored concubine. Yet, he was astonished by Zhao Lingfeng's resoluteness. Indeed, he resembled her, preferring to shatter than to compromise. Enough of this, he sighed. However, the fifth princess has truly gone too far lately. Depin had become too comfortable. Su Wenjing, investigate the background of Lin Mao. And summon Depin to attend to me. Yes, I will see to it. Picking up the ledger on the table, Zhao Rui was both furious and amused. A mere county magistrate dared to sell his position for 50,000 taels of silver. Truly audacious. That evening, Depin was punished for her inadequate service and forced to kneel through half the night, her salary docked for 6 months, her title stripped. The fifth princess Zhao Jingshu, haughty and unruly, was placed under house arrest for 3 months as a warning. News of this reached Zhao Lingfeng that very night, and he exhaled deeply. 3 months of house arrest? Is that not lenient? Chapter 41. The master of divine medicine, though the house arrest was set for 3 months, it paled in comparison to the suffering Zhao Zhao endured. With Depin's title revoked, her standing in the palace would plummet, signifying the emperor's waning favor. The fifth princess, being inept, would find it challenging to regain her status. Yet, a plan to undermine her must be devised. In a past life, she had relentlessly pursued him, nearly compelling the emperor to grant her marriage. When Zhao Zhao wed another, she had become despondent and retreated to the borders, remaining absent for many years. After dinner, as he sat in a comfortable chair in his study, Zhao Lingfeng found his thoughts drifting back to Zhao Zhao. Supporting his head with his hand, he mused, how will I manage battles if I cannot bear to be apart from Zhao Zhao? General, an elderly man with a white beard seeks you at the door. Zhao Lingfeng rubbed his head and eyes, casually asking, what did he say? Old Wang pondered. He mentioned being entrusted with a matter and held a red wooden box. Ah, General. Indeed, youth was fleeting. In the blink of an eye, the man had vanished. Zhao Lingfeng dashed to the door, only to find no one there. Where is he? He turned to the approaching old Wang. He was just here. After some thought, Zhao Lingfeng instructed old Wang to dispatch a swift guard to the Victory Tower for a portion of spicy hot pot, along with a few side dishes, urging them to hurry. Upon arriving at the kitchen, he spotted a large white head hiding in a corner, moving slowly. Master Physician, you've arrived. Please, come to the main hall. There's a particularly delicious dish I'd like you to taste and provide your opinion on. Zhao Lingfeng squatted at the door, smiling, his tone gentle. The white head spun around, round, bright eyes sparkling with delight, white eyebrows twitching as he munched on food, speaking between bites. Really? There's truly a delicious dish? Zhao Lingfeng nodded cheerfully. I've tasted it. How to describe it? The flavor is spicy and fragrant. One bite leads to another. As soon as he finished speaking, a white figure darted from the kitchen, grabbing Zhao Lingfeng and whisking him away to the back room. Zhao Lingfeng, having experienced 2 lifetimes, was undoubtedly skilled in martial arts, yet he found himself being carried away like a child in the hands of Ming Jing. His heart raced with surprise. He anticipated that the revered master physician was also a martial arts expert. We've arrived. Zhao Lingfeng exerted all his strength to halt his rapid pace. He invited Ming Jing to sit in the main room, pouring tea, and they exchanged wide-eyed glances.
Kid.
Where's my food? I can't get full just drinking tea, Ming Jing demanded, shaking his beard and crossing his legs, his expression fierce. It will be here shortly. Please wait. Wait. If you make me wait any longer, I'll starve to death. The old man exclaimed, and to Zhao Lingfeng's astonishment, he began to cry. Even more outrageous, genuine tears streamed down his face. As Zhao Lingfeng found himself in a flurry, 2 attendants rushed in with a food box. Young master, the meal has arrived. Upon hearing this, Ming Jing ceased his tears, wiped his face dry, and eagerly hopped onto a chair, banging the table in anticipation. Hurry. When Zhao Lingfeng and the 2 attendants had prepared all 6 dishes and arranged the bowls and chopsticks, Zhao Lingfeng was astounded to find that the elder had already devoured a portion of the spicy hot pot. Truly impressive. Zhao Lingfeng silently gave him a thumbs up, acknowledging the dish's excellence. Spicy and fragrant. Just to my liking, he exclaimed, picking up his chopsticks to enjoy the other dishes. Ultimately, the elder nearly polished off the entire table of food. Concerned for his well-being, Zhao Lingfeng had someone prepare hawthorn water for him to aid in digestion. Divine healer. Shall we treat the ailment tonight or tomorrow during the day? Zhao Lingfeng inquired cautiously, realizing he had no choice but to bow to the elder's authority. Those insects prefer to be active at night, especially in the latter half. Inform that lady to schedule it for the hour of the pig, the elder replied. Zhao Lingfeng stood and respectfully bowed. Thank you, divine healer. As the elder picked at his teeth with a toothpick, he added, I want more of that spicy, hot pot tomorrow. Zhao Lingfeng smiled brightly. Of course. Just you wait. With a wave of his hand, Qingfeng stepped forward, and Zhao Lingfeng whispered a few words to him. Qingfeng nodded and departed. Approaching the hour of the pig and unable to take a carriage due to the curfew in the capital, Zhao Lingfeng resorted to carrying the divine healer, Mingjing, through the streets and alleys of the city. Upon reaching the Pingyang Marquis' residence, Zhao Lingfeng entered the courtyard with Mingjing still on his back. There, Lin Kongnian, Wan Qing, Lin Zhaozhao, and Lin Zhaozhao awaited their arrival. You've come, Zhaozhao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Zhao Lingfeng, feeling warmth in his heart as he beheld her radiant smile, gently set Mingjing down and introduced him to everyone. This is Mingjing, the master of the Medicine King Valley and the foremost divine healer of our time. Lin Kongnian and Wan Qing bowed in gratitude, while Lin Zhaozhao and Lin Zhaozhao lifted their skirts and knelt on the ground, saying, Thank you, divine healer. Mingjing glanced at the two and said, Rise. Then, looking at Lin Zhaozhao, he grasped her wrist, examined it, and, with a cheerful demeanor, walked away with his hands behind his back. Lin Kongnian quickly followed to guide him. Once in the bedroom, Lin Zhaozhao and Lin Kongnian helped their mother lean against the bed. After giving Wan Qing a pill, she soon fell into a slumber. Meanwhile, Mingjing lit a special incense on the table. Beside the bed lay a square blood jade box. Mingjing bit his fingertip and squeezed 5 drops of blood into it. He then took a sharp knife, heated it over the flame, and made a small incision on Wan Qing's wrist, patiently waiting. Gradually, Wan Qing's veins swelled, as if countless insects were writhing within. Lin Zhaozhao felt a surge of fear and even nausea. After a while, a light pink worm peeked from the wound, which Mingjing swiftly pierced with a needle and placed into the box. The worm was now tiny, about the size of a grain of rice. Subsequently, more worms emerged, some nearly white, others pale pink, light pink, deep pink, and even a light red one. As the collection of worms grew, beads of sweat began to form on Mingjing's brow. Finally, after capturing 11 worms, he closed the box and withdrew the needle. He applied a layer of ointment to Wan Qing's wound, helped her lie down, and covered her with a blanket. Zhao Lingfeng and Lin Zhaozhao assisted the perspiring Mingjing out of the room. Lin Kongnian and Lin Zhaozhao rushed over, inquiring, Divine healer, how is my wife? Mingjing shot him a disapproving glance. Pay attention. Look at the state your wife is in. 12 red leeches have infiltrated her body. If it weren't for the last fortunate incident where she coughed one out, and you, her son-in-law, shamelessly begged me, she would have perished within a year as these larvae matured. Lin Kongnian fell to his knees with a thud, and Lin Zhaozhao, and even Zhao Lingfeng followed suit, exclaiming, Thank you, divine healer, for saving her life. Mingjing flicked his white sleeves and raised an eyebrow. Naturally, I deserve thanks. Your son-in-law has already compensated me with silver. Any further demands will be addressed when I have contemplated them. Lin Zhaozhao was rendered speechless. Chapter 42. A green cloud overhead as she gazed at Zhao Lingfeng kneeling beside her. Tears glimmered in Lin Zhaozhao's eyes. He said nothing but did everything. After Zhao Lingfeng departed with Mingjing, Lin Zhaozhao and Lin Zhaozhao intended to keep vigil by their mother's side, but were promptly sent away by Lin Kongnian. Back in her room, Lin Zhaozhao pondered, perhaps I should make a set of clothes for the divine healer. She delegated the task to 4 maids, assigning Chuyue to oversee it. She had something far more important to attend to. Locking the door, she gathered her ink, brush, and paper. Will do. I wish to acquire this book. Lin Zhaozhao's eyes flickered. You have but one chance to purchase a book each year. Will you use it today? Yes. Very well. 1 book costs 100 taels of silver, with a maximum of 2 books per transaction. Lin Zhaozhao gritted her teeth and produced 200 taels. Do you know the titles? I do not. I desire a cookbook, specifically one for spicy hot pot dishes, and another on military strategy. 1 volume on popular cuisine, unlocking 5 recipes, and 1 art of war by Sun Tzu. After 10 counts, the recipe will begin to appear. Lin Zhaozhao focused her attention, preparing to memorize the information. Soon, the recipes materialized on the screen. Spicy hot pot, water-boiled fish, pepper chicken, chopped pepper fish head, and spicy stir-fried pork. Additionally, many chili peppers appeared in the room. A bag of dried red chilies, a bag of small chili peppers, a bag of chopped peppers, and a large bag of fresh chilies. It seemed she would need to save some seeds to grow them. Spice was essential for the development of these dishes. And there was also the art of war by Sun Tzu. She concentrated all her attention, not daring to blink, committing every word to memory. Although the words strung together made no sense to her, she simply aimed to remember, remember, remember. As the screen went dark, she quickly retrieved her paper and began to furiously record. Her nimble hand flowed, with graceful script, flipping through sheets, inscribing line after line until the floor was covered with rice paper. Finally, Lin Zhaozhao paused her writing. At that moment, her mind felt utterly vacant, her wrists stiff and immobile. Slowly rising, she stretched her rigid body, and while her memory was still fresh, she carefully stacked the rice paper in the order she had marked, then put it away. She contemplated that when she found the time, she would transcribe it neatly in small characters, bind it beautifully, and present it to him. Thinking of him, that big, silly man, Lin Zhaozhao suddenly smiled, covering her face. Her mother would survive. What a relief. Yet, the perpetrators still roamed free. She must seek vengeance. It was imperative. Opening the door, Zhaozhao peered outside, only to meet the sparkling eyes of the four maids. "Oh, dear. You startled me. What are you all doing still awake when dawn is nearly upon us?" "Miss, we are all awake. And it's not nearly dawn. It has already brightened. Also, miss, 20 boxes of jasmine fragrance and 30 boxes of peach blossom fragrance have all been completed. What about the 30 boxes of rose fragrance that were left over from last time? When should we deliver them to the rouge shop for sale?" asked Xiaohe. Lin Zhaozhao blinked her bloodshot eyes and replied, "You all should catch up on sleep today. You can go tomorrow. The rouge shop is named Beauty Cream. Let that young attendant manage the sales." "Miss, how much silver should we charge?" Lin Zhaozhao contemplated. "Let's take the high-end route. 30 taels of silver for the large boxes, 10 taels for the small boxes, and additionally, prepare a small box of each fragrance as a trial sample. Do not worry, miss. The young master has already designed those boxes. We will tidy them up first and deliver them to the shop for sale tomorrow." Dong Xue said joyfully, her small tiger teeth appearing even cuter. "Please keep the autumn moon for me, and you all may leave. By the way, have the young lad find someone to write a plaque to hang up. I will take my leave to sleep now." After this, Chu Yue supported the drowsy Zhaozhao back to her room to rest. At the gate of the residence, most of the items from the second house had been moved out, with today marking the final batch, including everything from their storeroom and all the servants who have now departed. Lin Kongnian emerged to see Lin Mao off. "Brother, my younger sibling is reopening the estate. Do come by to visit when you have time." Although Lin Mao felt a deep reluctance, he had no other choice but to agree. "I will definitely visit. Please return often to see our mother," Lin Kongnian said, his words lacking sincerity. "Do not return here again. We have yet to settle the score for Qingyu's grievances. Not to mention Zhaozhao's as well. We shall keep a meticulous record of each debt. By the way, second brother, wait a moment. There is someone you must take with you." Lin Kongnian's expression suddenly changed. "Who?" Lin Mao asked, somewhat confused. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Ping's face turned pale. "I advise you to take him along, for you will glean many sensational pieces of information from him. It will be quite the spectacle. One tiet, sister-in-law?" Lin Kongnian shot a meaningful glance at Wang Ping, his demeanor cheerful. Beichen Nanqing escorted a battered man, bruised and covered in wounds, to the residence's entrance. "Who is this?" Lin Mao frowned. "The physician Zhao Zilin." Upon hearing this, Lin Mao quickly connected it to his brother's earlier inquiry to Wang Ping, and he immediately understood. A treacherous affair. Lin Mao's ears perked up. Lin Kongnian, having grown up alongside him, naturally recognized that he was harboring murderous intent. Wang Ping was also aware of Lin Mao's ruthless nature. Should this matter erupt, both of them would be doomed. According to Zhao Zilin, he had been entangled with Wang Ping for many years, being her childhood sweetheart. After Wang Ping married Lin Mao, her beloved had shut down his own apothecary and became the physician of the Pingyang Duke's residence. Lin Mao often left home, and during their intimate moments, he had a penchant for biting his partner. Since Wang Ping's marriage, she had not experienced a single day of normal marital life. Thus, she boldly allowed Zhao Zilin into the estate, making him the physician. One day, after being bitten on the chest by Lin Mao, Wang Ping was in excruciating pain but dared not seek another doctor. Consequently, she went to Zhao Zilin. You've come. Yes, I need some pain-relieving medicine. I was bitten by a dog. Looking at his somewhat haggard face, she lowered her head. Was it a severe bite? Did it bleed? Wang Ping nodded.
Let me see. No.
Wang Ping tightly clutched her clothing over her chest but accidentally brushed against the wound, causing tears to flow from the pain. Zhao Zilin took her by the hand and led her to the back of the medicine room. Let me see your injury. Do not fear. I am here. His words brought tears to Wang Ping's eyes. As he uncovered her clothing, he beheld her scarred chest, and his eyes reddened. With tears in his eyes, he asked, Is your lower body the same? As a physician, he knew well the proclivities of such men. Wang Ping nodded, tears streaming down. I will apply the medicine. Zhao Zilin wiped his eyes, treated her wounds, wrapped them in bandages, and even brewed medicine for her to drink. After half a month under Zhao Zilin's careful attention, her injuries healed. Yet Wang Ping knew that once she recovered, Lin Mao would come to her room. He had Wang Ping as his legitimate wife, 4 concubines, and 4 secondary spouses, who took turns visiting. Wang Ping had recently heard that he had also taken in 4 new maidservants. Having them is good. It allows me to feel lighter. When Zhao Zilin unwrapped her bandages, revealing her healed yet still scarred body, he finally embraced her. Chapter 43. The closed-door disciple. After experiencing the first intoxicating and soul-consuming pleasure, the two found themselves unable to resist further. Due to the numerous residents in the estate, the risk of exposure was high, so they decided to meet in a different location. Zhao Zilin returned to his home outside the estate every 5 days. And on that day, Wang Ping also found various excuses to leave the estate. They chose a secluded, sparsely populated inn and rented a room. Each time, Zhao Zilin would arrive first, followed by Wang Ping, who would disguise herself. Eventually, fearing for their safety, Wang Ping outright rented the inn. To gain control over the Pingyang Duke's estate, Zhao Zilin initially helped Wang Ping poison Ruan Qing's medicine, but to their surprise, her health gradually improved. The year before last, Zhao Zilin stumbled upon a larva of a poisonous insect from the western regions and lured her into drinking it until it was discovered. Lin Mao ground his teeth and waved his hand. Take him away. 2 young servants from the second house then dragged Zhao Zilin away, along with the guard who had been injured by Zhao Lingfeng last time, all taken to the second house. Upon returning to the estate and witnessing the suddenly much quieter Pingyang Duke's residence, Lin Kongnian finally sighed in relief. Beichen Nanqing ordered the cleaning of the courtyard previously occupied by the second house and locked the door, stating that it would be reopened when necessary. Also, inquire with my esteemed son-in-law if there are any old soldiers available. Inform him that we are short on guards and assure him that the treatment for the old soldiers coming to our estate will be the same as his. We express our gratitude to the Duke on behalf of the old soldiers. Beichen Nanqing knelt and bowed to Lin Kongnian. Lin Zhaozhao slept soundly until midday. Having only a few bites to eat before spending the afternoon in the kitchen with Chu Yue, experimenting with the dish, known as spicy blood stew. Lin Zhaozhao sent the kitchen's buyers, Wang Er's wife and Zhao Wu's wife, to the market to procure the necessary ingredients, then began to study the recipe with Chu Yue. Since this era lacked chili peppers, they had to conserve the small amount provided. In the small kitchen, only Zhao Zhao and Chu Yue were present. Zhao Zhao memorized the steps in her mind before methodically preparing the dish. To her surprise, the flavor turned out to be unexpectedly delightful, distinctly different from the spicy hot pot. However, it would be better if allowed to sit for a while to enhance the flavor. With a delicious dish prepared, Lin Zhaozhao thought of making it for Zhao Lingfeng. Is this what it means to care? Zhao Zhao blushed and covered her face. She resolved to make more, for her mother's savior was still at the Duke of the State's residence. Zhao Lingfeng mentioned that the elder greatly enjoyed spicy hot pot.
All right.
Let us get to work. This time, Lin Zhaozhao used all the remaining ingredients, reserving a bowl for herself while sending the large pot to the Duke of the State's residence with Beichen Nanqing. That evening after dinner, Lin Zhaozhao was in her room transcribing the art of war in delicate script when suddenly there came a series of knocks at the window. Zhao Zhao's face brightened as she approached the window and opened it, only to find Zhao Lingfeng silently appearing before her. You've come. Zhao Zhao's face flushed as she nervously clutched the tie of her cloak, her eyes sparkling with joy. Not only have I come, but I also brought someone. Suddenly, a white-haired head dangled down from the eaves, startling Lin Zhaozhao. Is this Lin Zhaozhao? I have decided to take you as my closed-door disciple. When dawn breaks, Remember to visit this young man's residence to pay your respects. With that, he flipped over and flew away like a hawk. Lin Zhaozhao stood frozen, her mind in disarray. What just happened? She gazed incredulously at Zhao Lingfeng. He jumped into the room, closed the window, and, looking at her bright eyes, softly said, "The elder dined on the spicy blood stew you made last night and adored it. I told him that you are the only one in the entire Great Xia who can prepare this dish. He insisted on taking you as his closed-door disciple." Lin Zhaozhao looked up at Zhao Lingfeng, her face lighting up with surprise. "But apart from this dish, I do not know how to make anything else." "Fear not. Once he takes you in, he will teach you. I will prepare the apprenticeship ceremony for you. Tomorrow, I will await you at the estate. However, do bring along a maid who knows how to cook, for I fear he may ask you to prepare a meal at noon." Zhao Lingfeng's gaze upon Zhao Zhao was almost mesmerizing. The two shared a profound affection, their eyes locked for an extended moment. Suddenly, Zhao Lingfeng bent down, lowered his head, and leaned closer to Lin Zhaozhao, whispering softly, "You still have 8 months and 2 days until you turn 16. When you do, shall we marry?" Lin Zhaozhao's face flushed a delicate rosy hue, reminiscent of radiant peach blossoms in spring, enticing and beautiful. She looked at Zhao Lingfeng with sparkling eyes and shyly nodded. "Zhao Zhao, I wish to kiss you," his words echoed in her ears. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhaozhao found an unexpected courage, swiftly planting a kiss upon his lips before attempting to flee, only to be captured by Zhao Lingfeng, who pulled her into his embrace and kissed her passionately. Their lips met in a tender entanglement, stirring emotions deep within her heart. This was the sensation of kissing the one she cherished. Uncertain of when Zhao Lingfeng departed, Lin Zhaozhao lay in her bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. She endeavored to recall the feelings from that day at Pude Temple, but her mind was a blank slate, devoid of any impressions. In the morning, Lin Zhaozhao, accompanied by Qiu Yu and Bei Chen, rode the horse-drawn carriage to the Duke of Zhengguo's residence. "We welcome the lady back home," the guards announced in unison at the entrance, causing Lin Zhaozhao's cheeks to flush. Zhao Lingfeng, standing by the carriage, gently urged, "Come down." Qiu Yu descended first, intending to assist Lin Zhaozhao. But Zhao Lingfeng swiftly reached out, lifting her down effortlessly, leaving onlookers astonished. Holding Lin Zhaozhao's hand, he entered the duke's residence. The servants along the way greeted her as Madam, warming her heart with a sense of respect she had never experienced in her past life. Inside the main hall, Ming Jing sipped tea and nibbled on snacks, pondering why they had arrived so late as he awaited lunch. Finally, he spotted his tall disciple beside the petite Lin Zhaozhao. Dressed in a deep blue uniform, Zhao Lingfeng exuded both military might and scholarly elegance. Lin Zhaozhao, clad in a light blue cross-colored skirt, appeared graceful and refined, a perfect match for her companion. Noticing the cloud-shaped hairpins adorning their heads, Ming Jing's eyes flickered with interest. Upon entering the main hall, Zhao Lingfeng released Lin Zhaozhao's hand and seated himself nearby. Lin Zhaozhao accepted the apprenticeship gift from Bei Chen and gracefully knelt before her master. "I pay my respects, master," she proclaimed. "Today, I, your disciple, join the ranks of the Medicine King Valley under your guidance, committing to diligently learn, practice my craft, and abide by the rules of the sect, vowing never to betray them. Can you fulfill this?" Kneeling, Lin Zhaozhao earnestly replied, "I shall remember my master's teachings." Good, my obedient disciple, rise. "I still wish to enjoy that spicy hot pot and the blood stew for lunch," her master said. "Master, I shall prepare it for you right away." Lin Zhaozhao responded, her eyes gleaming with delight. Seeing her attempt to rise, Zhao Lingfeng hurriedly assisted her. "You converse with master. I shall handle the cooking." Unbeknownst to herself, Lin Zhaozhao had begun to assume the role of the lady of the duke's residence. "All right, I shall heed your words," she replied. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she fled. Chapter 44. My heart is yours. Zhao Lingfeng, anticipating her culinary endeavors, had already dispatched someone to procure ingredients from the market that morning. Shi, alongside Qiu Yu, busied herself in the kitchen. Zhao Lingfeng, unable to quell his concern, stealthily approached to observe her. Clad in her blue skirt, adorned with an apron and wielding a kitchen knife, she skillfully prepared handmade noodles. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Lingfeng felt a wave of warmth wash over him. This was the vision he had longed for across lifetimes, a shared existence of 2 people, 3 meals a day, throughout all seasons. Sensing his intense gaze, Lin Zhaozhao discreetly peeked towards the doorway and found him there, his eyes ablaze with longing. Startled, she accidentally cut her hand. Realizing her oversight, she gasped, only to be enveloped in his broad embrace a moment later, his warm lips gently tending to her injured finger. Lin Zhaozhao's face turned crimson, and she buried her face into Zhao Lingfeng's chest, overwhelmed. Zhao Lingfeng, his face flushed with concern, placed a tender kiss upon her forehead, asking, "How could you be so careless? Does it hurt? Perhaps we should stop. You cheeky boy, it's one thing to steal a kiss from my disciple. But how dare you whisk her away without ensuring she prepares a meal for me? I won't let this go. Come here, and I'll make sure you regret it." Zhao Lingfeng shuddered at the old man's threat. The esteemed physician seemed relentless. Just a stolen kiss had led to him being caught, and now the elderly man appeared with a large knife, marching towards the kitchen. Using his height to his advantage, Zhao Lingfeng pulled Lin Zhaozhao into his arms, stealing another fervent kiss to alleviate his yearning before leaping out of the room. Thus began a playful chase throughout the residence, with the household guards witnessing their gallant general fleeing in disarray from an elder. As such, their playful days multiplied, and Zhao Lingfeng's agility improved at an astonishing rate. Seeing her young lady injured, Qiuyu insisted that Lin Zhaozhao refrain from cooking and instead directed her from the sidelines. After preparing dishes for her master, Lin Xiaoxiao's two masters and Zhao Lingfeng, Shuri noted that an abundance of vegetables and meat remained. Consequently, she cooked a large pot of spicy hot pot, with Qiuyu eventually unable to stir any further, prompting the household cook to take over. That midday, the Duke of Zhenguo's household savored the spicy hot pot prepared by their beloved matron. The flavors, spicy, fragrant, and utterly delicious, left everyone yearning for more.
Lin Zhaozhao,
who was being pampered by her two masters, nearly shed tears upon tasting the first bite of the hot pot. "Sister has come. I wish I could join her. Sister, I am so tired. Just one more bite." Lin Zhaozhao had hoped that her masters, having tasted her sister's cooking, would show her leniency. However, to her dismay, they only became more demanding after enjoying her sister's dishes and wearing the new clothes her sister and mother had made, vowing not to disappoint their family's intentions. Woe is me, who could be more unfortunate than I? In the afternoon, as Lin Zhaozhao prepared to return, Zhao Lingfeng rode alongside her, determined to escort her home. At the moment they turned the corner, Zhao Lingfeng nimbly leaped into the carriage, prompting Qiuyu to discreetly exit to accompany Bei Qian, who was driving. Inside the carriage, Zhao Lingfeng, seizing the moment while Lin Zhaozhao remained in a daze, swiftly pulled her onto his lap, holding her tightly. "Zhaozhao, I miss you," he murmured, his voice tinged with affection. Though they had already shared their most intimate connection, both understood that it had been an act of necessity. Lin Zhaozhao feared that Zhao Lingfeng might perceive her as a frivolous girl. Yet, she did not wish to disappoint him. She subtly softened her demeanor, leaning gently into his embrace. Clever as he was, Zhao Lingfeng could sense her thoughts. "Zhaozhao, in my heart, you are the purest girl in the world. The only one I yearn for in this life and the next. Please do not disdain me. I know the type of man you desire. Grant me a little time, and I shall change." Zhao Lingfeng held the beloved girl close, stroking her long hair, wishing he could carry her in his pocket. In the bustling marketplace outside, the sounds of life filled the air. Inside the carriage, their affection swirled around them. "Zhao Lingfeng, you have seen me at my most vulnerable, yet still showered me with such love. I am not heartless. You need not change for me." "Why?" she asked. "Because in this world, the only one I cherish is you. No matter your form, I will always love you." After speaking, Lin Zhaozhao shyly covered her face. "Zhaozhao, look at me, and say it again." Tears welled in Zhao Lingfeng's eyes. "Zhao Lingfeng, my heart delights in you." Lin Zhaozhao, with her glistening eyes, gazed at the rugged man before her and spoke each word with profound emotion. "Lin Zhaozhao, I would give my life for you." 2 tears trickled down Zhao Lingfeng's cheeks, only to be gently wiped away by Lin Zhaozhao's soft hand. "Zhaozhao, I long to kiss you," Zhao Lingfeng began, but was silenced by Lin Zhaozhao's lips, igniting a passion within him that drove him to madness. "We are nearing the Pingyang Marquis residence," the coachman, Bei Qian, softly announced from outside, prompting him to glance at Qiuyu, who bore a similar blush, and he turned away with a smile.
"Ah."
The way this general's eyes seemed to wish to merge with Miss Zhaozhao's was almost too much to bear. After a tender moment, the couple reluctantly parted, only for Zhaozhao to realize, as she lowered her gaze, that her attire had become disheveled, revealing a hint of her silhouette. To her horror, Zhao Lingfeng's large hand rested upon her left breast. Heavens! How utterly mortifying, she thought, wishing for a chasm to swallow her whole. Zhaozhao, fear not. I shall come find you tonight, he promised.
No.
No. You wicked man. How can I disembark like this? Lin Zhaozhao protested, covering her swollen lips and gazing at him with longing eyes, resolutely refusing him. He was moved, and dared not provoke her further. Once Zhao Lingfeng alighted, Lin Zhaozhao concealed her blushing face, watching him with a sense of yearning as he walked into the Pingyang Marquis residence. Zhao Lingfeng sighed, pondering when such blissful days would end. He wished to marry her, to see her daily, to hold her close. Clutching his chest, he felt the delicate handkerchief Zhaozhao had crafted, each stitch infused with her affection, warming his heart. As he lingered at the street corner, watching Zhaozhao enter the residence, he allowed his tumultuous emotions to gradually settle. Mounting his horse, he turned towards home, only to catch sight of a newly opened shop amidst the bustling streets, surrounded by a crowd. Voices echoed, calling out threats. Smash the shop. This establishment seems familiar, he thought. How can you act so unreasonably? You sell your wares and I sell mine. Customers will choose as they please. Vandalism is illegal. A woman's voice, slightly hoarse, rang out. A burly man stepped forward, hands on his hips, shouting, illegal? Ha! My lord is the chief scribe of the Dali court. Go ahead, report me. I haven't reported you yet. Your cosmetics have stolen our formula. Laughter erupted from the other men, and as Zhao Lingfeng approached the outskirts of the crowd, he noticed a young shop assistant emerge, speaking with conviction. I recognize you. You disrupted my previous shop's business, drove away our craftsmen. Now that my shop has a new owner, if you continue your rampage, we shall meet in court. But the ruffians had no intention of reason. Angered by the assistant's words, the foremost thug swung a slap at him, sending him crashing against the doorframe. Though he fell, he gritted his teeth in silence. The two maidservants hurried to assist him. One of them, eyes reddened with fury, shouted, Xiaohe, take care of the assistant. Zhao Lingfeng focused intently. Xiaohe, Zhaozhao's personal maid. The shop was about to open, and this gang intended to destroy it? They shall pay dearly, he thought, knowing Xiaohe possessed some skills, yet against brute force, she stood no chance. Indeed, within moments, she was knocked to the ground, a foot poised to crush her chest. In a flash, a dagger whistled through the air, piercing the thug's ankle, eliciting a deafening howl. Zhao Lingfeng surged into the fray, swiftly dispatching the 5 ruffians with a series of sweeping kicks, breaking their wrists in the process. The thugs lay on the ground, lamenting their misfortune, stripped of their previous bravado. Xiaohe, recognizing those familiar eyes and clothing, nearly called out young master, but Zhao Lingfeng gently shook his head. Zhaozhao likely refrained from appearing to avoid drawing attention. Better to handle this discreetly. Fellow townsfolk, let grievances be avenged, Zhao Lingfeng proclaimed, inciting the onlookers to retaliate. Suddenly, a rotten vegetable flew through the air, splattering against the thug's face. The crowd, emboldened by their shared experiences of oppression, unleashed their pent-up frustration with fists and kicks. People from the 5 cities patrol are coming, someone shouted, causing the crowd to scatter, leaving behind the bruised ruffians wailing on the ground. The patrol arrived swiftly, one squad leader stepping forward to see Zhao Lingfeng seated nonchalantly on a bench, applying a small box of beauty cream to his hands. Zhao Lingfeng reveled in the silky smoothness, pondering if continued use would keep his hands soft enough to avoid harming Zhaozhao's delicate skin. She would surely appreciate it, he mused, pocketing the box. Good sir, what transpired here? The squad leader inquired. These 5 attempted to ruin a business and vandalize the shop. I could not stand idly by and intervened, Zhao Lingfeng replied, with many witnesses nodding in agreement. After ensuring Xiaohe and Chunyu recounted the events, the squad leader listened attentively. We witnessed it all. These men are indeed wicked, they affirmed. Just then, a shopkeeper from Yuan Hall approached, surreptitiously slipping a silver note into the squad leader's hand. Understanding the bribe, the squad leader commanded, take all those from the beauty cream shop into custody. In the presence of the emperor, they dare to harm others without regard for the law. The patrol's underlings advanced to apprehend the culprits. Good sirs, you cannot act unjustly. So many witnessed this, a bystander protested. I saw the Yuan Hall shopkeeper give him a bribe. The crowd erupted in outrage, realizing the collusion between the officials and the merchants. As the patrol attempted to seize the men, they were encircled by angry townsfolk. The squad leader, enraged, drew his blade, threatening an elderly man. In that moment, Zhao Lingfeng's heart sank. They had fought valiantly to protect the nation, only to witness such corruption. With swift strikes, he incapacitated the entire squad, then instructed Chunyu to summon the commander of the 5 cities patrol to address the chaos. Soon, the commander arrived personally, taking the ruffians and the corrupt patrolmen away. Bowing to Zhao Lingfeng as he departed, cheers erupted in the streets as the beauty cream shop officially opened for business. Though its prices were steep, many neighbors came to support, with Xiaohe offering samples to all. In accordance with Zhaozhao's arrangements, Xiaohe instructed the young master to hastily compose numerous promotional flyers for Dong Shui to distribute in the streets. Those who brought the flyers to purchase the beauty cream would enjoy a discount of 20%. Initially, due to the high price point, customers merely sampled the product and departed. On the first day, aside from engaging in a brawl and depleting several boxes of trial samples, not a single box was sold. Dejected, Xiaohe and her companions returned to the estate. Upon their return, they meticulously recounted the events to Lin Zhaozhao, who felt a warm sense of gratitude for the protection she received. When Xiaohe mentioned that Zhao Lingfeng took a box with him, she instantly grasped his intentions. Though rugged in appearance, his heart was tender. Thus, she resolved to create a special cream just for him, infused with a subtle, elegant fragrance, drawing inspiration from bamboo and orchids. With the little silver they had left, she sent Beichen to the flower market to procure a thriving ordinary orchid, as the more expensive ones were beyond their means, and he also bought an aloe vera plant. That very evening, Xiaohe and her companions concocted 3 large boxes of men's cream. Gazing at the fragrant concoction resting on the table, Zhaozhao felt an overwhelming sense of joy. As she reclined in bed, clutching his cloak, she suddenly sensed something was amiss. He had not come that night, and it was she who had turned him away. How terrifying habits could be. In that moment, she found herself yearning for him, a pang of heartache accompanying her thoughts. Chapter 46. The thoughts of a rough man. After tossing and turning for what felt like eternity, Lin Zhaozhao found sleep elusive. She rose to pour herself a cup of tea and carried it to the window. Gently pushing it open, she gazed at the radiant moon on the horizon. Reminiscing about the tender moments shared in the carriage earlier that day, her cheeks flushing, her heart unsettled. At the 4th prince's residence, in the pavilion of the back courtyard, Zhao Lingfeng and Zhao Ziyu were enjoying a drink under the moonlight. Brother Feng, since we introduced the spicy hot pot at the Victory Tower, our patrons have been flocking in daily. We are now fully booked for a month. This past month has surpassed the earnings of the previous 6 combined. My sister-in-law is truly capable. After finishing his exuberant declaration, Zhao Ziyu took a sip of his drink, reveling in delight. Zhao Lingfeng downed a cup in one go, then broke into a foolish grin. Has sister-in-law? No, she is my wife. Yet, she forbids me from seeking her out. Zhao Lingfeng took another drink, lamenting his predicament, feeling regretful. Brother Feng, are you troubled? Zhao Ziyu inquired cautiously, observing the look in Zhao Lingfeng's eyes. Zhao Lingfeng leaned in closer, whispering, this afternoon, I escorted her back home. And in the carriage, I couldn't help but kiss her. I then mentioned I would visit her tonight, but she rejected my invitation. Do you think she is angry with me? Has my impulsiveness made her despise me? Zhao Ziyu suppressed a laugh, looking earnestly into Zhao Lingfeng's sincere eyes. When you kissed sister-in-law, did she slap you? The sparkle of gossip ignited in his gaze. Zhao Lingfeng ruffled his hair and replied softly, of course not. But that feeling. I have never experienced anything like it, somewhat anxious, somewhat fearful, and utterly beyond my control. Zhao Ziyu leaned closer, scrutinizing his eyes, and spoke deliberately, Brother Feng. Are you still a novice at 18? Zhao Lingfeng blinked, retorting, and are you no longer a novice at 15? Zhao Ziyu puffed up with pride, declaring, naturally. At 14, my father arranged for me to have a bedchamber attendant. He raised his chin, as if to say, brother, you are falling behind. Zhao Lingfeng lowered his head, feeling a mix of embarrassment and pride. At 18, he had yet to touch another woman. Others might mock him for being naive or inexperienced, but he had no regrets. Moreover, he was not a novice. Though that day could never be spoken of, and Zhaozhao might not remember it, he would always recall that day when he prayed fervently for rebirth, racing back to the capital to rescue her from another man's grasp. He had initially intended to drive that man away and reclaim Shi, but upon his return, he found Shi already ensnared in a potent aphrodisiac. This potent scent could lead to death unless one engaged in intimacy. He had heard of such things in passing from others in his former life. He dared not take the risk, not for a moment. Thus, when the nearly bare Shi clung to him, he did not resist. After all, Zhaozhao would eventually become his wife, his one and only for a lifetime. He would not allow her to regret her choice. Reflecting on these memories, some sweet, some sorrowful, his heart was enveloped in bliss. Brother Feng, back to the matter at hand. Since sister-in-law did not slap you, why hesitate? Go on. A secret rendezvous at midnight could be quite delightful. But she forbids me from going. Zhao Lingfeng furrowed his brow and drank another cup. Zhao Ziyu chuckled, Brother Feng. There's a phrase, desire to refuse yet welcome. Sister-in-law was merely shy. She does not truly detest you. Is that true? Zhao Lingfeng sprang to his feet. Are you certain? Indeed. Based on my understanding of women, your sister-in-law is definitely shy. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Lingfeng had vanished.
Ha!
A man who forgets his friends for the sake of love. Zhao Ziyu laughed and took another drink, genuinely pleased for his brother. Zhao Lingfeng dashed out of the fourth prince's residence, racing toward the Pingyang Marquis estate. With a few agile leaps, he scaled the walls and entered the back courtyard, making his way to Zhao Hua Garden. Indeed, Zhaozhao's window was ajar. Clad in her nightgown, she stood at the window, holding a cup of tea, transfixed by the moon and stars. Feeling more timid as he neared home, Zhao Lingfeng hesitated. He feared Zhaozhao might be upset and ignore him forever. He wanted to slap himself for being unable to contain himself in her presence. Standing at the entrance of Zhao Hua Garden, draped in a black cloak, Zhao Lingfeng halted. He gazed longingly at the woman he loved most in this life. After a while, Zhaozhao, having not seen the person she longed for, felt a chill as a breeze swept through. Setting down her teacup, she attempted to close the window but inadvertently caught a glimpse of Zhao Lingfeng standing at the door. They stood there, lost in each other's gaze. Noticing her thin attire, Zhao Lingfeng gestured for her to return inside. In response, Zhaozhao shook her head and playfully stuck out her tongue before reluctantly closing the window. Once inside, she pressed her hand to her racing heart, a smile gracing her lips. She wondered if he had left. Stealthily, she cracked the window open to peer outside. To her surprise, the window swung open, and suddenly, a cloak enveloped her, followed by a warm embrace and tender lips. They fervently kissed, Zhaozhao's delicate arms wrapping tightly around his neck as she endeavored to nestle herself into his embrace. Zhaozhao, I must leave, Zhao Lingfeng murmured, feeling a surge of passion. Will you come tomorrow? Zhaozhao breathed, her voice soft and enticing. Yes, as long as I have no special circumstances. I promise to come every day. Is that agreeable? Zhao Lingfeng affectionately kissed her forehead. Promise me. Indeed. Under the moonlight, Zhao Lingfeng appeared exceptionally gallant, and in his eyes, Zhaozhao, with her cascading hair, graceful figure, and amorous gaze, looked as if she had been cherished by a man. Alarmed, Zhao Lingfeng quickly averted his gaze. He then produced a still-warm oil paper package from his cloak and placed it in Zhaozhao's hands. Osmanthus cake from the fourth prince's residence. Quite delectable, do try it. Zhaozhao accepted it but suddenly inquired, Is your friend him? Zhao Lingfeng nodded. Wait for me a moment. Zhaozhao retreated inside, soon returning with the recipe for spicy hot pot. She kissed him gently and tousled his fluffy hair. Now go back. I shall see you again tomorrow.
All right.
After closing the window, Zhao Lingfeng leaped away, swiftly departing from the Pingyang Marquis estate. Left alone, Zhaozhao sat in the room, savoring the sweet and delightful osmanthus cake, her eyes twinkling with joy. Chapter 48. The second house. The following morning, Zhaozhao awoke, still drowsy, and found several maids waiting at her door, holding various items. What is it? Old Madam requests that Miss join her for breakfast, replied Xia He softly as she helped Zhaozhao into her clothes. Understood, hurry up. Bring me 2 boxes of that beauty cream, the rose-scented one. A sudden thought struck Zhaozhao, and she hurried toward her grandmother's courtyard. On her way, she encountered Lin Zhaozhao, who had just returned from the Duke of Zhenggua's residence. After a few days apart, Zhaozhao's complexion had darkened somewhat, but her spirit was vibrant, and her gaze was resolute. Sister, how have you been these past few days? Both of my masters are very concerned about me. They often argue over who gets to teach me. Lin Zhaozhao's eyes sparkled with laughter as she spoke of her masters. One of them is unwell, and the other is elderly. You must take good care of them and show them filial piety. Treat them as you would your father or grandfather, Zhaozhao advised earnestly. Lin Zhaozhao looked down at her talkative elder sister, smiling warmly, her heart swelling with affection. Upon reaching her grandmother's door, the familiar sounds of laughter and chatter greeted her ears. Aching, your complexion has improved significantly. Thank you, mother-in-law, for always keeping me in your thoughts. I was unwell for some time and coughed through the night, fearing I might pass my illness to you, which is why I did not come to pay my respects daily. Please do not hold it against me. Wan Qing affectionately sat beside the old lady, holding her hand. Oh dear, mother-in-law, how has your hand become so tender and smooth? Wan Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Previously, the old lady's hands were rough and withered, resembling branches on the verge of dying. Now, they appeared much more hydrated and radiant. The old lady chuckled, patting Wan Qing's slender hand. It is all thanks to the beauty cream that Zhaozhao gifted me. She chanced upon it being sold by a foreigner on the street and specifically bought it for me. You must admit, it works wonders, doesn't it? Grandmother, your discerning eye is truly remarkable. There are few with such taste as yours nowadays. Zhaozhao beamed as she entered. Lin Zhaozhao followed closely behind.
Ah,
You little rascal, you've finally arrived. The old lady pulled her hand, teasing her with a smile, wishing grandmother good health and longevity. Lin Zhaozhao knelt on the mat, paying her respects. Xiaoge has grown quite a bit and seems sturdier. Are you studying diligently? The old lady observed her eldest grandson, feeling a warmth in her heart. Yes, grandmother, I study earnestly every day. Very well. Rise now, good child. Grandmother, your precious granddaughter is hungry. Please show some mercy and grant me a little food. Grandmother, do eat more vegetables. Mother, have some porridge. The family joyfully finished their breakfast. In the midst of it all, Grandma Zhao approached, whispering to the old lady. Seizing the opportunity as they stood up, Zhao discreetly slipped a box into her mother's hand. Wan Qing immediately understood her daughter's intention, supporting the old lady to sit by the Kong. She retrieved a box of beauty cream from her sleeve and placed it in the old lady's hands. Mother-in-law, this was the beauty cream Zhao gave me last time, but I have been taking medicine and the doctor advised against using it. Since it works well for you, I shall let you have it. Next time, I'll have Zhao seek out more for you. Then I shall accept it for now, as my box is nearly empty. Zhao, send someone to purchase more. Now I see why grandmother is so radiant. It must be the beauty cream's effect. My granddaughter will surely fetch a good supply. Very well. You and Xiao may return first. I have a few words to share with your mother. Yes, grandmother. Zhao takes her leave. Xiao takes her leave. As they stepped outside, the old lady's smile faded. Qing have you heard? What is it? Wang Ping from the second house is ill and is currently recuperating in the courtyard, refusing to see any visitors. Additionally, the physician Zhao Zilin fell into a ravine while gathering herbs. Chapter 48. A rush to purchase upon exiting her grandmother's courtyard. Zhao gazed at the azure sky and the birds soaring high, feeling a wave of refreshment wash over her as she reflected on the recent tidings she had overheard from the second house. In her past life, the instigator of her downfall was gradually fading from her world, yet a lingering resentment remained within her heart. Wang Ping's illicit affair would surely not be overlooked by her uncle, leaving Zhao with little hope in the second house. The fact that her troubles had not yet been exposed, nor had she met a fate similar to the physician, indicated that her uncle still cared for the face of his legitimate son Lin Yuhua and legitimate daughter Lin Yuting. Lin Yuting had married far away in Huzhou, and with Zhao's current abilities, she could not reach her. However, Lin Yuhua was a different matter altogether. Though only 10 years of age, he was a ruthless character. In her previous life, he had resorted to needle-pricking the maids and placing snakes in the young servants' beds. When Zhao gifted him the same books she had given Xiao, he had hired thugs to beat her up while she was alone, and even seized her books. Regrettably, the Zhao of her past life had been a fool. This had been revealed inadvertently by Lin Yuhua himself when boasting to others. Lin Yuhua, we shall cross paths again. Upon returning to Zhaohua courtyard, Zhao took Xia He and Dong Shui to the beauty cream shop. Given the significant events of the previous day, she was uncertain about the state of the shop. Bei Chun and Nanxing had returned to the Duke of Zhengguo's residence to continue caring for Lin Zhaozhao. So Zhaozhao opted to use the carriage driver Wang Bo from the estate. As they exited the estate, the carriage proceeded toward UK Street, where the beauty cream shop was located. At this moment, UK Street was bustling with people. Zhaozhao instructed Wang Bo to halt the carriage at the street corner and proceeded on foot, as the crowd was quite dense. Xia He and Dong Shui assisted Zhaozhao as they navigated through the throng. In a corner that went unnoticed, a pair of sinister eyes silently watched them. As they drew closer, a lengthy line stretched out into the street, and upon closer inspection, it became clear that it was a queue for purchasing beauty cream. Had not a single box been sold yesterday? Zhaozhao was filled with curiosity. Indeed, what is happening today? Xia He and Dong Shui were equally perplexed. Zhaozhao inquired of a girl at the end of the line with large, expressive eyes. Miss, what are they selling? Why are there so many people in line? Dong Shui asked. Oh, were you not here yesterday? Dong Shui nodded. This shop sells a type of rouge called beauty cream. It opened for business yesterday, but it was disrupted. Later, everyone who entered received a little sample on their hand to try. I applied some. Look, the area where I applied it is smoother than the rest. Zhaozhao touched her own hand and found it to be true. After all, most cosmetics in ancient times were in powder form and did not offer good moisturizing effects. Other passers-by, especially several young ladies and wives, gathered around to take a look. Many of them intrigued. Unfortunately, the price was rather steep. Many were enviously gathered at the shop's entrance, watching those who managed to purchase from within. Moreover, each person was limited to buying only 2 boxes at a time. It was said that the shop had only received 70 boxes this time, with the next shipment not arriving for another half-month. 10 taels of silver for a box. So expensive. Miss, would you really spend that much? Xia He exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with envy. The girl smiled, her round eyes filled with happiness and shyness. I'm getting married next month, so the money is from him. As she spoke, a bashful smile graced her face. How lovely. Wishing you happiness. Zhaozhao replied with a smile. Unexpectedly, before they had even reached halfway through the line, all varieties of beauty cream were sold out. Goodness. There are truly many wealthy people in the capital. Respected neighbors, this small shop has received 70 boxes of rose-scented, jasmine-scented, and red plum-scented beauty cream. They have all been sold out today. The next opening will be in half a month. Interested parties, please arrive early. The round-faced girl was on the verge of tears. Half a month later? I'm getting married on the 16th. I don't know if I'll have a chance to buy it on the 15th. Miss, what is your surname? Where do you live? The round-faced girl forced a smile and introduced herself. My name is Feng Lanlan. My family runs a martial arts school on the nearby Furong Street, called Fengyang Martial Arts School. Feel free to come visit me when you have time. All right, Lanlan, don't be anxious. I believe you will surely manage to buy it. Then I shall rely on your good fortune. Let me acquire the beauty cream and become a beautiful bride. You will. Observing her anxious expression, Zhaozhao whispered a few words into Xia He's ear. Soon, the shopkeeper emerged, announcing, customers who queued today but did not make a purchase, please register inside. They will be prioritized for the next restock. A wave of admiration rippled through the crowd. How considerate of the shopkeeper. Indeed, it's just a pity we can't afford it. Sigh, it seems to be truly exquisite. Envying those who can buy it. Chapter 49. A heartfelt connection. The beauty cream shop's business suddenly boomed, leaving Lin Zhaozhao worried about where to find more fresh flowers. The next evening, Qingfeng and Mingyue returned with 2 large bags of peach blossoms and 2 bags of apricot blossoms. Lin Zhaozhao, blushing, presented Qingfeng with a generous pouch to bring back to Zhao Lingfeng. At that moment, Zhao Lingfeng was busy tidying up and moving things into the Four Seasons garden. Having taken Mingjing as her master, Zhaozhao felt it essential for both of them to have an opportunity to learn. Although they could do so at the Duke of State's residence, they were not yet married, and she feared rumors might tarnish her reputation. Thus, Zhao Lingfeng decided to set up the Four Seasons garden for Mingjing to reside in, allowing Zhaozhao to visit often and learn from him. Mingjing was quite pleased with this arrangement, particularly because the house had a small kitchen. With drool escaping his lips, Mingjing chuckled. After tidying up and returning to his residence, Zhao Lingfeng suddenly felt a wave of loneliness. He thought of Zhaozhao, sitting by the window, his gaze fixated on the bright moon above, feeling a yearning within. If only the night were a bit darker, he mused, wishing to see Zhaozhao. Just then, Qingfeng and Mingyue returned. Upon seeing their master's expression, they exchanged a knowing glance and lowered their heads, smirking. Young master, this is the pouch that the lady had me deliver to you. Qingfeng quickly presented it. Did the lady say anything else? Zhao Lingfeng's face flushed. Mingyue immediately understood. When she saw those flowers, the lady was overjoyed. She mentioned she was initially troubled. A smile finally broke across Zhao Lingfeng's face. Qingfeng gave Mingyue a thumbs up. It was worth their time accompanying the young master to the hot spring resort to gather flowers. Understood. You may go rest now. Once they left, Zhao Lingfeng sat down at the table and opened the pouch. Skin cream? He read the words on the box, feeling a warmth in his heart. He had already experienced the scent of the beauty cream sold in the shop, and this one had a delicate orchid fragrance intermingled with the freshness of bamboo and aloe. Applying it to his rough hands, he felt the instant nourishment, prompting him to wash his face and apply a generous layer before the copper mirror. It felt cool and refreshing, most pleasing. Surely, Zhaozhao would appreciate this version of himself. At this moment, within the Pingyang Marquis' residence, daily inquiries and divinations were commonplace. Xiaodu, today as I strolled through the streets, I felt as though I were being watched. I wish to know who it is or whose person is observing me. 5 taels of silver, came a cold yet naive voice. Oh, when have I ever owed you silver? How stingy. Goods exchanged for silver. However, considering your promptness in purchasing books last time, I shall provide you with an additional piece of information. Then thank you, Xiaodu. The screen lit up. After reading, Zhaozhao fell into contemplation. A series of knocks sounded at the window. Like a swift swallow, she flew toward it, discovering Zhao Lingfeng's tall figure standing outside with a gentle smile. The moment she saw him, Zhaozhao beamed with joy. Zhao Lingfeng slipped into the room, closed the window, and embraced Zhaozhao. Inhaling the fragrance from her hair, he leaned down and whispered in her ear, "A day apart feels like 3 autumns. Zhaozhao, I miss you dearly." Zhaozhao wrapped her arms around his neck, murmuring softly, "I miss you too." Chapter 50. A responsive love with the abundance of peach and apricot blossoms sent by Zhao Lingfeng. The 4 young maidservants were filled with delight. The girls eagerly began concocting the cream overnight. Their previous batch of 50 large boxes and 30 small boxes had garnered over 1,700 taels of silver, with minimal costs involved. The shopkeepers were working harder than ever. And by the end of the day, Zhaozhao instructed Dongxue to give him 5 taels of silver and 10 taels to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper, surnamed Zheng Jin, was sent from Zhao Lingfeng's own shop to assist, and was arranged to help every half-month when the beauty cream opened for business. Zhao Lingfeng truly placed great importance on this matter. Zhaozhao felt a surge of tenderness in her heart. Having completed her tasks for the day, Zhaozhao intended to visit Mingjing to learn. After paying her respects to her grandmother, she went to see her mother. She added half of the spirit spring water she had collected over the past 20 days into her mother's cup, watching as her mother drank it before she spoke of her intention to study with Master Mingjing. Focus on learning from Master Ming, and don't worry about home. You needn't constantly inquire about your brother. Both masters are good people. When the time comes, let us prepare gifts and show our respect to them. Mother, I understand. Zhaozhao replied. By the way, I might not return for lunch. Master Ming loves my cooking. Leaning against her mother's lap, Zhaozhao felt a wave of emotion as she noticed her mother's increasingly rosy complexion. In her previous life, she had never had the opportunity to share so many heartfelt words with her mother. Mother, do you think I am being too adventurous and disregarding the rules of a young lady? Will people speak ill of me? Zhaozhao expressed her concerns. Wanqing gently caressed her daughter's long hair and replied earnestly, after experiencing life and death. I have come to understand that living happily and ensuring the well-being of one's family is more important than anything else. Let others say what they will. Yes, I will remember. Zhaozhao affirmed. Oh, and next time you give me medicine, just hand it directly to me without being so secretive. Silly girl. I know you wouldn't harm me. Mother. Zhaozhao giggled shyly. Also, Zhaozhao, while Lingfeng may not possess the poetic sensibility of a scholar,
He is a good boy.
once he has determined his feelings for you, he will genuinely treat you well. As Zhao Lingfeng's name was mentioned, Zhaozhao blushed and replied, Mother, I know. He is incredibly kind to me. I understand everything in my heart. Understanding is one thing, expressing it is another. Your parents have long been stationed at the border, and Lingfeng has practically grown up in the military. He has not experienced much love from his parents. He also has a younger half-brother, a child born from a maid during your father's youth, who tragically died during childbirth. This boy is rather solitary and has grown up at the border. I haven't seen him in many years. What is his name? Wanqing pondered. I believe it was Zhaozhao. Zhaozhao? Why does that name sound so familiar? Where have I heard it before? She couldn't recall, but in her previous life. Zhaozhao was certain she had heard of him. Lingfeng had been a child deprived of love, so when he is in the capital, be sure to show him more care and affection. In the past, he wouldn't stay in the capital for long. He has never relied on maidservants or attendants, maintaining a respectable demeanor. Such a fine young man is rare in the capital. Pay extra attention to his personal clothing and seasonal attire. Wanqing gradually taught her daughter how to love someone and how to respond to love. Zhaozhao listened intently, committing every word to memory. Observing the innocence in her daughter's eyes, Wanqing thought that it would not be long before Zhaozhao would be wed. In recent years, I have languished in illness, spending considerable sums, while the profitable ventures of the household were under the control of Wang Ping. Each year, she would lament to the matriarch about the lack of profits. And although the accounts appeared normal, Wanqing was no fool. Now, having recently taken over several shops, she is gradually making improvements. Fortunately, her dowry remains intact, which she plans to present to Zhaozhao later. Recently, her husband seems to have had numerous engagements in the official circle, which also requires funds. Seeing her mother's condition, Zhaozhao is aware of the family's circumstances. Before leaving, she left Wanqing 1,500 taels in silver notes. Mother, I must confide in you. The beauty cream I created has sold remarkably well. This is merely the first batch, and the profits will be used to honor you and father. Father often travels and must not lack for silver. Mother, please use this for now, and I will save more for Zhaozhao's betrothal gifts. Witnessing her daughter's innocent smile, Wanqing received the money with a smile. Thank you, Zhaozhao. Zhaozhao left joyfully, and Wanqing felt her heart swell with warmth. Initially, Zhaozhao intended to take her family's carriage, but as she stepped out of her mother's courtyard, Xiaohe informed her that the Duke of Zhengua's carriage awaited outside. Zhaozhao's ears flushed with embarrassment. She called Xiaohe over and whispered a few instructions. Then, accompanied by the skilled cook Qiuyu, made her way slowly toward the courtyard's exit. Shortly, Xiaohe appeared with a bundle and quickly followed. Zhaozhao accepted the bundle and, with Xiaohe's assistance, climbed into the carriage. Just as Xiaohe was about to enter, she noticed a pair of familiar men's boots. She promptly called for Qiuyu and boarded the family's carriage. Zhaozhao lifted the curtain and entered the carriage, only to be enveloped in a familiar embrace, followed by a passionate kiss. The familiar man, the familiar embrace, the familiar lips, and the familiar scent. After a moment of shyness, Zhaozhao recalled her mother's words and boldly extended her arms, responding to him slowly. Zhao Lingfeng, encouraged by Zhaozhao's reciprocation, felt a surge of excitement, and the two passionately kissed within the carriage, reveling in the joy of being with their beloved. Your Grace, we have arrived, Qing Feng gently reminded from outside. How intense their affection was it truly as wonderful as it seemed? Zhao Lingfeng pressed Zhaozhao's delicate face against his chest, lovingly caressing her long hair and back.
Zhaozhao.
When will you grow up? Zhaozhao wrapped her arms around his lonely back and softly replied, I will strive to grow up, but you must wait for me. Do not seek other women. A glimmer of unprecedented light flashed in Zhao Lingfeng's eyes. His Zhaozhao was jealous. She was truly looking at him now. He held her tightly and whispered in her ear, I am yours. In this life and the next, there will be no other woman. Zhaozhao smiled, cradling his slightly shining face, and breathed softly, I am yours. In this life and the next, I am but your woman. Tears welled in Zhao Lingfeng's eyes as he thought of her tragic past life, gently pulling her into his embrace. Zhaozhao, let us wed by year's end. I feel as if I can hardly wait. If life is so brief, I wish for more time to be with you. Zhaozhao nodded vigorously, tears brimming in her eyes. Zhao Lingfeng took out a handkerchief to dry her tears, gazing into her affectionate eyes and slightly swollen lips, tidying her clothes and hair, and softly said, Let us disembark. I will come to fetch you at Sijiyuan after lunch. Zhaozhao obediently nodded. Very well, the bundle is a gift for you.
With that,
she swiftly exited the carriage and dashed into the residence. Is it a gift for me? What could it be? Chapter 51. Year after year, as Zhaozhao hopped down from the carriage and entered Sijiyuan, Zhao Lingfeng tapped on the carriage window, and Qingfeng drove away. It was not that Zhao Lingfeng did not wish to escort Zhaozhao, but they had yet to marry, and it would not be proper for them to be seen together publicly during the day, as it could tarnish Zhaozhao's reputation. Inside the carriage, Zhao Lingfeng gently unwrapped the bundle Zhaozhao had given him. Inside lay 3 pairs of intricately stitched, soft undergarments. Zhao Lingfeng's rough hands caressed the delicate fabric, his heart softening and his eyes misting.
My Zhaozhao.
At Sijiyuan, Zhaozhao spent the morning studying with Mingjing, while Qiuyu diligently prepared meals according to the menu Zhaozhao had created. Thanks to Zhaozhao's photographic memory and her earnestness in learning, Mingjing found teaching her relatively easy. By noon, the 6 dishes and soup delighted Mingjing. Master, I shall be returning in the afternoon. What will you have for dinner? Zhaozhao asked, her large eyes filled with concern. Little girl, do not worry about your master. Even in your absence, I manage quite well at the Duke of Zhengui's. Your little husband is rather impressive. Zhaozhao's face instantly flushed. Meanwhile, Zhao Lingfeng was systematically executing his plans. As expected, 3 days later, Lin Mao became embroiled in a scandal involving the Minister of Justice, who disregarded national laws, accepted substantial bribes, and illicitly released death row inmates. The uproar was immense. In a single day, the Minister of Justice was dismissed, his estate raided, and over 20 officials from the Ministry of Justice found themselves implicated, including Lin Mao. Upon returning home from court, Lin Kongnian was informed by a servant, the second master has arrived. He is currently in the matriarch's chamber. Sighing, Lin Kongnian returned to his room to change clothes before taking his wife's hand and softly saying, Mother wishes to see me. You stay here and wait for my return. Since 3 days prior, when Zhaozhao had administered medicine to Wanqing, her health had significantly improved. She felt cleaner and more vigorous, almost free of coughing. With watery eyes, she gazed at her husband, who, though still young, bore strands of white hair and faint lines of age around his eyes. Wanqing felt a pang of heartache. Throughout her years of illness, her husband remained steadfast and pure, enduring loneliness and preserving his integrity, providing her with immense security. Now that she was recovering, he appeared to be aging inescapably. Tears welled in her eyes as she lifted her head, stifling her emotions. Grasping her husband's still elegant hand, she gently said, I will wait for you. Lin Kongnian seemed to sense her concern and affection, extending his strong hand to caress her now healthy long hair, smiling as he replied, Very well, I shall return soon. Wanqing rose from the bed, retrieving clothing to help Lin Kongnian change, her slender fingers deftly working on the buttons of his shirt. It had been many years since she had personally cared for him. Lin Kongnian embraced his wife in response. It had been too long since she had been harmed, almost separating them forever. He would never forget that grievance. What did Mother want to discuss with you? Lin Kongnian gently held her hand and kissed it, causing Wanqing's face to flush a rosy hue, reminiscent of the morning glow. It must be about Lin Mao. Thankfully, we have separated from the family, otherwise, we would have been implicated. You want to soften your heart, will you? Wanqing glared at Lin Kongnian. Not at all. Then go ahead. Before she could finish, Lin Kongnian strode away with determination. Mother, your son is here. Why the urgency to summon me? Before Lin Kongnian could finish, Lin Mao rushed out from his mother's chamber and knelt at Lin Kongnian's feet, tightly clutching his leg. The matriarch, handkerchief in hand, wiped her tear-streaked cheeks and choked out, Kongnian, please see if you can help your second brother. Blood ties run deep. Elder brother, please speak on my behalf before the emperor. With that, her confidence and composure vanished. Mother, it's not that I don't want to help, but I truly cannot. Lin Kangzhen cast a glance at his mother, and then at Lin Mao, sighing deeply. Second brother, you must rise and tell the truth. No one in the Ministry of Justice can assist you now, nor dares to speak on your behalf. This morning, during the court assembly, His Majesty declared that anyone who pleads for you will be deemed part of your faction. Therefore, my dear brother, take heed. He helped Lin Mao to his feet and guided him to a nearby chair. Just as he was about to speak, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Master, master, please return to the manor at once. An imperial edict has been issued.
What?
So soon? Lin Mao sprang up, his face ashen, staring blankly at the elderly matriarch before reddening around the eyes as he said, Mother, I must go. Before departing, He bowed his head to the matriarch and then to Lin Kangen. However, recalling the misdeeds of his past, Lin Kanggen's heart hardened. If it weren't for his son-in-law's efforts to engage a divine physician, his wife might not have survived this year. Moreover, the years of illness were a consequence of the second branch's actions. One cannot counsel others to be virtuous without experiencing their own suffering. He intended to share this wisdom with his mother, but after Lin Mao left, she tucked away her handkerchief, ceased her weeping, and began discussing rouge with Zhao Mama.
Indeed.
Lin Mao was an illegitimate son, born of his father's union with another woman. It was likely that every time his mother beheld him, she felt a pang of displeasure. One must bear the consequences of one's own actions. Chapter 52, A long-awaited reprieve. Mother, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Lin Kangen cautiously glanced at his elderly mother. What are you staring at, as if you were a thief? Speak your mind. The matriarch shot him a disapproving glance. Mother, do not be too distressed over second brother's predicament. You are advanced in years and cannot endure such turmoil. Rest assured, he is not the principal offender and should not face a death sentence. I understand that he merely accepted bribes and sold minor official positions, at most incurring confiscation of property and exile. You comprehend. Moreover, every generation has its own fortune. You must remain optimistic, dear mother. He furtively lifted his gaze to his mother and noticed her delicately applying a white cream from a rouge box to her hand. A faint scent of rose wafting through the air. How familiar that fragrance was. It seemed to stir a memory from long ago. Observing his mother's considerably smoother visage, Lin Kangen felt a wave of emotion. Mother, you seem to have rejuvenated recently, your skin remarkably smooth. Could it be that you are blossoming anew? If so, I would wholeheartedly support you. Suddenly, a beautifully embroidered shoe flew through the air towards Lin Kangen's head. You bookish fool. Away with you. Hurry, and do not vex your mother. Lin Kangen caught the shoe and obediently brought it to his mother to wear, then left in a huff. As he stepped outside, he heard the raucous laughter of the two elderly women within, along with a few fleeting remarks. How did I end up with such a foolish son? A second spring?
Bah.
He nearly drives me to despair. The eldest son possesses a pure heart, and his filial piety is commendable, followed by peals of laughter. Lin Kangen felt reassured. It seemed his mother was not deeply affected by his second brother's troubles. After all, when he was just over a year old, his father had brought home a mesmerizing woman cradling a boy of over 2 years, naming him Lin Mao. The matriarch had been devastated. His father, a hereditary prince, already had the matriarch as his true wife and 3 concubines. Who could have imagined that he was maintaining an extramarital affair? To add insult to injury, the son of the mistress was older than his legitimate child. What a cruel irony. Later, his maternal grandfather and 3 uncles had arrived, delivering a harsh reprimand to his father, compelling him to draft a memorial to name Lin Kangen as the heir. Subsequently, his father only visited the matriarch during the 1st and 15th days of each month, spending the rest of his time with that mistress, who later became a favored concubine. A few years later, while traveling to Jiangnan with a favored concubine, they were ambushed by bandits and both perished, leaving behind Lin Mao as an orphan. The matriarch, with no other choice, had to raise him, but each time she looked at him, she must have been reminded of her husband's betrayal, which would surely be repugnant to her. Alas, he never expected to reach such an age, still needing to entertain his mother, yet her happiness was paramount. The betrayer had received his comeuppance, and as long as the living found joy, their lives would not be in vain. Upon returning to his chamber, he found his wife engaged in embroidery. You have just recovered. Zhaozhao said you should rest more. Lin Kangen gently took the embroidery frame from her hands, stowed the needles and thread, then lifted her waist and set her on the soft couch by the window. Rest well. If you feel tired, take a nap. I shall stay close and read to you. Yuan Qing grasped his slender hand, pressing it to her cheek, her tearful eyes gazing at his slightly prematurely aged face. She nodded in agreement. Do not leave. I shall not. By the way, Zhaozhao gifted us 1,500 taels of silver. I've set aside 500 for household expenses and given you 1,000 taels to carry for social engagements, so you have some flexibility. The other shops in the estate yield little profit. Once I recover, I will address the issues, likely caused by my younger siblings' machinations. As she spoke, Yuan Qing retrieved a 1,000-tael banknote from her pouch and handed it to Lin Kangen. It is all I have. I still need to rely on our child for funds. Lin Kangen's eyes glistened with tears. Their household was merely an ordinary noble family, and his salary was limited. His wife's health was poor, requiring constant medication, while the second branch had long been in control of the household's business, leaving little savings. We shall manage for now. Once we are more affluent, we will replenish her dowry. Yuan Qing softly reassured him. You are right. He blinked back the heat of unshed tears, and in that moment, Lin Kanzhen felt an unexpected surge of determination. He would cultivate friendships, engage in social gatherings, and strive for advancement, ascending to a higher official position to ensure his child would no longer suffer bullying and that his wife would not constantly be beholden to others' whims.
Yes.
It shall be done. He took a book and seated himself before the soft couch, softly reading to his wife. In the soothing cadence of his voice, Yuan Qing gradually closed her eyes. After tucking her in snugly, Lin Kanzhen began to paint at the table. Perhaps due to his long absence from the brush, he labored over 6 landscapes before producing a satisfactory piece. Once it had dried, he approached the couch and gently roused his wife. It is best not to sleep too much during the day, lest you have trouble sleeping at night. Upon opening her eyes and seeing Lin Kanzhen still beside her, Yuan Qing joyfully leapt into his embrace. That evening, after bathing, Lin Kanzhen carried Yuan Qing back to bed. Gazing at her increasingly rosy complexion and the fullness of her figure, he felt a flush spread across his face. He hurriedly covered her with a quilt and was about to return to the study to read, intending to rest there as he had done during her years of illness. Just as he turned, he felt his sleeve tugged. Yuan Qing gently called from behind, "Will you stay tonight?" Lin Kanzhen was momentarily taken aback. Slowly, he turned around, tears shimmering in his eyes. "Is it permissible?" With a smile, Yuan Qing nodded. Lin Kanzhen hastily removed his outer garments, slipping into the bed in his inner robe. Yuan Qing quickly nestled into his embrace, and the two, having been deprived of intimacy for years, ignited like kindling to a flame, kissing fervently. Garments were cast aside, and the air was filled with her soft moans and his heavy breaths, stirring the heart and painting the cheeks with warmth. Even the moon above seemed to shyly veil its face with a veil of white, hiding its own blush. The prolonged passion was akin to the joy of a long-awaited reunion. Watching his wife, radiant with affection, drift into a serene slumber in his arms, Lin Kanzhen felt an overwhelming tenderness swell within him. Yet, he pondered if this successful intimacy was a sign of age, questioning whether he had become incapable. Is it possible that I can no longer satisfy my wife? Lin Kongnian, after experiencing exquisite pleasure, succumbed to profound self-doubt as he drifted into slumber. Chapter 53. Justice prevails the following day, when the gentle rays of sunlight streamed through the window, tenderly illuminating Lin Kongnian's face. He awoke, gazing at his wife, who lay sweetly asleep in his embrace, her delicate arms wrapped around his waist. He felt an unprecedented sense of happiness. He quietly rose, carefully extricating her arm, tucking her snugly under the covers, and then, taking his garments and shoes in hand, he stealthily exited the room. Outside, his devoted servant awaited him, brimming with excitement. "Is there a problem?" Lin Kongnian's heart sank momentarily. "No, sir, it's not from our household, but from the second master's residence. Yesterday, an imperial edict was issued. The second master was taken away by the Jinhui for corruption and selling official positions, confined to the North Town Protectorate. In just one night, he confessed everything." As the servant, Zhang San, meticulously helped Lin Kongnian dress, he eagerly recounted the sensational gossip he had just heard. Indeed, upon the second master's confession, the Jinhui have already raided the Lin residence. The entire family is to be exiled to Ningguda without delay. Lin Kongnian paused momentarily as he fastened his buttons. "Now? Immediately? At once?" Zhang Sen nodded earnestly. "Then I must go see," Lin Kongnian declared, stepping towards the door. "Sir, the second master instructed you not to go. Just send some silver notes and a cup of wine to the pavilion later." Confusion clouded Lin Kongnian's mind.
Why?
"Why can't I go?" Zhang San hesitated, biting his lip, and cautiously met his master's gaze. "Because it is our son-in-law, Zhao Lingfeng, leading the raid on the second master's estate, along with Lord Lu Ming of the Jinhui." Upon hearing this, Lin Kongnian maintained a calm exterior, though amusement flickered in his eyes. "How fitting! Zhang San, prepare the wine. Let us bid farewell to the second master." "Yes, sir." Lin Kongnian then visited his mother, informing her of the second household's predicament. After a moment of contemplation, The old lady sent Zhao Mama to retrieve 500 taels of silver notes to be delivered to him, honoring the bond they had shared over the years. Upon arriving at the 10-mile farewell pavilion, with Zhang San holding the horse, Lin Kongnian entered the pavilion, patiently awaiting the arrival of the procession. In the distance, a group, shackled and in chains, slowly approached. Lin Kongnian observed the captain leading the group and approached him, offering silver for the sake of escorting Lin Mao for a final farewell. "Oh, are you here to witness my disgrace, brother?" Lin Mao's eyes burned with fury. Truly, a petty man would take pleasure in another's misfortune. Lin Kongnian regarded him, then glanced at his son, daughter, and the frail Wang Ping, supported by others, and could not suppress a mocking chuckle. Evil deeds eventually meet with retribution, merely a matter of timing. "My mother sent me to see you off," he stated, accepting the wine cup from Zhang San. Lin Mao's eyes flickered with hatred as he knocked the cup from Lin Kongnian's hand, seething. "I know you wish to revel in my humiliation. Lin Kongnian, I shall not grant you that satisfaction." Leaning closer, he grinned maliciously. "Brother, have you found yourself increasingly powerless in matters of intimacy in recent years?" His derisive laughter echoed in the air. Lin Kongnian felt a jolt of shock but masked it well. He stepped closer, placing a hand on Lin Mao's shoulder, and discreetly slipped a roll of silver notes into his embrace under the cover of his cloak. His mother's 500 taels, combined with an equal amount of his own, was perhaps the last gesture of a brotherly bond. In this life, he harbored no regrets. He mounted his horse and, with Zhang San, galloped away. On a distant hillside, a carriage stood still. The curtain lifted to reveal a delicate, unadorned face, tears glistening in her round almond eyes. Zhao Lingfeng, riding at the rear of the procession, cast a glance at the carriage as they passed the 10-mile pavilion, silently vowing, "Zhaozhao, I shall avenge you. The grievances of my previous life, the theft of my wife, the suffering of my mother-in-law, and the tragic deaths of Xiao and my father-in-law shall all be avenged." As he gazed at the azure sky and soaring birds, a sense of tranquility enveloped his heart, a hint of mockery gracing his lips. The road to Ningguda stretched far and wide, fraught with treacherous mountains and unpredictable storms. Who could assure that this family would reach Ningguda safely? Surely it was uncertain. After bidding farewell to the officials heading to Ningguda, Zhao Lingfeng hastened back to the palace to report. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Lin Kongnian entered his study. Remaining inside for an extended period, he felt the rapid decline of his own vitality and the deterioration of his masculine prowess. Seated beneath the sun at his desk, he grappled with a sense of unwillingness. Although merely in his early 30s, the prime of a man's life, he was already showing signs of aging and a weary physique. A profound melancholy enveloped him. He was still young, yearning to accompany his beloved wife for a few more years, to witness his daughter's marriage, his son's wedding, and to care for his mother until the end. Yet now, all of that seemed to have evaporated into thin air. He lingered by the window, lost in thought. When Zhaozhao returned home, her mother was happily watering the flowers in the garden. She rushed to her mother, whispering, "I went to see the second household being exiled to Ningguda." Zhaozhao's eyes sparkled with joy, a glimmer of tears reflecting her emotions. "Yes, your father has gone as well. He has been in the study for the entire afternoon and hasn't emerged, nor allowed anyone to enter. It is quite worrisome." Wan Qing expressed her concern. "Don't worry, mother. I will check on him and bring him a cup of tea." "All right, go ahead." Upon returning to her room, she instructed Qiuyue to boil water for tea and retreated to her quarters. "Zhaoxo, has something happened to my father?" 10 taels of silver. A shiver ran through Zhaozhao at the doubled price. It must be serious. She quickly placed 10 taels of silver on the table. "Your father has been poisoned by your second uncle. This poison is exceptionally peculiar and lethal. After ingestion, there are no immediate symptoms, merely a hastening of aging. To outsiders, it appears as premature aging." A cold sweat broke out across Zhaozhao's back. Premature aging? Growing old. What can save him? "I am willing to pay any amount of silver. Zhaoxo, please help me." Tears welled in her eyes. Her father, still in his 30s. Had she believed his gray hair was merely a result of worry, only to discover the cruel truth now? What to do? What to do? Chapter 54. A drunken Zhaozhao, my lady, do not weep. Is there not still some of the spirit spring water left from last time? With reddened eyes, Zhaozhao nodded vigorously. With the 2 drops I just gave, there should be 12 drops in total. Hurry. Hearing the voice through the screen, Zhao Zhao could sense Xiaoxiaoda's pride radiating through the words. Xiaoxiaoda, are you saying that the spirit spring water can cure my father's illness and detoxify him? Indeed. Drinking 49 drops will neutralize the poison. Please, hurry. Then, Xiaoxiaoda's screen went dark. Zhao Zhao cautiously retrieved the small vial containing the spirit spring water, shaking it gently. It was nearly half a small cup's worth. Gripping the vial tightly, she dashed towards the front courtyard. Upon reaching the study door, Zhang San and Li Si stood guard like sentinels on either side. Has my father come out? Concern filled Zhao Zhao's almond-shaped eyes. Miss, not yet. You both go to my mother's place and ask her to prepare some food and drinks. I'll share a drink with father and let her know everything is fine. She need not worry. Very well, miss. Your arrival brings us peace of mind. Zhang San and Li Si hurried off to their mother. Lin Zhaozhao entered the room and found her father seated by the window, motionless, resembling a statue. Zhao Zhao approached him, knelt before him, and, using the knowledge acquired from her master, took his pulse. The pulse indeed reflected the natural signs of aging. However, after changing her technique twice, she ultimately detected something different. Father, who am I? Lin Zhaozhao supported her father's leg as she stood up, rousing the contemplative Lin Kongnian. Oh, Zhao Zhao is here.
Come, sit.
Lin Kongnian attempted to pull a stool for his daughter, but did not rise from his seat. Having sat for a long while, Zhao Zhao need not worry. She sighed, knelt down, and began to massage her father's legs to stimulate circulation. After a while, Zhang San and Li Si returned, helping Lin Kongnian walk a few laps around the room before Zhao Zhao ushered them out. The father and daughter sat at the table in silence. Zhao Zhao poured wine for both, raised her glass, pinched her nose, and downed it in one gulp, even showing the empty bottom of her cup to her father. Lin Kongnian smiled bitterly and did the same. Father, who am I? Lin Kongnian blinked his big eyes. You are my daughter Zhao Zhao. Naturally, he believed her. I wouldn't harm you, would I, father? Lin Kongnian nodded vigorously. Of course not. Then, let us drink. Without further inquiries or words, Lin Kongnian took the small bottle and drank it all in one go. Finally, Zhao Zhao revealed a smile. Come, father, let us toast to your health and longevity. The two exchanged cups, and after Zhao Zhao had consumed 5 small glasses, she began to feel a bit tipsy and started to sing. Lin Kongnian had intended to call someone to escort Zhao Zhao back, but suddenly felt a surge of warmth rushing to his dantian, filling his body with newfound strength. He swept Zhao Zhao off her feet and took her back to Zhao Hua Garden, instructing a few maidservants to look after her before he returned. Summer Lotus and the others cleaned Miss Zhao Zhao, tucked her in, and she finally drifted off to sleep. The maids quietly exited the room. Suddenly, the window creaked open, and Zhao Lingfeng flew in like a bird. He sat at the head of the bed, gazing intently at Zhao Zhao's flushed face, reeking of alcohol. The sleeping Zhao Zhao suddenly opened her eyes and, smiling, asked, Am I so stunning that you can't take your eyes off me? Caught off guard, Zhao Lingfeng's face turned crimson, even his ears blushing. You're awake? He helped Zhao Zhao sit up against the headboard, bringing water to her lips. Zhao Zhao, with her large, watery eyes, took a sip before refusing to drink more. Zhao Lingfeng drank a mouthful of water, cradled Zhao Zhao's head with his right hand, and kissed her longed-for red lips, transferring the water into her mouth. Observing her astonished expression, Zhao Lingfeng tenderly covered her eyes with his large hand, passionately savoring her lips. With her vision obscured, Lin Zhaozhao's other senses became heightened. The fragrant scent of orchids mixed with a hint of bamboo and a trace of mint filled her nostrils, accompanied by the masculine aura of the man before her. His face was handsome, his smile pure, and his scent delightful. He was a captivating man. Zhao Lingfeng, I feel so warm. Zhao Lingfeng embraced her waist, kissing her fervently, his hand unconsciously slipping beneath Zhao Zhao's garment. His slightly rough palm glided over her curvaceous body, sending electric currents coursing through her entire being. As Zhao Zhao succumbed to exquisite pleasure, wearing a satisfied smile, she fell asleep. Zhao Lingfeng gently covered her with a quilt, only to discover his long-lost cloak nestled within the bed. Zhao Zhao instinctively grasped the cloak, snugging it close, and drifted off to sleep. Zhao Lingfeng smiled indulgently, glanced at his body that should not be seen, and leapt out of Zhao Zhao's window, securing it from the outside bit by bit. Upon returning to his residence, Zhao Lingfeng called out, Bring me a bucket of cold water, I need a bath. Mingyue was about to inquire why her young master needed a cold bath when Qingfeng swiftly covered her mouth, leaning in to whisper, "Are you foolish? At this hour? Where could the young master be going?"
To the lady.
Mingyue's eyes brightened suddenly. The two stifled their laughter before hurrying off to fetch cold water. After Zhaozhao awoke, nursing a headache, Summer Lotus entered with hot water. "Miss, you're awake? Your father and mother are waiting for you outside for breakfast." "What? Father and mother have come? You should have called me sooner." Zhaozhao scrambled to get up, secretly stowing the cloak in a hidden compartment beside her bed. In truth, the maids had noticed the cloak long ago, but out of consideration for Zhaozhao's modesty, they pretended not to see. After washing up and changing her clothes, Zhaozhao stepped out of her room. In the main room, Lin Kongnian and Ruanqing were seated at the table, enjoying tea. She offered her respects to her father and mother. It was all Zhaozhao's fault for waking up late. Ruanqing smiled, stood up, took her daughter's hand, and sat down, instructing Qiuyue, "Qiuyue, prepare the meal." "Yes, madam." Once breakfast was ready, everyone else had gone down. With only their family of 3 remaining in the room, Lin Kongnian leaned closer and whispered, "Zhaozhao, what did you make me drink last night?" At that moment, Zhaozhao, who was munching on a bun, choked slightly, glancing towards the door before secretly asking, "What's wrong? Father? Are you feeling unwell?" "Not at all. I feel splendid. It's as if I've suddenly regained my youth." Zhaozhao quickly covered his mouth. "Father, you're going to give me a heart attack." Ruanqing swiftly slapped Lin Kongnian on the back of his head. "Watch your words. Have you forgotten?" Lin Kongnian hurriedly covered his mouth, looking pitiful. "Did I say something wrong? I just feel as if my body is suddenly filled with strength. Even my wrinkles and white hair seem to have lessened." He was overjoyed. Yet, he was unsure if he could still act like a man. He didn't dare say it or ask, but merely stole a glance at Ruanqing. She instantly understood. Turning her head away, her face flushed with embarrassment. Although Zhaozhao did not comprehend, witnessing her parents' affection was the most heartwarming sight for her. In her previous life, her mother had passed away early, and her father had been murdered. They had scarcely enjoyed a few days of peaceful happiness. She hoped that this life would offer them a different experience. In the morning, Lin Zhaozhao returned from his break, escorted by Zhao Lingfeng. The family gathered in the main hall as today marked Lin Zhaozhao's 13th birthday. Observing the now elegant and poised Zhaozhao, Ruanqing felt a myriad of emotions. "Lingfeng, please ensure that your 2 masters discipline him well. We couldn't ask for more." "You have my word, madam," Zhao Lingfeng replied, a smile gracing his face as he addressed her. Upon hearing him call her madam, Ruanqing's eyes sparkled with delight, while Lin Kongnian glanced over, feeling a tinge of jealousy. Zhao Lingfeng raised an eyebrow, discreetly glancing at Zhaozhao before lowering his head with a chuckle. "Father-in-law, please remember to test Zhaozhao's knowledge later." Lin Kongnian's expression brightened instantly. "Come, son, let us head to the study. Son-in-law, you join us as well." Zhao Lingfeng awkwardly touched his nose. "Father-in-law, I would like to have a word with Zhaozhao." Lin Kongnian immediately understood. "Zhaozhao, please entertain Lingfeng while I take Zhaozhao to the study." Ruanqing, seeing this, quickly stood up. "Zhaozhao, I'll go gather some things for the 2 masters. You chat with Lingfeng. And Lingfeng, don't leave at noon. Stay for lunch." Although Zhao Lingfeng was not particularly eloquent or romantic, he understood how to handle matters. "I'll stay for lunch. We'll also celebrate Zhaozhao's birthday." "Excellent. Why don't you 2 take a stroll and enjoy some conversation?" After saying this, they hurriedly departed. Zhao Lingfeng seldom had the opportunity to see Lin Zhaozhao during the day. At that moment, Lin Zhaozhao was adorned in a delicate lavender chest-length dress. Her white underskirt visible, embellished with embroidered climbing orchids. Her long hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, and atop her coiffure was a purple pearl tassel, one of the exquisite accessories from the last set of garments gifted to her. She exuded dignity, elegance, nobility, and vitality. Zhao Lingfeng meticulously scrutinized her from head to toe, his profound gaze lingering on her ample bosom. Zhaozhao blushed. "Pervert, where are you looking?" Under his burning stare, she felt as though she would be stripped bare in the next moment. "Your mother has asked you to show me around, so why not take me to the little garden at the back?" Upon finishing her sentence, Zhao Lingfeng grasped her tender, smooth hand beneath his ample sleeves. Hand in hand, they departed the front yard and ventured into the backyard. The backyard was a quaint garden, where Wan Qing had arranged for numerous flowers to be planted, alongside several towering trees and a small pond with a rockery nearby. As they approached the rockery, Zhao Lingfeng led Zhao into the cave, the very spot where the household staff had once frightened Xiao. Inside the cave, Zhao Lingfeng eagerly embraced Zhao, and they shared a passionate kiss. Zhao rose on her tiptoes, tightly wrapping her arms around Zhao Lingfeng's neck, offering him her crimson lips. With his strong arms encircling her, he leaned down, fervently kissing her. Zhao, without you, I cannot find rest even through the night, he whispered in her ear. I think of you daily, yearn for you nightly, and I dare not contemplate what will become of me when I return to the border. Upon hearing him mention the border, Zhao's body stiffened. She pushed Zhao Lingfeng away, gripping his shirt tightly, gazing into his eyes. Are you returning?
When?
She had thought she could remain composed, but the mere thought sent waves of heartache through her.
Not yet.
I was merely speaking. Zhao, do not panic. Zhao Lingfeng bent down to lift Zhao into his arms, feeling her tears soak through his shirt, and he too felt his eyes welling with emotion. Rest assured, even if I go to the border, I shall write to you whenever possible. Moreover, I am not leaving just yet. Do not weep, otherwise, our parents will surely notice when we dine together. Zhao Lingfeng produced a handkerchief, gently wiping away her tears and promises of many conditions, signing numerous unequal treaties, until he finally coaxed her out of the cave. During their midday meal, Zhao Lingfeng served Zhao, peeling shrimp and deboning fish with utmost care. Wan Qing and Lin Kongmian observed, their hearts filled with joy. The spotlight, however, was stolen from Lin Zhaozhao, who received birthday gifts while Zhao Lingfeng garnered all the attention. After lunch, Zhao took Zhao Lingfeng to her chamber, as her father had mentioned that Zhao Lingfeng had indulged in wine and should rest there. Indeed, Zhao Lingfeng felt slightly tipsy.
Yet,
it was the first time he boldly entered Zhao's room in broad daylight, despite having stealthily visited numerous times at night. The room was adorned with a screen depicting the four seasons, soft blue gauzy curtains, and a subtle fragrance that permeated the air, along with a soft bed that exuded a feminine delicacy, reflecting on his own austere quarters that resembled a military barracks, with nothing but a hard wooden bed. Zhao Lingfeng suddenly felt a pang of guilt toward Zhao. Lying on the bed, enveloped in Zhao's fragrant presence, he quickly fell into a deep slumber. When he awoke once again, the sun had already set. Blinking his drowsy eyes, he beheld Zhao sitting by the bedside, engaged in needlework, and warmth flooded his heart. No wonder, as the ancients often remarked, a beautiful woman's abode is also a hero's grave. He found it hard to leave such a tender and enchanting scene. You're awake. Upon noticing his open eyes, Zhao quickly rose, poured a cup of tea from the teapot on the table, and extended it to him. Zhao Lingfeng sat up, leaning against the soft headboard, accepting the teacup from her hands and drinking it in one go, placing the cup back on the table before leaning closer to Zhao, whispering, Zhao, may I stay tonight? Lin Zhaozhao's fair complexion suddenly turned a delightful shade of pink, even her earlobes flushed. Zhao Lingfeng, are you not ashamed? Zhao, shyly covering her face, was swiftly pulled into Zhao Lingfeng's embrace. Sister, brother-in-law, Lin Zhaozhao, the naive young girl, burst into the room, only to cover her eyes the next second and quickly turn away, exclaiming, I saw nothing. Chapter 56, A Secret Meeting with a Man? Lin Zhaozhao had never anticipated witnessing such a passionate embrace between her sister and her future brother-in-law in the confines of her sister's chamber. Embarrassed, she shielded her eyes as she exited, but in her nervousness, she bumped into the doorframe. Inside, Zhao Lingfeng and Zhao were enveloped in laughter. Before departing, Zhao Lingfeng instructed Zhao, for the next 3 nights, I shall be unable to come. I have something important to attend to. Therefore, please secure the doors and windows at night. Should I return within 3 days, I will come to see you. Zhao Lingfeng whispered these reassurances into Zhao's ear, laden with reluctance and concern. Moreover, no matter who inquires, you must claim ignorance regarding my whereabouts or whether I have left the city. Understood? Zhao, with her innocent eyes wide open, nodded solemnly. In the afternoon, Zhao Lingfeng took Lin Zhaozhao back, bringing along a cart filled with items for their 2 masters. Additionally, Zhao had sketched several portraits for Xiao, depicting her riding a tall horse at the estate's entrance, reading in the study, covering her eyes in her room, and assisting in the kitchen. There was also a frontal portrait of the young boy, with round apricot-shaped eyes, long black hair, adorned with a jade hairpin and dressed in a scholar's attire. The cooking assignment was specially designated for Zhaozhao, who had learned to prepare dishes like spicy hot pot and stir-fried spicy casserole. She was gradually mastering various ordinary home-cooked meals, ensuring that at least one dish prepared by Lin Zhaozhao graced their master's dining table each day. After Zhao Lingfeng departed, Zhaozhao suddenly felt an emptiness within her, a hollow ache. She even felt a hint of tears. Her dinner was scarcely touched. No, I must find something to occupy myself. Exiting her room, she spotted Xia standing alone at the door.
Miss.
Where is everyone? The others are still busy with the peach and apricot blossoms that the young master sent last time, Xia replied. Zhaozhao pondered. You all care for me during the day and still have to make beauty cream at night. Isn't that too exhausting? Perhaps I should find a few more maidservants to assist you, and some to join you in making beauty cream? Xia suddenly knelt on the ground, tears welling in her eyes, and the other three rushed out from the adjoining room, kneeling as well. Zhaozhao was taken aback. What are you doing? The four girls looked at her with teary, pitiful eyes, and Xia spoke. Miss, do you not want us anymore? Zhaozhao was startled, and quickly helped them up, wiping their tears one by one. How could I not want you? I was merely concerned that you might be too tired. It was my fault. I only meant to ensure you were not overburdened. Since you all feel capable, let it be as it is. The four maidens finally dried their tears, revealing smiles. However, we may need to produce more beauty cream in the future. You can select a few newly arrived maidens to cultivate as confidants. Qiu Yu thoughtfully suggested. That indeed seems feasible. We could assign them tasks like picking, washing, drying, and cooking, which would lessen our workload and not hinder our care for the miss. By the way, miss, I would like to set up a separate room in the Zhaohua garden with a large pot. This would also enhance our efficiency. Zhaozhao readily agreed, as the west wing was currently unoccupied and originally intended for storing miscellaneous items. Yi instructed Xia to fetch paper and pen from the room, compiling a list of items needed for the new residents. Subsequently, she bestowed upon them 200 taels of silver for their procurement, insisting that they commence their errands the following day. Now, return and rest. Thank you, miss. The young maidens exclaimed with enthusiasm as they departed, leaving Xia to keep watch in the outer room. As the night deepened and the full moon ascended, Zhaozhao lay in bed, her thoughts drifting to Zhao Lingfeng. The grip of habit can be quite formidable. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the window, startling Zhaozhao awake. Hadn't Zhao Lingfeng resolved not to come? She hastily rose from her bed, donned her outer garment, and stealthily approached the window, whispering, "Who is it?" A voice from outside replied softly, "It is someone from the sedan chair." Someone from the sedan chair? A sudden flash of realization struck Zhaozhao. It must be an old acquaintance. She had thought they would not return. Quietly, she opened the window just a crack, revealing a figure clad in black standing outside. Although she experienced a fleeting moment of facial recognition confusion, the context of the situation quickly brought clarity. She touched her face as if to inquire, "Are you the guard who was struck by your master?" The man smiled and nodded. "I am Fengyang, and today is the young master's birthday. This is a congratulatory gift for my master." As he spoke, he extended a rather ordinary wooden box toward her. Zhaozhao accepted it with a smile, thanking him for his master's kindness. "By the way, I have something for you to take back."
Just a moment.
Soon, she returned with a small wooden chest and handed it to Fengyang. He leaned in closer, saying, "My master has expressed a desire for spicy hot pot." Zhaozhao nodded with a smile. "At this time the day after tomorrow." Fengyang acknowledged her with a nod, carefully cradling the wooden box before vanishing in a few swift movements. Zhaozhao peeked outside, scanning her surroundings. No one was in sight, confirming that Zhao Lingfeng would not be visiting tonight. She closed the window, but in that fleeting moment, she thought she saw a familiar silhouette. Laying down, enveloped in her cloak, Zhaozhao soon drifted into slumber. Outside, a cloaked figure perched in the pomegranate tree at the front courtyard of the Pingyang Marquis residence gazed in disbelief, grinding his teeth before retreating in disarray. Shifeng Gorge is a narrow path nestled between the peaks of Shifeng Mountain, as if cleaved by an axe from above. This gorge, also known locally as the Narrow Sky of Shifeng, serves as a critical route to Ningguta. Upon the towering cliffs, two tall figures clad in black stood watch. The taller man, with a fierce glint in his eyes, commanded, "Subdue the officers and eliminate the rest. Leave no one alive." "Understood," replied the man trailing behind, trepidation coursing through him. Tonight shall resolve all grudges from past lives. Before long, flickers of firelight emerged from afar. Two groups of shackled prisoners were being herded by officers, slowly making their way toward the narrow sky of Shifeng. At the forefront was Lin Mao's family. Prior to their home raid, Lin Mao had surreptitiously hidden banknotes in his hairpin, allowing them to live comfortably along the way through bribery. Additionally, he had sent his illegitimate daughter to tend to the officers, thus the Lin family bore no shackles. The others could only seethe in silence. As they neared the narrow sky, the leading officer permitted Lin Mao's family to proceed first, for beyond this point lay an official post where the officers could rest briefly. Lin Mao, believing his family would enjoy such privileges, cheerfully advanced. Then, from the mountain came the calls of cuckoos, resonating with the sounds from the line below. The two men atop the mountain received the signal and, like great eagles, descended swiftly toward their destination. Chapter 57. A moonless and windy night, having exited the narrow sky of Shifeng, Lin Mao's family continued their slow march. Two officers flanked them, one in front and one behind. "Action!" commanded the man, and his companions surged forth like arrows released from their bowstrings. Stepping before the group, he proclaimed loudly, "This road is mine. These trees are mine. If you wish to pass, pay the toll." The officer at the front cracked his whip, sneering. "Where do these bandits come from?" "We are the officers escorting prisoners," the black-clad man retorted with a cold laugh. "Officers? My, how presumptuous." Before his words had settled, the man darted through the crowd like a specter, and soon, the entire contingent of officers lay sprawled on the ground. At that moment, the tall man leapt down from the mountain, delivering a powerful kick that sent Lin Mao sprawling. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Lin Mao rose with pain etched on his face, pleading, "Esteemed leaders of the bandit clan, please allow my family to pass. I have silver notes." With great difficulty, he loosened his hairpin, producing a roll of banknotes, and offered it with trembling hands. "Please grant us our lives." The tall man leaned in closer, whispering in a voice only they could hear, "But did you ever spare a life for Lin Zhaozhao or her mother?" Lin Mao's eyes widened in terror as he pointed accusingly. "You." The masked man struck swiftly, and Lin Mao fell lifeless to the ground.
Kill.
"Spare not a single one." With the order given, the two black-clad figures dashed through the throng, the moonlight casting an eerie glow upon the bloodstains on their blades. In mere moments, Lin Mao's entire family lay slain, with no survivors except for Lin Yuding, who had married far away in Huzhou, and the man who deserved 1,000 deaths along with his wicked mother. None would escape, not a single one. The two black-clad figures mounted swift steeds and sped back toward the throngs of exiled individuals. Recognizing their faces, they incapacitated several notorious officials, coercing them for wealth before galloping into the night. As the sun gradually opened its eyes, casting gentle rays across the vast earth, Zhao Lingfeng and Qingfeng rode vigorously along the dust-laden official road. "Your Highness, shall we return to the capital?" Qingfeng inquired cautiously. "Indeed," Zhao Lingfeng replied, though he felt no joy in avenging the grievances of Zhaozhao's family. "Lin Zhaozhao, are you truly my Zhaozhao? Who was that man outside the window that night? You even opened the window for him in the dead of night, exchanged items under the moonlight, and smiled at him?" Zhao Lingfeng's heart ached as if pierced by needles. Without Zhaozhao in this life, what joy could he find in living? What fear in death? Contemplating this, Zhao Lingfeng lashed his horse, propelling forward like the wind. Having traveled from the capital to the narrow sky of Shifeng and back in one night, he had only sipped a bit of water along the way. Even a robust man could hardly endure such strain. On the afternoon of the third day, a torrential downpour began. True to Zhao Lingfeng's character, he pressed on through the rain until Qingfeng intervened. The two found a tavern on the outskirts of the capital to shelter from the storm. After bathing in their room, Zhao Lingfeng descended to the dining area. It was midday, and patrons filled the tavern. Qingfeng had secured an empty table early and ordered dishes, awaiting Zhao Lingfeng's arrival. As Zhao Lingfeng sat down and picked up his chopsticks, a sudden gasp echoed through the tavern. "My goodness, how stunningly beautiful! Indeed, a celestial maiden has descended, though veiled. Those eyes are utterly captivating. By heavens, a beauty like that, I'd gladly spend a night with her, even if it meant death. To die beneath a peony is to live in style. Let me become a ghost." Qingfeng glanced up, his expression shifting drastically, a tempest rising within him. The woman who had just entered wore a sky-blue embroidered dress adorned with white butterflies, her hair loosely gathered in a bun, a pearl hairpin adorning her crown, and a veil of the same hue draped gracefully across her face, resembling a tranquil and elegant lily in the morning light, standing vivaciously at the entrance. "Madam, no, the height is wrong, and the gaze is different." Though the woman wore the same attire and adorned her hair with similar ornaments as the lady, her stature was taller, and her gaze reflected a sense of self-admiration. Accompanying her were two maidservants, all three exuding an enticing fragrance as they approached the table occupied by Zhao Lingfeng and Qingfeng. "Esteemed sir, I am but a humble visitor from the capital, passing through this place. The establishment appears to be full. Might I join you at your table?" The woman fluttered her expressive eyes, gazing intently at Zhao Lingfeng. So tall, so imposing, so undeniably masculine. Zhao Lingfeng, indifferent, took a bite of his meal without bestowing her a glance and coldly replied, "Leave." Tears welled in the woman's eyes, cascading down like pearls onto the table's edge. "Your words wound deeply." She retrieved a fragrant handkerchief, dabbed her eyes, and concealed her face. At that moment, a dashing young gentleman from the adjacent table stood and declared, "This gentleman clearly lacks the appreciation for beauty. However, fret not. Our table graciously welcomes the lady." A ripple of excitement ensued. "Lady, please join us. You are most welcome at our table." With a stamp of her foot, the lady, in tears, ascended the stairs, followed by her maid, who retrieved the key to their room from the counter. "Sir, this lady's attire is remarkably akin to that of our mistress." Zhao Lingfeng's piercing glare silenced Qingfeng immediately. "The rain is still quite heavy. We should wait a while longer," Zhao Lingfeng suggested. "Indeed." He set down his bowl and rose to retire to their room upstairs. However, as he stood, a wave of dizziness washed over him, causing him to stumble slightly. "Sir!" Qingfeng exclaimed, rushing to support him, only to discover that he was burning with fever. "You must have caught a chill from the rain." Alas, the pangs of love are often the most excruciating. Yet, Qingfeng believed that his mistress was not the kind of woman to be frivolous, for the eyes do not deceive. But in his fury, Zhao Lingfeng was beyond reason. He was assisted into the guest room, and Qingfeng locked the door before descending to seek a doctor. Meanwhile, Zhao Lingfeng lay feverish in bed, his face flushed, restlessly tugging at his garments, incoherently calling out for Zhaozhao. In the adjoining room, a pair of eyes peered through a hole in the wall, observing every detail within. Zhao Lingfeng's distressful visage was vividly reflected in those round eyes. Chapter 58. A devious scheme. As the woman's skirts swayed and her steps quickened, the door to Zhao Lingfeng's room swung open while he was consumed by fever and delirium. Zhaozhao, Zhaozhao. Zhao Lingfeng felt an unbearable heat enveloping him, his skin burned. His eyelids felt scorched, even his breath was hot. "Zhaozhao, Zhaozhao. Lingfeng, I am here." In a haze, Zhao Lingfeng discerned Zhaozhao's voice and, with bleary eyes, confirmed her presence. Indeed, it was she, clad in her beloved aquamarine butterfly-embroidered gown, adorned with a pearl hairpin. She approached him with a lively grace reminiscent of their first encounter. "Zhaozhao, I feel so warm." "Lingfeng, allow me to cool your fever." Zhao Lingfeng's foggy vision settled upon Zhaozhao as she drew near, shedding her outer garment to reveal her delicate shoulders, preparing to leap into his embrace. "Zhaozhao. Lingfeng, I am here." In the Pingyang Marquis' residence, the afternoon sun cast a gentle glow. Lin Zhaozhao was napping when a vivid dream startled her awake. In her vision, she saw Zhao Lingfeng standing at the edge of a high cliff, calling her name. Suddenly, a woman dressed in her attire approached from behind and pushed him off the precipice. The ensuing cacophony of a piercing alarm jolted her awake, leaving her gasping for breath. Yet, the insistent beeping echoed in her mind. Xiaodu, has something happened to Zhao Lingfeng?" "Master, you have successfully activated the danger alert system within your dream. Each activation costs 500 taels of silver and grants 50 drops of spiritual water. Can I defer payment?" Zhaozhao inquired, furrowing her brows. "Credit is available. A promissory note must be signed, with repayment due in 10 days at double the amount." Xiaodu exhibited a shrewdness befitting a capitalist. "I will sign." Zhaozhao bit her lip, urgency consuming her. She swiftly inscribed her name and anxiously asked, "What comes next?" Suddenly, a large computer screen illuminated, revealing Zhao Lingfeng's feverish and disoriented visage, followed by a masked woman in an aquamarine butterfly-embroidered gown bursting into the room. Zhaozhao was taken aback, her eyes widening in shock. That was another version of herself. The spiritual water has been dispensed. 20 miles southeast, at the Uli Inn. Hurry! Lin Zhaozhao leapt from her bed, rummaging through her wardrobe for the aquamarine butterfly gown, donning a cloak, tucking the pearl hairpin into her waist pouch before rushing out. Chunyu, bring forth 2 horses. Zhaozhao had never commanded with such authority before. Chunyu instinctively replied, yes, and swiftly fetched 2 horses from the rear courtyard. Zhaozhao mounted and galloped towards the city gates, with Chunyu closely following. As they exited the gates, Lin Zhaozhao whispered to her steed, "Brother horse, I am counting on you to save my husband." The horse reared, galloping forward with the wind. 20 miles southeast, at the Uli Inn.
Zhao Lingfeng, hold on.
They were nearing their destination. The sign of the Uli Inn glimmered in the sunlight. Waiter. Zhaozhao dismounted hurriedly and called out. The innkeeper rushed to greet her, esteemed guest. Are you here to dine or seek lodgings? Before Zhaozhao could respond, the innkeeper's expression shifted to surprise. Guest, are you not already in your room? When did you step out? Zhaozhao's heart plummeted. Could it truly be as foreseen in her dream? Was there really a woman so akin to her? She tossed the reins to Chunyu and urgently instructed, take me to the room reserved by Zhao Qingfeng. As her words fell, a piercing scream erupted, followed by a figure in aquamarine leaping from the second floor and crashing down. The woman, clad in an aquamarine butterfly-embroidered gown, was not wearing her outer garment, exposing her shoulders and a glimpse of her bosom, her face veiled in the same hue. She lay on the ground, blood trickling from her lips, unable to rise. A crowd quickly gathered, pointing and whispering. Men admired her beauty, while women derided her lack of modesty, a large footprint glaringly imprinted upon her chest. Not far off, Qingfeng hurriedly approached with an elderly doctor. Meanwhile, Lin Zhaozhao, guided by a servant, rushed up the stairs to Zhao Lingfeng's room, only to find the door locked from within. Chunyu forcefully kicked the door open, and they rushed inside. Upon entering, Zhaozhao's heart sank at the sight before her, and tears streamed down her cheeks. She shed her cloak and draped it over Zhao Lingfeng. Brother waiter, please leave. I will take over this entire floor. Chunyu, guard the entrance. No one is to enter. Madam, it is my incompetence that has brought this disgrace upon the air. Please punish me. Qingfeng knelt, weeping. Learn from this lesson. First, carry him to the adjacent room. This one is no longer fit for occupation. Then, secure the second floor and prepare hot water. Understood. Everyone sprang into action. Soon, the second floor guests were compensated and cleared out, while Qingfeng secured the staircase and Chunyu went to the kitchen to prepare hot water, all diligently attending to their tasks. Zhaozhao entered the room, secured the door, and saw that Zhao Lingfeng had already discarded the cloak draped over him. Clad only in his underpants, his body radiating heat, he had rolled off the bed onto the floor, repeatedly calling out his own name. Zhao Lingfeng. Your Zhaozhao has come. Lin Zhaozhao shed her outer garment and shoes, advancing step by step towards him. In order to help him drink the spirit water and mitigate the damage caused by the potent aphrodisiac, she held the water in her mouth, leaning down to feed it to him mouth to mouth. As the fevered Zhao Lingfeng caught the familiar scent of Zhaozhao, he immediately embraced her tightly. Zhaozhao feels so cool. Your lips are so refreshing and fragrant. The water in your mouth is so sweet and soothing. At that moment, Zhao Lingfeng resembled a dying fish, desperately sucking on her tongue and lips, as well as the spirit water. His feverish hands roamed over her body, tearing her clothes, pressing her onto the cold floor. Once he drank the spirit water, clarity returned to Zhao Lingfeng's mind, and his gaze brightened. He opened his eyes, now clearer, and saw Zhaozhao beneath him, her clothes askew, while he himself was half naked. Panic surged within him as he stumbled to his feet, glancing around before grabbing the discarded cloak to wrap around her tightly.
Zhaozhao, I am sorry.
I never meant to hurt you. Zhao Lingfeng, who am I? Zhaozhao sat up from the cold floor, cradling his face in her hands, compelling him to meet her gaze. Lin Zhaozhao, my wife, my fiancé.
So,
don't apologize. Suddenly, Zhao Lingfeng's expression shifted, his face flushing again, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He quickly wrapped Zhaozhao in the cloak, lifted her, opened the door, and placed her outside before staggering back inside. Qingfeng, bring a tub of cold water. Yes. Soon, Qingfeng carried the tub into the room. Take my lady away. Zhao Lingfeng's eyes were now bloodshot. Qingfeng approached the door, unable to look at the tightly wrapped lady, instead glancing at Chunyu.
Miss.
Miss.
How are you?
Tears streamed down Chunyu's face. Don't cry, loosen my cloak, help me up. Once Zhao Zhao stood, she gathered her clothing around her and walked determinedly into the room without hesitation. Go guard the staircase and keep the chicken soup simmering. Yes. Zhao Zhao entered the room and closed the door. At this moment, Zhao Lingfeng was already submerged in the cold tub, using external force to suppress the effects of the medicine. Xianggong. The moment Zhao Zhao uttered those words, Zhao Lingfeng's self-control nearly crumbled. Zhao Zhao. You must leave. Be good and wait for me outside. He submerged himself entirely in the water, covering his eyes. The aphrodisiac you've taken is no ordinary one. It is a blend of potent aphrodisiac and poison. Although I have neutralized the poison with a special concoction, the aphrodisiac's effects cannot be countered unless one engages with a woman. Zhao Zhao, please go out. I can suppress it with my inner strength. Zhao Lingfeng's rapid breaths filled the air, and the water in the tub began to steam. Will you marry me in the future? Lin Zhaozhao. I live to marry you. Without you, this world holds no joy for me, Zhao Lingfeng growled, his voice low. Then it settled. I, Lin Zhaozhao, will always be yours, whether sooner or later. Besides, this isn't our first time. Zhao Lingfeng, if you don't come out, I'll come in. Zhao Lingfeng covered his face as tears began to fall. I initially intended to marry you and grant you a name, Zhao Zhao.
I'm sorry.
Stop with the nonsense. Zhao Lingfeng, do you want me or not? As she spoke, she began to undress. With a decisive step, Zhao Lingfeng emerged from the tub. Using his inner strength to dry himself, stretching out his strong arms to envelop Zhao Zhao in his embrace. In this life, the next and the one after, I will never fail you. He lifted Lin Zhaozhao and they fervently kissed, tumbling onto the bed. The room was filled with the sounds of passion, cries of ecstasy, and whispers of desire that lasted from afternoon until dawn. Zhao Zhao lost count of how many times she had blossomed in Zhao Lingfeng's arms until she could no longer bear it and fainted. When she awoke again, she found herself in a moving carriage, soft bedding beneath her and Zhao Lingfeng's warm embrace surrounding her. Zhao Zhao, you're awake. Lin Zhaozhao blinked her hazy eyes, feeling as if her body had been run over by a cart. She tried to lean closer to Zhao Lingfeng, but a sharp pain shot through her lower body. Zhao Lingfeng, filled with guilt, held her tighter, murmuring in her ear, I'm sorry. Zhao Zhao wrapped her arms around his neck, planting a kiss on his fuzzy chin. Softly whispering, I am very happy and content. Zhao Lingfeng's eyes glistened with tears. He gently kissed her forehead, supporting her sore waist. Come, drink your medicine. After this, you won't have to anymore. Zhao Zhao immediately understood. Accepting the contraceptive potion, she obediently drank it and nestled back into Zhao Lingfeng's arms, feeling drowsy. Get up. Have some chicken soup, dear. I can't move, Zhao Zhao playfully pouted. Zhao Lingfeng, both pained and guilty, ultimately relented, feeding her spoonful by spoonful of chicken soup until she fell into a deep slumber again. While in the carriage, Zhao Lingfeng carried Zhao Zhao back to the Duke of Zhenguo's residence. He then instructed Chunyu to send a message home, assuring them that Master Mingjing would be taking Zhao Zhao into seclusion for 3 days and that there was no need for concern. He brought Zhao Zhao to his own chamber, having Qingfeng lay down 3 soft quilts on the bed before placing her down gently. However, Zhao Zhao did not sleep peacefully. After some thought, Zhao Lingfeng took out a piece of his nightclothes and tucked it into Zhao Zhao's embrace, after which she drifted into a deep sleep. It was not that he did not wish to hold Zhao Zhao as he slept, but rather that he had pressing matters to attend to. Who had leaked his whereabouts? Who had divulged what Zhao Zhao wore during their first encounter? Who was the mastermind behind it all? One thing was certain. This person was either beside him or within the residence. Had he not detected the false Zhao Zhao scent and kicked that vile woman out the window, but instead succumbed to the drug's influence and slept with her, many would have come to catch him in the act, forcing him to marry that woman. In such a scenario, Zhao Zhao would either enter the residence as a common wife or a concubine, or their engagement would be terminated. Given Zhao Zhao's character, she would never settle for being a common wife or a concubine. Thus, their marriage would be rendered void. And that woman would achieve her wish of marrying into the Duke of Zhenguo's residence, wielding power while both he and his parents were stationed at the borders. A perfect plan with intertwined benefits, meticulously crafted. Zhao Lingfeng sat at the table, his mind racing. This situation did not appear to be orchestrated by a single individual. Could it be that there were conspirators involved, mutually benefiting from the chaos? If so, it all made sense. Some would gain Zhaozhao, while others would seize the Duke of Zhengguo's residence. The only one who sought to gain the Duke's residence was his father's illegitimate son, Zhao Zhengde. And the one who aimed to disrupt his engagement with Zhaozhao to possess her was none other than Wang Su, who had tried to harm Zhaozhao previously, and the very man Zhaozhao had married in her past life. However, the Wang Su of her previous life was a sycophant in the officialdom, forever frustrated and unremarkable, lacking such cunning and schemes. Thus, the only reasonable explanation was that Wang Su had also been reborn. Moreover, he had fallen in love with Zhaozhao and would go to great lengths to win her. With this revelation, everything began to make sense. How insidiously ruthless. Later, the innkeeper discovered that the woman, whom he had kicked down from the second floor, had not perished on the spot. However, under the influence of an aphrodisiac, she sat up and immediately embraced a bystander, seeking intimacy. Ultimately, she was carried away by a young scholar clad in white. It was reported that the white-clad scholar called out to the woman, Zhaozhao. Furthermore, it was noted that the carriage swayed as it moved, occasionally emitting peculiar sounds. Chapter 60. Striking at the Root Huzhou. Wang Mansion. Doctor, please, tell me what has happened to my son. A robust woman with a round face and slender eyes, whose waist and chest were of equal girth, was frantically wiping her tears. Oh, not merely a round face, but akin to a large steamed bun. This was Zhou Lan, the mother of Wang Su. Currently, Wang Su lay unconscious in bed. Although he had failed his imperial examination, marrying the most beautiful woman from the capital and bringing her to Huzhou was a source of great pride. However, Lin Yuding, being only 14 years old, had an agreement with her elder brother that their daughter would not bear children before the age of 16. Lin Yuding had traveled a great distance with Wang Su from the capital to Huzhou. At first, Wang Su's family treated her well. Despite having seen their niece only a few times, she was still family and blood ties were strong. Wang Su's father, Wang Qingfeng, served as the deputy commissioner of salt transportation in Huzhou, a prominent figure in the region, wielding considerable power and influence. With attributes from local officials and several shops of their own, the family was quite prosperous. However, Wang Qingfeng had only one legitimate son, Wang Su, as his wife bore him no more children. Although he had 5 beautiful concubines and several illegitimate children, the direct heir was singular.
Zhou Lan,
known for her fiery temperament and ruthless methods, kept the concubines in line, ensuring they dared not cause trouble, let alone the illegitimate children.
consequently,
Wang Su was raised in an environment of great pampering and held a dominant position in the household. After his marriage, Lin Yuding established 3 rules. They would not share a bed until she turned 16. To secure her daughter's hold on Wang Su's heart, Wang Ping included 2 young and beautiful maidens among Lin Yuding's 4 dowry servants, both around 16 or 17 years old. Thus, on their wedding night, when Wang Su, consumed by desire, embraced Lin Yuding, she sent the most attractive of the 2, Fu Ling, to their marital bed while she herself slept on a couch outside, listening to the sounds of passion emanating from within. After the act, Fu Ling emerged from the room, her posture awkward, but Lin Yuding clenched her teeth in silent fury. By the flickering candlelight of the night, her malevolent gaze sent shivers down Fu Ling's spine. Meanwhile, a bowl of contraceptive soup sat cold on the table, as Lin Yuding had witnessed Fu Ling drink it. Entering the inner chamber, she found Wang Su fast asleep, content and snoring. The next morning after breakfast, Wang Su departed for his studies at the academy. Before leaving, he raised an eyebrow at Fu Ling and said to Lin Yuding, "Cousin, Fu Ling worked hard last night. Let her rest today." Lin Yuding stood and gently adjusted Wang Su's collar, saying sweetly, "I understand. Cousin, you may go to the academy and study well." As Wang Su left, Lin Yuding calmly instructed, "Fu Ling, pour me a cup of tea." Yes. Fu Ling, a woman with a high nose and large eyes, was the type many men found appealing. Having just experienced her first night, she felt discomfort but dared not defy Lin Yuding, for the earlier look had instilled fear in her. While cautiously handing over a cup of tea, Fu Ling accidentally let it slip from her grasp, shattering it on the floor. "Wretched girl, do you wish to scald me?" Despite her youth, Lin Yuding's commanding presence, cultivated in the capital, was not to be trifled with. Fu Ling, terrified, nearly knelt down. Lin Yuding's two maidservants swiftly intervened, one on each side, preventing her from doing so. What is this? The young master just said you should rest today, and now you wish to harm me? If you are injured, the young master will surely take out his frustration on me, won't he? Lin Yuding assured Fu Ling, you need not worry, I am not that kind of person. Seeing Fu Ling's fearful eyes, Lin Yuding felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, she had intended to test her. Realizing Lin Yuding's understanding, Fu Ling felt dread. It seemed that the usual methods of conflict between wives and concubines would not suffice here. Take Fu Ling away and ensure she rests well. She must serve the young master properly tonight. Yes, madam, rest assured. The two maidservants, chosen with care by Wang Ping to assist her daughter, took Fu Ling back to her quarters and tended to her with great care. They prepared a bath infused with soothing herbs and applied special ointments to alleviate her discomfort. By nightfall, when Wang Su returned, he found Fu Ling even more alluring and charming. At the age of 16, having just discovered the pleasures of intimacy, he found it hard to resist. After dinner, when Lin Yuding mentioned she needed to tally her dowry, Wang Su eagerly led Fu Ling to bed. Since Lin Yuding was in the main room, 2 doors away, Wang Su, overwhelmed with desire, grew increasingly reckless. Not only indulging himself, but also evoking soft moans from Fu Ling, their sounds echoing throughout the room. The amorous noises stirred blushes among Lin Yuding's other maidservants. While another maid prepared for Wang Su, Ziwang was left flushed and entranced. Lin Yuding silently smirked, realizing that Wang Su's desires were plentiful. On the 4th day, when Wang Su requested Fu Ling's attendance again, Lin Yuding claimed she was fatigued and sent Ziwang in her place. Thus, Wang Su found new excitement and stimulation, even insisting that Fu Ling and Ziwang entertain him together late into the night. As 2 weeks passed, Wang Su's studies plummeted. Soon, Wang Qingfeng received word of this. Despite the family's wealth, he had high hopes for Wang Su. Upon hearing the news, he was immediately engulfed in fury. After dinner, he stormed to the couple's bamboo garden. Remembering his agreement with his sister, he had expected Wang Su to attend the academy immediately after their wedding. He never anticipated such a scandal. Arriving at the bamboo garden, Wang Qingfeng beheld his niece, his daughter-in-law, writing something under the flickering candlelight. While the sounds of passion echoed from the adjacent bedroom, Wang Qingfeng was enraged. Chapter 61. Zhuang Zhou dreaming of butterflies. Wang Su, get out here. Wang Qingfeng roared from the courtyard. Startled, Lin Yuding shot upright in the main room. Upon realizing her uncle had arrived, she hurried outside, kneeling silently before him. But as she bowed her head, a smirk appeared on her lips. Her maidservants and caregivers followed suit, kneeling beside her. Before long, a flustered Wang Su emerged, hastily dressing with the 2 newly acquired maidservants, and awkwardly knelt in the courtyard. Wang Qingfeng, upon seeing him, was filled with fury. Beside Wang Su stood 2 enchanting women, their attire a chaotic disarray, clearly not a virtuous character. How amusing it is that he indulges in such frivolities. Not only one, but he partakes in a dalliance with 2 at once. The sage once remarked on your recent academic decline, and I was skeptical. For Yu Ting is not the sort to lack discernment. It seems the wisdom of the sages has been squandered. With a wife by your side, how can you still be captivated by such beauty? I shall not hesitate to chastise you. Wang Qingfeng picked up a stick from the corner of the courtyard and struck Wang Su's back with it. Immediately, a cry of anguish rang out. Father, please stop. It was not my aunt who said that cousins cannot share a bed until the age of 16? Thus, these 2 maidservants were indeed sent by my aunt and cousin. Yu Ting, is this truly so? Wang Qingfeng's piercing gaze fell upon Lin Yu Ting. She produced a handkerchief, dabbing at non-existent tears, and softly replied, These 2 are indeed my dowry maidservants. Given my youth, and since my cousin has been quite insistent, uncle, please do not blame him. It is all my fault. With that, Lin Yu Ting began to weep in earnest, her handkerchief, soaked in red pepper water, proving quite effective. You are a disgrace. How can I expect great achievements from you? Wang Qingfeng lamented in frustration. Wang Su, from this day forth, you shall reside in the academy. You may only return home during breaks. Go now and prepare your belongings. You must move to the front courtyard tonight. A heavy silence enveloped the surroundings, yet none dared speak. No, father, I am already 16 and married. Why can I not return home every day? I refuse. Wang Su lowered his head, glancing at the arms of Fu Ling and Ziwan, which gripped him tightly as he dared to confront his father for the first time. Wang Chengfeng, a man of considerable authority, could scarcely tolerate such defiance from his son. In a flash, he lunged forward and delivered a forceful kick to Wang Su's chest. Wang Su fell to the ground, his head striking the earth, and he promptly lost consciousness. When Zhou Lan arrived upon hearing the news, she witnessed her husband's kick sending their son sprawling. Just as she was about to rush to his side in concern, she inadvertently caught sight of Lin Yuting and the disdain reflected in her eyes, along with a hint of mockery. Zhou Lan's heart sank. This daughter-in-law was no ordinary woman. Wang Su's fainting disrupted the tranquility of the Wang residence. Zhou Lan dispatched the steward to summon the finest physician in Huzhou. Yet there was no discernible cause for his condition, and Wang Su remained unresponsive. Zhou Lan meticulously reviewed the events following their marriage. On the surface, nothing seemed amiss. She was young, and arranging for her husband's concubines was not unreasonable. However, her son had always been a rational person, never one to lose himself in the presence of women. A woman's intuition can indeed be formidable. Seizing the opportunity while Lin Yuting retired for the night, she summoned the physician, and to her dismay, discovered a peculiar fragrance on the undergarments of Fu Ling and Ziwan, a scent that rendered men utterly infatuated and unable to forget. This woman was incorrigible. How dare she drug her own son, leading to such disappointment from her husband that he resorted to violence. Indeed, they say the heart of a woman can be most venomous. From this day forth, the Wang family shall be under my stewardship, Zhou Lan. What a calamity it is to have brought such a scourge into our home. Zhou Lan reported her findings to Wang Qingfeng, who was both enraged and incredulous. Who would have thought that after all these years, while he hunted the wild geese, he would be pecked in the eye by one? Truly, what misfortune. Thus, the couple ceased to show Lin Yuting any kindness, for such a young girl could wield such cruelty. They confined her to her chambers, forbidding her to venture outside without permission. Enraged, Lin Yuting shattered 3 sets of tea sets in her quarters. Days passed, yet Wang Su showed no signs of awakening. Zhou Lan and Wang Qingfeng, their lips blistered from their worry, sat by Wang Su's bedside, with Zhou Lan shedding tears daily. On the 7th night, as Wang Su's servant kept vigil, he suddenly opened his eyes. He focused intently, replaying the scenes of his past life in his mind. In his former existence, he had wronged his first wife, Lin Zhaozhao. Years prior, his father was taken away by the Jin Yiwei for corruption, and under his mother's instigation, he had sacrificed Zhaozhao, sending her to please various court officials in hopes of restoring their family's fortunes. Zhaozhao had wished for death. Yet his mother held his younger brother Lin Zhaozhao as a hostage, forcing Zhaozhao to endure until she found herself in the bed of her former fiancé, Zhao Lingfeng. This became the final straw for her. Unable to bear it any longer, she ended her life with his dagger in that very room. Remembering this, Wang Su felt a searing pain in his heart. He clutched his chest, calling out Zhaozhao's name, recalling how deeply he had once admired her. In his desperation to possess her, he had conspired with his aunt to ruin her, forcing her to annul her previous engagement and marry him. Later, bandits invaded their home, stealing their wealth and slaughtering his mother and the entire family of over 100 souls. In his final moments, as he faced the tall, masked man wielding a sword, he surrendered, recognizing that vengeful gaze. Those were the eyes of Zhaozhao as former fiancé, the young lord of the Zhanghua Ho residence. With a swift stroke, Zhao Lingfeng severed his head from his body, and thus, it was all over. When he awakened once more, he found himself back in the present. Yet, in this life, something had gone awry. The woman he had married from Huzhou was not his beloved Lin Zhaozhao, but rather his cousin Lin Yuting. It is said that Zhuang Zhou dreamed of a butterfly, which butterfly flapped its wings and altered the destinies of so many. Chapter 62. The obvious trap the dawn broke. When his parents entered, Wang Su was already propped up against the headboard, perusing a book. Su, you're awake. You frightened your mother to death. Zhou Lan rushed over and embraced her son, weeping profusely, nearly crushing him under her robust frame. Mother, I am fine. I have gone days without food, and am quite hungry. I long for your delicious vegetable and lean meat porridge. Upon hearing her son's hunger, Zhou Lan quickly rose, wiping her tears and caressing his gaunt face with deep concern. I shall make it right away, she declared, and with that, she hurried out. Father, come, sit.
Xuer.
It is my fault. In a moment of rashness, I kicked you, causing your injury. I am truly sorry. Wang Qingfeng, too, appeared considerably worn from worry these past few days. Wang Su grasped his father's strong hand and smiled. There are no lingering grudges between father and son.
Besides,
It is only natural for father to discipline his son. We were merely ensnared in someone else's scheme. Wang Qingfeng squinted, his fists clenching, his eyes emanating a fierce determination. Indeed, it was only after discussing it with your mother that I realized we had been played. Our family has been toyed with by that little vixen Lin Yuting. I have spent years navigating the political arena, only to be blinded by her cunning. It seems we underestimated her. Wang Su, stirred by his emotions, experienced a moment of darkness before Wang Qingfeng quickly offered him a cup of ginseng tea. Father, do not rush. There will come a day when we avenge this wrong. Wang Su coughed a few times as his father gently patted his frail back, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. At that moment, Zhou returned with the porridge. Su, come, eat some porridge. You must be starving. Yes, I am. After savoring a spoonful of the rich and velvety porridge, Wang Su's taste buds were instantly awakened. Mother, your porridge is truly the best, he exclaimed. Please. I haven't eaten in days, I'm famished. Wang Su sipped cautiously, striving to acclimate his stomach. After finishing half a bowl, he hesitated to continue, fearing that overindulgence would lead to vomiting. The three of them then recounted the events following Lin Yuting's marriage, gradually unraveling her schemes and her likely intentions. On their wedding night, she seduced the infatuated Wang Su, yet used her youth as an excuse to refrain from consummating their union, offering instead a carefully selected maid as a substitute. As Wang Su navigated his first experiences of love, Fu Ling and Ziwan employed increasingly cunning tactics, even resorting to specially concocted aphrodisiacs. Consequently, each time Wang Su entered the backyard, he was unable to resist temptation, which inevitably affected his studies. With Wang Su's parents intervening and enforcing strict discipline, it was assured that no illegitimate children would be born into the family before Lin Yuting turned 16. Nor would any concubines be admitted, compelling Wang Su to devote himself solely to his studies until she reached that age. Undeniably, this strategy was effective and successfully achieved her desired outcome. Moreover, the Wang family were merely pawns in her game. Observing the deeply slumbering Wang Su, Wang Qingfeng turned the ring on his finger and, glancing at his wife, spoke coldly. Since our daughter-in-law is pure-hearted and dutiful, let her tend to you, my dear. Rest assured I know what to do. Zhou replied with a forced smile. The following day, at the crack of dawn, Lin Yuting, lost in sweet dreams, was abruptly awakened by a series of vigorous knocks at the door. Her two maids and two other servants quickly rose to answer it. Outside stood Jiang Mama, a confidant of Zhou. Please inform the young mistress that the lady requests her presence. Yes, please wait a moment, Jiang Mama. Lin Yuting, having been roused from her slumber, was dressed by her maids and, taking a warming pot, followed Jiang Mama to Qingfeng courtyard, accompanied only by a close maid. Upon arrival, she noticed two other women standing quietly there, while the maids remained outside. As Lin Yuting entered the courtyard, Jiang Mama gestured for her to stand aside. The two women bowed and greeted her, "Greetings, elder sister-in-law." After returning the gesture, Lin Yuting recognized them as Su Shi, the wife of her husband's second brother Wang Qi, and Feng Shi, the wife of the third brother Wang Ming. Lowering her head, she pondered, realizing Zhou Lan's intention. It seemed she was about to establish rules for her. Clearly, Wang Su must have awakened. Otherwise, Zhou Lan would not have such thoughts. She hoped that Wang Su would now focus on his studies, affording himself time to mature, without the distraction of concubines. She would not tolerate any intrusion. Should a concubine or a secondary wife enter the household, especially one bearing a child, she would show no mercy. Yet, she had no desire to be known as a jealous woman. Utilizing strength against strength was the pinnacle of human conduct. Just like Fu Ling and Ziwan, who had now been sold off by her mother-in-law, any maid aspiring to become Wang Su's concubine would have to tread carefully. The three women stood in the courtyard for over half an hour before any stirrings were heard from Zhou Lan's quarters.
Lin Zhaozhao, Su Shi,
and Feng Shi then entered the room sequentially to assist their mother-in-law in rising and tending to her morning routine. After breakfast was served, the three women attended to Zhou Lan and Wang Qingfeng until they had finished, before retreating to their own quarters. After breakfast, Lin Yuting longed to rest, but her mother-in-law summoned her again. Throughout the morning, They accompanied Zhou Lan in managing household affairs, shop matters, and the estate, while also attending to her needs. After lunch, they continued to keep her company during her afternoon nap and later engaged in needlework. Finally, after assisting Zhou Lan with dinner, Lin Yuding returned to her room, overwhelmed with tears. She had forgotten one crucial detail. Although this was her uncle's home, as his wife, she was now part of this family, the spouse of Wang Su, and not someone who could easily manipulate others, especially not the trio of the Wang family. She was the treasured daughter of her parents, just as they were cherished by theirs. Moreover, the purpose of Wang Su's marriage was to ensure he was well cared for, a fact Lin Yuding had failed to consider. Her perspective had been solely self-centered. Yet, this was merely the beginning of her trials. Eventually, Lin Yuding could no longer endure and wrote to her parents, claiming that her uncle's family was bullying her, pleading for them to come to Huzhou on her behalf. Unfortunately, her letter had barely left the gates of the Wang residence before it found its way to the desks of Wang Su and his father. At that moment, Wang Su was recovering well. After several days of nourishment, his complexion had improved considerably. Upon glancing at the letter on his desk, he couldn't help but smirk derisively. Very well, if you cannot bear to see others thrive, I shall ensure they prosper even more. Chapter 63. The Unseen Dangers. Having regained his health, Wang Su finally joined his parents for breakfast that morning. Observing Lin Yuding standing rigidly at the table, along with his two younger siblings, he remained silent, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Yuding, whose countenance had grown haggard. He then calmly took a seat. Eldest daughter-in-law, your husband has just recovered from a serious illness. Today, ensure you tend to him well. Remember, his well-being directly affects yours, Zhou Lan remarked, her words laden with significance. Indeed, I shall heed my mother-in-law's command, Lin Yuding replied, positioning herself beside Wang Su, her scalp prickling with unease, for Wang Su's gaze upon her seemed transformed. The warmth of affection had vanished, replaced by an unfamiliar chill, laced with a hint of resentment. Cousin, allow me to serve you some porridge. Cousin, let me offer you some spinach. I don't want it. Change it. How annoying. Wang Chengfeng slammed his chopsticks onto the table, prompting Zhou Lan to glare. Return to your duties and properly attend to your husband. Have you all been so poorly educated that you cannot discern their preferences? Lin Yuding's hand froze mid-action, her chopsticks halted. Having been pampered throughout her upbringing, she had never before faced such direct reprimand. Her maids and servants were of no help, for out of respect for their mother-in-law, no one dared to speak up. Tears welled in Lin Yuding's eyes as her grip on the chopsticks trembled, while her two sisters-in-law bowed their heads in deep silence. What are you waiting for? Continue serving your husband.
Zhou Lan command.
Anger surged within Lin Yuding, and in a fit of rage, she slammed her chopsticks on the table and stomped her foot, declaring, You are all wicked. Wang Su, have you forgotten how you groveled before my parents, like a lapdog, begging for their approval? How dare you treat me like this now? Wang Su, if you were a man, you would divorce me and send me back to the Pingyang Marquis residence. With a resounding slap, Lin Yuding was knocked to the ground, shattering several dishes in the process. Wang Su, you dare strike me? Zhou Lan signaled to her other daughters-in-law, who quickly bowed their heads and exited. Lin Yuding, let me be frank with you. From the very beginning, what I admired in the Pingyang Marquis residence was not your overindulged, arrogant self, but your gentle and virtuous cousin, Lin Zhaozhao. Alas, she was already promised to another. Initially, my mother and I intended to meet with Lin Zhaozhao at Pude Temple, but somehow, it ended up being you. Lin Yuding, struggling to rise while leaning against the wall, stared at him in disbelief, trembling as she asked, What did you say? Then why did you marry me?
Wang Su.
You are nothing but a beast. Wang Su approached step by step, grasping Lin Yuding's chin, his eyes glinting with ferocity. He pronounced each word with deliberate clarity. I forgot to inform you. The second branch of the Lin family has been expelled from the Pingyang Marquis residence for poisoning the Marquis family. They now reside elsewhere. Furthermore, the latest news reveals that 3 days ago, your father, my esteemed father-in-law, was convicted of corruption and selling positions, sentenced to demotion and confiscation of property, with the entire family exiled to Ningguda, never to return. What do you think of this outcome, Lin Yuding? Do you find it to your liking? Lin Yuding widened her eyes in disbelief, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably as she stepped back. What are you saying? Are you trying to scare me?
Wang Su.
You are truly heartless. Those are my parents, your in-laws, your aunt's family. Indeed, they're my aunt's family. However, this case is of grave significance. Even if they escape the death penalty, they cannot evade punishment. Therefore, Lin Yuding, I advise you to behave yourself. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. As she gazed into his eyes, filled with murderous intent, Lin Yuding felt a pang of fear. Prepare the dishes for me. Wang Su picked up a towel to wipe his hands, then sat down to have porridge and vegetables with his parents, all while Lin Yuding attended to them. After the meal, Wang Su retreated to his study. Lin Yuding, burdened with exhaustion, was assisted back to her room by the old maid. After bathing and hastily consuming 2 cold buns and 2 bowls of porridge, fatigue overtook her and she fell asleep. When she awoke again, it was already evening. Lin Yuding rose to have dinner and soon fell into a deep slumber once more. Greetings, my lord. The servants greeted. Where's the lady? She is asleep. Shall I awaken her? No need. Bring me water. I wish to bathe. Yes. After bathing, Wang Su wrung out his hair and entered the inner chamber. At that moment, Lin Yuding had already awoken, and the maid was serving her porridge. Everyone leave. Wang Su said softly. My lord, may the lady know. May the mistress finish this bowl of porridge? A cautious maid named Yin Xiao asked. Wang Su shot her a fierce glare and coldly uttered one word. Leave. Soon, the others departed quietly. Gazing at Lin Yuding's still beautiful visage in the candlelight, Wang Su felt no trace of compassion. He sat slowly on the edge of the bed, removed his shoes, climbed in, and then drew the bed curtains. Wang Su, what do you intend to do? What do you think? Let go of me. You promised my mother. Then you should have your aunt come to find me. A sudden tearing sound echoed through the room, followed by Lin Yuding's cries and screams, interspersed with slapping sounds. The cries of the lady persisted for a long while, only ceasing in the early hours of the morning, giving way to the faint sounds of Wang Su's snoring. The following morning, after having breakfast, Wang Su hurriedly departed. Only then did the others dare enter the inner chamber. Upon opening the bed curtains, several maids and the old maid were immediately brought to tears. Their mistress, still in her undeveloped state, lay naked on the bed, with only a corner of a blanket covering her abdomen. The bed was stained with blood, and her body bore marks of bruises. They carried her to the bath to wash, applying medicine to her wounds. One of the maids went to Zhou Lan to request a leave of absence for Lin Yuding, stating that she had not been feeling well and would not be coming to serve for a few days. Zhou Lan smirked and nodded, thinking to herself, could the events in my son's room last night be hidden from me? Ha! A mere little girl. How can she pose a challenge? Upon returning to the room, Lin Yuding lay at the head of the bed, her long hair cascading down. One maid was drying her off. Miss, I have informed the lady of your leave. You need not attend to her for the next few days. A flicker of hatred flashed in Lin Yuding's eyes. What about my medicine? Is it ready? Yes, miss. It is prepared. Please drink. Lin Yuding sat up, took the medicine bowl, and drank it in one gulp. Meanwhile, in the study, Wang Su received news of her actions. He sneered, since the mistress is unwilling to bear my child, then let it be so. In the past life, you lived in splendor. In this life, Lin Yuding, you shall experience the same. Under the brilliant sunlight, Wang Su's smile was chillingly ominous. The next evening, the same story unfolded once more. Under the dim light, gazing at the woman beneath him, who bore a slight resemblance to Lin Zhaozhao, Wang Su felt his blood boil with fervor. As a deep, passionate Zhaozhao mingled with extreme pleasure surged forth, Lin Yuding bit down on her silver teeth. She raised her hand to slap Wang Su, only to have her wrist seized by him. So, you enjoy this intensity? Very well. I shall indulge you. With that, Wang Su delivered a harsh slap that turned Lin Yuding's face askew. Having been pampered all her life, her delicate form had never endured such brutality. She instantly felt dizzy and collapsed onto the bed. Seeing her fragile state reminded Wang Su of events from his past life. At that time, Lin Yuding had already entered the palace. To secure favor, she had conspired to send Zhaozhao to a physician in the palace, who turned out to be a pervert. Zhaozhao had been left bloodied and bruised, unable to rise from bed for 3 months. This recollection ignited a boundless fury within him. He had only just begun. Rising from the bed, he seized the teapot and drenched Lin Yuding's face with the cold tea. Instantly awakened from her stupor, Lin Yuding shook off the cold water. Livid as she cursed, Wang Su, you are a scoundrel. May you meet a terrible end. In response, Wang Su struck her mouth with force, gripping her chin as he snarled, then let us see who meets their end first. Outside the door, the voices of several maids and old maids begging for mercy could be heard. "My lord, please spare the lady. My lord, let us serve you." Wang Su recognized one voice immediately. In his past life, Lin Yuding had dispatched this maid to seduce his personal attendant, betraying many secrets. She had used these to threaten him, compelling him to serve her while forcing her parents to provide silver for her machinations in the palace. Had it not been for her coercion, his father would not have risked selling salt quotas, leading to their family's downfall and ultimately sending Zhaozhao to the beds of various men. This maid was one of Lin Yuding's henchmen. Was her name Xiao Qiao or De Qiao? Throwing on a loose garment, Wang Su opened the door, glancing at the two maids and two old maids kneeling at the entrance. "State your names." "I am the old servant, Wu." "I am the old servant, Kong." "I am the maid, Xiao Qiao." "I am the maid, Hua Qiao." "Very well, Xiao Qiao, you may enter." With that, he turned and walked back into the room. Xiao Qiao trembled as she stepped inside, embarking on a life utterly transformed. Wang Su administered a pill to Xiao Qiao and compelled Lin Yuding to take one as well. Thus, that night became an indelible memory in Lin Yuding's life, a night filled with humiliation, shame, pleasure, and pain. Her proud spirit was utterly shattered. "Zhaozhao, I shall avenge you, reclaiming all that you were owed in the past life, and then bring you back to my side, to compensate you properly." Gazing at the two women in a state of ecstasy upon the bed, Wang Su felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. After bathing,
He rose and headed to the study.
seeing his personal attendant, Wang Song, waiting at the door, Wang Su's gaze darkened. "Wang Song, for the past few days, you have been tasked with guarding our courtyard. No one from the ladies' side is to be allowed to leave, and if even one is permitted to depart, it shall be your demise." Upon uttering these words, Wang Su shot a fierce glare at Wang Song, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Wang Song, acutely aware of his young master's wrath, silently vowed to execute his duty with utmost diligence, though an ominous premonition lingered in his heart. Wang Su penned several letters in his study, instructing his father to include them in a 600-mile urgent dispatch. Just as he laid down his pen, Wang Song approached to report, "Master, the lady has indeed had those two old crones brew the abortion potion again." Wang Su smiled silently. "Excellent. Proceed as planned." "Understood." With two attendants in tow, Wang Su mounted his horse and informed his parents that he was going out to clear his mind, promising to return in a month. Ever since he had awoken from his previous fainting spell, Wang Chengfeng and Zhou Lan had seldom opposed his wishes, content to see him at peace. They were reluctant to experience again the heartache of burying their own child. Wang Chengfeng even provided him with 2,000 taels of silver notes for his journey. Wang Su galloped towards the outskirts of the capital, having arranged to meet someone unknown to the city's elite, the illegitimate brother of Zhao Lingfeng, the fiancé of Zhaozhao. This individual, Zhao Jingde, had been raised by the family of a maid after the maid perished during childbirth, following the wrongful imprisonment of the old Marquis. In his past life, it was Zhao Jingde's demand for a share of the family fortune after the old Marquis's death that revealed the existence of this indolent and dissolute character within the Zhao family. Wang Su had written to Zhao Jingde, inviting him to meet at the Yulai Inn on the outskirts, promising a legitimate means for Zhao Jingde to seize control of the Duke of Zhengguo's estate.
Subsequently,
he procured a lean mare resembling Zhaozhao from Jiangnan at a high price and trained her accordingly. Wang Su had seen the sky blue embroidered butterfly dress before. It was the same dress he had forced Zhaozhao to wear in his previous life. Thus, recalling that memory, he commissioned a seamstress to create another, dressing the mare, aptly named Zhaozhao, in it. Together, the name sounded like Zhaozhao when spoken quickly. Upon Zhao Jingde's arrival at the outskirts, he successfully bribed an elderly woodcutter, Old Wang, who regularly delivered firewood to the estate. Old Wang, seeing the man's plight, often shared leftover food with him. Since most of the household staff were battle-hardened veterans, they spoke bluntly and without concern for niceties. Thus, it was through idle chatter among the old soldiers that Zhao Lingfeng's outing with Qingfeng became known. One morning, the group sat basking in the sun, engaging in casual conversation. "What does our young master wish to eat this morning?" "No need for preparations today. The young master has taken Qingfeng out and likely won't return for 3 to 5 days. Perhaps he has grown tired of our cooking? It's possible. Our meals are rather coarse. Once the lady arrives, she may find it wanting. A mere little maid dares to disdain us. I dare her." Laughter erupted among them. while old Wang, slurping his noodles, chuckled, though a glimmer of shrewdness flickered in his eyes. After leaving the duke's estate, old Wang made his way to a nearby tea stall, ordering a large bowl of tea to sip leisurely. At that moment, a plump rural youth, burdened with a bundle of firewood, also sat down, requesting a bowl of tea. "What news from the estate?" Zhao Jingde inquired, lowering his head to take a sip from his cup. "The young master has gone out with his men and will not return for 3 to 5 days," replied the other. Zhao Jingde smirked, knowing that it was his partner Wang Su who had spread the news about Lin Mao's family passing through the line of heaven. Wang Su had claimed that Zhao Lingfeng loved Zhao Zhao so deeply that in his previous life he had remained unmarried for her sake, thus vowing to seek vengeance upon hearing the news. Once he set out, he would undoubtedly pass by the Yulian. As long as Zhao Lingfeng passed the Yulian, Wang Su had numerous methods to ensure he stayed overnight. This would provide Zhao Jingde with the opportunity to reside in the estate and claim the role of its master. Standing before the second floor of the Yulian, Wang Su swore quietly, "Zhao Zhao, wait for me. I shall rid you of that brood in due time."
Meanwhile,
Zhao Jingde envisioned the majestic Duke of Zhengguo's estate he had glimpsed from afar, contrasting it with the dilapidated rural home where he had been raised, silently vowing to claim that residence for himself. Thus, the two men, sharing a common ambition, struck a deal. As fate would have it, Zhao Lingfeng indeed ventured to the line of heaven and, upon his return, stayed at the Yulian, where Zhao Zhao successfully administered her specially concocted aphrodisiac to him, infiltrating his guest room, yet ultimately failed in her endeavor. How infuriating! How frustrating! How revolting! The crux of the matter was that the mare he purchased at a premium had been kicked out by Zhao Lingfeng, and he himself had been the one to administer the antidote. What a turn of events! Where had the plan gone awry? That evening, Wang Su and Zhao Jingde drank together at the Sheng building in the capital. "Brother Wang, where do you think we went wrong? Our plan was supposed to be foolproof." In a private room, Zhao Jingde gnawed on a roasted leg of lamb. Wang Su, sipping his drink in despair, replied, "I cannot ascertain where the issue lies. What matters is that the Real Zhao Zhao arrived at the Yulian and, by some means, saved Zhao Lingfeng. Otherwise, with the potency of that drug, he would be rendered incapacitated." Zhao Jingde, though appearing simple-minded, was far from foolish. What could be done? Why not let my brother sleep with him? He jabbed directly at Wang Su's vulnerabilities. "You bumbling fool, be silent. Zhao Zhao belongs to me. No one else may touch her." Wang Su set down his cup and seized Zhao Jingde by the collar across the table. "Oh no. Our friendship is about to capsize. Yes, it was my mistake. Brother Wang, please do not be angry. I still hope to have your support in the capital." With bleary eyes, Wang Su released his grip and resumed his seat. "Good, you understand. This matter is within my expertise." Zhao Jingde, casting a furtive glance at him, leaned in and murmured, "Brother Wang, since Zhao Zhao has already lost her virtue to you, might it be possible for me to also indulge in the pleasures of this delicate mare tonight?" Turning to behold Zhao Jingde's repugnant, pockmarked face, Wang Su slowly turned his head away.
"Disgusting.
I feel nauseous. They say a dragon begets 9 offspring, each differing. How much more so for ordinary folk? Yet, how could the formidable Duke of Zhengguo and the gallant Zhao Lingfeng produce such an unsightly illegitimate son?" Gritting his teeth, Wang Su replied, "Very well, arrangements will be made for night. Good brother, you are truly a gem. Allow me to toast to you once more. Enough with the drinking. Let us first enjoy some dishes. The spicy hot pot and blood stew here are unparalleled in the capital, available only at the Sheng building." In the adjacent room, Zhao Lingfeng clenched his fists, veins bulging in fury. Indeed, these two scoundrels. Just as he was about to confront them with a vengeance, Zhao Ziyu held him firmly in his seat. "Brother Wang, I must speak plainly. Now that my elder brother has shared a bed with your Zhao Zhao and has been freed from the poison, why not spread the word in the capital that Lin Zhaozhao is no longer pure and unworthy of marrying into the Duke of Zhengguo's household? What do you think?" Wang Su, invigorated by the suggestion, sprang to his feet, pacing with hands clasped behind his back. "Jingde, this is an excellent idea. Thus, Zhao Zhao may return to my side, and when her reputation diminishes in the capital, I shall still approach her with sincere intent to propose marriage."
How splendid! With that,
Wang Su filled his cup to the brim and downed it in one gulp. However, he suddenly pondered a question. If Zhao Lingfeng was willing to step forward and prove that he was the one with Zhao Zhao, What would happen? Zhao Jingde contemplated for a moment, gnawing on a braised pig's trotter, and spoke. I bet my elder brother won't come forward, for the matters he deals with in the front line cannot be disclosed, right? Brother Wang? Wang Su slammed the table. Good brother, let us proceed with this.
The two began to drink.
Meanwhile, Zhao Ziyu was leading Zhao Lingfeng out of the secret passage. As a chill wind brushed against him, Zhao Lingfeng's mind became considerably clearer. Brother Feng, you must consider this thoroughly before acting. Otherwise, my sister-in-law's reputation will be ruined. Zhao Ziyu patted Zhao Lingfeng's shoulder, speaking earnestly. I understand. For Zhao Zhao, I will certainly devise a good plan. The two fell into silence for a long while. Brother Feng, I actually have an idea for you to ponder. Do tell? If it truly saves Zhao Zhao, I'll treat you to a dish. Is your elder brother serious? Zhao Ziyu's eyes instantly lit up. You see, with the profits from my spicy hot pot and blood pudding dishes, I've earned in 1 month what once took me a year. It's quite the lucrative venture. Moreover, my sister-in-law is no stranger. Zhao Ziyu leaned close to Zhao Lingfeng's ear and briefly outlined the plan. Zhao Lingfeng, hands clasped behind his back, pondered seriously before finally nodding. Thus, the two parted ways to make preparations. As night fell at the Sifang Inn, Brother, is Zhao Zhao hiding here? Zhao Jingde whispered. What do you mean hiding? She is merely resting here. Wang Su opened the door, and the two entered. The room was dark, seemingly devoid of any presence. Zhao Zhao. Zhao Zhao, where are you? Wang Su softly called out. Zhao Jingde lit a lamp using the moonlight, and suddenly discovered Zhao Zhao had been gagged and tightly bound to a chair. Zhao Zhao, what has happened to you? Suddenly, several figures clad in black emerged from the shadows, their faces masked, wielding steel blades against the throats of the three. Esteemed heroes, let us discuss this calmly. Chapter 66. The closer to home, the more fearful. Having grown up in the countryside, Zhao Jingde was unaccustomed to such scenes. Esteemed heroes, let's talk it out. Although Wang Su was unarmed, he had 2 bodyguards. He hurriedly retreated a few steps and shouted, Charge! He seized the opportunity to remove the cloth from Zhao Zhao's mouth. Young master, save me. Young master, take me away. Just as Wang Su was about to speak, a black-clad figure slapped Zhao Zhao. His 2 bodyguards drew their swords and clashed with the assailants, but, regrettably, their opponents were too skilled, and soon the 2 bodyguards were slain. Wang Su and Zhao Jingde realized the danger. Quick, escape. The 2 fled down the stairs in panic. The black-clad figures charged up, and at that moment, Zhao Zhao, dragging the chair, blocked the doorway. Young master, flee. Leave the capital and never return. You vile wench. I'll kill you. Young master. Young master. Then, a long sword pierced through Zhao Zhao's chest. Her body was thrown from the 2nd floor, landing directly in the path of Zhao Jingde and Wang Su as they fled. The 2 mounted the horses of Wang Su's guards and dashed toward the city gate, barely escaping just as it was about to close. Brother Wang, did that beauty die just like that? Zhao Jingde lamented deeply. Wang Su rolled his eyes at him. Otherwise, do you wish to take her place?
No, no, no.
Zhao Jingde shook his hands fervently. Brother Wang, what shall we do now?
Wan su phơ đăng ti cổ thi can.
But he couldn't remember when he had ever offended bandits or outlaws. Why would they target him? Could it be that Zhao Zhao was the one being pursued? Or perhaps Lin Zhaozhao was being targeted. Zhao Zhao had always been reclusive, rarely having enemies. Or it could be Zhao Lingfeng's political rivals wanting to deal with him and mistakenly mistaking Zhao Zhao for Zhao Zhao. If that were the case, it would make sense. It seems Zhao Lingfeng is in trouble lately, for Zhao Zhao's sake. It's best to postpone the plan and wait for the storm to pass. He meticulously shared his analysis with Zhao Jingde, who was not foolish and quickly grasped the situation. Brother Wang, may I accompany you to Lake Province? I do not wish to return to that desolate place in the north.
Besides,
I have yet to experience the charm of the gentle and graceful women of the Central Plains. Very well, then you shall join me in Lake Province for a while. Although our plan did not succeed this time, it will certainly be enough for Zhao Lingfeng to ponder. Let us go. Together, we shall return to Lake Province. On the official road, 2 magnificent steeds galloped past, stirring up clouds of yellow dust. At the city gate tower, Zhao Ziyu and Zhao Lingfeng, equipped with the Emperor's gifted monocular telescope, watched the 2 steeds depart, then exchanged knowing smiles. Your Highness, Let us first break Zhao Zhengda's legs to keep him quiet for a while. Wang Su can sustain minor injuries. I'm waiting for his return to continue tormenting Lin Yuding. Brother Foam, rest assured. Alright, I must return now. Let us meet again another day. Brother Foam. Do not forget the jujube and yam cake on the carriage. Zhao Lingfeng waved his hand, retrieved the items from the carriage, and rode back to the manor. He couldn't help but wonder if Zhao Zhao was asleep. It had already been the second day of recuperation. And every time he saw Zhao Zhao lying on the bed, too afraid to move, he wanted to slap his own face, then chop those scoundrels into paste. Upon entering the manor, he tossed the whip to a servant and made his way to his room. From afar, he noticed a soft, bright light spilling from the window, accompanied by low voices and faint laughter. Among those sounds, he distinctly heard Zhao Zhao's gentle and delicate voice. She wasn't asleep yet, but he hesitated to approach. The closer to home, the more fearful one becomes. Perhaps this describes his own feelings best. If he felt this way, how could Zhao Zhao, so delicate, bear it? Zhao Lingfeng stood outside the window, covering his face. His complexion had grown fair and refined from using Zhao Zhao's specially made face cream. She should like it, right? This was reminiscent of the first time they met after returning from the Yuelian. Zhao Lingfeng had been busy all day. As he approached the door, his tall shadow stretched long on the ground. Chunyu, Lin Zhaozhao saw him arrive and quickly said farewell to Zhao Zhao, leaving. Chunyu. Zhao Zhao glanced at Zhao Lingfeng, who was at the door scratching his nose, and whispered something in Chunyu's ear, prompting her to depart. As Chunyu reached Zhao Lingfeng, she knelt and saluted him. Young master, greetings. Then, she hastily fled. Zhao Lingfeng stood at the door, blushing, hesitating. Why don't you come in? Zhao Zhao leaned against the headboard, her alluring eyes glistening, gazing at him with a smile. Zhao Lingfeng's face instantly turned crimson. What, do you dislike me already? Before Zhao Zhao could finish her sentence, Zhao Lingfeng, like a startled rabbit, dashed inside, quickly kneeling on one knee at the bedside, burying his fluffy head in Zhao Zhao's embrace.
Zhao Zhao, I am sorry.
Zhao Zhao's delicate, fair hand gently stroked his stiff hair. Zhao Lingfeng tenderly grasped her hand, bringing it to his lips for a gentle kiss, but inadvertently caught sight of the bruises on her wrist that she had concealed with her sleeve, igniting a fiery ache in his heart. As he kissed the bruises, tears glimmered in his eyes. All right, I'm not made of clay. Rise quickly. What are you hiding in your embrace? Show me. Zhao Zhao, with her soft hand, discreetly wiped away the tears at the corners of Zhao Lingfeng's eyes, then took his large hand, kissing it gently. Zhao Lingfeng rose from his seat and moved to the chair at the foot of the bed. From within his bosom, he retrieved an exquisitely crafted wooden box. Upon opening it, 4 steaming pieces of jujube and yam cake lay quietly within. Did you bring this especially for me? Zhao Zhao inquired, raising an eyebrow with a playful smile. Indeed, Zhao Lingfeng replied, his once ruddy complexion now transformed into a healthy wheat hue, glistening under the candlelight. I truly relish the things you bring for me. Zhao Zhao, captivated by the love reflected in Zhao Lingfeng's eyes, could not resist leaning closer to plant a gentle kiss upon his lips before taking a piece of yam cake and savoring its flavor. Zhao Lingfeng, with a soft lick of his lips, allowed a smile to grace his face. Miss, the noodles have arrived, a voice from outside announced. Please bring them in.
Yes.
Spring Rain responded, entering with a tray that held a large bowl of beef noodles, accompanied by 2 small dishes, one of cold cucumber salad and the other of shredded beef with scallions. Set it on the table, Zhao Zhao directed, pointing to the empty table within the room. Zhao Lingfeng gently grasped Zhao Zhao's small hand, their contrasting tones of black and white strikingly evident. Thank you, my lady.
For your thoughtfulness, he said.
Zhao Zhao, her cheeks flushed, playfully swatted his hand, retorting, Who is your lady? Chapter 67. Undercurrents. Zhao Lingfeng tenderly caressed Zhao Zhao's face with the back of his hand, playfully declaring, I refuse to budge. In this lifetime, you shall be my sole lady, my only woman. If you do not want me, I shall remain unmarried forever. Understanding his earnestness, Zhao Zhao chuckled. I understand, dear husband. Now hurry and enjoy your meal. Only then did Zhao Lingfeng happily proceed to eat his noodles. Zhao Zhao touched her face, lowering her head with a smile. Zhao Lingfeng, having trained in martial arts for years, bore thick calluses on his palms. In contrast, the back of his hands was softer. Leaning against the bed, She watched him devour his meal under the gentle candlelight, her heart swelling with satisfaction. Earlier, someone had conveyed news to Zhaozhao, who upon seeing her resting in bed, began to weep. It took Zhaozhao considerable time to console her. By the way, this morning, Master Mingjing had visited, saying nothing but leaving Zhaozhao a book and a box of ointment before departing, his expression indicating concern. Zhaozhao knew he was worried for her well-being. Embarrassed, she buried her face in the quilt upon seeing a small note within the ointment. However, upon application, it proved remarkably effective, offering immediate relief and alleviating her swelling. Truly a wonderful remedy. The book contained Master Mingjing's notes, detailing methods for creating poisons as well as antidotes. Zhaozhao resolved to study it diligently and memorize its contents at the very least. As her thoughts wandered, combined with the soft candlelight and her beloved by her side, Zhaozhao gradually slipped into slumber. Zhao Lingfeng rose to clear the dishes, which spring rain promptly took away. Zhaozhao is asleep. You should rest as well.
I will keep watch tonight.
My lord, allow me to do so. After all, you and the lady have yet to be wed. It is essential to be mindful of appearances and preserve the lady's dignity. Thank you for your understanding, my lord. Zhao Lingfeng opened his mouth but said nothing. He cast a final glance at Zhaozhao before silently exiting. Spring Rain offered a respectful bow and re-entered the room. By the way, Master Mingjing delivered medicine to the lady today. She mentioned feeling much better. We shall return to the residence early tomorrow. Please prepare a carriage for her. Zhao Lingfeng clenched his fists behind his back, the veins on his hands standing out. He sensed trouble brewing, and it pertained to matters Zhaozhao remained unaware of, yet detrimental to her reputation. Since Zhaozhao had entered the residence the previous night, she had rested a single night before venturing out to seek vengeance on those responsible, remaining absent for a day. Now, as she fell asleep, it was only the second day, and already someone could not contain themselves. It seemed that his prolonged absence from the capital had led some to treat the duke's residence as their own, viewing themselves as masters. Zhao Lingfeng walked toward the front courtyard, his molars grinding audibly. Qing Feng, who had accompanied Zhao Lingfeng on his mission, also sensed that something was amiss. In 2 hours, summon Ming Yue and the steward. You should rest in the outer room. Yes, my lord. Upon entering the study, Zhao Lingfeng shed his cloak and lay upon the couch he had prepared for Zhaozhao. Wrapped in her cloak, he soon fell into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he caught a whiff of a familiar scent, drawing him closer to it, to the place nearest to Zhaozhao. She sat at the edge of the couch, gazing at his weary face and slightly swollen knees, her heart aching for him. Qingfeng shared that Zhao Lingfeng had long been stationed at the border, where winter's chill could freeze a drop of water, making it arduous to endure. Zhao Lingfeng had always led the charge in the vanguard. Thus his knees often bore the brunt of the strain. After returning from a grueling journey, only to be schemed against at the Uli and before hastening back to Zhaozhao, he had scarcely slept for 3 hours over the past 5 or 6 days, exacerbated by the torrential rain, resulting in his current condition. Considering the hour, she surmised her master must be asleep, prompting her to seek out Xiao. I require a soothing ointment for joint pain. A prescription would suffice. 50 taels of silver, came the yawned response from Xiao. Why is it so expensive? Zhao pressed. My dear mistress, my most beautiful, gracious, and wealthy mistress. I must provide not only the prescription but also 6 patches of ointment. It seems your beloved is in considerable pain. At the mention of Zhao Lingfeng, Lin Zhaozhao capitulated. She opened her purse and retrieved 50 taels in banknotes, which promptly vanished in an instant. Soon, her satchel contained a prescription, 6 patches of ointment, and 5 drops of spiritual spring water. Using the alcohol swabs provided by Zhao disinfected Zhao Lingfeng's knees before gently applying 2 patches to them. She believed that when he awoke, his legs would feel considerably lighter. Wishing for him to rest a bit longer, yet fearing he might awaken prematurely, she draped her veil over his face. As she exited the study, she found Mingyue quietly standing by the door. Zhao left the remaining 4 patches and the prescription beneath Zhao Lingfeng's pillow, then stealthily departed the study, making her way toward the rear courtyard. My lady, why are we coming here now? Spring Rain asked, supporting Zhao's wrist as they walked slowly toward the back courtyard, the prolonged journey causing her pain. At this hour, everyone is asleep. It is quiet and tranquil. With fewer eyes upon us, there will be less idle chatter, and we can admire his sleeping visage. It is a win-win. Spring Rain considered this reasoning and agreed. My lady, I believe whatever you choose to do is right. In my heart, you are the person I most aspire to be. At times, I perceive you as fragile, yet at others, I see you as incredibly strong. Spring Rain gazed at Zhaozhao with sparkling eyes. Life is fleeting. A mere few decades. If one cannot love and hate with abandon, what is the purpose of existence? To love fiercely, to hate with fervor. Only such a life holds meaning. Lin Zhaozhao patted Spring Rain's hand and entered Zhao Lingfeng's chamber. In the study, Zhao Lingfeng awoke just before dawn. Having enjoyed the finest slumber since returning to the capital, removing the veil from his face, he inhaled the familiar fragrance, smiling with contentment. A once unloved child, he now felt enveloped in Zhaozhao's tender care, overwhelming love, and the warmth of home. Noticing the patches on his knees, he flexed his legs, feeling significantly more comfortable. If only this ointment came with a prescription, it could benefit countless soldiers stationed at the border. Whatever one thinks will come to fruition. Zhao Lingfeng discovered a prescription and some remaining ointment beneath his pillow. Master, the lady is returning to the mansion. The clear voice of Mingyue echoed from outside, and suddenly, a sharp light flickered in Zhao Lingfeng's eyes. Chapter 68. The calm before the storm, he carefully placed the ointment and prescription given by Zhaozhao into his pocket, hastily washed his face, and headed to the backyard. Mingyue, prepare the carriage and load everything I have prepared. You go personally? Yes. Qingfeng, go to Lu Ji's bun shop and buy 6 baskets of buns. You go personally? Yes. It was unprecedented for the young master to assign tasks this morning, commanding 2 individuals to go on their own. Both he and Mingyue had been by the young master's side since they were 5, growing up together. The young master often remarked that they were both orphans of the battlefield, thus the duke's residence was their home, and they were no different from the young master's siblings. Consequently, their status in the mansion could be considered second only to the young master. With 2 personal assignments, something significant must be afoot. Regaining composure, Qingfeng and Mingyue mounted their swift horses and departed the mansion. In the backyard, Xiaoxiao was also present. Brother-in-law, observing the increasingly robust young boy, Zhao Lingfeng affectionately ruffled his hair. Study well with your master. I know, brother-in-law. Zhaozhao, may I come in? Zhao Lingfeng asked cautiously.
Come in.
Chunyu emerged, allowing Zhao Lingfeng to enter the room. Zhaozhao had already changed into her attire, quietly seated at the head of the bed, her gentle smile directed at Zhao Lingfeng. He sat at the bedside, took her hand, and caressed it softly. I cannot bear for you to leave. If you go, it will feel as though I have no home. Zhaozhao lightly scratched his palm and smiled. What silly words are you saying? Once we are married, won't we be together every day? Zhao Lingfeng blinked back tears. Then please, let us have breakfast before you leave. Zhaozhao's eyes suddenly shimmered. All right, breakfast it is. I am quite hungry. I want to eat buns. The aroma of buns wafted faintly at the door. Mingyue, set the table. Yes, my lord. Qingfeng, come here. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Zhao Lingfeng's eyes. After issuing a few instructions to Qingfeng, he turned back to the room. Chunyu was helping Zhaozhao put on her shoes. Zhao Lingfeng approached, took the shoes, and declared, I will do it. Zhaozhao's embroidered shoes appeared delicate in his hands. Somewhat clumsily, he slipped them on her feet, adjusted her skirt, and bent down to carry Zhaozhao out of the room. I can walk on my own. Zhaozhao's cheeks flushed crimson, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around Zhao Lingfeng's neck. I insist on carrying you. As long as I am at home, you will not walk. Zhao Lingfeng's gaze towards Zhaozhao was filled with affection. As they exited the room, Chunyu, witnessing the scene, took a step forward. But upon receiving a fierce glance from Zhao Lingfeng, retreated. Zhaozhao nestled closer into Zhao Lingfeng's embrace. His expression softened immediately, transforming from a fierce tiger into a gentle, harmless creature. Lin Zhaozhao remained silent, merely exchanging a knowing glance with Zhao Lingfeng before nodding and following him to the main hall. The table was already laden with breakfast. Although the young master had only instructed to buy buns and porridge, given his level of care for his future wife, Qingfeng dared not return with just buns. Thus, he ventured to the nearest street, paying double to ensure the best breakfast shop delivered promptly to the mansion. The table overflowed with an array of breakfast items: buns, porridge, fried dough sticks, noodles, wontons, and egg pancakes. Zhao Lingfeng cast an appreciative glance at Qingfeng, who promptly bowed and exited. At the door, he handed 4 buns to Mingyue. Here, enjoy. It seems today will not end quietly. Indeed, it should have been cleaned up long ago. Mingyue took a hearty bite.
Who would dispute that?
The lady has been wrong this time. We must treat her as we do the young master. Agreed. Inside, Zhao Lingfeng seated Zhaozhao in a chair and served her a bit of each breakfast dish, placing them before her. Look, eat whatever you desire. I understand. Zhaozhao, eat more. You will get hungry quickly during practice. I know, sister and brother-in-law should eat too. Zhaozhao smiled as she picked up a small bun and sipped half a bowl of millet porridge, but soon found herself unable to continue. She cast a pleading glance at Zhao Lingfeng, who promptly took her bowl and drank it down in 2 gulps. That was like an indirect kiss. Zhaozhao's face turned as red as a boiled shrimp. Lin Zhaozhao, using her porridge as cover, concealed her upturned smile. Such love, how enviable. The remaining breakfast was thoroughly consumed by Zhao Lingfeng and Lin Zhaozhao, while Zhaozhao giggled sweetly beside them. After finishing breakfast, Zhao Lingfeng picked up Zhaozhao once more and headed towards the mansion's gate.
I can walk by myself.
In front of me, there is no need to be strong-willed. Remember that? Yes, I will remember. The moment Zhao Lingfeng carried Zhaozhao out of the room, they encountered a scene in the courtyard. The path to the main gate was lined with kneeling individuals, servants, guards, old soldiers, nurses, even the head chef and helpers, as well as the old Wang who brought firewood, all kneeling. There were even several young maids. Qingfeng squinted, noting the significant increase in personnel around the mansion. Furthermore, the rule today was to allow entry but prohibit exit. Let us count how many specters and phantoms we have here. We bid farewell to the lady. We bid farewell to the lady. As Zhao Lingfeng made his way, holding Zhaozhao, he observed the scene and had a rough idea of the situation, while Zhaozhao buried her crimson face into his embrace. Upon exiting the mansion, the steward Zhao Dashan, along with Qingfeng, Mingyue, Xiaoxiao, and Beichen Nanqing, awaited at the gate. Master Mingjing had also dispatched a carriage, ready at the mansion's entrance. Zhao Lingfeng carried Zhaozhao into Mingjing's carriage and placed her on the seat, holding her hand with lingering reluctance. Zhaozhao, grow up quickly. I know. I will return tonight for 2 bowls of rice. Hearing this, Zhao Lingfeng chuckled heartily. All right, take your time growing. If you overdo it, I shall be left without a wife. Zhaozhao's tender hand gently caressed his forehead, tracing the contours of his rugged, masculine face and his stubbly beard, only to have Zhao Lingfeng capture her hand and kiss it. Get off the carriage, I must leave. Zhao Lingfeng lifted Zhaozhao, placing her on his lap, unable to resist kissing her lips. Zhaozhao, wait for me tonight. Not tonight, I need to sleep early. You must sleep well at the mansion. Take care of your leg, or else I will be upset. Zhao Lingfeng stole another kiss from Zhaozhao's pouted lips before contentedly disembarking from the carriage. He waved farewell, and 2 sword-bearing maidens leapt onto the second carriage, following Zhaozhao as she gradually departed. Good. The show is about to begin. Chapter 69. Clearing the house, Zhao Lingfeng watched as Zhaozhao's carriage turned the corner of the alley leading away from the duke's residence. Then, with a flourish of his cloak, he re-entered the mansion. Close the gates and lock them. Everyone assemble in the training yard. With Qingfeng's commanding voice infused with internal energy, the assembly order reverberated, causing everyone to exchange glances. After kneeling for an extended period, rising was somewhat arduous. A few wounded veterans grumbled, and whispers of various concerns circulated among them. Earlier this morning, Zhao Lingfeng had just requisitioned the secret guards from the 4th prince's residence, hiding them throughout the mansion's corners, their keen eyes scrutinizing every individual within. Soon, all personnel had gathered in the training yard. Zhao Lingfeng sat upon the high platform of the training grounds, with Qingfeng and Mingyue flanking him on either side. Since the tender age of 5, he had been brought to the northern frontier by his parents, where he grew up amidst the biting cold. In that frigid expanse lay the duke's residence, where he resided during his formative years. As he matured, his father took him to the battlefield at the age of 8, marking the commencement of his military career. The duke's residence in the capital was primarily occupied by guards and servants, with his family seldom returning. Generals were not permitted to leave their posts at will, nor could they freely venture into the capital. This time, had it not been for his father's petition, even as a vice-commander of the vanguard, he too would not have been allowed to leave the barracks. Thus, for both himself and his parents, the duke's residence felt more akin to a temporary inn, while the long-term residents believed themselves the true masters of the estate. In contrast, upon his return, he felt like a mere visitor. If this were the case, what purpose did the Duke's residence serve? At that moment, an arrow carrying a bamboo tube approached. Qingfeng intercepted it, removed the tube, and handed a note inside to Zhao Lingfeng. His gaze sharpened instantly. Since the estate was already riddled with issues, it was time to address the leaks first. Zhao Lingfeng spoke to Qingfeng, who then declared in a loud voice, "We shall now proceed with the grouping. Guards to my left, veterans to my right, and servants to the back in the center." The crowd quickly divided, with the guards numbering less than 20, while the servants surprisingly counted 80, and the veterans 40. An old man and 6 young maidens stood awkwardly, unsure of what to do. Following this, Qingfeng descended the platform. Zhao Lingfeng raised his hand, gesturing forward, and Mingyue stepped up, addressing the assembly with clarity. "Who is this elder?" "I am Lao Wang, the old man who delivers firewood daily to the residents." "If you deliver firewood, why have several people seen you dining in the kitchen?" Mingyue's voice, fortified by inner strength, resonated with an undercurrent of menace. Qingfeng swiftly advanced, brandishing a cold sword at Lao Wang's throat. The old man trembled, wetting his trousers, and gradually knelt before them. "3 counts. If you do not speak, you shall die." 3, 2, I'll speak. I'll speak. Lao Wang knelt, beginning to weep. "Louder, speak." Qingfeng's eyes were resolute. The matter had long been investigated. It was time to take decisive action. "I have been delivering firewood to the Duke's residence since October last year. The kitchen steward and I, Yuan Shan, with his jovial character, enjoyed making friends. Thus, I endeavor to build rapport with him and others in the kitchen, sometimes bringing homemade pickles, dried meats, and game to share. In return, I would enjoy a hearty meal and leave with some ingredients and precious leftovers." His voice was barely audible, prompting Qingfeng to amplify each word, ensuring every ear in the training grounds heard him. Whispers arose in the crowd, some stunned, others bowing their heads. "What precious leftovers did you take?" Qingfeng glanced at Zhao Lingfeng's nearly ashen face, gritting his teeth. "Ginseng roots, fragments of deer antler, various bones, pork, lamb, and beef. Just the other day, I even brought home a piece of agar the size of a palm for my wife, along with some crushed bird's nest." Silence enveloped the crowd. So, the Duke's residence was indeed so wealthy. Zhao Lingfeng, who had lived a reclusive life with frugal meals, had yet to encounter such sumptuous fare since returning to the capital over a month ago. "Excellent. Truly excellent. It seems you have become the masters, while I have become the servant." The training grounds were filled with kneeling figures, exclaiming, "We dare not. We dare not." And I, Yuan Shan, crawled forth from the crowd, limping, and prostrated himself. "Your Highness, it was my fault. I beseech you to forgive me for following you on the battlefield." He wept as he bowed. Zhao Lingfeng gestured again, and Mingyue stepped forward, commanding, "And I, Yuan Shan, do you know that just days ago, when the young master was on official business, you carelessly leaked information to Lao Wang, nearly leading to his assassination? Were it not for the bravery of Lady Lin, the young master would not have returned. For Lao Wang had been bribed."
What?
"That wretched scoundrel. I will kill him." And I, Yuan Shan, filled with rage and humiliation, lunged at Lao Wang, beating him mercilessly. Subsequently, he lay prostrate, weeping loudly. Zhao Lingfeng rose, tightening his cloak, and with a cup of tea in hand, stepped forward to gaze down at the lamenting Inai Yuan Shan, softly stating, "Even if you consider me a blind master, a betrayed master, I would not be as heartbroken as I am today." He took a sip of tea, and with a voice amplified by inner strength, proclaimed, "However, you must never belittle my fiancée, who will soon be the mistress of this residence." At the mention of his wife and mistress, Zhao Lingfeng's voice faltered. "Lin Zhaozhao sacrificed her life to save me. My mother-in-law is in poor health, and fearing for her well-being, I brought Zhaozhao to the residence for recovery, believing she would receive proper care in her future home. Yet I was mistaken. I was gravely mistaken." Zhao Lingfeng struck his own face in anguish. The crowd erupted in tears, while Qingfeng and Mingyue were equally overcome with emotion. "I brought Zhaozhao home on the first night, but on the following day, I was preoccupied with seeking vengeance for her attempted murder and did not return. My grievously injured wife, the lady of this residence, endured an entire day on nothing but a bowl of noodles and a bowl of plain porridge." Plain porridge. This heart-wrenching cry, coupled with the tears of a mountain of a man, ignited the hearts of many, cleansing their very souls. Chapter 70. A lesson for all. Some may argue that our residence is filled with men, battle-hardened men who are rough around the edges and lack the capacity for care. If so, I will accept that.
Qingfeng.
On the following morning, at the hour of the rabbit, Lady Lin's maid approached the kitchen, requesting a bowl of bird's nest porridge. And Yuanshan scoffed. What bird's nest porridge? We risk our lives on the battlefield and have time for such delicacies? You come here looking for trouble. It cannot be made. The head chef, Sudiju, added, this desire for such delicacies seems more like that of a wealthy family's young lady. Yet I have never seen a young lady residing in her fiancé's home before marriage. Have some shame. Qingfeng pointed his sword toward the crowd, and a plump man crawled forth from the throng of servants. I beg your highness for mercy. It is those old veterans who incite us, claiming that while the master and mistress are away, they are the true masters. This has been the case for many years. These young maidens are mere purchases for their amusement. They feast daily on bird's nest and agar. Upon hearing this, Yuanshan exploded with rage, pointing at Sudiju and shouting, you treacherous glutton! Which of these maidens have you not bedded? Tell me. Zhao Lingfeng's fury ignited, a veteran returning from the battlefield. A servant, nourished by me and the Duke's residence, has grown so bold as to slander my wife. While this crime does not warrant death, how dare you defame her? Before he could finish, a dark figure descended from the platform like a blade, and where the sword's light swept, heads fell, splattering blood across the scene. Muminjlate. The towering figure returned to the platform, the sword in hand drenched in crimson. On the ground, Yuanshan and Sudiju lay lifeless. The girls were so frightened that they knelt down in unison, continually bowing their heads. Mingyue, go. Zhao Lingfeng's voice, though calm, reverberated like thunder. Mingyue stepped forward and addressed the women on the ground, proclaiming, identify every man who is laid with you in this estate. If one is overlooked, you shall face death. With that, she unsheathed her sword. To her astonishment, under the girls, Jiren, there turned out to be as many as 45 men kneeling in the courtyard. Among them were 5 older servants, while the rest were veterans returning from the battlefield. It was said that once they had their fill of fun, they would release the girls and bring in new ones. Zhao Lingfeng was both enraged and amused. Well, what a disgrace it is for the esteemed Duke's residence to have sunk to such depths. You veterans, have I not told you that if any of you wish to return home or seek a wife, you may speak to me? I would assist you, even allowing you to reside here after marriage, and for those wishing to live elsewhere, I would provide you with property. Yet what have you done instead? A brawny man, with only one eye and one arm, stood up and glared at Zhao Lingfeng, shouting, I have fought alongside you through life and death, and in the end, I have become neither man nor ghost. So what if I indulge in a few young and pretty maidens? I have sacrificed for you, and you must care for me. Moreover, your little wife, delicate and soft, must surely be a delight. Before he could finish, 5 swords pierced his chest. Zhao Lingfeng, Qingfeng, Mingyue, and Lin Zhaozhao were the ones who struck him down, with the final blow delivered by Mingjing's sword. He stood tall and ethereal atop the courtyard wall, eyes glinting with menace as he declared, those who insult my beloved disciple shall die. Zhao Lingfeng withdrew his sword and, channeling his inner strength, made his voice clear for all to hear, those who offend or dishonor my wife shall die. Where are the dark guards? Zhao Lingfeng roared. Here, my lord. Came the response. Where is the steward of the Duke's residence? Zhao Dashan, ashamed, crawled forward. My lord, it is all my incompetence. We will settle accounts later. Refer to the household ledger. Anyone listed who disrespects my wife shall be executed. A comfort team will be responsible. Yes, for the veterans without a sold contract. 3 choices were presented. Return to the northeastern barracks with other disabled soldiers to do what they can, receive 50 lashes and return home. Or be handed to the authorities for theft and disrespect. The second group of dark guards is in charge. Yes. All maids and girls in the residence were to be sold. Those who made a fuss would receive 50 lashes before being sold. Zhao Dashan, this matter is entrusted to you. Should you fail again, you may return home. Rest assured, my lord. Each guard in the residence would receive 200 taels of silver to leave at their discretion, while the remaining servants would be sold, preferably to decent families. Each veteran would receive 1,000 taels of silver to return home. Anyone who breathes a word of the affairs within shall be executed, without mercy. The third group of dark guards is entrusted to you. Rest assured, my lord. Thus, aside from myself, my 2 personal guards Qingfeng and Mingyue and Zhao Dashan, No one else remained in the duke's residence. Thank you for your mercy, my lord. Qingfeng Mingyue. Present. In the afternoon, go to all the pawnshops in the capital and inform them to bring all those who have signed contracts, stating that the Duke of the State requires many loyal individuals. Additionally, on your return, stop by the Victory Restaurant to order 3 banquet tables, with 2 delivered to the residence. Qingfeng understands. Furthermore, today's 6 Dark Guard brothers shall each receive 200 taels of silver as gratitude for their intelligence gathering and assistance. Mingyue will handle this. Mingyue understands. Go. Leave the bodies here as a greeting gift for the newcomers. Yes. Zhao Lingfeng returned to his study and penned a letter to his parents, detailing Zhao Jingda's collusion to entrap him and briefly mentioning the situation in the residence, stating only that he had reformed household conduct and purified the ranks. He also mentioned Zhao Zhao, expressing hope for their union by year-end. At noon, 2 banquet tables from the Victory Restaurant arrived as promised, and the Pingyang Marquis also received a table. The family sat joyfully around the table, enjoying the delicacies from the restaurant, laughter and merriment filling the air. Among the dishes were 2 bowls of dong yi jiao, and Zhao Zhao felt the unabashed affection Zhao Lingfeng had for her, covering her face with a smile. Today we are enjoying the filial piety of our son-in-law, so we must thank Zhao Zhao. Father and mother, please do not tease your daughter. Having food is already wonderful. Hurry and eat. Aching, you've made Zhao Zhao shy. All right, eat up. Zhao Zhao, next time you see Lingfeng, be sure to thank him for us. Laughter echoed throughout the Pingyang Marquis. Upon returning to her room, Xiaohe delivered astonishing news. Today, the Duke's residence is awash in blood. Chapter 71. Weathering the storm. Where did you hear this? Why is there blood everywhere? Is the young master safe? Zhao Zhao bombarded her with questions. Of course he is safe. Chunyu interjected proudly, raising her chin and recounting the news she had heard on the street. Anyone who disrespects the lady of the house is executed on the spot. Anyone who defies her is beaten to death. Anyone who fails to protect her is sold off. Such news spread like wildfire through the streets, with countless people gossiping furiously. Which family is this explosive news from? Who is the head of this household? What happened prior? Who is so fortunate to marry into such a family? The Duke's residence suddenly gained a reputation in the capital. However, many mistakenly believed that the head of the household was Zhao Lingfeng's mother, the once renowned beauty Zhou Qian. In order to quell the situation swiftly, Zhao Zhao decided to open the beauty shop Frosty Rouge early the next morning. Miss, the young master has arrived. Xiaohe entered with a basin of washed peaches. She hurriedly stepped out of the boudoir, traversing the winding corridors to the front hall. From a distance, she spotted Zhao Lingfeng's tall figure. His back turned as he sternly instructed 2 sword-bearing maidens, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Sunlight filtered through the intricately carved window, casting a mottled glow upon his shoulders, giving him a faint golden sheen. Zhao Zhao approached slowly, faint whispers and occasional gasps from outside lingering in the air, remnants of his formidable actions. Yet at that moment, her gaze was solely fixed on him, the man who would shelter her beneath his wing. Zhao Zhao stood still, her eyes soft yet resolute, gently calling out, "You're here." Zhao Lingfeng stepped forward, grasping her hand and leaning closer to whisper, "In my haste this morning, I forgot to discuss Qing Dai and Lmei with you. They are skilled individuals I sought from the 4th prince. They will be your attendants from now on. Here are their contracts, they belong to you now. My people?" Zhao Zhao's eyes sparkled with delight. "Yes, your people. I am also yours. I'm a rough man, and I apologize for any grievances you've faced these past few days. I am currently tidying up the residence, and by the time you are willing to return, you will find a completely transformed Duke's estate. All right. Once I recover, you can come to fetch me." Zhao Zhao, noticing his somewhat anxious gaze, blushed and subtly clasped his palm. "By the way, the 4th prince has something for you." Zhao Lingfeng produced a pouch from his bosom, saying, "This is last month's dividend from the Victory Restaurant. Keep it safe." Zhao Zhao, ever earnest, opened the pouch to discover 2,000 taels of silver. So much. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "There will be even more in the future. By the way, the prince mentioned that the chili in your ingredients is nearly depleted, and he has already arranged for someone to seek it overseas. Come with me." Zhao Zhao extended her hand, tugging at Zhao Lingfeng's sleeve as they entered the Zhaohua courtyard. "Sit here and wait for me." Zhao Zhao positioned him on a chair in the main room. "Xiaohe, bring tea." Afterward, They entered the inner chamber, and upon observing her somewhat awkward gait, Zhao Lingfeng's eyes reddened. Xiaoxiao, I desire some chili seeds. What a beautiful thought. There are none. 1 seed costs 2 silver. Please wait a moment, master. It will arrive shortly. Soon, a palm-sized cloth pouch appeared in his hand. 1,500. Xiaoxiao's cheerful voice rang out, and Zhao almost bit through a silver tooth in frustration. How do I plant them? 300. What the hell? Are you robbing me? Zhao was exasperated. When Zhao stepped out, he immediately noticed Zhao's distress. He lowered his head and chuckled, taking the chili seeds, assuring her that the money would be provided by the 4th prince. Before leaving, he slipped a purse into Zhao's hand, bending down to whisper in her ear. This is pocket money from your husband. Use it to buy rouge. Zhao's face flushed with embarrassment. Upon returning to the Duke of Zhen's residence, Qingfeng and Mingyue had already gathered those willing to sign the death contract at the training ground. The individuals sprawled on the ground were the consequences of disrespecting the matriarch. Those who wished to leave could do so. Not a single person moved. Zhao Lingfeng selected a few with special skills to remain, while others were taken away. In the end, only 35 remained, 30 men and 5 with families. They were permitted only in the front courtyard, strictly forbidden from entering the back. Qingfeng and Mingyue signed the contracts. The following morning, as dawn broke, Zhao Lingfeng donned a dark embroidered robe and walked steadily through the rejuvenated Duke of Zhen's residence. In the courtyard, newly planted bamboo swayed gently in the breeze, seemingly welcoming the changes. He scrutinized the newly acquired servants, each with different faces, but eyes filled with determination and reverence. Remember, from this day forth, you are part of the Duke of Zhen's residence. The matriarch is your heaven. Loyalty is not merely your contract, it is the foundation of your existence. Zhao Lingfeng's voice was deep and powerful, each word resonating like a hammer upon the hearts of those present. His gaze swept over each individual, finally resting upon a seemingly frail yet resolute young man. What is your name? Zhao Lingfeng approached the youth. The boy's eyes showed no sign of retreat. Instead, they brightened further. He slightly bowed, his voice soft yet clear. Reporting to you, my lord, my name is Lin Yi. I am willing to dedicate my life to the Duke of Zhen's residence and pledge my loyalty to the matriarch. With that, he straightened his back, emanating an unyielding spirit. Zhao Lingfeng nodded gently, a flicker of approval in his eyes. He turned to survey the surroundings, finding the other servants holding their breath, the atmosphere heavy and solemn. He then took a scroll from his sleeve, slowly unfurling it. It contained meticulously prepared contracts, inscribed in golden ink, proclaiming absolute loyalty and obedience to the Duke of Zhen's residence. Today, I shall sign this contract with each of you. It is not merely a bond, but the cornerstone for seeking protection and glory here. Remember, your choice will determine the path of your future. As he spoke, he personally handed the first contract to Lin Yi, their gazes meeting in a moment that seemed to forge a silent understanding. Zhao Lingfeng signed contracts with each servant, each stroke accompanied by a solemn silence. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a dappled glow upon the contracts, the golden ink shimmering with a radiant and steadfast light. Once the contracts were signed, he ignited the incense burner nearby, and amidst the curling smoke, he solemnly declared, "By this incense, may you all strive together with the Duke of Zhen's residence, sharing in both honor and disgrace. From now on, your loyalty and contributions will not be in vain." Zhao Lingfeng's commands enveloped the entire Duke of Zhen's residence, like an invisible net. He personally oversaw the training of the new batch of servants, ensuring they mastered the various affairs of the estate and could become the protectors of the matriarch in crucial moments. As dusk fell, a brightly lit secret chamber deep within the estate became the site of special training for Lin Yi. Within the chamber, Lin Yi moved swiftly between the interplay of light and shadow. Each punch and evasion was precise and powerful. Zhao Lingfeng stood nearby, his sharp gaze occasionally pointing out subtle flaws in Lin Yi's movements, demonstrating techniques with a fluid grace akin to a leopard in pursuit. Remember, loyalty and strength must coexist. In the Duke of Zhen's residence, you must be faster and stronger than anyone else to protect what you cherish. Zhao Lingfeng's voice echoed in the spacious chamber. Imbued with undeniable authority, Lin Yi gritted his teeth, sweat trickling down his cheeks, yet his eyes shone with determination and resilience. Rest assured, my lord. Zhao Lingfeng observed Lin Yi during training, contemplating before exiting the secret chamber. Qingfeng, deploy personnel to initiate a search for orphans suitable for martial training. around 5 or 6 years old, or those orphaned by war. Establish a gathering place in the mountains and send people to train a cadre of elite warriors. Once the border conflict ignites, we must be prepared, and we need to ensure we leave capable hands for Zhao and the children. Qingfeng nodded, his resolute gaze fixed on Zhao Lingfeng. Young master, the Lin family patriarch mentioned wanting a few guards in the residence.
Yes.
Recall half of my guards from the border and bring back 4 shadow guards as well. Let the patriarch handle matters at the border. You are not afraid of the emperor's suspicions, are you? For years, we have kept personnel at the border out of fear, which has led to chaos in the residence. Qingfeng expressed with concern. I will submit a secret report to the emperor, Zhao Lingfeng replied, contemplating. Call back Zhao Zheng from Due Mountain Manor to manage household affairs. I hope Zhao will come again. It will signify a new Duke of Zhen's residence. All right, I will send someone immediately. Tell Lin Feng not to confine himself to the study. Take Lin Rue to visit all my shops. This year, we must manage them well. We cannot solely gather intelligence. It is time to generate profit. Inform them that their matriarch has a penchant for wealth. Qingfeng couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Feng and Lin Rue, one like a rabbit, the other like a fox, both full of mischief. The 2 young masters are new friends since your return to the capital. One day, a sudden downpour struck, and the young master insisted on riding out, claiming he needed to visit a Taoist temple in the western mountains for something. The 3, clad in raincoats, braved the torrential rain, riding through the muddy mountain paths. Suddenly, a horse, startled by lightning, thundered down from the mountain, pulling a cart recklessly. One person clung to the reins at the cart's front, desperately trying to rein in the panicked horse, while another was thrown from the cart, gripping the edges with blood streaming down his face. The young master driving the cart struggled to hold on, yet the cart's pace remained frantic. In that moment,
Urgent of beat s'approche rapidement.
Young master, the bandits are closing in. Arue, if I perish, you must tell Yi where I fell and where I am buried. That is my promise to her. If the young master dies, Arue will never live alone. Suddenly, a sharp turn appeared ahead, and the racing cart skidded on the muddy path, careening toward the cliff's edge. Just then, 2 blinding bolts of lightning flashed, and the thunder roared ominously. The cart's front wheels were about to plunge off the road when Zhao Lingfeng, accompanied by Qingfeng and Mingyue, passed by. The 3 leaped from their horses. Qingfeng and Mingyue each seized an arm, rescuing the driver, while Zhao Lingfeng stepped onto the cart and hoisted the young master, who clung desperately to the back. They managed to save both just before the cart plunged over the cliff, while the frenzied horse, cart and all, disappeared into the abyss. Thank you so much, young masters. Your life-saving grace. The driver, Arue, trembled with fear, his whole body shaking. Not good, the bandits are coming. The young master clung tightly to Zhao Lingfeng's sleeve, eyes wide with terror. Qingfeng, Mingyue, protect the 2 young masters. Zhao Lingfeng let out a fierce shout, drawing the great sword from his back and charging forward on horseback. In a narrow encounter, the brave shall prevail.
Come fort.
What mountain bandits and rogues? They are merely hired assassins sent by commercial rivals. This young man, Lin Feng, though merely 16, is indeed a prodigy in business, managing numerous ventures within his family. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had incurred someone's ire. A fortnight prior, a fire consumed his home, claiming the lives of his entire family. He had been out collecting debts with Lin Rue, only returning yesterday to discover in horror that all of his family's assets had been sold off at a pittance, with contracts to prove it. When Lin Feng and Lin Rue went to report this to the authorities, they were pursued and nearly killed until Zhao Lingfeng intervened. With his sword raised, Zhao Lingfeng cut through the crowd, dispatching the bandits with ease. Lin Feng, accompanied by Lin Rue, entered the capital city with Zhao Lingfeng, who arranged for them to work at Ziyuan bookstore as the manager and a server. Upon receiving Zhao Lingfeng's message, Lin Feng stood by the window of Ziyuan bookstore, gazing at the bustling street below, his mind racing with thoughts on how to ingeniously integrate the management of the bookstore with intelligence gathering. Sunlight streamed through the intricately carved wooden window, illuminating his focused face, reflecting a blend of determination and wisdom. He gently brushed his fingers over the rows of ancient texts on the shelf, a subtle smile gracing his lips. For these seemingly ordinary books would become the cornerstone of his information network in the capital. Suddenly, a soft knock echoed from the door, and a scholarly-looking young man in a blue robe entered, surveying the shop before his gaze settled on Lin Feng. Do you have any books on border trade? I wish to learn about exotic customs and the ways of commerce. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes glimmered with intrigue, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He slowly rose and approached the young scholar. You have exquisite taste, inquiring about border trade and exotic customs, things not easily within reach of ordinary folk. As he spoke, he retrieved an aged tome from the depths of the shelf, its cover inscribed with the title records of foreign merchants, gently brushing off the dust before handing it to the scholar. Though old, this book meticulously documented trade exchanges with various nations along the border from decades past, featuring many rare treasures and local customs, surely to satisfy your curiosity. Lin Feng accepted the silver coins offered by the scholar, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the patterns on the copper coins, deep in thought. Returning to the counter, he pulled out an unassuming ledger from the depths of the drawer. While it appeared to record the bookstore's daily income and expenses, it was imbued with hidden meanings. Each entry concealed subtle insights into the city's intricate dynamics. Dipping his fingertip in a small amount of tea, he discreetly sketched a simplified symbol in an inconspicuous corner of the ledger, a covert mark indicating the scholar's identity and the information he sought. Subsequently, Lin Feng's gaze drifted through the window towards the vibrant marketplace in the distance, his mind already calculating. He glanced at Lin Rue, who was organizing the bookshelves, and said, Rue, this afternoon, you should visit Union Tea House to enjoy some tea and music. Keep an ear out for the latest news on border trade. Also, a new beauty powder shop has just opened in the capital. Do remember we have our own cosmetic shop to look after. Lin Rue looked at his young master. Young master, with your remarkable business acumen, do you truly find satisfaction in working for another? Lin Feng laughed heartily. Then Rue, why do you choose to stay by my side? You see my current plight. Why not leave me? Lin Rue set down the book in his hands and pondered. Young master, are you suggesting that a scholar would die for a true friend? Lin Feng nodded. Moreover, we cannot dare to return just yet. Who knows how many assassins await us along the way? Thus, we must bide our time, strengthen ourselves, and seize the opportunity to carve a bloody path alongside the young master. Young master, I understand. I shall remain loyal and diligent. Lin Feng watched the birds soar across the sky, his heart heavy with concern, wondering about Yi's well-being. Chapter 73. A sudden turn of events the next day. The fortnight had arrived, and the beauty powder shop was set to open at the hour of the snake, resulting in a long queue forming by the hour of the rabbit. Many patrons from the previous purchase lined up, drawn by the remarkably effective product, with some affluent families sending multiple servants to hold their places due to the 2-box limit per customer. As the hour approached, the street was alive with chatter and bustling excitement. Lin Zhaozhao, accompanied by Xia He and Qing Dai, sat at the Qingfeng tea house across from the beauty powder shop, reveling in the lively scene before her. As she observed the long line outside, a round-faced girl flashed through her mind. Yes, that girl, Wu Lanlan, who harbored dreams of a happy life, was to be wed tomorrow. She wondered if she had managed to make a purchase. After a moment's thought, Lin Zhaozhao quietly whispered to Xia He, who then descended the stairs. Since they were merely out for tea, Zhaozhao had refrained from allowing Qing Dai and Xia He to bear weapons. They disguised themselves as ordinary maids, clad in green dresses, while Zhaozhao wore a white cross-colored dress, adorned with a matching veil. The time had come. The shop was officially open. To prevent chaos, Zhaozhao had specifically invited Beichen and Nanqing to assist. The shopkeeper called out at the entrance, for those who were unable to purchase last time, please present your number tags to enter and buy. Other customers, please remain calm, as we have received a full stock of 400 boxes this time. So please queue orderly. Upon hearing there was such an ample supply, the crowd felt reassured. However, they seemed to have forgotten the 2-box limit, leaving only enough for 200 customers. Indeed, as the queue reached the midsection, the stock ran out. A few disgruntled customers surged forward. Those who had been unable to purchase the powder suddenly raised their voices in uproar, shoving against those in front of them, and the scene spiraled into chaos. One man, with slanted eyes and a face full of flesh, sneered as he shouted, "What a shabby shop! You promised ample stock. How is it that when it comes to us, there's none left? This is clearly fraud." With that, he began to pound on the counter, drawing the attention of those around. At that moment, several burly thugs, dressed haphazardly, emerged from the crowd, joining the earlier disgruntled customers with cunning glances. Suddenly, one of them deliberately knocked over an elderly woman in line. refusing to apologize and instead hurling insults. "Old hag, what are you blocking the way for?" The old woman fell to the ground, her basket spilling its contents, fruits and vegetables rolling everywhere as she called out helplessly. The arrogance of the thugs spread swiftly through the crowd, with angry and anxious glances directed towards them. Yet no one dared to step forward to intervene. Just then, a clear and resolute voice pierced through the commotion. "Stop." Lin Zhaozhao descended gracefully from the second floor of the tea house, clad in an elegant white gown, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering with resolve. Beside her, Xia He and Qing Dai followed closely. Though unarmed, they exuded an air of formidable presence, clearly well-trained. Lin Zhaozhao stepped into the center of the crowd, her gaze piercing as she addressed the lead thug. "Ladies and gentlemen, the beauty powder shop is open for business, valuing integrity and fairness. Today's situation will be handled with discretion, but I will not tolerate anyone causing a disturbance. Otherwise, we shall see you at the authorities."
With that,
she raised her hand gently, signaling Xia He to step forward. Qing Dai swiftly produced a stack of exquisite number tags from her sleeve, distributing them to the irate customers who had been unable to purchase the powder. "Esteemed patrons, these are priority purchase tokens prepared for those unable to fulfill their wishes.
please accept them.
We will not disappoint any true supporter of the beauty powder shop." As Lin Zhaozhao's words fell, the expressions of the thugs shifted from defiance to uncertainty, exchanging glances among themselves. One among them was about to retort when he caught sight of Lin Zhaozhao's gentle smile, a smile concealing undeniable determination and wisdom. "As for you," her gaze sharpened towards the thugs, "if you truly seek the powder, you are welcome at the beauty powder shop. However, should there be ulterior motives at play, the rules of this imperial city are not mere formalities." Upon finishing her statement, she lightly clapped her hands, and from behind the window panes on the second floor of the tea house, several figures swiftly emerged. Beichen and Nanxing, accompanied by a few plainclothes guards, had quietly arrived. Their movements were swift and silent, surrounding the ruffians in an instant, the tension in the atmosphere reaching a breaking point. The thugs, witnessing this, turned pale and attempted to escape, but were firmly trapped by the impenetrable wall formed by Beichen, Nanxing, and their companions. Lin Zhaozhao's gaze grew colder. She slowly walked up to one of the thugs and whispered, "Jing does not lack for those who appreciate beauty, nor does it lack for those who uphold justice. Do you think a few farcical acts can shake the foundation of Shuang? You are mistaken. True value lies in the direction of people's hearts, in the accumulation of integrity and quality." With that, she gently waved her hand, and Beichen and the others sprang into action, swiftly subduing each thug with precise and efficient movements, leaving no room for hesitation. The surrounding crowd erupted in thunderous applause and cheers, while an elderly woman, assisted by kind-hearted individuals, stood up and looked at Lin Zhaozhao with gratitude, tears shimmering in her eyes. Zhaozhao stepped forward, supporting the elderly woman's arm, and gently said, "Madam, I apologize for frightening you today." She then opened her waist pouch, retrieving a small box of peach-scented Shuang, placing it in the elderly woman's hands. "The store is indeed out of stock. This box is my personal one, and used, a gift for you. I hope you will return next time." The elderly woman, patting Zhaozhao's hand, said with glistening eyes, "I thank you on behalf of my granddaughter. Today is her birthday. Although she lost her parents at a young age, she is still cherished. Yes, she will thrive. Qing Dai, please escort the lady home." "Yes, miss." Lin Zhaozhao then approached the subdued thug, her voice low yet firm. "Speak, who sent you here? If you refuse to answer, we shall deliver you to the authorities." The thug, under Lin Zhaozhao's penetrating gaze, felt utterly uneasy, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his lips twitching involuntarily. He raised his head to meet Lin Zhaozhao's eyes, which seemed to peer into his very soul, and the last thread of hope within him dissipated. The surroundings fell silent, broken only by the distant sounds of the marketplace, starkly contrasting the tense atmosphere at hand. It was the proprietress of Tsuyin Pavilion. The thug trembled, each word seemingly forced out between clenched teeth. Seeing the success of Shuang, she grew envious and offered us money to create chaos. "In that case," Lin Zhaozhao replied, "you shall be punished to assist in maintaining order at Shuang on its opening day. Do you understand?" "We understand. Thank you, miss." "Very well. Let today's events be a lesson. Do not bully the elderly again."
"Yes."
However, the thug hesitated for a moment. "What's the matter?" Xia He pressed urgently. "Are you not a man? That old woman, no, that elderly lady, seems quite strong. I couldn't budge her at all on the first try. Lin Zhaozhao suddenly felt a wave of panic wash over her. She stumbled slightly and shouted, Beichen, Nanqing, go quickly. Chapter 74. In a critical moment, without time to inquire further, Beichen and Nanqing dashed towards the direction the elderly woman had taken. Meanwhile, Greenbrow, standing behind Zhaozhao, felt her eyes welling with tears and distress. Greenbrow, go find Qingdai. The more help we have, the stronger we become. Hurry. But miss, what about you? Greenbrow found herself in a dilemma. Originally, the young master had purchased them to protect the miss. Yet now, with Qingdai's life uncertain, her heart was thrown into turmoil. Just go. I will wait for you in the shop. I won't go anywhere. Zhaozhao insisted, feeling a pang of guilt. Then, miss, I shall go first. Greenbrow hurriedly nodded. Zhaozhao waved her hand urgently. Quickly go. Then she led Xia He into the makeup shop. Manager Zheng, and many others. Thank you for your hard work today. Xia He exclaimed. Manager Zheng quickly bowed in response. This is all part of our duty. It is unmerited praise from the owner. Xia He stepped forward, handing Manager Zheng a pouch containing 10 taels of silver and another pouch containing 5 taels to Su Duo. Then thank you very much, owner. Manager Zheng beamed, unable to contain his joy. Who wouldn't be happy with 2 months' worth of income in 1 month? Su Duo was equally delighted, having earned tenfold what they usually did in just 2 days of business. Owner, please come inside and rest. Su Duo led Zhaozhao and Xia He to the back courtyard. Suddenly, Manager Zheng spoke up. Owner, didn't we subdue those thugs? What has happened? I shouldn't be asking. It seemed he felt he had overstepped. However, their young master had repeatedly instructed him to ensure the ladies' safety, especially since their young master had been summoned to the palace early that morning. This was likely related to the recent bloodbath at the Duke of State's residence. Zhaozhao turned to glance at him, saying, It is my carelessness. She then recounted the entire incident. It is all my fault. Qingdai is still just a child. I hope Beichen and Nanqing arrive in time. Zhaozhao's eyes reddened with guilt. I do not know who that person impersonating the old lady is. It will be all right. Owner, please rest in the shop for now, and do not go anywhere. I will return shortly. Manager Zheng assured her, busying himself. I will remain here. I won't go anywhere. Zhaozhao felt a wave of despair wash over her. In her previous life, she had no one by her side, neither Qingdai nor Greenbrow, and no opportunity to live in the capital for so long. After the incident at Pude Temple, her family hastily ended her engagement to Zhao Lingfeng, forcing her to marry Wang Su and leave for Huzhou in a rush. That place was her nightmare. Consequently, in the later events of the capital, she was completely unaware of significant happenings. Sitting dazedly in the courtyard, Zhaozhao felt a surge of panic. If that elderly woman truly was a disguised villain, even if Qingdai possessed formidable skills, she was still young and a girl. Moreover, if it were a gang, with several, even dozens of strong men, it would be perilous. Zhaozhao sank into deep self-reproach, unknowingly dozing off in her lounge chair. In her dream, darkness enveloped her. She could not see her hand in front of her face, as if trapped in a room with walls on all sides. The sound of rushing water surrounded her, intermingled with the faint cries of children. Qingdai! Qingdai! Zhaozhao called out, groping in the pitch blackness. Suddenly, a beam of light broke through above, slanting down as she looked up to see a square hole appearing, accompanied by a gentle breeze that carried down small clusters of yellow flowers. Zhaozhao inhaled deeply, recognizing the fragrance of osmanthus. Just as Zhaozhao was pleading for help, a head suddenly emerged from the hole above. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed that old woman.
Ah!
Zhaozhao gasped in shock, waking up in a cold sweat to see Zhao Lingfeng rushing in, fully armed and wielding a steel blade. The moment Zhaozhao laid eyes on Zhao Lingfeng, she sprinted towards him, throwing herself into his arms, tears streaming down her face. Lingfeng, I think I've gotten into trouble. She buried her tears into his chest, sobbing uncontrollably. Zhaozhao, do not cry. This is not your fault. I will certainly bring Qingdai back. Do not be afraid. I am here. Seeing her drenched in sweat, Zhao Lingfeng's anger flared. In the past month, there had been 4 or 5 incidents of children being abducted in the outskirts of the capital, both boys and girls, ranging from infants to teenagers. The local magistrate had dispatched people to intensify patrols and investigate, but to no avail. In the past 2 weeks, More children had gone missing in the capital as well. Today was particularly dangerous. Earlier in the neighboring street, a tea house had opened, inviting a lion dance troupe and stilt performers to entertain. The young son of the Deputy Minister of Revenue, Shen Yi, had been taken out by his nurse and wet nurse to see the lion dance. However, he became overly mischievous and chased after a blinking rabbit lantern, and now there had been no word of him since. Deputy Minister Shen Yi was the elder brother of the Empress. Thus, upon receiving the news, the Emperor was enraged and immediately ordered the sealing of all city gates, deploying soldiers throughout the streets, searching house by house. Consequently, Zhao Lingfeng was summoned to the palace as well. Zhao Lingfeng grasped a large knife with his left hand while gently supporting Zhao Zhao's head with his right. Therefore, Zhao Zhao, this is not your fault. You must trust that Qingdai will be safe. Do not fear. I will protect you. From now on, stay right here and do not wander off. Wait for me to come and fetch you. All right, you must also look after yourself. I will be waiting for you here. Just as Zhao Lingfeng was about to turn and leave, Zhao Zhao suddenly called out to him. He quickly bent down. Listen to me, do not speak. You need to find a house, one that is near a flowing river with the sound of rushing water. There should be a dark house nearby that seems to be below ground, as there is a cover above it. There should also be a osmanthus tree nearby, and occasionally, you might hear crying, though I'm not sure. Just go and look for it. By the end of her words, Zhao Zhao was already feeling anxious. Do not worry. I will go right away. After saying this, Zhao Lingfeng strode away from the rouge shop. At that moment, Bei Chen and Nanxing had returned. Having failed to find Qingdai or the old woman, Zhao Lingfeng instructed them to remain close to Zhao Zhao, warning that if anything were to happen to her, he would hold them accountable. He called for Qingfeng and Mingyue, relaying the specific characteristics Zhao Zhao had described. Qingfeng and Mingyue then set off to the Wuqing military office to gather assistance, splitting up to act. Meanwhile, Green Brows had also returned, kneeling in shame before Zhao Lingfeng. Master. Zhao Lingfeng did not even spare her a glance. He mounted his horse and, accompanied by the imperial guard assigned to him, made his way toward the city moat. How dare they abandon their posts in such a perilous situation, leaving Zhao Zhao unprotected? It was something he could never tolerate. If they were so careless, then there was no need for them to remain. Zhao Lingfeng urged his horse onward, teeth clenched, departing like the wind. Chapter 75. The Osmanthus Ancient House. The night was as dark as ink, the moonlight sparse. A faint glimmer barely penetrated the dense shadows of the trees, casting a mottled glow upon the ancient, abandoned mansion by the water's edge. Since Shen Jin was abducted at noon, he had been fed a drug that induced drowsiness, initially intended to take him out of the city. However, before reaching the city gate, it had already been sealed tight. At this moment, a tall man carried Shen Jin, who was dressed in women's clothing with a mark of vermilion on his forehead, through a path overgrown with weeds, evading the soldiers patrolling the intersection, arriving at a mansion. The man glanced around before leaping through the old mansion's door, slipping inside. Inside the secret chamber, it was pitch black, and one could not see their hand in front of their face. Shen Jin, bound at the wrists, pouted as he was roughly shoved into this confined space, his body crashing violently against the cold stone wall, pain flooding through him instantly. He curled up on the ground, remaining silent, for an older sister from his aunt's family had once told him that in the face of a formidable enemy, one must first protect their own life. The distant sound of flowing water echoed in his ears, tears brimmed in his eyes, but did not fall, for he knew that showing weakness would only embolden the impending darkness. Soon, the man left, and the door slammed shut. Shen Jin strained to open his eyes, attempting to make sense of his surroundings. Gradually acclimating to the darkness, he began to observe carefully. In one corner of the secret chamber, beside a dilapidated wooden table, lay several yellowed sheets of paper, seemingly inscribed with intricate symbols and maps, their edges gnawed to shreds by mice. Not far away, a slender iron chain protruded from a crevice in the wall, the other end tethered to an unknown object. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, he was agile enough to easily free himself from the binding ropes, slowly rising to his feet despite his limbs being stiff from prolonged restraint. He understood that only by saving himself could he escape this shadowy prison. On the floor of the room lay 6 other children, also bound and gagged. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried and chaotic footsteps shattered the silence of the chamber. The wooden door was once again shoved open violently, a blinding light flooding in alongside rapid panting. illuminating Shen Jin's terrified face. He quickly turned to lie down, closing his eyes. A figure was dragged in by two burly men, crashing to the ground not far from Shen Jin, stirring up a cloud of dust. Then the door was slammed shut again. As Shen Jin focused, he saw a pale, disheveled girl, no more than a teenager, her hands bound behind her back and her mouth gagged. Their eyes met, and in that moment, they both recognized the same message in each other's gaze. They were trapped, helpless, and yearning for survival. She tried to speak, but her throat was parched, only managing a faint whimper. A surge of inexplicable courage welled up in Shen Jin. He struggled to crawl toward the girl, trembling limbs notwithstanding, and exerted all his effort to untie the ropes binding her wrists. The afternoon had passed, yet there was still no sign of the children. It was maddening. One could only hope they were still alive. In the thriving capital, adorned with splendid lights, Zhao Lingfeng navigated through the winding alleys, silently reciting Zhaozhao's guidance. The moonlight poured down, casting a silver glow upon the cobblestone path, adding an air of tranquility and mystery to the night. He diligently sought the tranquil river obscured by the surrounding clamor, following the clues etched in his memory. Turning a corner, a fresh and familiar fragrance of osmanthus wafted into his senses, invigorating Zhao Lingfeng, who quickened his pace. Not far ahead, an ancient mansion stood quietly, its walls weathered. Within the courtyard, several osmanthus trees towered gracefully, their blossoms shimmering like stars under the gentle caress of the moonlight, releasing an enchanting fragrance that filled the air. Zhao Lingfeng leaped into the courtyard. Inside, a winding stream flowed softly, its clear sound mingling harmoniously with the distant beat of a drum. He proceeded alongside the stream, gently pushing open an intricately carved wooden door, and the sight before him opened up like a revelation. A small, exquisite courtyard came into view, dominated by towering osmanthus trees in full bloom, their star-like flowers glistening under the moonlight, emanating a scent that seemed to solidify every breath in the air. A soft breeze rustled through, petals danced gently, falling like a delicate rain, paving a faint yellow path that beckoned him deeper into the courtyard. Standing within the courtyard, enveloped in the cool moonlight, he let out a long and urgent whistle that pierced the night's stillness. This must be the place. The Imperial Guards had already visited in the afternoon, finding no signs of disturbance. It was an empty house, devoid of inhabitants. The previously dormant atmosphere seemed to awaken, and faint sounds began to emerge from various corners of the courtyard, signaling his well-placed subordinates responding to the signal. Shadows flitted about, their movements agile and silent as they surrounded the ancient mansion. With a gleaming knife in hand, Zhao Lingfeng's gaze was sharp and focused as he slowly ventured deeper into the courtyard. As the sound of his whistle echoed, the nighttime serenity of the mansion was enveloped in a tense yet orderly air. Under the moonlight, a wooden door at the back of the courtyard quietly creaked open a crack. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Lingfeng stepped into this unknown realm, gripping his knife firmly with resolute steps. The shadows behind him followed like specters, their breathing nearly imperceptible, each footfall precisely landing in the shadows to avoid any unnecessary noise. Zhao Lingfeng approached cautiously, his eyes keen as an eagle, scanning for any potential traps. With a wave of his hand, he signaled his subordinates to spread out, each responsible for a side, meticulously checking every inch of stone wall and ground with minimal movement. Suddenly, a faint sound of flowing water drifted in through the crack of the door, harmonizing with the water sounds from outside. Zhao Lingfeng's heart stirred. He crouched down, straining to listen closely, hearing the water along with hurried breaths. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it an unusual fragrance, a delicate scent of osmanthus, mingled with dampness and a peculiar mustiness. He suddenly froze, his gaze fixated on the narrow gap beneath the door, where a barely perceptible moist reflection caught his attention. Zhao Lingfeng pointed towards the door gap, and Xingfeng instantly understood. He summoned two individuals to slowly pry open the lock, and once unlocked, they prepared to push the door open. Zhao Lingfeng felt a jolt of anxiety and gestured for everyone to scatter to the sides before unsheathing his sword and flinging the door open. In that instant, a barrage of arrows surged forth, whistling fiercely through the air. Zhao Lingfeng rolled several times to evade the deadly projectiles. Indeed, there was something amiss. With a wave of his hand, Xingfeng led the charge, but upon entering, they found nothing but an empty stone chamber. Lighting a torch, Zhao Lingfeng stepped inside. Was his judgment flawed? Chapter 76. Do not fear, I am here. Zhao Lingfeng had faith in himself and in Zhaozhao. The five-city army and the Imperial Guard had nearly scoured the capital without finding the children, prompting a deployment of personnel outside the city as well. Yet, Zhao Lingfeng remained convinced that Zhaozhao was correct. Observing the small stone room, he was certain that there was a hidden secret. Qingfeng and Mingyue enter. They arrived. Search this chamber inch by inch. There must be a mechanism here. Two of you, hold the torches. The rest, stay vigilant.
Yes.
The trio meticulously examined every stone in the chamber, while Zhao Lingfeng produced a dagger to tap against each stone. Suddenly, Mingyue noticed that one stone on the right wall was smoother than the others. He attempted to pry it loose, even using the dagger to leverage it. Zhao Lingfeng approached to inspect. Indeed, this stone was different. It wouldn't budge. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Zhao Lingfeng pressed the stone firmly inward. To his astonishment, it yielded. At once, the ground began to part slowly, revealing a descending stone staircase. Everyone secured the chamber as Zhao Lingfeng commanded Qingfeng, Mingyue, and the Imperial Guard Captain Kong Rui to descend with him. Yes, General. The four descended the sloping staircase, and the sound of flowing water grew clearer. Turning a corner, they discovered a hidden river flowing beneath the house. Above the dark river, there was a stone chamber with no visible doors. Zhao Lingfeng leapt onto the chamber's roof, where he indeed found an iron door. This was it. Zhao Lingfeng drew his sword, severed the iron chains, and with a swift motion, flung open the iron door.
Torchlight.
Zhao Lingfeng exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the others rushed forward, for it was imperative to locate Shinjin, as it was a royal decree. If Shinjin was not found, many would lose their lives, and it would bring disgrace upon the government and even the royal family. If General Zhao could rescue the young master, countless lives would be spared, for when the emperor was angered, numerous lives could be lost. Qingfeng raised the torch and ascended, but unexpectedly, 7 or 8 assassins suddenly emerged from the shadows, charging straight for Zhao Lingfeng. Mingyue and Kong Rui, seeing this, were exhilarated. Finally, someone had revealed themselves. They drew their weapons and charged forward with fervor. The assassins, undeterred, pressed on. Soon the 7 or 8 were subdued. As Zhao Lingfeng and Qingfeng opened the iron door and illuminated the interior with their torches, they were taken aback. Inside lay 15 or 16 children of varying ages. Bound hand and foot, their mouths gagged, sprawled across the floor, some with eyes wide open, others closed. Zhao Lingfeng jumped down and swiftly severed the ropes binding the children, removing the cloth from their mouths, prompting a chorus of cries. Mingyue, go send word. We've found them.
Yes.
Do not cry. Soon you will return to your homes. Really? I want my mother. I want to go home. The small chamber resounded with wails. Among you, who is Shinjin? Zhao Lingfeng gently inquired. A small boy of about 5 or 6 stepped forward. I am Shinjin.
Who are you?
I am Zhao Lingfeng, here to rescue you. Uncle, can you hold me? I'm a bit scared. Zhao Lingfeng removed his cloak and draped it over the small boy, and they began to carry the children out. As each child was blindfolded and carried up to the ground, the courtyard became crowded with families embracing their children, bowing deeply to Zhao Lingfeng, as the air filled with the poignant cries of joy. Shen Yi took his precious son from Zhao Lingfeng, tears streaming down his face. General Zhao, your kindness cannot be repaid. We shall meet again another day. Lord Shen, take the children home. Nothing else matters. All 16 children were reunited with their families, while the traffickers were apprehended. Captain Kong, please convey a message to the Emperor. General Zhao, please proceed. Ensure the safety of the children. Do not let any perish. They surely have other hideouts and channels for trafficking children. We must uncover them all. Kong Rui cupped his hands. Rest assured, General. I will relay your words accurately. 7th young master, there is no Qingdai inside. Qingfeng reported back. Search every room in this residence and remind everyone to be cautious. Yes. Thus, Qingfeng and Mingyue, accompanied by the personnel from the army, began to search the entire estate. Observing the flourishing osmanthus flowers in the courtyard, Zhao Lingfeng contemplated and called Qingfeng and Mingyue over. Support my cloak. I will shake the trees and gather some osmanthus to take back. Soon, the osmanthus blossoms from the numerous trees in the courtyard were shaken loose by Zhao Lingfeng's inner strength, filling 6 large cloaks. Meanwhile, in a small room, they found the unconscious Qingdai. With Qingdai on his back and their bundles in hand, the group made their way out of the ancient residence. For it was likely that the emperor would seal this estate at dawn. Just outside the Osmanthus ancient residence, Zhao Lingfeng spotted Zhao Zhao waiting at the entrance with Beichen, Nanqing, and Lume Shaha. What brings you here? Did I not instruct you to wait for me at the inn? Zhao Lingfeng hurried over, placing the hood of the cloak over Zhao Zhao's head and embracing her. Is Qingdai back? Tears glistened in Zhao Zhao's big eyes. She is back. Do not worry. Come, it is time to take you home. Staying out so late. My in-laws must be worried sick about me. Zhao Lingfeng teased, pinching Zhao Zhao's little face. My legs feel weak, Zhao Zhao shyly confessed. Zhao Lingfeng turned to face Zhao Zhao, squatting down with his back to her. Come. I'll carry you home. Zhao Zhao, flustered, patted his back. There's someone. Others chimed in loudly. There's no one. We're all closing our eyes. Zhao Zhao covered her face, too bashful to meet anyone's gaze. Quickly, don't let them see us. Zhao Zhao gently climbed onto Zhao Lingfeng's back. Zhao Lingfeng stood steadily, turning to glance at the officials from the army arriving to assist, and declared loudly, Tomorrow I shall speak with your superior. Those who assisted me tonight shall have a day off, receiving 5 taels of silver each, courtesy of the Duke of State. Tomorrow evening, I will have someone reserve a table at the Victory Tower. Do remember to go and enjoy. The faces of the crowd lit up with surprise, all exclaiming, Thank you, General Zhao. Qingfeng noted that there were 38 people present and promptly delivered 200 taels of silver notes to the team leader. Please distribute this to everyone. He then followed Zhao Lingfeng back. Upon returning to the Pingyang Marquis' residence, Zhao Lingfeng took the opportunity to summarize the events with Lin Kongnian and Wan Qing while Zhao Zhao bathed. Afterward, he mentioned needing to rest for a while. Seeing that the child had gone nearly a day without sleep and had not eaten, Lin Kongnian immediately said, Don't go back. Go take a bath after that. Let Zhao Zhao prepare you some food, then you can sleep in Xiao Xiao's room. Just knew that my father-in-law cares for me. Zhao Lingfeng smiled with an air of indifference, embodying a sense of worthlessness. Chapter 77. Fulfillment of long-awaited wishes. After Zhao Lingfeng finished his bath, Zhao Zhao had already taken to the kitchen herself, preparing him a bowl of chicken noodle soup. The steaming bowl brought immense comfort as he savored every bite. Once satiated, Zhao Zhao beckoned him to sit by her bedside. After gently wringing out his hair, just as she was about to suggest he retire to Xiaolin Garden for the night, she noticed he had already succumbed to slumber upon the bed. Zhao Zhao quietly approached the door and informed Xiaohe, Please tell my father and mother that he has fallen asleep here. Xiaohe smiled and nodded before departing. A short while later, she returned, saying, Miss, my lord and lady have agreed to let the son-in-law rest here. Please take good care of him. Zhao Zhao's eyes sparkled with delight. Consequently, Zhao Zhao closed the door and windows, drew the curtains, and approached the bed, discovering that Zhao Lingfeng had nestled deeper into the sheets. She lay down beside him, inhaling the refreshing fragrance that enveloped him, and gradually closed her eyes. At that moment, the sleeping Zhao Lingfeng suddenly opened his eyes, gently pulling Zhao Zhao into his embrace. Feeling that life at this moment was utterly perfect. In this life and the next, he had come for her, cradling the soft and delicate girl in his arms. Zhao Lingfeng soon drifted into a deep sleep. As she inhaled the familiar scent, Zhao Zhao instinctively nestled closer to him. As dawn broke, golden sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow over the bed where Zhao Lingfeng and Zhao Zhao lay entwined, illuminating the tender scene with a gentle radiance. Zhao Zhao stirred slightly in Zhao Lingfeng's arms, sensing a change in the atmosphere. Slowly opening her eyes, she met his gentle gaze. They exchanged a smile, rich with unspoken understanding. Just then, soft footsteps echoed from outside the door, accompanied by the low murmur of a maid. Young master, someone from the palace has arrived. The emperor urgently summons you. There appears to be important matters to discuss. Zhao Lingfeng rose carefully, not wishing to disturb the enchanting presence beside him, and whispered to Zhao Zhao, I must attend to a matter in the palace. Please remain at home and wait for my return. Zhao Zhao nodded. Her eyes filled with reluctance and concern, yet she understood the gravity of the situation. She reached out to adjust his collar, softly urging, Be cautious in all things. I shall await your return. Stepping into the resplendent palace, Zhao Lingfeng found himself amidst the grandeur of the hall. The air fragrant with the scent of dragon's saliva incense. The emperor sat regally upon the dragon throne, his demeanor both imposing and benevolent. The civil and military officials flanked him, observing with admiration. With a resonant decree, Zhao Lingfeng was summoned to present himself, and he approached steadily, performing the customary kneeling salute. You have rendered great service in quelling unrest, rescuing innocent children, and seizing the opportunity to eradicate a significant menace within the Wuqing military command. My heart is greatly comforted. The emperor spoke warmly, his eyes glimmering with approval. Following this, a servant approached with a golden tray, bearing an imperial decree on yellow silk and a gleaming golden token. A reward for Zhao Lingfeng's contributions to the nation and a privilege to command local troops. Kneeling in the center of the grand hall, Zhao Lingfeng's expression remained resolute, his gaze unwavering as he faced the emperor's profound kindness. Your Majesty's favor is deeply appreciated, yet I seek not fame or fortune. My only request is for your benevolence to grant me a marriage with Miss Lin Zhaozhao of the Pingyang Marquis, to unite our families and weave a beautiful tale together. Miss Lin is gentle and virtuous. I wish to protect her for the rest of my days, honoring both your grace and her heart. Upon hearing this, the emperor appeared momentarily taken aback, then beamed with delight, saying, "Oh, Zhao Qing, feel free to speak your mind. I shall consider your request." Taking a deep breath, Zhao Lingfeng spoke with steady clarity. I dare to request your Majesty's permission to wed Miss Lin Zhaozhao, to foster a bond between our families and create a lasting legacy. The emperor's smile grew warmer, his eyes reflecting approval for this heartfelt request. Zhao Lingfeng had previously mentioned this desire, and the emperor was pleasantly surprised by such sincerity. He gestured for the attendants to set aside the decree and instead took up the imperial brush, dipping it into crimson ink, and began to inscribe upon the blank yellow silk. The hall fell into a hushed silence, the only sound being the gentle touch of the brush against the paper, each stroke seemingly inscribing the depth of their emotional connection. Zhao Lingfeng knelt, his gaze fixed upon the emperor's movements, heart racing with anticipation. As the final stroke was made, the emperor exhaled softly, rolled the decree, and handed it to a eunuch nearby, proclaiming, "Zhao Qing's profound affection brings me great comfort. Henceforth, I decree your marriage to Miss Lin Zhaozhao. May you both grow old together, united in heart and soul. This token shall serve as a wedding gift from me to you and Miss Lin." Zhao Lingfeng bowed deeply in gratitude. "Thank you for your immense kindness, Your Majesty." His face, lowered in respect, could not conceal the joy that danced at the corners of his mouth. "Zhao, I hope you will cherish this gift." Within the Pingyang Marquis, the morning light filtered through intricately carved windows, casting a jubilant glow upon the stone path. Servants bustled about, their faces radiant with uncontainable joy. The red silks and golden tassels twirling in the breeze, as if even the air were imbued with festive colors. In the main hall, Zhaozhao donned a delicately embroidered dress, a simple white jade hairpin adorning her hair, exuding an ethereal elegance, her eyes shimmering with a blend of surprise and delight. The Pingyang Marquis and his wife sat side by side, their expressions filled with pride and contentment. With a solemn and resonant voice, a eunuch from the palace entered the hall, holding the imperial decree aloft, prompting everyone to kneel in reverence. Unfurling the decree, the golden characters sparkled in the sunlight, as the eunuch proclaimed with clarity and gravity, "By the will of heaven and the emperor's decree, Zhao Lingfeng, brave and skilled in battle, has been granted marriage to Miss Lin Zhaozhao of the Pingyang Marquis, to unite their families and announce this to the world. Thus it is decreed. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor!" The crowd erupted in cheers, and a pouch of coins was discreetly slipped to the eunuch as he exited. Zhao gazed at the bright yellow decree, her heart swirling with emotions. All of this was for her. In the palace, within the fifth princess's chamber, chaos reigned. Shards of precious porcelain littered the floor, glinting menacingly in the morning light. Her hair fell untamed around her shoulders, her eyes red with fury as she rampaged through the hall, each movement accompanied by the sharp sound of breaking objects. The maids knelt, exchanging fearful glances, too terrified to intervene, merely witnessing the storm of anger and despair that unfolded before them.
Why?
Why did father grant them marriage? I am the one who should stand by his side. The fifth princess screamed, her fists clenched tightly as she struck at anything within reach. Tears mingled with sweat, streaming down her cheeks, yet they could not wash away her anguish and resentment. "How dare you? You, Lin Zhaozhao, are not worthy to aspire to be Zhao Lingfeng's wife. Someone come." A venomous glare emanated from the fifth princess's eyes. At that moment, in her palace, a young eunuch was weeding in a corner of the courtyard, and upon hearing her outburst, his eyes flickered with intrigue. Chapter 78. The Shadow Guards. Zhao Lingfeng received the imperial decree, his heart feeling at ease. The matter concerning Zhaozhao had finally reached a resolution, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He hurried to his study to pen a letter to his parents. Qingfeng and Mingyue had begun organizing the household, training the servants, while steward Zhaozhong returned from the mountain villa to oversee the cleaning, planting flowers, and tending to the ponds, all in a frenzied yet orderly manner. Meanwhile, Zhaozhao had commenced preparations for her bridal attire and beauty preparations, her primary task being to learn from her master Mingjing in the Four Seasons garden. One day, Zhao Lingfeng received news from the palace advising him and Lin Zhaozhao to be cautious of the fifth princess. Again, the fifth princess.
Why was she so fixated on him?
Zhao Lingfeng found it perplexing. At this moment, his guards at the border, along with the shadow guards, had also received his letter and were on their way back to the capital. Qingfeng, you are meticulous. Go and stay by Zhao Zhao's side for a few days, he instructed. Before he could finish, Mingjing entered, hands clasped behind his back. Zhao Lingfeng, could you assign 2 reliable guards to my disciple? After seeking out 2 female guards, I found that their sisterly bond only served to aid one another, leaving my apprentice abandoned. Should this continue, I shall resort to using a potion to incapacitate you. The master's admonition is indeed justified. All the blame lies with Ling Feng. In a few days, once Ling Feng's personnel return from the border, matters will improve. Just as Ming Jing was about to speak, a report arrived. Young master, the 4th prince has arrived. Quickly invite him in. Zhao Ling Feng hastily responded. No need for an invitation. I have come of my own accord. The 4th prince announced. I pay my respects to the 4th prince. Etiquette must not be neglected. Zhao Lingfeng quickly performed the bow. Ming Jing merely cast a glance at Zhao Zheyu without uttering a word. Zhao Lingfeng hurriedly introduced the 4th prince to Ming Jing. Master, this is His Highness, the 4th prince. Your Highness, this is the renowned master of the Divine Medicine Valley, Ming Jing, who is now also the esteemed master of Zhaozhao. However, do keep this low-key. Subtlety and caution are paramount. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zheyu promptly offered a deep bow. I, Zhao Zheyu, pay my respects to the master of the Divine Medicine Valley. Your name is as thunderous as a storm. Ming Jing accepted the bow with composure, appraising him before nodding. He then reclined on the couch in the study, indulging in some cumin-flavored crispy meat. Zhao Lingfeng and Zhao Zheyu took their seats at the table, pouring tea. Brother Feng, I apologize to sister-in-law. I have only just learned of the grave mistake made by Qing Dai and Lu Mei, and I have come to express my regrets.
What?
You brought those 2 girls here? What sort of nonsense is this? Who plays at sisterly affection in front of me? This time, Zhao Zhao was fortunate to be unscathed. Had anything happened to her, I would have demanded the entire capital pay for it. The old man crunched on a drunken peanut, making a loud noise. The elder speaks wisely. My brother's personnel are all at the border, leaving only Qingfeng and Mingyu. Bei Chen and Nanxing have been assigned to Lin Zhaozhao, and new recruits have yet to be trained, which has led to today's predicament. It is my error in selecting the right people, and I come here to atone. Ming Jing huffed, returning to his crispy meat. Thus, Brother Feng, I have specifically come to apologize to sister-in-law. Bring in someone. Suddenly, a shadow leaped from the tree outside, flying through the window, and kneeling on the floor of the study. This is a shadow guard personally trained by my father, among the finest, named Ing Yi. This is his service contract, presented to sister-in-law as my wedding gift. Zhao Lingfeng accepted the contract and glanced at Ing Yi, who promptly removed his mask. It revealed an unremarkable face, easily overlooked in a crowd, yet his gaze was clear and composed.
Thank you. Yinky.
Go to the Pingyang Marquis' residence and protect your master.
Yes.
With that, Ing Yi took flight like a great bird. This is more like it, Ming Jing murmured as he walked away. Zhao Lingfeng retrieved a recipe for boiled fish from a locked drawer and handed it to Zhao Zheyu. This is a new recipe for my wife.
With that,
pride radiated from his face. Zhao Zheyu's eyes sparkled. A new recipe from sister-in-law? Zhao Lingfeng nodded. Brother Feng, I must take my leave. Please convey my regards to sister-in-law. Zhao Zheyu tucked the recipe away and exited with enthusiasm. Zhao Lingfeng smiled indulgently, securing Ing Yi's contract before heading to the secret chamber. More individuals gradually arrived at the assembly at the mountain villa, some joining in training, and slowly, Zhao Lingfeng aimed to cultivate his own forces. At the Pingyong Marquis' residence, Xiaohe and others were busy sorting through the large bundles of osmanthus flowers gathered by Zhao Lingfeng. Once submerged in water, the fragrance was intoxicating and lingered delightfully. In the adjacent room, Qing Dai, recovering from her illness, had awakened after 2 days and seemed to be on the mend. Lu Mei supported her, and as they entered the courtyard, they saw the young ladies sunbathing the flowers, prompting both to kneel in unison. Xia He and the others exchanged glances at the sisters before continuing their task. Such individuals are unworthy of remaining close to the young lady. Zhao felt pity for them and sighed silently. You may rise. Qing Dai still bears injuries. Lu Mei bowed deeply. Miss, I was in a wrong. I let my long-standing affection for Qing Dai cloud my judgment, forgetting my duty as a shadow guard. This is indeed a failure on my part. I dare not ask for your forgiveness. I only hope you will allow us to remain and observe our future conduct. Should we err again, you may send us away.
Please, miss.
Qing Dai began to plead as well. However, upon hearing her voice, Zhao was taken aback. What has happened to Qing Dai's voice? Qing Dai tilted her head, revealing a neck marred by bruises from being choked. Zhao blinked and softly replied, Let your injuries heal first.
Lu Mei.
Assist Qing Dai back. For the next few days, you need not attend to me. Thank you, miss, for your understanding. Little Xiao, do. Where around the capital can we find vast flower fields? Wildflowers would suffice. 5 taels of silver. The moment money was mentioned, Little Xiao Du's voice became particularly cheerful. The silver is ready. Zhao opened her palm. 30 miles southwest of the West City Gate lies Qing Tea Mountain, where a hot spring blooms with flowers year-round. But what? Zhao grew impatient. I will charge you 5 taels more. Little Xiao Du's tone was tinged with frustration. Zhao gritted her teeth, silently cursing, truly heartless. Nevertheless, she ultimately complied and added the 5 taels. The hot spring is guarded by a white wolf, making it inaccessible. However, this white wolf seems particularly fond of a certain fruit, which I happen to have. Following this, a triumphant laughter echoed, and soon, Zhao found herself with a bag of red fruits. By the way, Master, your spiritual spring water is nearly full. All right, thank you, Little Xiao. Zhao concealed the fruits and examined the small bottle. Indeed, it was almost full. Then let us wait until tonight. Chapter 79. Abduction. That evening, Zhao instructed the kitchen to prepare several delightful dishes, personally making boiled fish, spicy hot pot, and 2 peppery chickens, all served on the dining table. Finally, they presented a salted egg yolk tofu soup, with Shi adding an entire small bottle of spiritual spring water. The Zhao family of 4, along with Zhao Lingfeng, Ming Jing, and the 2 masters of Xiao, gathered around a large table, enjoying a lively meal, nearly finishing every dish. During the feast, Zhao stepped out momentarily. She went to the kitchen, filling a large basin with food prepared for Ying, and even made a spicy hot pot, placing 3 large steamed buns on the kitchen windowsill. Looking around, she was uncertain where to find him. Suddenly, a shadow swiftly flew by, and the food on the windowsill vanished. A low voice whispered by her ear, Thank you, Master. Zhao smiled down, just as she was suddenly swept back into the kitchen by a tall man. What are you doing in the kitchen? Zhao Lingfeng's urgent voice rang in her ears as he wrapped his arms around her waist and pressed her against the door. Madam, whom were you preparing food for? I am jealous. With that, Zhao Lingfeng kissed Zhao fiercely, pressing her against the door, lost in a passionate embrace. In the warmth of her lover's embrace, Zhao could not help but wrap her arms around Zhao Lingfeng. After a while, the jealous Zhao Lingfeng finally released Lin Zhaozhao. After dinner, Zhao Lingfeng prepared to leave, but Zhao insisted on seeing him off. The moonlight bathed the stone path in silvery light as Zhao and Zhao Lingfeng walked side by side, their shadows stretching and shrinking in the interplay of light,
resembling a tender ink weich presenting.
The night breeze gently brushed by, carrying a hint of chill, yet it could not disperse the intimate atmosphere between them. Zhao Lingfeng bent down to carry Zhao on his back, and they whispered sweet nothings as they walked. Upon reaching the gate of the Duke of State's residence, Zhao Lingfeng paused, gazing at Zhao with reluctance, his eyes shimmering with unspoken affection. Zhao, allow me to escort you back. His voice was low and resolute, leaving no room for refusal. With a gentle smile, Zhao nodded, her radiance illuminated by the moonlight, making her even more enchanting. The two turned to retrace their steps, this time heading towards the Pingyang Marquis' residence. Along the way, they whispered and chuckled, or simply enjoyed each other's silent company, each moment crystallizing into the most exquisite scenery. Upon returning to the estate, Zhao Lingfeng truly departed. Zhao sat in her chair for a long time before she finally retired to bathe and sleep. As the night deepened, silence enveloped the Pingyang Marquis' residence. Zhao had succumbed to slumber, with moonlight streaming through the window, casting a soft glow upon her tranquil face, adding a touch of warmth to the serene night. Suddenly, a faint and hurried rush of wind shattered the stillness, causing the window frame to tremble, and a shadow glided silently past, like a specter in the night. The door to Zhao's room was quietly pushed open, and beneath the moonlight, a cloaked figure appeared at her bedside in a ghostly manner. Swiftly and deftly, he incapacitated Zhao, wrapping her in the bedsheets before hoisting her out the window. Awakened from her dreams, Zhao felt as though the world was spinning. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with an all-consuming darkness. Save for the moonlight that filtered through the gaps in the figure's mask, casting dappled shadows. She attempted to cry out for help, only to realize she was tightly bound and voiceless. In the inky night, Zhao Lingfeng received an urgent report, and with a swift motion, he darted through the labyrinthine alleys of the capital like a leopard. Moonlight bathed his racing figure in mottled silver, each step exuding an undeniable sense of urgency and determination. On the outskirts of the city, in a desolate area where shadows danced among the trees, the wind whispered mournfully through the forest, and distant wisps of ghostly fire flickered, enhancing the eerie atmosphere. At last, he arrived at his destination, an abandoned temple. The surroundings were eerily quiet, punctuated only by the occasional call of night birds, amplifying the strangeness of the place. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Lingfeng's gaze sharpened like an eagle's as he slowly stepped into the temple. Inside, the dim light struggled to penetrate the dilapidated roof, casting mottled patterns on the ground, intertwining with the flickering candlelight to create a surreal interplay of shadows. His footsteps echoed in the empty hall, each step laden with gravity as his piercing eyes scanned the surroundings, finally settling on a wooden pillar in the corner. There, Zhao was tightly bound, her clothing disheveled, long hair in disarray, obscuring her face. Strands of hair clung to her cheeks from her struggles, imbuing her with an air of fragility and helplessness. The moment Zhao spotted Zhao Lingfeng, a glimmer of surprise and unshed tears shone in her eyes as she desperately tried to vocalize her distress, only managing a faint whimper. Why is it so noisy? So bothersome? Just then, a figure in black approached, poised to strike Zhao. Before he could complete his sentence, Zhao Lingfeng had already intervened, sending the assailant flying with a powerful kick. You are indeed a man of profound affection. From the shadows emerged a familiar yet cold visage, the fifth princess. Clad in a striking red gown, her face veiled by translucent red gauze, revealing only her piercing, star-like eyes that gazed at him with deep longing.
It is truly you.
Zhao Lingfeng replied lazily. The night is still young. I advise you to return to the palace early. I am merely curious to what lengths you would go for Lin Zhaozhao, that wretched girl, and what she would do for you in return. Zhao Jingzhu's eyes widened in hysteria. I want to know why. Why would you choose her, a mere daughter of the Pingyang Marquis, over me? Brother Lingfeng, whatever Lin Zhaozhao can do for you, I can do as well. If she can cook for you, I can learn. If she can share your bed and bear your children, I can do that too. Your Highness, please be mindful of your words. You are a princess of noble birth. Your future husband will undoubtedly be the finest man in the realm. Why entangle yourself with me? Zhao Lingfeng implored earnestly. But, to me, you are the finest man in the world. Why does she deserve you? Am I not beautiful enough? Is my figure lacking? Zhao Jingzhu stepped closer, her eyes brimming with tears, her face contorted with emotion, standing before Zhao Lingfeng. Zhao may not be the most perfect woman, but my love for her is sufficient. Very well. You truly are deeply in love. Then I wish to know, when Lin Zhaozhao is not pure, will you still love her? Zhao Jingzhu's eyes suddenly shimmered with a chilling intensity. Come, the beautiful night has just begun. With a wave of her hand, 10 burly men emerged from behind the dilapidated temple. Your Highness, what is your intention? Zhao Lingfeng's gaze turned sharp, his fists clenched tightly at his sides, veins protruding. What I cannot have, no one else shall.
Ha ha ha.
Zhao Jingzhu's eyes gleamed with madness. Your Highness, do not force my hand. Seeing her deranged demeanor, Zhao Lingfeng was tempted to strike her down. Suddenly, Zhao Jingzhu lunged into his arms, grasping his collar. Beg me. If you plead with me, I will have them release her. Zhao Lingfeng's cold, indifferent gaze settled on her still beautiful yet twisted face. What? Regret saving me back then? Perhaps. If I could relive my life, I might have chosen a better way. But, Your Highness, do you not feel any remorse for employing such vile tactics against the wife of a man already betrothed by the emperor?
Ha ha ha.
My mother taught me from a young age that I am the most esteemed princess in the world, the daughter of the emperor. I would rather betray the world than allow the world to betray me. Bring me Lin Zhaozhao, strip her of her clothing, and reward you for it. Zhao Jingzhu coldly instructed the 10 men, who grinned wickedly as they approached Zhaozhao. In the next moment, the first man lunged at Zhaozhao only to be sent flying by her swift kick. Then, a shadow zipped past, sending the remaining 9 men hurtling away, crashing against the wall before collapsing back to the ground. Zhao Lingfeng narrowed his eyes, gritting his teeth, and growled, "Disable them." Yes, a deep male voice responded, and in an instant, he charged forward like a blade, followed by the anguished cries of the men. Lin Zhaozhao, you actually know martial arts. Zhao Jingzhu staggered back in shock. Bound to the pillar, Lin Zhaozhao effortlessly broke free from her restraints, tidied her clothing, combed her hair, and revealed a slightly heroic visage. You are not Lin Zhaozhao, who are you? Zhao Jingzhu felt as if she had plunged into an abyss.
King Dai.
How could it be you? From the dark corner, the sword-wielding Qing Dai stood dumbfounded, kneeling in disbelief before Zhao Jingzhu. Your Highness, it was my oversight. You fool. Useless in success, detrimental in failure. What good are you? With that, Zhao Jingzhu kicked Qing Dai to the ground. I have done my best. A calm, yet gentle voice echoed from the entrance. Dressed in a green chest-length skirt and matching cloak, Lin Zhaozhao entered, accompanied by Lu Mei. Upon seeing Zhaozhao approach, Zhao Lingfeng immediately stepped forward and stood beside her. She has endured such injuries. Yet, every night she drags her ailing body to lie and wait on my rooftop, observing my movements while relaying information to you. Thus, I assert she has indeed done her utmost. Lin Zhaozhao spoke with poise and composure. But I truly did not expect that the 5th princess would involve herself in such a heinous trade of human trafficking. I wonder, does your conscience ache when you adorn yourself with the blood money of these people? How dare a lowly woman lecture me? Zhao Jingzhu's eyes flared, her demeanor exuding a hint of arrogance. The princess would do well to concern herself with her own affairs rather than worry about her subjects. Moreover, Lin Zhaozhao cast a glance at the kneeling Qing Dai and coldly proclaimed, from this day forth, there shall be no Qing Dai nor green brows in this world, but only my capable maid, Hua Zhao. After uttering these words, Zhao Lingfeng draped a cloak around her and, with an affectionate embrace, led Lin Zhaozhao out of the dilapidated temple. The carriage from the Duke of State's residence awaited quietly, accompanied only by the gentle breeze and the moonlight. And beside the carriage stood a man clad in black, wearing a silver mask. Upon seeing Zhaozhao approach, he bowed and greeted Miss. Unable to resist, Zhaozhao stole a glance at him, finding him rather handsome, but was swiftly swept off her feet by Zhao Lingfeng, who lifted her into the carriage and reprimanded her fiercely, while holding her close. Inside the temple, Zhao Jingzhu, realizing her grand scheme, had once again crumbled. Furiously pulled out her golden hairpin and plunged it into Qing Dai. The latter's shriek was short-lived, and soon silence enveloped the place. Let us depart. Where to? A familiar voice resonated behind Zhao Jingzhu. Instantly, she trembled and turned to find herself kneeling on the ground with a thud. Father. Zhao Rui gazed coldly at his daughter, as if he had never known her. Silence. I do not have a daughter like you. From this day forth, Lin Pin shall be honored, and you, Zhao Jingzhu, shall be confined to Xiang Palace, without decree, forbidden to leave. If found, you shall be executed on the spot. Take her away. Yes. As they departed, Su Wenjing gestured to the commander of the Imperial Forest Army before leaving. Subsequently, no one remained alive in the temple. The Imperial Forest Army moved forth to escort the once magnificent Apin and the ever-arrogant 5th princess, Zhao Jingzhu. Within the carriage, Lin Zhaozhao nestled obediently in Zhao Lingfeng's embrace, pondering the reasons behind Qing Dai's betrayal, her small hand unconsciously brushing against Zhao Lingfeng's chest. This prompted Zhao Lingfeng to draw her closer and passionately kiss her. Once they returned to the residence, Zhao Lingfeng reluctantly took his leave, as he had matters to attend to in the capital and would be absent for 3 to 5 days. Zhaozhao had assured him countless times within the carriage that she would behave and patiently await his return. In the palace, has General Zhao left? Yes. He just exited through the East City Gate. Send a message. Understood. In the afternoon, the steward of the Pingyang Marquis' residence received an unsigned letter addressed to Lin Zhaozhao, featuring a vividly drawn red plum blossom in the lower right corner of the envelope. The steward delivered it promptly. Zhao Lingfeng's subordinates had gradually arrived in the capital. Steward Zhao Zheng had dispatched 10 loyal servants bound by a death contract, 10 guards who had just returned from the borders, as well as young attendants. The steward was now among these bound servants, thus exhibiting unwavering loyalty, for the Pingyang Marquis' residence was far less burdensome than the Duke of State's. Upon sighting the envelope, Zhao leapt to her feet. Oh no, I completely forgot. She hastily summoned Xiaoyu, whispering urgent instructions into her ear for quite some time before patting her hand and saying, "Hurry, remember my instructions for Xiao. Hua Zhao accompanied Xiaoyu on an errand. Lin Zhaozhao began to bustle about like a spinning top. Xia He fetched 10 small boxes of the newly made osmanthus-scented beauty cream. Chun Yu, bring out a large box of each scent of beauty cream and deliver them to the Duke of State's residence, so that the young master can personally sketch while there's still time before dinner. Dong Shui, retrieve the handbag I whimsically crafted the other day." Thus, the entire Zhao Hua courtyard became lively. Ying Yi, who had been napping atop a tree, was somewhat bewildered. "Miss, what is this commotion about?" Chapter 81. Do not fear. I am always here. At the hour of Su, within the palace, a eunuch hurriedly traversed the path, carrying 2 food boxes. His arms were full. Concealed within were many treasures. The young master will surely be delighted upon seeing these tonight. With this thought, he quickened his pace. At the Pingyang Marquis' residence, Zhao Hua courtyard, beneath the large tree at the entrance, Ying Yi indulged once more, his belly round. Ever since he had been with the young lady, he discovered the true delight of food. It was as if the meals from the previous 20 years were not but mere sustenance. The fare here was worth its weight in gold. Oh my, I have overindulged again. I must rise and practice, or else I shall become as round as a ball within a month. To avert such a fate, Ying Yi resolved to practice in the latter half of the night, insisting that the young lady join him. Given her innate intelligence and talent, it would be unwise for her not to learn martial arts. At that moment, with dusk barely settling, the young lady was stitching at her table. "Miss, shall I accompany you for a stroll in the bamboo grove outside the residence to practice lightness skills?" Sure. Yi glanced at the darkening sky, now a deep blue, with a full moon shimmering above. "Very well. Since Zhao Lingfeng is away, there is little amusement to be had. All right, wait for me a moment." Thus, Ying Yi led Zhao to the bamboo grove in the outskirts. The cool, silvery moonlight danced upon the swaying bamboo, and the 2 figures leaping upon the bamboo branches formed a harmonious tableau. This continued for several nights. As the 5 days passed, Zhao Lingfeng had yet to return, causing Zhao to grow anxious. She dispatched several guards to wait at various city gates throughout the day. As night fell, a gentle rain began to weave a delicate veil over the green bricks and black tiles of the Pingyang Marquis' residence. Her gaze pierced through the rain, fixating on the distant, inky horizon, her heart brimming with unease and worry. "What troubles your mind?" Master Ming Jing studied Zhao quietly, sighing softly. "I am somewhat concerned." "Then I shall take my leave." "Master, please return tomorrow." Ming Jing waved his hand, indicating her to depart, and then entered the chamber with his hands clasped behind his back. Ming Jing opened a hidden door behind the bookshelf, entering a secret chamber. Inside lay a bed, draped with a gossamer-like canopy. A figure lay faintly visible within. Tall and robust, the flickering candlelight cast a dim, mottled glow across the space. Zhao Lingfeng lay silently on the bed, his complexion pale as paper, beads of sweat trickling down the corners of his tightly pressed lips, landing on the bedding and vanishing without a trace. His chest heaved faintly, each breath seeming to draw all his strength. Outside the canopy, Ming Jing frowned, the silver needle in his grasp glinting coldly in the candlelight. He gently lifted a corner of the canopy, his gaze filled with both tenderness and resolve. The silver needle precisely pierced several acupoints on Zhao Lingfeng's body, each puncture causing the latter to tremble slightly, yet he gritted his teeth and remained silent. The air was imbued with a faint herbal fragrance mingled with an imperceptible hint of blood, creating a complex and heavy atmosphere. Within the secret chamber, time appeared to freeze. Beneath Zhao Lingfeng's tightly shut eyelids, his lashes quivered, revealing a barely perceptible pain and tenacity. Sweat trickled like a stream, gathering at his forehead before cascading down the edge of the bed, producing a faint patter that resonated sharply in the stillness. Ming Jing's hand remained steady as a rock, his gaze fixed upon Zhao Lingfeng's pale yet resolute face, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes, both concern and pride. As the final silver needle was slowly inserted, Zhao Lingfeng's body jolted, followed by a faint warmth radiating from the needle's tip, gradually spreading through his limbs, bringing an elusive sense of relief. "Are you truly not going to inform Zhaozhao?" Ming Jing inquired softly while retracting the needle. "My injuries are severe, and in such a critical area, divine doctor. I have contemplated returning to the borders. Do you believe the emperor would consent if I were to withdraw from my engagement with Zhaozhao?" Ming Jing shot him a sharp look. "Do you wish for her life? You should have said so earlier. I would have taken care of you long ago.
Besides,
With me here, what is there to fear?" With that, he gathered his belongings and exited. Zhao Hua Courtyard. Little Do, has Zhao Lingfeng met with misfortune? Where is he now? 10 taels. Zhao gently took out the silver, placing it in the palm of her hand. Indeed, far yet near. Then, with a swift motion, it extinguished. Had it escaped?
yes.
This meant that something had indeed gone awry with Zhao Lingfeng in this mission. Far yet near suggested that he must have returned to the capital and was hiding in a place close to her, perhaps one she had overlooked in her daily life. The Pingyang Marquis' residence would likely not be involved, and there had been no news of a doctor at the state protector's mansion. Thus, a place that was both nearby and had a physician, yet remained inconspicuous, was evidently the answer. Zhao bit her back teeth, her eyes welling with tears. Unaware of the peril he was encountering, she instructed Chuyue to prepare nourishing and easily digestible medicinal porridge in the kitchen and gathered all her spiritual spring water. Last time, she had only used half a small bottle of the brewed soup, and she took that remaining half with her. She also brought along her handwritten copy of The Art of War. With her belongings in hand, Zhao and Chuyue made their way once more to the Four Seasons garden. In the courtyard, Ming Jing was drying medicinal herbs. Upon seeing Zhao's pale complexion and swollen eyes, he slowly turned around, attempting to slip away. "Master, you better run." Zhao was furious. "Something has happened. And you all kept it from me. Do you consider me an outsider?" Her eyes reddened.
No.
Mingjing's face flushed with urgency. Zhao carefully pushed open the door to the secret room. Moonlight filtered through the cracks, casting a mosaic of soft and mysterious shadows on the floor, intertwined with the dim candlelight. At a glance, she spotted the familiar figure on the bed. In that moment, Zhao Lingfeng lay there like a tattered doll, his face pale to the point of transparency, a stark contrast to the spirited young general she knew. Zhao's heart tightened painfully, and her eyes instantly brimmed with tears. She stepped closer, each step feeling like treading on cotton, fearing to disturb this fragile state. Kneeling at the bedside, she gently took Zhao Lingfeng's hand, which felt cold and stiff, in stark contrast to the warm and strong touch she remembered. Tears finally slipped down her cheeks, landing on the backs of their hands, warmth mingling with cold, as if capable of melting all pain. She leaned down, resting her face against his hand, whispering, "Do not fear. I am here. I will always stay by your side, and please do not push me away, all right?" Zhao Lingfeng lay quietly asleep, having taken his medicine. Chapter 82. A scheme within a scheme. Zhao's hot tears fell onto Zhao Lingfeng's hand, even warming his heart. Suddenly, his little finger twitched. "You know I have come. Don't you?" Zhao stood up, tears welling in her eyes as she watched the trembling lashes of Zhao Lingfeng, a drop of her tear quietly sliding into his long hair. "You do not wish to see me, do you?" Zhao Lingfeng showed no response. Observing the thick bandages wrapped around him, Zhao sat at the bedside, holding his hand. "No matter how you change, you will always be the spirited young general in my heart, my beloved, so do not attempt to escape." She scooped a spoonful of water, intending to feed it to Zhao Lingfeng, but he refused to open his mouth. After taking a large gulp herself, Zhao pressed her lips against his, and in that moment of his reciprocation, she managed to pour the water down his throat. That single gulp contained half a bottle of spiritual spring water. Yet, Zhao Lingfeng still did not open his eyes. Anxious, Zhaozhao exited the secret room and found her master Mingjing lounging in a rocking chair. Master. As soon as Zhaozhao spoke, her tears cascaded down. What's wrong? Is that boy not going to make it? Mingjing's eyes nearly popped out in shock.
No.
That can't be. I changed his bandages just this morning. He can't die. Master. Zhaozhao felt her heart lighten a bit despite Mingjing's humorous interjection. Although Zhao Lingfeng didn't wish to see her, it pained her deeply. Zhaozhao, do not worry. With me here, your beloved will be fine. Though one is missing, it does not affect the situation. Rest assured. With that, he reclined back in his chair, closing his eyes for a nap. After hearing her master's words, Zhaozhao was left in confusion. However, she had exhausted her chances for the day and decided to wait until tomorrow. The entire day, Zhaozhao remained in the Four Seasons garden, brewing medicine and porridge for Zhao Lingfeng with Chuyue, but she did not re-enter the secret room, as Zhao Lingfeng did not want to see her. In the afternoon, Qingfeng returned from the palace. Upon seeing Zhaozhao, he knelt down and sobbed uncontrollably. Madam, it is all Qingfeng's fault. If I had been more vigilant, I would not have nearly been killed, and the young master would not have been gravely injured trying to save me. Qingfeng gazed up at the still azure sky, memories drifting back to a fortnight ago. Sunlight slanted down upon the cobbled streets of Jingdong Prefecture, casting dappled shadows yet failing to conceal the tension and oppression of the moment. They had been tasked by the emperor to investigate the governor Fanqing's collusion with external enemies in smuggling horses. They were to retrieve a ledger from a hidden compartment in his back chamber, which served as evidence of his illicit profits from the smuggling operation. Moreover, it was rumored to contain proof of bribes to high-ranking officials in the court. Receiving intelligence of a transaction set to occur on that very street, Zhao Lingfeng and Qingfeng, clad in plain clothes, blended into the crowd, their sharp eyes scanning for any clues related to the case. The marketplace was a cacophony, with vendors calling out, yet their hearts were taut as a bowstring. Suddenly, a frantic clatter of hooves shattered the tranquility as a runaway horse charged into the market, sending the crowd scattering in panic. On its back, a masked figure struggled to control the reins, but the horse grew increasingly wild. At that moment, a small girl unknowingly stepped into the path, her wide eyes filled with terror, oblivious to the imminent danger. Qingfeng instinctively dashed towards the girl. Once, a girl had saved him, only to perish beneath the hooves of a horse. Zhao Lingfeng moved with the swiftness of a cheetah, closing the distance in an instant. His gaze locked on the gap between the rampaging horse and the girl, as if time had frozen. Suddenly, a glint caught his eye, and with his body tensed, he seized Qingfeng by the collar. As Qingfeng was flung backward, confusion and disbelief mingled on his face, soon replaced by shock at Zhao Lingfeng's resolute figure. Just as the horse was about to trample the innocent girl, Zhao Lingfeng had already transformed into a blur. He leapt into the air, fists clenched, channeling all his strength into a punch aimed at the air beside the horse's head. Using the recoil, he executed an incredible maneuver, positioning himself between the girl and the frenzied horse. Time seemed to slow, revealing Zhao Lingfeng's determined face and the unwavering light in his eyes. His form traced a decisive arc through the air, his heartbeat resonating with the pounding hooves, each moment stretching like an eternity. In that electric instant, the fear in the girl's eyes shifted to a glimmer of disbelief. However, amid this life-and-death crisis, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded. It was not merely a runaway horse. The masked figure atop had silently drawn a sharp dagger, aiming it straight at Zhao Lingfeng's heart, propelled by the horse's momentum. Zhao Lingfeng's heart sank, yet he had no time to think of himself. Every ounce of his focus was on protecting that innocent life. In a flash, he had to make a choice. Using his left arm to block the incoming dagger, its blade embedding deep into his flesh, instantly staining his sleeve with crimson. In the throes of excruciating pain, he steadfastly cradled the little girl in his right hand, gently pushing her towards safety while his own body succumbed to the force of the impact. Crashing heavily onto the ground, Zhao Lingfeng's form thudded against the unforgiving stone pavement, the surrounding air seemingly suspended in time, as dust swirled up, momentarily obscuring his vision. He gritted his teeth against the searing agony radiating from his left arm, yet his gaze remained unwaveringly fixed on the little girl, and upon seeing her unharmed, he managed to force a faint smile of reassurance. Just as the gentle breeze swept through, the situation took a dire turn. Suddenly, the little girl brandished a sharp bone knife, aiming it at Zhao Lingfeng's chest. In a flash, He curled his legs and kicked towards the girl's torso, while the breeze rushed in at that very moment. Witnessing his master covered in blood from his arm, chest, and thigh, Qingfeng struck himself fiercely and in a swift motion. He brought the girl down with a brutal stomp, piercing her heart with a sword. My master, please don't scare me." Qingfeng's tears flowed uncontrollably as he implored a nearby youth to fetch a doctor. After a hasty bandaging of his master's wounds, Zhao Lingfeng was laid in a stone coffin, hidden within the capital. "Madam, it's all my fault. All my fault." Qingfeng sobbed, utterly distraught. Zhao stepped forward to support him, speaking each word with clarity. "Then gather your strength and care for him. What has transpired is already done. I believe this is a choice he will never regret, and you are worthy of such devotion." "Thank you, madam." Qingfeng wiped away his tears and turned towards the secret chamber. As he reached the door, he paused, retrieving a blood-stained edict from his pocket and handing it to Zhao. "What is this?" Zhao inquired anxiously. Qingfeng glanced at her, biting his lip, and softly replied, "You should read it for yourself." With that, he entered the chamber. Upon opening the bloodied edict, Zhao was met with a single line of haphazard script. "I, a broken man, request the revocation of the marriage decree." Her mind reeled at the revelation. A broken man? Revoking the marriage decree? Was he afraid of dragging her down with him? "Qingfeng, come here," Zhao shouted. When Qingfeng approached, his eyes were vacant. "Miss Lin, be silent. Just tell me, where is he injured? Is it serious? But didn't my master say there was no major harm?" Wiping his tears, Qingfeng lowered his gaze, murmuring, "My master will never enter the bridal chamber again." With that, he turned and left, tears in his eyes. Zhao staggered back, but quickly steadied herself. A flicker of determination shone in her eyes after a moment of panic. A month later, Duke Zhao Chongfeng and his wife, Zhou Qian, returned to the capital to attend the wedding of their son, Zhao Lingfeng and Lin Zhaozhao, entrusting the household affairs to Zhao. Meanwhile, Zhao Lingfeng remained bedridden and immobile. In the grand hall, crimson silk hung high and candlelight flickered, creating a festive yet solemn atmosphere. The emperor, adorned in his dragon robe, sat upon a high platform, his gaze filled with concern and anticipation for this extraordinary wedding. Lin Zhaozhao, dressed in an elaborate bridal gown embroidered with golden phoenixes, walked gracefully towards the hall, symbolizing a lifelong commitment, each step heavy yet resolute. Though Zhao Lingfeng lay incapacitated, he was adorned in a groom's attire, pale yet dignified in the bridal chamber. Guests around whispered, casting sympathetic and admiring glances as the hall simmered with complex emotions. For Lin Zhaozhao had pledged her vows with Zhao Lingfeng's sword. The emperor rose slowly, radiating authority tempered with kindness, approaching Lin Zhaozhao with a gaze full of blessings and determination. "Today, I preside over this marriage, witnessing the bond between Zhao Lingfeng and Lin Zhaozhao. Despite their trials, their love remains profound and unwavering. Lingfeng, though grievously injured, is not forsaken by Zhao. May you both, in times of fortune and adversity, walk hand in hand towards a shared future." The emperor's voice resonated throughout the hall, each word imbued with significance, as if etching an indelible mark upon this unique union. "Bring forth the bridal chamber. The ceremony is complete." Lying on the bed, Zhao Lingfeng gazed with a tumult of emotions at the approaching figure clad in red. He endeavored to convey his resistance and reluctance through his eyes, yet the emperor's words enveloped him like a warm spring breeze, instilling an inexplicable pressure. He turned slightly, evading Zhao's fervent gaze, tears brimming in his eyes, ultimately cascading silently onto the meticulously arranged bedding, absorbed without a trace. The murmurs of the guests faded into the background, leaving Zhao Lingfeng with a sense of heaviness in his chest, each breath becoming a laborious task. He yearned to rise, even if only symbolically, to express his wishes, but the weakness of his body rendered him immobile, helplessly watching Zhao approach. The vibrant red of her attire blazed like a flame, igniting his heart. He shut his eyes tightly, tears escaping once more, silently praying that this profound love would not be in vain, wishing for Zhao's happiness, even if it was devoid of his presence. Lin Zhaozhao gracefully approached Zhao Lingfeng's bedside, her crimson silk trailing like a blossoming flame. She knelt gently, her gaze soft yet resolute, as if she could pierce through the shadows in his heart. She reached out her delicate hand, gently clasping his trembling fingers, transmitting warmth to his cold palm. "Lingfeng, From this day forth, I shall walk this path with you. Her voice was tender, yet imbued with strength, each word resonating like a vow in the air. A resolute light sparkled in Zhao Zhao's eyes, silently assuring Zhao Lingfeng that no matter how arduous the journey ahead, she would be his unwavering support. Feeling the warmth of her hand, a torrent of emotions surged within Zhao Lingfeng. He slowly opened his eyes, meeting her deep, affectionate gaze, tears blurring his vision. He attempted to speak but found his voice caught in his throat, ultimately turning his head away. Zhao Zhao, I am but a broken man. Why must you endure this? I don't care. I will love you no matter what. If you have the courage, then divorce me. The fiery, enchanting Lin Zhaozhao pouted, playfully defying him. Afterward, Zhao Zhao instructed Qingfeng and Mingyue to prepare water, bathing Zhao Lingfeng and changing him into fresh nightclothes before she too took a bath. Watching Zhao Zhao's bustling figure, Zhao Lingfeng was filled with a mix of gratitude and helplessness. He understood that he was now a broken man, incapable of providing happiness for her. And he did not wish to be her burden. Once Zhao Zhao finished her bath and had eaten, she donned a striking red outfit. Sitting by the bed, she gently caressed Zhao Lingfeng's face, declaring, no matter how you change, I will always be by your side. Zhao Lingfeng turned his head, avoiding her gaze, his eyes brimming with anguish and conflict. Just then, footsteps approached the door. Zhao Chongfeng and Zhou Qian entered, their faces lighting up with smiles upon seeing Zhao Zhao and Zhao Lingfeng. Zhao Chongfeng patted Zhao Lingfeng on the shoulder, saying, Child, focus on your recovery. There's no need to worry about anything else. Zhou Qian took Zhao Zhao's hand, saying, Zhao Zhao, from now on we are family. Should you face any difficulties, do not hesitate to share them with us. Zhao Zhao nodded, gazing at Zhao Chongfeng and Zhou Qian with gratitude. She understood their genuine concern for both her and Zhao Lingfeng. Zhao Lingfeng listened in silence, his heart a tumult of emotions. He knew he could no longer provide Zhao Zhao with a normal life. That night, while Zhao Zhao slept, Zhao Lingfeng found himself unable to close his eyes. Lying on the bed, he gazed through the window at the moon, his mind awash with countless thoughts. He originally wished to give Zhao Zhao the most grand and blissful wedding, but unexpected complications arose. Zhao Lingfeng sighed softly, aware that he could no longer continue in this manner. Although the renowned physician Mingjing assured him that he could return to a normal life after recovery, he understood that he could no longer provide Zhao Zhao with a typical marital existence. He resolved that once his health improved slightly, he would discuss the matter of divorce with Zhao Zhao. He did not want to waste her youth or subject her to suffering alongside him. Perhaps, letting go was the best choice. Chapter 84. It will be alright. Daylight broke. Zhao Zhao awoke in the large bed of the new house, feeling exhausted from the previous day. As she opened her eyes and turned her head, she spotted Zhao Lingfeng sleeping on another bed in the room. The early light filtered gently through, casting a soft glow on his furrowed brow, and the stubble on his chin hinted at a recent shave, leaving behind only a faint shadow. Zhao Zhao had been inquiring with Xiao Xiaodu almost daily, 3 days prior. Xiao Xiaodu had informed her that Zhao Lingfeng's wounds had mostly healed and that there were no major concerns, though he should still avoid strenuous activities and continue to rest. Zhao Zhao wished to examine Zhao Lingfeng's injuries, but he adamantly refused to let her see. Fearing he might exacerbate his wounds, she acquiesced. However, lying in bed for an extended period was also not ideal.
Xiaodu, il désire wheelchair.
My dear master, why not ascend to the heavens? The item you seek is far too difficult. I simply cannot procure it. Xiao Xiaodu's voice took on a high pitch as it began to play tricks. You cannot bring me a wheelchair, but you must at least provide me with the blueprint. The data is too vast. You cannot sketch it out by yourself.
Xiaodu replied anxiously.
I truly appreciate your efforts. Can you not grow a bit and find a way to bring me a drawing? Zhao Zhao retorted, pressing the issue. All right, I shall investigate. There seems to be some kind of discount based on spending a certain amount. Xiao Xiaodu's voice became somewhat bashful, flustered by her insistence. After a tense wait, Zhao Zhao was gambling on the outcome. Eureka! Xiao Xiaodu exclaimed, its tone filled with delight. According to the system regulations, if one spends 500 taels of silver, they may exchange it for an item. Currently, you have spent 620 taels, thus you may redeem. That sounds fair enough. I wish to exchange for the blueprint of a wheelchair. Zhao Zhao glanced at the still sleeping Zhao Lingfeng. Last night, she had asked her master to add a sleeping potion to his medicine, while her master changed the bandages. She had caught sight of the serpentine wound stretching from his left chest to his right thigh. She had also sneaked a glance at the lower part of Zhao Lingfeng's body, where the scabs were gradually forming. Her master mentioned that his wound was healing at an unusually rapid pace. Although he had lost one part, there was no threat to his life, and he could still relieve himself. The uncertainty of whether he could reclaim his masculinity was a devastating blow to any man. Zhao felt a deep pang of sorrow. Though the spirit spring water and her master's medicine had greatly improved Zhao Lingfeng's physical condition, the psychological and emotional scars were far more challenging to mend. Nevertheless, witnessing Zhao Lingfeng resting beside her filled Zhao with hope each day. She rose quietly, dressed, slipped on her cloth socks, and stepped out of the room. As she approached Zhao Lingfeng's side, she stealthily kissed his lips and whispered, "My dear husband, good morning," before tucking the blanket around him and exiting the room. Unbeknownst to her, the moment the door clicked shut, Zhao Lingfeng opened his eyes. Gently caressing the spot where Zhao had just kissed him, his heart, riddled with wounds, seemed to gradually mend. Having lain down for an extended period, he felt an overwhelming ache throughout his body and yearned to bask in the sun and relieve himself. Just then, the gentle breeze and bright moonlight entered the room. Lin Zhaozhao stepped out, completed her morning routine, and headed to the kitchen with Qiuyu. Tomorrow, her in-laws would return to the northern border, so today she needed to prepare some provisions for them. Breakfast was prepared by Zhaozhao and Qiuyu in the small kitchen. Afterward, Zhaozhao personally delivered the meal to her in-laws. "Father, mother, here is the breakfast I made. Please taste it and let me know which dish you prefer. I will write down the recipes for you so that when you return to the northern border, you can have the kitchen staff recreate the dishes." Zhao Changfeng surveyed the laden table, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Zhou Qian was visibly moved. "Zhao, knowing that you are caring for Lingfeng gives us great peace of mind. We initially thought he would be the one taking care of you, yet unforeseen events have transpired. Father, mother, brother Lingfeng will surely recover. Do not worry, I will take good care of him." Zhou Qian gently patted her hand, retreating into the inner room to fetch a box. Inside were all the properties of their household: residences, shops, farms, fields, and keys to both the large and small warehouses. They had not prepared any formal betrothal gifts due to their hurried return and Lingfeng's illness, so they bestowed this upon her instead. Zhou Qian softly said, "This box contains banknotes for you, a private fortune from your in-laws. Additionally, there are some spoils from the battlefield stored at our residence in the northern border. When the opportunity arises, I will have someone bring them back for you. They are all yours." Zhao Changfeng sat quietly, listening to his wife speak. His eyes filled with affection. "You are too kind to Zhao," she said, her voice thick with emotion. The love and care from these elder figures were feelings she had never experienced in her past life. It was a strange and overwhelming sentiment, deeply stirring her heart. "Thank you, father and mother. Please enjoy your meal. I shall return to accompany my husband for breakfast," Zhao said, her cheeks flushed. Go on. "I too shall join my husband for breakfast," Zhou Qian smiled, gracefully providing Zhao with an exit. Clutching the box, Zhao exited her in-law's lawn foam courtyard and returned to her own Ning'an residence. She felt the name of her home was somewhat antiquated. Upon arriving in the courtyard, she called out someone. Ingyi appeared from an unknown corner, landing before Zhao. She handed him a pouch, meticulously instructing, "Do not rush. Have breakfast first. Today's meal is bountiful. Go to the small kitchen, as I have asked Xia to prepare food for you."
"Thank you, miss,"
he replied gratefully. Zhao smiled and turned back toward her room. As Chun Yu and Dong Shui noticed Zhao's return, they immediately served the meal.
Inside,
Qing Feng and Ming Yu had already tidied up Zhao Lingfeng. Zhao peeked from the doorway, stealing a glance at Zhao Lingfeng, who was resting against the bed. Conversing with Qing Feng and Ming Yu, Zhao Lingfeng paused mid-sentence, his gaze shifting to his charming bride adorned in red. "My dear husband, breakfast is ready. Please rise and eat." Zhao's voice was as gentle as a whisper. Qing Feng and Ming Yu pretended to be busy tidying up the bedding, cautiously observing their young master. Zhao Lingfeng, gazing into Zhao's hopeful eyes and her careful demeanor, felt a sudden pang in his heart, as if pricked by a needle. No one should ever show Zhao a harsh face. No one, not even himself. Qing Feng and Ming Yu assisted Zhao Lingfeng as he slowly rose from the bed, taking small steps. Observing the cold sweat on his forehead, Zhao stood by, feeling utterly helpless. My dear husband, if you cannot manage, we can eat in bed instead. Zhao Zhao's heart ached, tears brimming in her eyes. Chapter 85. Unraveling Threads. Zhao Lingfeng glanced at her and softly assured, "It's fine." He gradually made his way to the dining table, where Zhao Zhao had already laid thick cushions on the primary seat. Qing Feng and Mingyu supported him on either side, while Zhao Zhao steadied his waist from behind, helping him sit down slowly. The kitchen has prepared ample food. Qing Feng and Mingyu can eat now, Zhao Zhao said as she served Zhao Lingfeng a bowl of porridge and seated herself before him. Qing Feng exchanged a glance with Zhao Lingfeng, who nodded. They then exited the room. "I will feed you," Zhao Zhao murmured, biting her lower lip. "I can manage myself, my right arm is fine. I want to feed you. I can do it myself." Zhao Lingfeng gazed at his wound, resembling a tightly wrapped zongzi, and succumbed to despair once more. Zhao Zhao placed a bowl and a spoon before him and began serving him dishes, filling a plate to the brim before she ceased. She then turned to her own bowl of porridge. Out of the corner of his eye, Zhao Lingfeng noticed the little dents in Zhao Zhao's bowl, and his heart suddenly tightened. "Zhao Zhao, my hand hurts unexpectedly. Could you feed me?" His mouth seemed to act of its own accord, and upon speaking, he was taken aback, his inner voice screaming, "That wasn't me." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhao quickly wiped away her tears, lifting her head to look at him with sparkling eyes. "Really?" Zhao Lingfeng averted his gaze and nodded. Zhao Zhao fed him with great care. 1 spoon of porridge, 1 piece of vegetable, 1 morsel of meat, until he was soon full. She then cautiously brought over half a cup of water. "Drink some water. This is the spirit spring water I've saved for over half a month. Zhao Lingfeng, you must drink." Seeing the uncontainable worry in her eyes, he could no longer resist and accepted the cup, downing it in one go. "You should eat more, you've lost weight these past few days." Zhao Lingfeng wished to cover his mouth. "That's not me speaking. That's not my mouth." Zhao Zhao instantly smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. "Okay, I understand. Then I'll have another half bowl." She proceeded to serve herself another half bowl of porridge, and to his astonishment, Zhao Lingfeng even offered her 2 chopsticks of cucumber stir-fried with eggs. Observing his own hand holding the chopsticks, Zhao Lingfeng felt his brows furrow in confusion. "That's not my hand. I don't know this hand." Tears fell from Zhao Zhao, splattering into the bowl and creating little blooms. He had merely been injured. His love for her had not waned. Just then, Qing Feng and Mingyue entered. "Take me back to my room," Zhao Lingfeng said, his eyes reddening at the sight of Zhao Zhao. Once back in his room, he heard the muffled sound of crying from the main house, Zhao Zhao's suppressed sobs. Gasping for breath, with reddened eyes, Zhao Lingfeng silently pulled the blanket over his head. After a moment, he drew it back, instructing Qing Feng and Mingyue, "Go tidy up the study in the front yard. Starting tonight, I will recuperate there." Qing Feng exchanged glances with Mingyue and suddenly knelt down, weeping uncontrollably. "Young master, it's all my fault. It has nothing to do with madam. Please don't vent your anger on her." Langyue also knelt silently, tears streaming down her face. "Go on." Zhao Lingfeng closed his eyes. He could not allow himself to get too close to Zhao Zhao. His heart would betray him and yearn for her. His body would crave her presence. He could not selfishly bind Zhao Zhao, who was in the prime of her youth, to him. He feared that he would become unable to live without her. He had tried that morning, and it was still impossible. Alas, this is fate, he thought.
"Go on."
His voice turned cold. "Yes." The door quietly closed. Zhao Lingfeng's mind finally regained clarity. This assassination attempt had never occurred in his previous life. Moreover, it had been meticulously orchestrated. He believed that even if Qing Feng had not charged forward, there would have been other assassination attempts waiting for them. Yet Qing Feng had indeed rushed forward. This implied that someone had investigated his background. This trap was likely originally aimed at Qing Feng, with 2 primary objectives: to prevent him from continuing his investigation and to eliminate Qing Feng, thereby severing his right-hand man. Regardless, this scheme was ruthless and had succeeded. The adversary had accurately anticipated his plans and scrutinized those around him. More importantly, they had informed Fan Qing. Fortunately, the night before, Zhao Lingfeng had whimsically decided to test Ying Yi's skills, sending him to steal account books from Fan Qing's residence. To his surprise, Ying Yi had indeed succeeded in stealing them. Thus, after sustaining grave injuries and being rescued back to the capital, he promptly dispatched Qing Feng to the palace to present the account books to the emperor. The person behind this plot had foreseen that Fan Qing would be investigated, and had warned him to prepare in advance. They had also hired formidable assassins, setting a trap to lure Zhao Lingfeng and Qingfeng in and attempt to kill them both. The name of this individual was all too clear. It seemed that the lesson from the last encounter had not been sufficiently profound. Zhao Lingfeng clenched his teeth and tightened his fists. In 2 lifetimes, having weathered so many storms, he never expected to falter in such a trivial quagmire today and suffer such a significant loss. Taking a deep breath to calm his mind, Zhao Lingfeng reminded himself to focus on his recovery. Once healed, it would be time for vengeance. Wang Su, prepare your neck for me. Just as he was lost in thought, the door swung open, and Zhao Chongfeng and Zhou Qian entered. Yes. His parents were set to depart for the northern frontier today. Zhou Qian first admonished her son with a multitude of instructions, especially to take good care of Zhao Zhao. Before leaving, afterwards, Zhao Chongfeng and his son had their own man-to-man conversation. As Zhao Chongfeng and Zhou Qian stepped out of the estate, they were taken aback. Zhao Zhao had packed enough belongings to fill 5 horse-drawn carriages. Zhao Chongfeng glanced at his innocent daughter-in-law and then at his wife, who was laughing so hard she was bending over. He too chuckled as he climbed onto the carriage. Zhao Zhao, my dear child, what will I do without you? You are so lovely and thoughtful. I wish to take you with me and leave that stinky boiling thing behind. Zhou Qian embraced Zhao Zhao, stroking the child's frail back, suddenly overwhelmed with a wave of sorrow. Would her son's health ever improve? Zhao Zhao, if Lingfeng treats you poorly in the future, come to me. I will surely stand up for you. Zhao Zhao's eyes brimmed with tears as she choked out, thank you, mother. From the capital to the northern frontier, 1,000 miles of arduous journey awaited. I have prepared plenty for you and father, some of which even includes instructions and precautions to pass the time along the way. Seeing Zhao Zhao's slightly swollen eyes, Zhou Qian felt an ache in her heart. Such a good girl. Zhao Lingfeng, you better take good care of her. Due to Zhao Lingfeng's grave injuries, Zhao Chongfeng had already submitted a memorial to the emperor, requesting permission for Zhao Lingfeng to recuperate in the capital and not return to the border for 5 years. The emperor had granted this request.
So,
your father and I have done all we can for you. You must take good care of yourself. Zhao Chongfeng held his weeping wife as they departed the capital. Chapter 86. Shirshu. The carriage rolled smoothly out of the capital. Zhou Qian's mood gradually improved. She sat up from Zhao Chongfeng's embrace, blinking her spirited eyes and asking, is there any water?
Em festi.
Zhao Chongfeng indulgently patted her shoulder and handed her a piece of paper. Zhou Qian opened it and immediately laughed. The paper contained a detailed list, meticulously documenting what items were in which carriage and how to use them. Thorough and considerate. It included various foods, drinks, clothing, and necessities. Zhou Qian pointed to the beauty cream that Zhao Zhao had marked with a star and instructed her maid to retrieve the items as noted. The maid's name was Shirshu, accompanied by another named Shihua. As Shirshu opened the carriage curtain, she discreetly cast a glance at Zhao Chongfeng. His gaze darkened slightly as he slowly closed his eyes. Oh, my silly wife, do be more aware. Shirshu and Shihua were orphans Zhao Chongfeng had taken in on the battlefield, raised with care from a young age. They later became Zhou Qian's personal maids and were now at the tender age of 18. When Zhao Chongfeng and Zhou Qian shared intimate moments, the 2 maids would stand guard at the entrance. Zhou Qian was oblivious to the exchanged glances between them, happily examining the beauty cream. Can this truly keep one forever 18? She inquired curiously. You won't know until you try, Zhao Chongfeng replied with a smile. Zhou Qian gently applied it to her face and instantly felt her skin become smooth and delicate. This is indeed quite good, she nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, the maid suddenly interjected, my lady, this beauty cream is so wondrous. Why not let the servants try it as well? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Qian agreed and handed the cream to the maid. The maid accepted it, secretly delighting in her good fortune. A fleeting smirk of pride crossed her features as she cast a glance at Zhao Chongfeng. Just as she was about to apply the cream, a pair of well-defined hands snatched it away and placed it back into Zhou Qian's hands, admonishing, do not let every trinket be squandered on the servants. This box of beauty cream was worth 30 taels of silver in the capital, and there were always long lines of people waiting to purchase it at the monthly openings, often leaving many disappointed. Zhou Qian's eyes widened in astonishment. Zhao Zhao, this is truly remarkable. She gazed at the cream in her hands, her heart brimming with gratitude. Zhao Zhao is indeed so thoughtful to gift me such an exquisite present, she expressed with delight. Zhao Chongfeng, observing her joy, couldn't help but smile faintly. Indeed. This beauty cream is remarkably effective. You shall find yourself even more beautiful after using it, he praised. Zhou Qian felt a wave of sweetness wash over her, resolving to cherish this gift and treat Zhaozhao with greater kindness. When we return, we must remember to thank Zhaozhao, she said to Zhao Chongfeng, who nodded, appreciating Zhaozhao's attentiveness and care. Meanwhile, the maid ground her teeth in frustration, her handkerchief crumpling in her grip. A servant? Yes, she was merely a servant. Stealing a glance at the handsome Zhao Chongfeng, brimming with masculine allure and unwavering loyalty to his wife, she pondered which woman could resist such temptation. My lady, let your maid disembark, Zhao Chongfeng suddenly commanded. Zhou Qian was momentarily taken aback, but she was no fool. Maid, you may go to the carriage behind, she replied, her expression darkening. Yet, before she could dwell on it, Zhao Chongfeng pulled her into his embrace and kissed her. The maid, witnessing this, felt her teeth clench with indignation. Her master was so dashing and valiant, devoted to his wife. How could any heart remain unmoved? And Zhou Qian, who spent her days donning armor and wielding weapons, mingling with men in the barracks and on the battlefield, where was the gentle softness of a maiden to be found? The maid had always believed herself sweetly beautiful, with a figure far more alluring than that of her mistress. Thus, many in the military camp often sought her out, hoping to win her favor. Moreover, since Zhao Chongfeng and Zhou Qian seldom returned home together, the maid and her counterpart had spent far more time attending to his needs than Zhou Qian had. Consequently, the maid found herself infatuated. Determined to seize her chance, she meticulously prepared herself and, when the opportunity arose, stealthily approached the master's study while he was engrossed in his reading, unaware of her presence. Master, I have brought you tea, she purred, leaning closer and presenting the cup. He glanced up briefly before calmly responding, set it down, I shall drink it later. The maid did not depart but feigned shyness, leaning closer and playfully suggesting, Master, I have recently learned a few new poems. Might you be interested in hearing them? As she spoke, she deliberately loosened her collar. Yet, to her chagrin, he did not reciprocate her advances. Without raising his gaze, he simply commanded, leave, and turned away. Stunned, she dashed from the room in tears, her heart heavy with disappointment. However, she refused to give up, knowing that survival in this grand household required a strong ally. Thus, she vowed to find a way to win the master's favor. Days later, she learned that he was strolling in the garden and positioned herself in a secluded corner, waiting. When he passed by, she feigned a fall, crying out in alarm. Zhao Chongfeng, passing by at that moment, did not pause but continued on his way, cradling his wife in his arms, recounting the incident dismissively. My lady, Zhaozhao cautioned that you should be wary of those around you. Though you are free-spirited, you must keep a close watch on your husband to prevent him from straying, he jested, alleviating Zhou Qian's earlier gloom. It is my fault for not being gentle enough. Lacking the grace of a true lady. Not only do other young women set their sights on you, but even my maid seems enamored, wishing to take my place. Chongfeng, do you think I am truly inadequate? Zhou Qian lamented, tears streaming down her cheeks. Zhao Chongfeng's heart ached for her. She had once endured grievous wounds on the battlefield to save him, shedding not a single tear, yet now she was brought to such sorrow by a mere maid. Do not be so lenient with others. Have you learned your lesson? Will you dare behave so again? Zhou Qian threw herself into his embrace, sobbing, I shall not. I promise. Bring the maid, and the other one here, he commanded. Yes, sir. In no time, Zhao Chongfeng's personal guards, Wang Zhan and Yang Feng, fetched the maid and her companion from the carriage. Wang Zhan, inform everyone to take a break, Zhao Chongfeng ordered. Understood, General. The two were soon brought before him, kneeling in apprehension. Zhao Chongfeng's piercing gaze swept over the maid and her companion, whose eyes cast downward in trepidation, the atmosphere thick with tension. He approached them slowly, his voice low and commanding. Do you understand the gravity of your transgressions? The maid trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground as she stammered, I understand. I should not have harbored such thoughts or tempted the general. Her companion remained silent, her head bowed, concealing her desires well. Zhao Chongfeng stood with arms crossed, his expression cold, pacing deliberately, each step a heavy toll on their hearts. Suddenly, he halted, his gaze piercing into the maid's eyes. You have grown up by my wife's side. For her sake, I shall spare your life. But You must bear the consequences of your actions. With a subtle wave of his hand, he signaled Wang Zhan and Yang Fong to step forward. They swiftly seized the maid and her companion, leading them away for punishment, leaving Zhao Chongfeng solitary, imposing figure silhouetted against the setting sun, casting a long shadow of solitude and resolve. Once they're dealt with, sell them off. The Zhao family does not harbor the disloyal or treacherous. As night fell, the flickering torches illuminated the two pale, terrified faces as Wang Zhan and Yang Fong executed the punishment as per Zhao Chongfeng's orders. Each strike was precise and forceful, yet not lethal, ensuring that the pain would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. The surrounding silence was punctuated only by the dull thuds of the sticks and their muffled sobs. Standing at a distance, Zhao Chongfeng, his back to the fire, seemed to merge with the night, deep in contemplation. He gazed into the distance, his heart a tempest of concern for his wife and a steadfast commitment to uphold the household's decorum. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying away a fraction of the discontent, yet the chill emanating from within remained undiminished. Zhao Chongfeng turned and entered the carriage, where the flickering candlelight revealed a complex expression on his face. Inside, Zhou Qian was meticulously studying the list Zhao had given her, thoroughly enchanted by the beauty cream. Zhao had even noted that a letter was enclosed within the box. As Zhao Chongfeng dealt with the maid's affair, Zhou Qian, not wishing to intervene and feeling soft-hearted, decided to let him handle it. She retrieved the wooden box of beauty cream from the trunk, opened the concealed letter within, and her face flushed upon reading it. It was said to be effective for the entire body. Zhou Qian's heart raced with excitement. Coming from a family of military generals and having grown up on the border, her skin had been weathered by years of exposure, leaving it slightly dark and ruddy, lacking in delicacy. In her youth, she had relied on her youthfulness and neglected her skincare, but the letter from Zhao spoke volumes. She felt compelled. She decided to make an effort for Zhao Chongfeng. Zhao had filled nearly a whole box with beauty cream, roughly around 100 jars. She had heard others discuss a new blush from the capital called beauty cream, which was particularly difficult to procure and quite expensive. She sighed, overwhelmed by the thoughtfulness of Zhao, a myriad of emotions swirling within her. At that moment, Zhao Chongfeng lifted the curtain of the carriage and returned. "General, could you assist me? Please don't come in just yet. I have something to attend to." Zhou Qian suddenly desired to present herself in a more refined manner.
All right.
"I'll keep watch for you." Gazing into her radiant eyes, he felt transported back to their youthful days together. Inside the carriage, Zhou Qian took out the large jar of beauty cream gifted by Zhao, following her instructions meticulously to apply it all over her body, every nook and corner.
All right.
"You can come in now," she called out, suddenly aware of how her voice had taken on a flirtatious tone. Zhao Chongfeng entered, and a waft of delicate osmanthus fragrance embraced him. Seeing the radiant glow on his wife's face, his heart fluttered. "Yang Fong, you all go eat something. There's no need for anyone to guard here. We'll leave at dawn." "Yes, General." Yang Fong quickly instructed others to position the remaining 4 carriages around the one belonging to the couple, then took them away to eat by the campfire, enjoying the delicious treats prepared by the young mistress. Once they were gone, Zhao Chongfeng observed his wife donning an outer garment and abruptly stepped forward, wrapping his arms around her and lifting her onto his lap. "Ah Qian, you smell wonderful." Zhou Qian recalled Zhao's words. The bond between a husband and wife must be nurtured with care. Thus, she extended her arms toward Zhao Chongfeng, her eyes shimmering with allure. "Do you like it?" Zhao Chongfeng instantly captured her lips with his own. As they embraced, garments scattered about the carriage. Muffled moans escaped her lips, and his heavy breaths mingled with the enveloping night, all bearing witness to their profound affection. Chapter 89. A turn of events after escorting her in-laws back, Zhao arranged for their room to be tidied up, then returned to her chamber, eager to see if Zhao Lingfeng required her assistance. However, upon her return, she found Zhao Lingfeng had vanished. Even the bed he slept in was nowhere to be found.
Hua Zhao.
"Miss, the young master has moved to the front courtyard." Upon hearing this, tears cascaded down Zhao's cheeks. "Miss, please try to understand. He merely changed locations to recuperate." Hua Zhao clumsily attempted to console her. Once she had wept into her bedding, Zhao rallied her spirits to tend to matters within the household and the shop. She steadfastly believed that the man who once loved her so dearly would not so easily abandon her. Moreover, Zhao's resolve only strengthened. Having traversed from a past life to this present one, enduring great suffering to arrive at his side, she was certain her brother Lingfeng would not leave her. For he loved Zhaozhao, and she knew this better than anyone. Yet, he bore wounds in such concealed places, with no one to confide in or seek counsel from, and her heart ached for him. But Zhaozhao dared not inquire, fearing she might inadvertently wound his pride. Zhao remarked that it was the first time encountering a situation like Zhao Lingfeng's, uncertain if the absence of one would affect a man fundamentally. Zhao advised she to ensure he consumed more spiritual spring water, hoping it would be beneficial. In the study, Zhao Lingfeng leaned against the windowed bed, pained by the memory of Zhaozhao's suppressed sobs. How could he not cherish the girl who had crossed lifetimes to be by his side? However, he pondered whether, once healed, he could still provide her with a normal marital life. Damn it! Those who conspired against me shall pay. The unpredictability of fate. Zhao Lingfeng narrowed his eyes, a fierce glint igniting within. He had dispatched his subordinates to gather intelligence on Wang Su and track his whereabouts, vowing to personally end his life once he recovered. Since consuming the spiritual spring water sent by Zhaozhao, he had felt a warmth radiating throughout his body, as if a fire burned within him. He even sensed a subtle stirring in his manhood, which filled him with wild joy. Qingfeng, summon the revered physician at once. Zhao Lingfeng's voice brimmed with exhilaration. When the physician arrived and checked Zhao Lingfeng's pulse, he was astounded. A miracle. Truly a miracle. Your Highness, your pulse is strong, and your wounds are healing rapidly. In my many years of practice, I have never witnessed such a remarkable recovery. Although one is missing, it appears your functionality will not be severely affected, though procreation may prove challenging. Yet this is already miraculous. Hearing this, Zhao Lingfeng was filled with delight, brimming with hope for the future. However, the physician quickly added, though your body has no major issues, your Highness must still take care of your health. Do not overthink. Also, be sure to share this good news with Zhaozhao. She has not rested properly for several days. Zhao Lingfeng's face glowed with joy, and in a hushed tone, he shared a few words with Mingjing, who nodded in understanding and departed. At midday and evening, Qiuyu delivered meals. After setting the dinner before Zhao Lingfeng, she said, "Young master, please enjoy." Chapter 90. Qingdi Mountain. After arranging the meal, Qiuyu bowed and turned to leave. Zhao Lingfeng glanced at Qingfeng, who quickly followed her. "Miss Qiuyu, let me carry that for you. You've worked hard." Qiuyu's cheeks flushed as she twisted the hem of her garment, softly replying, "It's no trouble. You all risk your lives daily alongside the young master." "By the way, I haven't seen the mistress today," Qingfeng casually inquired. Qiuyu brushed a few stray hairs from her forehead and quietly said, "In 10 days. The cosmetic shop will be opening, but we currently lack a single jar of beauty cream." The young mistress heard that 30 miles southwest of the city lies Qingdi Mountain, famed for its hot springs and perpetual blooms, so she took some people there. Qingfeng was taken aback. "But didn't the young master send nearly 100 jars of osmanthus beauty cream?" As Qiuyu walked, she explained, the young mistress took all the jars to the lady at the border. Seeing the rough and dark skin on her face and body, the young mistress was heartbroken. Indeed, the young mistress has a kind heart. Qingfeng sighed internally. After escorting Qiuyu back to the courtyard, he returned to the front courtyard study. "Your Highness." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lingfeng immediately became anxious. "Do not panic." He forced himself to remain calm. "But do you know where they have gone?" Qingfeng shook his head, stating only that they had gone to Qingdi Mountain, 30 miles southwest of the city. Zhao Lingfeng's brow furrowed deeply. Qingdi Mountain? That area is perilous, often inhabited by wild beasts. Why would they venture to such a dangerous place? He turned and seized his sword. "I must go find her. Your Highness, it is already late. It would be better to wait until tomorrow. Moreover, you have just recovered from a serious illness and cannot endure such strain." "Allow me to go instead," Qingfeng urged. Zhao Lingfeng could not wait. Every moment delayed increased her danger. Upon concluding his words, he swiftly exited the room, mounting a swift steed, and raced towards Qingdi Mountain. Mingyue accompanied him closely on his side, while Qingfeng followed behind, urging a carriage that trailed them closely. All heading towards Qingdi Mountain. After an exhilarating ride, Zhao Lingfeng finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. Dismounting, he noticed several horses ahead, likely belonging to Zhaozhao and her companions. He hurried forward, only to be startled by a sudden scream. Zhao Lingfeng's heart tightened as he dashed towards the sound, witnessing a fierce tiger lunging towards Zhaozhao. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and struck at the beast, which, wounded, fled in haste. Zhaozhao, upon seeing Zhao Lingfeng, was overwhelmed with joy and leaped into his embrace. The masked Zhao Lingfeng gently patted her back, reassuring her, "Do not fear, I am here." At that moment, the others arrived, and upon witnessing the scene, collectively breathed a sigh of relief. After the frightful encounter, they decided to rest at the mountain's base for the night, planning to ascend in search of flowers the following day. As night fell, Zhao Lingfeng and Zhaozhao sat by the campfire, leaning against his shoulder. Zhaozhao softly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for saving me today." Zhao Lingfeng wrapped his arm around her shoulder, replying, "There is no need for thanks. It is my duty to protect you." As night deepened, the group gradually fell asleep around the fire. Zhao Lingfeng gazed at Zhaozhao's serene sleeping face, his heart brimming with affection. On the following morning, the group resumed their ascent in pursuit of flowers. Throughout the journey, Zhao Lingfeng held Zhaozhao's hand tightly, fearing for her safety. Eventually, they reached the mountaintop, discovering a vast expanse of blooming flowers. Zhaozhao excitedly began to gather the blossoms, while Zhao Lingfeng vigilantly stood guard nearby. Just then, a wolf's howl echoed through the air. Startled by the sound, everyone awoke instantly. Zhao Lingfeng's first instinct was to shield Zhaozhao behind him. They formed a protective circle, with Zhaozhao and several maidens nestled safely in the center. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Lingfeng turned to Zhaozhao, suggesting, "Perhaps you and the others should wait at the base while I take a few men to gather flowers." Zhaozhao, patting his muscular arm, insisted, "Let us go together. The sooner we go, the more we can collect." "Very well." Thus, Zhao Lingfeng guarded Zhaozhao, while Qingfeng and Mingyue protected Chunyu, Xiahe, and Dongxue as they ventured deeper into the mountain. They navigated a winding path, crossed a small river, and arrived at the edge of a cliff. When Zhaozhao peered over the edge, she discovered that beneath the cliff lay not flowers, but a dense thicket, though a rich floral fragrance wafted upwards. At that moment, Yingyi soared up from below the cliff, landing gracefully before Zhaozhao. "Miss, there indeed lies a sea of flowers beneath the cliff, but a white wolf guards the entrance." The group exchanged glances, astonished at the prospect of an actual wolf. Zhaozhao regarded Yingyi, resolutely stating, "Take me down." Without hesitation, Yingyi stepped forward to embrace Zhaozhao's waist, but Zhao Lingfeng swiftly interjected, encircling her waist as they descended the cliff together. Yingyi's hand froze in midair, her masked face unable to suppress a smile. Leading the three maidens, Yingyi, Qingfeng, and Mingyue descended towards the cliff's base. Upon arrival, they were rendered speechless by the sight before them. Zhaozhao knelt before the white wolf, gently stroking its back, while the creature savored a large red apple. Zhao Lingfeng stood steadfastly behind Zhaozhao, unwavering in his vigilance. "Take your time with the apple, great wolf. There is another for you, but I shall lead my companions to gather flowers first, if that is agreeable." The white wolf seemed to acknowledge with a soft howl, returning to its apple with delight. Zhaozhao quickly ushered everyone towards the valley, where a plethora of flowers awaited. She instructed each person to take a cloth bag and gather one type of flower, while Zhao Lingfeng insisted on staying close to her side. Zhaozhao allowed it. As the valley was rarely traversed by humans, the flowers flourished beautifully. Soon, their bags were filled to the brim. Observing the vast floral expanse, Zhao Lingfeng had a brilliant idea, suggesting they remove their cloaks and outer garments to use as additional containers for the flowers. In no time, those too were filled. Zhaozhao cast a lingering glance at Zhao Lingfeng, saying with a tinge of regret, "Let us go. We can no longer carry any more." "Fear not. Once we have used these flowers, I shall bring you back," he replied, tenderly stroking her long hair. Zhaozhao nodded, rising to approach the white wolf. The creature had finished the 2 apples and lay there, drowsy. "Little white, I have gathered well. I must take my leave now. But I shall return with more apples next time." She extended her hand to gently pat the wolf's head, only to be swept up by Zhao Lingfeng, who soared back up the cliff. Ultimately, they returned to the place where the carriage awaited, laden with numerous bags of flowers. Zhaozhao was cradled into the carriage by Zhao Lingfeng. As she settled into her seat, her complexion paled slightly, and dizziness overcame her. "Have a sip of water," Zhao Lingfeng offered as Zhaozhao poured him a cup from the carriage table. "You look rather unwell. Has your wound worsened? Zhao Zhao inquired, instinctively reaching to touch his forehead. I do feel unwell. Zhao Zhao. Hold me, Zhao Lingfeng said, looking at her with a pitiful gaze. Alarmed by his discomfort, Zhao Zhao quickly sat beside him, supporting him as he reclined, resting his head upon her lap. Inhaling the familiar scent from Zhao Zhao, Zhao Lingfeng felt a pang of longing. He had exerted so much effort to be near her. How could he bear to be separated again? Burying his face in her waist, he tightly embraced her and softly asked, Zhao Zhao, if I were to become disabled in the future, would you cast me aside? The question pierced Zhao Zhao's heart, recalling the scars she had witnessed. The pain was almost unbearable. I would never abandon you, no matter what happens, as long as you do not forsake me, she replied, tears beginning to flow. Zhao Lingfeng could not bear to see her cry. He tightened his embrace, assuring her, I will never abandon you. Just wait for a few days until I recover, and then I will return to the bedroom, all right? Yes, she answered, a smile breaking through her tears. Having just recovered from his illness, Zhao Lingfeng held Zhao Zhao close, conversing until he eventually fell asleep. Zhao Zhao gently caressed his now thinner face and placed a soft kiss on his cold lips. My lord, my lady, we have arrived home. A voice called from outside the carriage. Outside, Qingfeng, Mingyue, and Ying Yi patiently awaited by the carriage.
All right.
Zhao Lingfeng suddenly opened his eyes, then slowly sat up, stretching his somewhat stiff body before gently waking Zhao Zhao. Zhao Zhao, we have arrived home. Zhao Zhao, feeling safe beside him, merely lifted her eyelids. Upon seeing Zhao Lingfeng, she instinctively leaped into his embrace, but her legs were numb, causing her to awaken in pain. Zhao Lingfeng quickly moved beside her, massaging her legs until she could gradually stand. Dismounting the carriage first, Zhao Lingfeng then lifted Zhao Zhao down. Put me down. I can walk on my own, she shyly protested. Nonsense. I can still carry you, he replied, bringing her into the study. Before he could take a sip of water, Qingfeng announced, something has arrived from the palace. Please do let it in. Zhao Zhao assisted Zhao Lingfeng back onto the bed, concerned that he had been gravely injured and could not have recovered so swiftly. That is most unusual. Soon after, a eunuch named Zhao entered the study, gazing at the pale Zhao Lingfeng, who was half reclining against the headboard, and then at Zhao Zhao seated by the bed. He bowed respectfully, stating, General Zhao, your health has been a source of concern for the emperor. By fortunate coincidence, he obtained a blueprint and instructed the Ministry of Works to expedite its crafting day and night. They have finally completed this wheelchair. Bring it in. Immediately, two young eunuchs entered, carrying a wheelchair that, once seated, could move forward, backward, and turn with ease. The general can also sit outside in the sun. The gentle breeze lifted Zhao Lingfeng into the wheelchair, and Grandpa Zhao provided a detailed introduction. Zhao Lingfeng, seated there, displayed remarkable agility. This luxurious wheelchair filled him with gratitude, and he requested Grandpa to convey his heartfelt thanks. Wishing General Zhao a swift recovery, came the reply. Zhao Lingfeng exchanged a glance with Qingfeng, who promptly followed him outside. Upon returning, Qingfeng and Mingyue moved the wheelchair into the courtyard, where Zhao Lingfeng basked in the warm sunlight, gazing at Zhao Zhao's radiant smile, which filled his heart with warmth. Chapter 92. Deep affection. After seeing off Grandpa Zhao and his entourage, Zhao Zhao insisted that Yi Lingfeng remain in bed. You should rest for a while. I'll have them wash and dry the flowers methodically. Gently, Zhao Zhao touched Zhao Lingfeng's forehead, softly explaining her reasons for stepping out. Having just recovered from a severe illness, and after spending so long on the mountain, during which he accompanied Zhao Zhao in gathering numerous flowers, he indeed felt fatigued. However, wishing for her company, he grasped her sleeve tightly and whispered, I'll wait for you to return before I sleep. Then, casting a glance at Qingfeng and Mingyue, who stood like wooden stumps nearby, he silently declared, I miss you. Zhao Zhao's face flushed instantly, for she understood. Seeing Zhao Lingfeng's pale face, chapped lips, and those expressive, sparkling eyes brimming with emotion, she couldn't help but nod. Zhao Lingfeng then released her sleeve and gently clasped her small hand, murmuring, Go ahead. Then you wait for me. Zhao Lingfeng replied, nodding earnestly. Zhao Zhao's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Since their grand marriage, it seemed they had been in a cold war, at odds with one another. Although she had learned the truth of Zhao Lingfeng's injury and understood his pain and struggles, she couldn't help but feel sorrowful and distressed. The sleepless nights had drained her. Yet she couldn't show it, for Zhao Lingfeng was already burdened with so much, she could not add to his troubles. Now that Zhao Lingfeng had finally come to terms with his situation, she was determined to care for and support him. She believed she could endure Zhao Lingfeng's overwhelming love as well as his temporary indifference and distance. She was willing to walk through life with him, cherishing this second chance at life. She still had time and would surely grow old alongside the one she loved. With this thought, Zhaozhao squeezed Zhao Lingfeng's strong, rough fingers before turning to leave the study. Inside, Zhao Lingfeng glanced at the two wooden stumps and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Mingyue noticed and rushed to his bedside. "Young master, are you unwell? Should I call for physician?" Zhao Lingfeng pressed his forehead, looking at Qingfeng. "As long as my wife and I are in the room, there is no need for anyone to attend to us. Do you understand?" Qingfeng immediately bowed. "Yes, young master." Mingyue stood up, paused, then nodded vigorously, quietly asking, "Is it like this day and night?" Qingfeng, unable to contain himself, covered his face, pulling Mingyue out with him. Zhao Lingfeng finally managed to educate these two wooden blocks and the massive light bulb, then wearily closed his eyes. When Zhaozhao stepped into the backyard, she found several maidens already bustling about. Instantly, her worries dissipated. "Xiaohe, come here." Zhaozhao called Xiaohe over and reiterated the important details. "Miss, you can rest assured. We're more skilled than you, and with today as fine weather, we can prepare a batch by tomorrow." Zhaozhao gazed at Xiaohe's increasingly fair and radiant face, along with her confident smile, which warmed her heart. "Very well, I entrust everything to you. Please start with the gardenias, they are my favorite. Don't worry. Go and accompany the young master." "All right, I'll take my leave then." "You're right. I am a bit fatigued. Let me escort you back," Xiaohe offered, taking Zhaozhao's arm as they made their way to the backyard. "Wait, I promised the young master I'd keep him company in the study." As they reached the study door, they discovered Qingfeng and Mingyue waiting outside, with faint sounds of a man snoring from within. Zhaozhao glanced at Qingfeng and casually inquired, "Is the young master asleep?" Mingyue whispered, "He just fell asleep. He hasn't rested well for days." Just as Qingfeng was about to speak, Zhaozhao interjected, "Then I'll take a nap in the backyard. When the young master wakes, please call for me." After exchanging glances with Qingfeng, he promptly acknowledged, "Understood, madam." Xiaohe then assisted Zhaozhao back to her bedroom, helping her bathe, dry her hair, and settle her into bed, gently saying, "Miss, sleep well." Lying in bed, Zhaozhao found it impossible to slumber, her mind consumed with thoughts of Zhao Lingfeng, pondering whether he had fully recovered and reflecting on the suffering he had endured. Eventually, she retrieved the cloak he had given her and held it close. Time passed, and she finally drifted into a fitful sleep. In her dreams, she saw Zhao Lingfeng approaching her with a smile, enveloping her in a tight embrace before releasing her and walking away, further and further into the distance. Zhaozhao felt his departure, and tears streamed down her face. Zhao. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through. As she wept in her dream, Zhaozhao opened her eyes, only to see Zhao Lingfeng, clad in a thick cloak, sitting at her bedside, illuminated by the flickering candlelight. "Did you have a nightmare? Why are you crying?" Zhao Lingfeng asked, producing the handkerchief she had made for him to wipe her tears. Zhaozhao sat up abruptly and dove into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably as if releasing all the sadness and pain of the past few days. Zhao Lingfeng held her fragile frame tightly, his own eyes brimming with tears. "Please, don't cry, it's all my fault. I was too caught up in my own thoughts and unintentionally hurt you." "Zhaozhao, I am so sorry." Zhaozhao wept heart-wrenchingly in his arms, gasping for breath, while Zhao Lingfeng's tears fell like raindrops. He held her close but refrained from lifting her onto his lap due to his still healing injuries. After finally calming his beloved wife, Zhao Lingfeng helped her sit up to have some dinner, worried by the fact that Zhaozhao had slept for nearly 3 hours in the dark. After they finished their meal, Zhao Lingfeng accompanied Zhaozhao to observe the preparation of the flower essence, relieved to see everything proceeding smoothly. He took her hand and walked her to her room, embracing her gently. "For the next few days, we should sleep separately. I'm still injured, and I need to change my dressings daily. I fear it might frighten you." "I understand. You can sleep in the study, and I will patiently wait for you. I promise that once I recover, I will never let you go again, all right?" Zhao Lingfeng gazed into Zhaozhao's clear, love-filled eyes, feeling a sudden pang in his heart. "All right, brother Lingfeng, I will wait for you." Zhao Lingfeng swiftly unfurled his cloak, enveloping Zhaozhao within, shielding her from the sight of the guards and maids, and kissed her fervently. Chapter 93. Who are you? As Zhaozhao lay in bed, slightly dazed with a smile that could not be concealed, savoring the passionate kiss they had just shared, she shyly burrowed under the covers.
Meanwhile,
The shadow that had been perched on Zhaozhao's rooftop, upon witnessing Zhao Lingfeng's piercing gaze, took flight like a great rock, landing in a tree in the courtyard where it settled in for a nap. The next day, Zhaozhao awoke feeling exceptionally refreshed. After informing Zhao Lingfeng of her intention to stroll through the market, she expressed her desire to purchase some soft fabrics to make clothing for Lin Zhaozhao and, of course, for her husband as well. As she entered a quaint fabric shop, she was greeted by a vibrant display of silks and satins, a kaleidoscope of colors. Her gaze swept across the rows of fabric, ultimately resting on a piece of soft, delicate cotton with an understated hue. As she reached out to touch the fabric and was about to inquire about the price, a lavishly dressed woman nearby interjected with disdain. "Oh, is this cloth worth your attention? I fear you have never encountered true quality. How can one of such humble means be so choosy about fabric? Truly lacking in discernment." Her sharp voice drew curious glances from several customers. Though the color drained from Zhao Zhao's face for a fleeting moment, she quickly regained her composure, ignoring the woman's derision. With a gentle smile and unwavering resolve, she replied, "Madam, your judgment is premature. Fabric's worth lies not in its price, but in the sentiment and suitability it embodies. While I may not be affluent, every selection I make is rooted in sincerity and necessity. How can one claim I lack discernment?" With that, she calmly inquired about the price from the shopkeeper, preparing to purchase the fabric she cherished. Her words resonated powerfully, momentarily freezing the atmosphere in the shop. The woman, clearly taken aback by Zhao Zhao's poised response, paled, her expression shifting from anger to embarrassment. Just as she was about to retort, Zhao Zhao produced a modest yet polished copper coin from her sleeve and placed it gently on the counter, her eyes radiating tenderness and determination. "Shopkeeper, I shall take this fabric. Please wrap it up for me." The shopkeeper, seeing the interaction, promptly stepped forward, skillfully folding the cotton, wrapping it in elegant paper, securing it with a fine string, and handing it to Zhao Zhao. As she accepted it, a satisfied smile graced her lips, as if she held not merely a piece of fabric, but a promise of a beautiful future. The other customers' glances shifted from curiosity to admiration, with some even whispering praises of Zhao Zhao's grace and poise. Meanwhile, the woman's face grew increasingly mortified, with a cold huff. She turned to leave but inadvertently knocked over a stack of fabric, causing a commotion in the shop. Embarrassed, she hastily exited, leaving chaos in her wake and a variety of gazes from the onlookers. As Zhao Zhao crossed the threshold of the fabric shop, the sun cast a warm glow upon the bundle in her hands, creating a comforting halo. Just as she turned to depart, a raucous disturbance caught her attention. A group of burly thugs with menacing expressions emerged from a nearby street corner, swiftly encircling her. The leader bore a cold smile, his eyes scanning Zhao Zhao as if assessing her worth. "Little lady, today you shall learn that some people are beyond your reckoning." His words dripped with menace, freezing the air around them. Zhao Zhao's heart raced, yet her exterior remained calm. She cradled the fabric bundle against her chest, her gaze unwavering as she faced the thugs, showing no sign of retreat. "I have not provoked anyone. Why do you pursue me?" Her voice, though soft, carried an undeniable strength. The street, bathed in sunlight, was suddenly shrouded in an unsettling atmosphere. The thugs pressed closer, their shadows elongating ominously in the sunlight. The leader's smirk widened as he reached out to snatch the bundle from her grasp, his eyes glinting with greed and malice. In a swift motion, Zhao Zhao evaded the filthy hand, a surge of unprecedented courage and determination welling within her. In broad daylight, "How dare you act so brazenly?" Though her voice was not raised, it resonated clearly through the surrounding clamor, drawing the attention of passers-by. She clenched her fists, bracing for the impending confrontation. At that moment, the rapid sound of hooves echoed from afar, and amidst a cloud of dust, a majestic horse surged into the throng like a streak of black lightning, bearing a figure of striking elegance, Ingi. His sharp gaze swept the scene, instantly locking onto the thugs, and with a graceful leap, he soared from the saddle, launching himself towards the leader. The woman's malice surged like an undercurrent, catching the thugs off guard. The leader ducked, narrowly avoiding Ingyi's powerful strike, and retaliated by drawing a gleaming dagger, a cruel smile playing on his lips as he advanced toward Zhao Zhao. The sunlight glinted off the blade, momentarily blinding Zhaozhao. Yet she stood firm, her spine straightening, her eyes shimmering with unyielding resolve. In that instant, Ying Yi moved like a wraith through the thugs, each blow precise and forceful, pushing them back one by one. As the sunlight dimmed behind gathering clouds, the thugs' expressions turned increasingly vicious. The leader, dexterously flipping the dagger between his fingers, lunged at Zhaozhao, intent on swiftly ending the confrontation. Zhaozhao's mind raced. Instinctively, she sidestepped the lethal strike while drawing forth a slender silver needle from her waist, an instrument she typically used for mending clothes, now transformed into a weapon of self-defense. The needle danced at her fingertips like the brightest star in the night sky, accurately targeting the thug's pressure point. He faltered, pain etched across his face, his dagger falling limply from his grasp. The atmosphere crackled with tension, the sunlight flickering ominously. Zhaozhao gripped the silver needle tightly, her knuckles whitening from the strain. Her gaze cold and resolute, a stark contrast to her earlier gentleness. The surrounding crowd had scattered, leaving only the abrupt standoff. Casting a glance at the corner where a fragment of a skirt peeked out, she smirked mockingly. "How is it that you possess the ability to summon thugs yet lack the courage to confront me directly?" In front of Zhao Lingfeng, she was a compliant darling, but outside, she was undeniably a fierce firebrand. As her words lingered in the air, the woman slowly emerged from her hiding place, her face contorted with hatred. "I didn't expect the heir of the Duke of the State to be such a hidden expert. I am truly impressed." The woman's contempt was palpable. "I am not acquainted with you, and even if our earlier exchange in the fabric shop was a dispute, it certainly would not warrant death. So, may I ask your esteemed name, madam?" Chapter 94. The most beautiful scenery, whether one is skilled or not, is inconsequential. Who among us lacks the means to protect oneself? Zhaozhao deftly pocketed the silver needle, just in time to catch the woman's astonished expression.
Ah?
Could it be that you, madam, lack the means to defend yourself? No, perhaps you simply deem it unnecessary, considering you have so many brawny men to protect you, yes? Zhaozhao's demeanor was gentle, her smile warm and inviting. "Pfft, how amusing." "So it is," a plump-faced lady chimed in, Duchess of Guangning. "Do you not have guards or retainers at your state? Why come to the streets to seek out these ruffians?"
No.
"It's all a misunderstanding." The Duchess of Guangning's face turned a shade darker. Zhaozhao hesitated for a moment. "Who? The Duchess of Guangning? That name sounds familiar." "Little doe. Who is the Duchess of Guangning?" "5 taels." Zhaozhao stealthily retrieved 5 taels of silver from her purse, holding it briefly in her palm before it vanished. "The Duchess of Guangning is but an ordinary character, yet the Duke of Guangning is a distant relative of the 5th princess, Zhao Jingshu." Upon hearing this, Zhaozhao couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. It turned out to be yet another romantic entanglement caused by her own husband. However, the 5th princess was indeed in a bit of a predicament. Perhaps it was best to let it go. Zhaozhao's heart softened once more. Since it was a misunderstanding, she would let today's incident slide, hoping the Duchess of Guangning would recognize the right person next time. Her words carried an underlying message. The Duchess squinted at Zhaozhao's increasingly sweet countenance, ultimately chewing her teeth in frustration as she swallowed her indignation. Upon returning home, Zhaozhao presented the fabric to Dong Shui, urging her to cut it swiftly. The specially arranged room was already filled with an array of exquisite beauty creams. When Zhaozhao returned, Zhao Lingfeng was still asleep. Her master had informed her that he had added a sedative to the medicine he was taking, which would aid in the healing of his wounds. Not wanting to disturb his peaceful slumber, she settled into a soft chair beside his bed with the fabric that Dong Shui had tailored, beginning to sew a garment. Zhao Lingfeng slowly opened his eyes, as a warm and gentle ray of sunlight filtered through the intricate window lattice, casting mottled patterns upon the edge of his bed and softly caressing the focused profile of Zhaozhao. With her eyelids lowered, she deftly maneuvered a silver needle through the fabric, akin to a delicate sprite dancing amidst the trees, each stitch imbued with intricate emotions and a profound love for life. Her long hair was kissed by the sunlight, shimmering with a faint golden hue, with a few playful strands occasionally cascading onto her fair cheeks, adding an extra touch of grace and tenderness. Zhao Lingfeng quietly observed this scene, a swell of indescribable warmth and contentment rising within him. He gently rose, cautious not to disturb the tranquility of the moment. His gaze tenderly swept over Zhaozhao's needlework before settling on her serene, sleeping face. And a smile involuntarily graced his lips. He reached out, yearning to touch the figure that brought him such solace, yet hesitated, fearing that the chill of his fingertips might disrupt this beauty. Ultimately, he merely tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, his movements as gentle as if he were soothing the morning breeze of spring. "You're awake." Zhaozhao suddenly lifted her head, sensing his presence. In that instant, the glimmering stars in her eyes sparkled brightly, striking Zhao Lingfeng's heart. Unable to contain himself, he wrapped his arms around her waist and pressed his lips against hers. After lunch, the master came to change Zhao Lingfeng's bandages. Zhaozhao peered through the crack in the door, thrilled to see that the removed gauze bore no traces of blood. How delightful. That means he is recovering swiftly, she thought, and then took out a small bottle of spiritual spring water she had saved over the past few days, preparing to offer it to Zhao Lingfeng. When the master emerged, he reassured Zhaozhao, "Rest assured, he will soon be fully recovered." 3 months later, sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains, gracing Zhao Lingfeng's resolute face with a touch of softness. He gradually rose, stretching his limbs, each movement fluid and powerful, heralding the return of his health. Zhaozhao stood nearby, her eyes sparkling with joy. She gently approached and supported Zhao Lingfeng's arm, and their gazes met in a shared smile, a silent understanding and warmth evident between them. Zhao Lingfeng surveyed the room, finally resting his eyes on the meticulously arranged space that Zhaozhao had decorated. Each bottle of beauty cream stood as a testament to her hard work and hopes. The sunlight was just right, the breeze gentle, and the fragrance of flowers wafted through the courtyard. Clad in the new garments sewn by Zhaozhao, he stepped out of the room, his every stride imbued with ease and strength, a symbol of the vitality that had returned to him. Zhaozhao followed closely behind, her eyes filled with contentment and delight. She gently took Zhao Lingfeng's hand, and together they walked along the pebble-strewn path. "Are you truly completely well?" she inquired, gazing at his increasingly handsome profile, her eyes brimming with happiness. "Yes, indeed. Tonight, I shall have you conduct a thorough examination," Zhao Lingfeng whispered playfully in her ear. At once, Zhaozhao's cheeks flushed a vibrant red, reminiscent of a cooked shrimp. As night descended, candle flames flickered, casting a warm and intimate glow throughout the room. A blush lingered on Zhaozhao's cheeks as she lowered her head, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her garment, her heart a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Zhao Lingfeng approached her step by step, his eyes shimmering with a tender yet resolute light. He gently took her hand, guiding her to the bedside. Moonlight spilled through the window, draping the intimate space in silver, adding an element of sanctity and dreaminess. Zhao Lingfeng's actions were tender and filled with affection as he slowly released Zhaozhao's hair from its confines, allowing her cascading locks to fall like a waterfall, intertwining between them as if woven from the finest threads of love. He leaned down, placing a soft kiss upon her forehead, then her cheek, her nose, finally lingering on her slightly parted lips, a connection that deepened in passion. Zhaozhao and Zhao Lingfeng finally shared their wedding night, the flickering red candles illuminating their intertwined figures, casting the night in a blush of shyness. Zhaozhao's eyes fluttered half-closed, her long lashes quivering like butterfly wings, casting delicate shadows beneath them. Her breath quickened and became erratic, intertwining with Zhao Lingfeng's, creating a silent symphony of shared intimacy. Zhao Lingfeng's hand glided gently along Zhaozhao's back, akin to comforting a startled fawn, yet with an irresistible strength that bound her to him. He leaned down, whispering sweet nothings into her ear, each word a warm breath that stirred her sensitive nerves. "Zhaozhao, you are the most beautiful scenery in my life." Chapter 95. May there be years to look back upon. Zhaozhao finally beheld the healing wounds on Zhao Lingfeng's body. Yet her heart ached at the sight of the scars that resembled earthworms stretching across his skin. Nevertheless, this did not hinder her from enjoying a blissful and beautiful wedding night. Moreover, Zhao Lingfeng was pleasantly surprised to find that, despite the loss of one, their shared life was not diminished in happiness. He remained as valiant and robust as ever, while Zhaozhao continued to be charming and delightful. On the morning following their wedding, Zhaozhao lay soundly asleep in Yi Lingfeng's embrace when a voice from outside interrupted the tranquility. "Your Highness, here is your breakfast. I have left it at the door. Please remember to collect it. There are also 4 buckets of warm water, all placed outside for you." "Very well," dismiss yourself. Yi Lingfeng's deep voice resonated from within. Yes. On the bed, Yi turned over, tumbling into Zhao Lingfeng's arms, murmuring sleepily, "Who's there?" Zhao Lingfeng adjusted the blanket to cover Zhao Zhao's smooth shoulder, then gently patted her back. "It's nothing, sleep on." Morning light streamed through the window, softly illuminating the room, intertwining with Zhao Lingfeng's fingers as he tenderly caressed Zhao Zhao's hair, creating a heartwarming tableau. Zhao Zhao gradually opened her eyes to find Zhao Lingfeng's gentle and affectionate gaze, capable of melting away all the world's frost.
Come.
"Let us have a sip of water." He chuckled lightly, offering her a glass of warm water. Zhao Zhao accepted it, sipping daintily and savoring the warmth that spread from his fingertips to her heart. Outside the window, the birds chirped and flowers bloomed vibrantly. And as Zhao Zhao nestled beside Zhao Lingfeng, they both gazed out at the thriving scene, their hearts filled with boundless aspirations for their future together. Zhao Lingfeng gently took Zhao Zhao's hand, placing it against his chest, and softly declared, "Zhao Zhao, from this day forth, this heart beats solely for you. Our days will surely be brighter than even the spring." Upon hearing his words, Zhao Zhao's eyes misted with tears, yet her lips blossomed into a smile of happiness. She knew she had finally found her home, destined to share every ordinary yet extraordinary day with the one she cherished. 3 years later, on a spring afternoon, sunlight dappled the bluestone path, warm and radiant. In the center of the courtyard, 2 peach trees bloomed profusely, their delicate pink petals dancing in the breeze like a curtain of rosy rain. 2 small figures, 1 boy and 1 girl, donned exquisite little garments, frolicking beneath the peach blossoms, their laughter ringing clear like silver bells, echoing throughout the courtyard. The little boy, with his hair tied in a top knot, dashed about energetically, occasionally glancing back at the little girl and making silly faces. The girl, holding up her skirt, beamed like a flower, striving to catch up with her brother. When she stumbled, she rolled onto the soft grass, giggling as she got back up to continue her chase. In their features, one could faintly see the reflections of Zhao Lingfeng and Lin Zhaozhao, inheriting their parents' charm and grace, as if the heavens had bestowed upon this couple the most beautiful gift. Sunlight filtered through sparse clouds, enveloping the children in a golden glow, enhancing this warm scene. Suddenly, the little boy halted, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a freshly picked peach blossom, carefully placing it in the girl's hair. His eyes sparkled with pride. The little girl paused, then broke into an even brighter smile, tenderly touching the delicate flower as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. She rose on her tiptoes, striving to pluck a blossom from a nearby branch. Though it required considerable effort, she ultimately succeeded in pinning it to the little boy's lapel. The 2 exchanged a smile and began to run once more, peach blossoms cascading gently in their wake, as if even the air were infused with the essence of joy. "I traverse the realms of past lives, while you transcend the boundaries of life and death. At long last, we find ourselves united. Love may be separated by mountains and seas, yet these barriers can be surmounted. In this lifetime, Zhao Lingfeng and Lin Zhao are finally able to live together in bliss, hand in hand until old age. May there be years to reflect upon, and may we share deep affection as we grow old together. May all those in love be blessed to accompany each other throughout their lives, following one another into the twilight of age."